and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show on day 3 of the draft. I thank you guys for hanging in here with me through these first couple of days. And it's been a great couple days chopping up with you guys. We'll go through this last kind of day. It is definitely early for me, so the engine is still just getting up and rolling. I tend to be a kind of a late riser, so this is definitely tough for me on this to be at a full speed pace. Is it a recap? Is that what the stream is? Did I mess up the title? Oops. There we go. Let's get the title. Thank you for letting me know that, guys. Sorry about that. Not mean day 3 recap. I think there we go. It's early morning. I was having a hard time with StreamYard today on that, so I had to kind of send this one back on the fly. Back on the fly, if it were. God's Gang, man, starting us off nice here with a $5 donation. And by the way, the God's Gang, before we start any of this, I just want to say a really big thank you to all of the folks who have been so very tremendous here the past couple of days. You guys have been so very kind, and the chat's been great, and the energy has been awesome, and just how much support you guys put to this channel has been just unbelievable. So thank you, God's Gang. I know you dropped many here on the channel here over the past couple of days. I really thank you for that. He says, good morning, Brandon. I think the Bengals snipped us the first and second. I'd argue Shamar Stewart and Knight Jr. would have been our picks. It's possible. I mean, I think Shamar Stewart, for me, God's Gang, probably would have been a little bit more in play as being that guy who maybe is a guy that would have appealed to them, and I could have seen that very much so. I do believe, and especially with knowing that Booker, I mean, hell, Zabel wasn't even their number one guard on the board. So I do suspect, as someone had mentioned a couple of days ago, that when you got to Zabel, not that it's a bad pick on Zabel, but just that when you did get to Zabel, as far as your kind of realistic ideals for the type of player who would be available to you there at that selection, I think that they were down to probably their 4th or 5th option, somewhere in there. And that's the realistic options, right? Not the ones where it's like, well, we want Will Campbell, we want Abdul Carter. I'm talking about like guys that would actually drop into your spot there and be, feasible. So the Knight Jr. one's a possibility too. The only thing with that is just you'd have him sitting, and he's an older prospect. So you're having him sit the first couple of years, if you're bringing him in here at that point around Ernest Jones, but maybe they liked him that much, God's Gang. You never know. And certainly this team's got an affinity for certain players in this draft that might be a little bit separate of where the consensus is at, on that. For sure. But thank you for the $5, man. It's good to see you in the house too this morning. I hope everyone's having a great morning. Dogzilla, I'm still a little surprised by the Milroe pick. Yeah, I'm gonna still, and I'm gonna let everyone know this today. I mean, I when it comes down to it, we're gonna have fun today and all that other stuff. But you're gonna see me probably shying a little bit away from trying to talk too much about the Seahawks picks as much as I possibly can, because quite frankly, it's just and this has kind of become very clear at times, I think, to Brendan too, in doing this on the side of it. It's just, the fans don't seem to really want to hear if you got anything to say, but super positive, happy, joy, everything's great, everything's wonderful. So, when it comes to criticism today of me or any of that, or criticism of the team or whatnot today, or the draft and all that, I'm going to probably try to keep it down to a minimum. I'm going to probably be concentrate a little bit on, some of the other teams in the league and what's been going on in the draft and all that. Just because I just don't want to dwell on it too much. It's people who don't want to hear it. I won't mention it. I won't bring it up. But yeah, I'm yesterday took a pretty harsh left turn for me when it comes to this draft. And I understand there's a lot of others that are super positive, love this and love that and love this and love that and love everything, and everything's great. I'm glad that they feel that way with it, but it's just, I can't fake the funk with this, I can't make myself, lie to you guys of something I don't feel. But hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I am wrong. We're not picking Dogzilla until pretty late. We're the second to last pick in the 4th round on that side. So we're a little bit out there on that. Oh my goodness. Oh, Quinn coming in for the 3rd day with a big old $50 donation drop, Quinn. I really thank you for that, man. You've been another person just been unbelievable in his support here to the channel. 3 straight days dropping these big 50 donos. I really, really thank you for that, my man. You have been awesome. Awesome. He says, draft feels very Kubiak to me. Arroyo is a flexible mismatch punisher that a shifty coordinator could maximize in theory. And Arroyo seems like our Taysom for run packages. Hopefully, Kubiak's good enough to justify the commitment to his style. I think that's certainly, you bring up a great point to this, is that you bring in that new offensive coordinator and as general manager, you don't want to just simply say, well, here, I'll grab you these parts and pieces and here you go. You do want him to be a part of that process to, if anything, even especially Quinn, to be targeting those guys that really work for his offense, that he feels like, as you say, can be that mismatch maker to be utilized across the board a little bit in that way as a player. And so I would expect that, they'll probably try to find some creative ways to use him in that fashion. And I definitely would believe that Kubiak would be a big signer off on this, saying, I want to go for this guy. This guy's going to work really nice into my system. Let's make a run at that one. So I think they'll find at least the very least touches for him within this offense. Some of the questions for me will come down to a couple other things, but I'm sure you'll get some touches from him and some productivity from him in that way. And he seems to be a guy, Quinn, a lot of hot fans are super hyped on, which, makes me feel good about it, even if I'm not as big on the pick, but makes me feel good that others are super, super there with it. The Taysom Hill one, we'll have to see on that. I don't know if we're going to see him like in the backfield, but he's an athletic dude. There's a guy that's athletic. Somebody was saying yesterday on the stream, Quinn, that it's like this draft's Aaron Hernandez. And if he is, then with New England, they put Aaron Hernandez in the backfield. They put him back as a running back at times too. So you might be onto something with that, Quinn. I'll give you the super props if it ends up turning out to be that you're right on that one. Because I haven't heard a lot of people talk about him on the Taysom Hill role necessarily. I mean, I know Taysom did a lot of tight end stuff, but he was doing the backfield stuff and fullback stuff too. So it'd be interesting to see if they're looking to do him, put him into that kind of role and kind of have him kind of flexed around all over the place a little bit, if it were. But Quinn, you're amazing, brother. Absolutely amazing with your support. I really thank you for that big $50 donation, and great point on top of that. As a general manager, you're supplying your coaches, players, and you're trying to give them the most talented guys. But the process is at its best when it's a true back and forth, and you have a guy now in OC that goes for a guy, and you're drafting him. You want him not just sold on that guy where you've kind of sold him on it, but you want him pounding the table for that guy. I want to say, it's got to be this dude. I want this dude. It's got to be this guy. That would be my ideal as a GM. That's what I'd want for my coaches. And if they're going to be super in that point of just on board, it's going to draw me in a way too. I'm like, okay, I'm hearing you. If this gets you to this point and you're feeling it, then let's go, Oh, you meant Arroyo, says Quinn. Okay. He said, I meant Milroe. Oh, okay. You said you put in Arroyo and you meant Milroe. Yeah. I think that's a possibility. It is in the press conference with Mike McDonald, they did say that they weren't really going to be as much, it sounds like, trying to necessarily work him into that role. It almost sounded like they were going to try to do more of keeping him kind of in a pure quarterback place of things. But I would have thought that, to your point, Quinn, when it does come to the first couple of years of Milroe, I would think that just kind of logically speaking that you would, that you would use him in that way to kind of get the most out of him, but it was a little eye-opening to kind of hear Mike McDonald be like, no, we'll use him as quarterback and we'll have Darnold quarterbacking 90% of the time. And if Milroe can get his snaps up and get his play up a little bit, we'll put him in there like 10% of the time, which I don't know if I'm a big fan of that either. I don't like the flopping of quarterbacks out thing. I'm not big on that, but, they're going with this approach with it, so we'll see how they're going to use him. He is a weapon, though. To your point on that, Quinn. Above all else, he is a weapon, and so find a way to maybe use him here, at least if you can't in that way. I'd like to see that. But thank you again, Quinn. You are the man. You're the man. Hex Havoc, thank you for the $5 donation. Did you hear about Sanders getting prank called where someone pretended to be a team? Yes, people that have been watching this channel a long period of time know that I'm a very big fan of humor. I love humor. I love all kinds of humor. I like sarcasm, wittiness, play on words, any different type physical humor, right? There's all these different types of humor that I think are great. The one bit of humor that I truly kind of detest, and it's been the younger generation that's really wrapped their arms around it and think it's just so cool and just so awesome, which is the troll. The troll is this thing now isn't this funny? And it's not funny. It doesn't take any wittiness. It doesn't take any intelligence. You know, I walk up to my buddy and I say, "Hey, your mom died." "She did?" "No, she didn't." "Oh, what?" Well, like, come on, you know, what are you, 5? And you got a guy in Sanders already that no doubt is suffering and going through some pain on this. And, you know, you may not like the guy, you may not be, but like nobody kind of did, you know, it deserves the extra heaping of it on that. And what did that get you by making that call? Like, what did you get from that? A clout? It make you laugh? It's not funny. It's the most low IQ style of humor. It really is. It's the stuff a 2 or a 3-year-old would do. And I wish that it wasn't so popular as it's become, because it's like ascending to becoming the best, newest, like, you know, humor for people. And I don't know why they think it's so funny. It's not funny on that. You're just pulling a rug out from under somebody. There's no humor involved in there with it. And it's also mean-spirited. That's the other thing about the trolling. There's not anything funny about it. And then it's just completely mean-spirited in its approach. So why do it? You know, that would be my opinion. But I think it's messed up that somebody did that to him. Kids going through it already, and then you're going to do that on top. Like, come on. You know, come on. Haley says, B, I heard you did like the Arroyo pick. Does it help if you look at him as a tight end that can sub at wide receiver? I did hear the talk of him being moved to X. I don't think that he's got the speed to operate out as an X. I think if he was running a 40, he would have been a 4.63 guy on a 40-yard dash. And I don't think that you're going to be able to put that out as an X receiver. He wasn't used as an X receiver out at Miami. No, you drafted a tight end here. You didn't draft a receiver. If you draft a receiver, Arroyo is not a very good receiver. He's not a receiver. So yeah, I know I'll say with this, Haley, I completely recognize the fact there's a lot of people who love these guys. It's not that this were some huge, just monster reach where they went to something that was, something that was completely out of pocket. Nobody can understand or see or understand. I get that there'll be the fan base in on this. But at the same point in time, I think sometimes when it comes to the opinions that get to a place of being a bit negative on my side of it, when it comes to these folks, I kind of sometimes too, Haley, don't understand where people push back, you know, so hard on, like, I'll give people their opinion, go for it. I'm not going to push back hard on you guys. You love him, great. I'll try to get behind it. But at the same point in time, I go so deep in my evaluation of these players that the defined outlook of me from these players and the look that I do, and I pay for a subscription service just to get the All-22 of college tape every month. So like, it's no small little bit of jive that I do into getting to my opinion on these things. It's not flippant. And my track record when it comes to this channel and being in on picks and being out on picks is pretty damn good. I've not been on every Seahawks pick. I mean, just before the draft, I referenced my outlook on Cameron Young when he came out and pointed to the fact that I didn't see it in Cameron Young. That was one of the picks in that draft where I was like, this is not going to work. And it didn't work. And so, if I've through the last 5 years of covering the draft have been messing up in my outlook, if I had player after player where I was getting it wrong or I'm misidentifying this or not seeing this when everyone else was seeing or just completely wrong off base, then I'd be a little bit more maybe willing to be kind of sold by the fan base on a couple of these picks. But that's not the case. And I'm going to stick to my guns on this because in sticking to my guns in the past, Haley, it's been proven right. When I stuck to my guns on Jordan Brooks, I was proven right. When I stuck to my guns on LJ Collier, I was proven right. When I stuck to my guns on Dwayne Eskridge, I was proven right. And I do believe that I'm going to be proven right when it comes to my assessment on these couple of guys too as well. We'll see though. I hope I'm wrong. I will put it to that, Haley, on that. I don't want to be right on this. I want to be wrong. I want these guys to ball out incredibly. I want them to get after it. So it's not what I want to see happen. It's just about what do I do is it's analysis. You look at the situation, you analyze it, you say, here's what I think I see is happening. It's just as simple as that at the end of the day for me. R. Sanchez, let's go, brother. Coming in with a $50 donation. Man, you guys, again, just unbelievable. Thank you so very much for that, Sanchez. Really appreciate you for that. Watching the Milroe conference call, he says, I think he'll be a good locker room presence. Not my pick, but he's on our team, so we have to stay positive. But if I had it my way, let Locke cook. The love that will never die, Sanchez. Love will never die. And yes, Milroe is a guy that seems to be very much wired in the right way, the correct way. He is a guy that does seem to be a really, really hard worker. He's going to say the right things. He's going to carry himself in the correct manner, it would seem, by all accounts on that side of it. I would have no question with that. The personality seems to be pretty good. So it's a great way of putting it, man. And that's where I'd like to be on it. If I can find that place, we always talk about Sanchez of let's find the nuance, rather than just me being like, well, I'm bitter about these picks and just now I'm going to be angry about them. It's more of like, well, here's my assessment, but I'm positive to hope that I'm wrong and positive to hope that this thing can be something else, than what I might see on the outlook of a couple of these guys. I do hope that. So, hard worker, good head on your shoulders. We know with a couple quarterbacks that come out in recent years that's sometimes a bit of a question that's there, and that can raise its ugly head back up down the line if you don't have it. So kind of getting those boxes checked from Milroe's standpoint is a cool thing. And I think he will be a good locker room presence. I think you're absolutely right about that. Sounds like he does carry himself in the right way, which is cool to see. Very cool to see. But Locke's just back there, Sanchez. He's back in the back of the lock. He's back in the locker room, just back there dancing a little bit. Like, it's going to be my time, baby. It's going to be my time. Thank you, Sanchez, for the $50 donation, brother. I really appreciate you. And you are absolutely unbelievable with that donation. But yeah, Milroe definitely carries himself the right way. We don't have a Shedeur Sanders kind of thing that you're getting any vibes to that with this kind of kid. He'd be the antithesis of that in so many ways. But you never know if Locke's going to ascend. You got three QBs now, So you got three good quality quarterbacks here on this roster. Let the best man win. We've got a few picks here to start us out into the fourth round here, opening it up. Chamir Dyke, Florida wide receiver, goes to the Titans here at number 103. 104 is Bayeshal Tutin, the Virginia Tech running back, very talented, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then we've got Cam Scatterbo goes 105 to the New York Giants, Arizona State running back. A lot of you loved him a lot there, so that's kind of a cool location, landing spot for him. Greg Woodson, safety out of California, goes. Second defensive back for the California Bears, going off the board. Jack Kaiser of Notre Dame, run defending inside linebacker, goes to the Jaguars with their second pick here in the fourth round. So we are motoring along. Sanchez and Quinn, you guys are my hero today on that. Thank you for you guys dropping many of these monster donations here on the channel. I just really thank you so much for that kind of support, helping us get through here this offseason. Keeping the lights on, boys. Keeping the lights on. Copper Wise, Brandon, you have the right to your opinion. We watch you because you're knowledgeable and have informed perspective that many of us don't have. It's okay for people to disagree. Well said, man. And that's really what I want to get to the heart of it, because there is a sensitivity at times in trying to broach into this territory of things where you feel like, as a person trying to talk to some of the fan base out there, where it's just I have to sensitively kind of dance around triggering them. And I can't do that. I understand it might trigger you, it might not, but I just got to be honest with it. And it doesn't mean I'm not hopeful, and it doesn't mean I don't want to be wrong. It just means that what I do in this, what I've chosen to do with this channel, my approach, and it's been this approach now going for over 5 years, has been to say, look, I want to be honest with the people I'm talking to. I want to now analyze what I'm seeing and try to break it down and hopefully break it down to the most accurate of fashions. And every year that I continue to do it, get better at that accuracy, get better at that breakdown. And if I'm just going with the crowd, if I'm just going with staying positive every turn, I'm going running counter to that sort of mission statement for the channel a little bit. And so I'm trying to kind of navigate these waters. It ain't easy, but that's kind of where I'm trying to operate. And I appreciate that you like that Copperwise. And I fall back on that, thinking that the fan base at the end of the day, where there will be those that are going to bristle. For the most part, folks are saying, like, we understand, we get what time of day it is. We know what you're trying to do here. And yeah, we're on the same page at the end of the day, even if we don't agree on everything down the line. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, thoughts on Houston and Green Bay taking double wide receivers? Well, with first Houston, makes a ton of sense for them. They had gotten in Diggs last year, and they have Tank Dell. I mean, these guys are kind of replacing those two different receivers that they had on the roster. Nico Collins has had some issues with staying healthy at times here early in his career. And so you want to make sure that you've got enough viable wide receivers there for CJ Stroud to work through. And so it makes a lot of sense. We don't know if Tank Dell's even coming back next year with that major injury he had, or how good he's going to be and what kind of shape he's going to be. And so that makes it, to me, make a lot of sense that, Houston takes that role. Green Bay is a little bit more unusual, but Christian Watson had the torn ACL at the end of the season last year. And that you don't know when he's coming back on that side of it. I also kind of feels like when it comes to Dontavian Wicks and that other guy that they've got there that's good receiver that just can't ever seem to fully lock kind of in, that they're not completely sold on those two guys. They like the Reed kid they got, but those other two guys, they're kind of, I think Wicks was even on the trade market last year around the trade deadline. So Green Bay going with multiple receivers makes some sense too here, where they, on the surface of it, look stocked up, but I don't think that they're super sold on those guys. And Watson did have that injury pretty late in the season. Raiders going for big play city here as they draft Dante Thornton Jr., wide receiver out of Tennessee, big play guy, outside X receiver that can stretch the field, doesn't run a real big route tree, but man, this guy was a post route killer. I mean, just an absolute post route destroyer of worlds. And also was just about seemingly locking in that final season, ready to take off there for the Tennessee Volunteers. But then I think a leg injury kind of jumped up and started to bite him a little bit on that one, to a degree. Get some more coffee. I'll be right back. I think a couple of those receivers too are coming into the final year of their deal. I think they're getting into the last couple of rookie deals. So yeah, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks. Those are the two guys that Those are the two guys where I'm just not sure if they're as sold into their guys' gang on those particular guys there in Green Bay. And so they look at it a little bit like, let's get it up. Let's get this upgraded. They needed the big play threat with Golden there because Watson probably was not coming back for a while this season. So it does make sense. It is a bit odd, especially for what is kind of a weaker wide receiver draft. And certainly didn't help matters for us to be able to find a guy to slip and drip. But makes some sense for those two teams where they're prospectively at a little bit. With the 7th pick here in the 4th round, the Buffalo Bills are going to select Deion Walker. So they're swinging big on this pick here with Deion. As freakish a sized human being as you're going to find in this draft. One of the poorer bodies you will ever see on a defensive tackle. Just doesn't even look like, do you even lift, bro? Do you even lift? And, but can't deny that when he's got it turned on and when you get a good flash of a tape on him, it stands out. Man, they don't come freakier than this guy. I mean, he's big and long and not a bad pick in the 4th round as far as kind of a flyer pick thing, right? I think too bad. It's not too shabby for that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. NFL is a copycat league. We've struggled terribly at short yardage. My guess is we use him at Wildcat first. Randy intrigued with talent and upside. Develop. Definitely a lot of talent on the kid, and we'll see if it can kind of develop there on it. They did indicate last night on the press conference, Randall, with this, in the discussions with this, that that's not the intention and how they're looking to use him. Now, it's the press conference, and what they say now may not be what the reality is once you get to training camp. And it's like, look, we got to get something for this, and that's the way this has got to roll. So it could be that, this is just sort of big talk in a press conference after you draft him. But I had expected that they were going to probably use him for some of that a little bit with it. We have struggled terribly in short yardage. I don't know if we've struggled terribly in short yardage because we need a Jalen Milroe in order to get better at short yardage. We struggle in short yardage because our play call has been crappy. We struggle in short yardage because we haven't really had a power back that necessarily can fight through tackles. Charbet is not really that kind of guy in the way that he's built. He gives you some power, but he's not really a pure power back. And then the third reason being that you can't push people off the ball. You on early downs when you try to run the ball, don't get any push at the line of scrimmage. So when the defense knows a run play is coming, you're most especially not getting any kind of movement off the line of scrimmage. I'm not sure if Jalen Milroe's presence alone does much to really rectify those 3 different issues that stand there, Randall, on that side of it. It might help a little bit, but those things do sort of still remain. And I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to this offensive line, which I don't see very many 12s talking about, we came in this offseason needing to rebuild this offensive line. We didn't need to just kind of grab one guy and then we're going to be all right. And that's a little bit of the unknown part here that I've seen nobody really speak to. It's like you took Josh Jones and you got Grace Abel for an offensive line that was one of the worst in the NFL last year. But hopefully the coaching is that good. But I remain a little unconvinced on that. And I hope you're right, Randall. That's all I can say on this with some of these. I hope you guys are right with this. I really do. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. How does Milroe compare to Hurts? Both named Jalen. Yeah, there's not a real good comparison between Jalen Milroe and Hurts, in my opinion. The only comparison I can go between the two of them is neither of them are the most natural throwers of the ball. I would say that Hurts, it was way more by the end and going to Oklahoma and working with Kingsbury out there at Oklahoma. He was way more refined coming out than Milroe. Also in Hurts, you have a guy that got better and better and better throughout the course of his career there, be it going from Alabama to going to Oklahoma. You saw improvement in his game. Whereas we saw with Milroe that he actually took a step backwards last year, leaving the sanctity of the simplified Nick Saban offense to go to the Kalen DeBoer offense proved to be too much for him. And so I don't think that I think it's almost a little bit of a lazy comp, to be honest with you. Jalen's he's got more arm strength than Hurts. Hurts was more accurate as a passer, and I would not call Hurts an accurate passer. It's not like he's a high accuracy guy in that. But I think you're kind of touching on that with a little bit of your comment on they both are named Jalen. That's about where it starts and where it ends as far as the comps go between those guys. But I will reckon to guess that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be bending over backwards in order to try to force fit the comp of Jalen Hurts and Jalen Milroe. And I think that that's trepidatious ground to be going on to. If we're going to make comps, we want to make sure the comps are really true, not something that's a vague mirage of one to the other. And that would be the case on this. I ran with the $2 donation. How does Milroe comp to Hurts coming out? Yeah, so it's Hurts in the final year really came forward in a major way from where he had been with Alabama with Kingsbury. He went to an offense that was going to ask a little bit more of him than even what he was being asked to do at Alabama. And he really took to it. He played within himself. He really developed his style of being able to play a real clean brand of football while still being very effective. Milroe's got a little more arm strength than Hurts, I would say, but I think the accuracy-wise between the two of them is Hurts is probably a little more accurate, which, as I said, it doesn't speak really greatly about Milroe's accuracy with that on Hurts. So as a runner, Milroe's a better, again, where it's hard to make this kind of comp because Hurts is very mobile and Hurts can run like kind of a running back at times. But Milroe's also much more faster and much more explosive in the open field as a runner. And so more dangerous as a runner. So it's a bit of a tough comp to go to. I mean, it's a very vague one there, Randall, where it's very just it's not an alignment between those two. There's some things I guess you could go to of, guys that are mobile, guys that aren't the best of passers, but then we're just getting a real like kind of thin layer to me there of a comp. And a comp should be as much, the hope is to try to get something that's a little bit more accurate to one to the other. We've got a couple picks here that have gone down the line. The New York Jets have selected here at 110, Arian Smith. So both of the big play wide receivers in this draft, Thornton and Arian Smith, I had those guys both right next to each other on my board for the same reason. They're almost the same exact style of player. And they both go within 3 picks of each other. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Ty Robinson of Nebraska is going to go to the Eagles. That's a great pick there for them. A little bit of that Milton Williams replacement there in Philadelphia there with Ty Robinson. It's kind of cool. Dig that there for them. They've having another pretty strong draft on that side of it. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. How about we talk about Russ and Geno instead? I'm with that, man. Let's go that route instead. Might be funner discussion on this one a little bit. Alan, thank you for the $10 donation, Alan. And Sanchez, again, thanks for all the donos, man. Double dipping on that. Alan, appreciate you for the tenner. He says, if Mike McDonald likes the picks, then I love them. I stand behind them 100%. You and everyone else is right, though. We all have a right to our own opinion. Have a great day and go Hawks. Well, you have yourself a great day as well, Alan, a longtime contributor to this channel, a member of this channel. That's a cool thing about you guys, that you guys are not only members, but you also are in here, donating on top of it, just showing that ultimate love here to the channel in that way. And I know do a long time contributor here on this channel in that way, Alan. And I really, really do appreciate you for that. And I think that's a great way of putting it. Mike McDonald has my support. I think this team's moving in the right direction overall. I think that we're going to get back into a place of being able to contend. How soon or how long that happens, we'll kind of have to see on that timeline with it. But that's, it's kind of right where I'm at with it overall, though. And it's just a general opinion of it. I'm super hopeful those that are hyped on these guys and that do see it in the way that I don't. It's very encouraging that there is the fan base that has the folks in it that feel that way about it. It makes me hopeful. Makes me hopeful that I could be wrong on this. I don't want to be right on this. I want to come back a year from now and be like, well, I'm the donkey's ass on this one. I'm the one that had my head up my butt on this one. I want to be that guy here a year from now. That's what I want to see happen. But it's just not exactly what I'm saying I'm predicting is going to happen. No, that's as much as I say on it. But thank you, man. I appreciate you for that. Haley says, do you think the Steelers would give us Pickens for a third? Probably. I think he's going to get moved, especially for a future third. That might make some sense. He says, so we basically have Restrepo now. Wide receiver position is kind of worked down now at this point. To your point, if we go to wide receiver here, you have Jalen Royals, Jalen Lane, Torrey Horton, Alec Ionamore's on the board still. Isaiah Bond, but he's just out on bond, so I don't know about him. And then Brew McCoy, Tez Johnson, Xavier Restrepo. It's getting pretty lean out there for wide receivers and a lot of slot receivers left. Ricky White's there. He's kind of cool still. But you're probably in a little bit of a tough predicament here trying to find a wide receiver at this point, especially if we're looking for an outside guy. Banana Bad Guy Williams, what wide receiver should we get today? Hard to kind of look at any guys here that are super great. I'd almost just about be at a place where I would say let's just pass. Jalen Royals is interesting, but I think he's going to be more slot than anything else. Probably the guys that stand out to me who could be interesting for us in the third round would be Torrey Horton out of Colorado State, Alec Ionomore out of Stanford, and then Ricky White out of UNLV. Those guys would be kind of, I think, potentially interesting. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. Says, I love Milroe. Love the personality. Love the ceiling. Doesn't seem like an NFL quarterback, though. The college level processing is just... how about Neuralink? Hey, maybe he can be the first quarterback for, Neuralink. And, sign him up. Give that kid Neuralink, and then he turns into freaking RoboCop. So I'm with it, Peter. And those things I think are very much true. The kid is dynamic. The kid seems to have a great personality. The kid carries himself really well. But the word you use and the word I come back to and the word that, again, that I presented this to many people over the years, and it's one of those things where when I present a question to my chat or I present a question to somebody who's across from me who might disagree on something and I present a question and there's not really an answer to the other side of the question, it is one where I go, okay, so I'm probably kind of maybe onto something with that a little bit. And I've said that the two quarterback skills that I think are kind of defined, you have them, you don't, you can't really develop them. Maybe you can make it a little itty bitty bit better. You can get a little itty bitty bit better, but you're not taking it from way down here to way up here. And that's arm strength. You can maybe make it just a titch a little bit better when you get to be an NFL player. Just a titch. It's like speed though. You're as fast as you're fast. But then the second thing is processing. And processing is a harder one to find. If a guy comes back and he drops back in the pocket and he lets it rip, and you watch that ball come off and you can just practically feel the smoke flying off the back of the ball when they throw it, well, it's easy to identify arm strength. It's harder to identify processing. It's harder. But it's an important skill. We talk about a Jalen Hurts, for instance. Jalen Hurts is not a great processor for the position. He's a great manager of the game. You drop him back and you say, okay, identify this, and then you can go to the 9 route. Identify this, go to your 1 route there. If that 1 route isn't there, then just go scramble around and try to go get the first down. He's not coming hugely forward, Hurts as a processor necessarily. It's that he plays the position really smart, under control, stays within himself. And so I think whichever quarterback you want to go down the line on with this, Brock Purdy, great processor, really limited as far as size, limited kind of arm strength, but phenomenal processor, carries over, translates to the NFL level. So you have it or you don't. You're not going to create it from scratch out of nothing. And unfortunately with Milroe going back on the tape with him, Alabama, there are so many moments So many moments you can watch of him dropping back, and especially watching the All-22. There's just some times where you're just going, holy mackerel, buddy. Like, what is your process here? What went through your mind? What told you to be over here with this? Why did you make that throw there? And it just kind of is, it's sort of riding by the seat of his pants at times, just kind of winging it. It's sort of what you feel like when you watch him play. And then like, that's just not going to work at the NFL level. You can get away with that a little bit with college. I didn't offer, he didn't really fully get away with it in college. And I don't know that's going to translate as well at the next level. It's just missing. And again, I don't have any past history I can go through in doing these evaluations through so many years of a quarterback who struggled heartily to process at a college level, who then processed now at the NFL level. People were bringing up Will Levis. There's another one. Struggled to process at the college level. Was it because he had a piss poor offensive line and that they couldn't pass protect and he's getting smashed every time? Or is it because he can't process? Well, still would seem to appear to be that at the end of the day with this, doesn't seem like he's a processor. And we can go quarterback by quarterback by quarterback in recent history on this, bit by bit by bit by bit. But the rule of thumb proves very true on this. It's very, very true on this. And even the biggest backers of Milroe in this chat would acknowledge that this is a fair criticism. It's not one that's coming out of nowhere. But he's got a lot of talent, Peter. And if Kubiak, maybe he can be that quarterback whisperer. Maybe he can find the right way to bring him up in that way. I mean, this is what defines the great OCs, right? Is their ability to develop QBs especially, and to maximize the talents of a quarterback and to minimize the deficiencies of the player. That's what makes you good at your job, doing that, not just play calling. And so hopefully Kubiak can find those answers for this kid. Ooh, okay, a couple more picks here in the fourth round. We've got the Saints taking Danny Stutzman, inside linebacker out of Oklahoma there. Good blood and guts kind of guy. Maybe a Demario Davis eventual replacement there as he's getting 32, 33 years old. He's getting up there. CJ West, San Francisco just keeps building up that interior of that defensive line. This is the third defensive lineman for them as they go with nose tackle CJ West. So they grabbed a couple of 3 techs. Now they come back along and get a nose tackle. I like that from the Niners' perspective, trying to rebuild a little bit of what was a bit of a weakness for them recently. So good couple moves there for the Niners. They're having an overall pretty good draft for the most part. There's a couple of those picks with them. Alfred Collins in the second. The kid they took, Nick Martin, yesterday, that was a bad one. That was just a straight horrible pick for them. That was we've got 114, another selection going off the board here with the Carolina Panthers taking Travis Etienne out of Georgia at 114. Hawks still a little ways away here from picking in this fourth round. Slowby1, thank you for the $2 donation, Slowby1. Bro, did you expect Jaden Higgins to go 34th? Laughing out loud. Yeah. I mean, I expected if not that spot, I expected him to go around in that area. I had a very high second round grade on him, so he went right exactly where I had him charted to go, Slowby1. And with Jaden Higgins, this is a draft that there are so many slot wide receivers, undersized receivers that are outside receivers but have short arms. Here's a guy that was a true blue outside guy. And everybody kept trying to bend over backwards to try to make the comp for Tetora McMillan to be Drake London. But to me, McMillan was Mike Evans and Jaden Higgins was Drake London. And not a pure necessarily comp to Drake, but there's a lot of similarities in their game. And so a Drake London-like talent in a draft with weaker wide receivers as a class on the whole, you kind of put that all into the machine and it spits out top of the second round there, Slowby. Kind of how that comes out in the wash on that one. So yeah, that was about the right spot for him to go. And how about the Texans grabbing both the Iowa State kids? So we'll take them both. We'll take them both at twice the price. Silas McDonald, thank you for the $2 donation, Silas. Says, yo, how you doing, brother? What kind of X receivers are left for us? It's a little thin, you know? It's like the little, you remember the Looney Tunes cartoon where they'd have the one slice of bread and they had to all save the one slice of bread? And so they cut it super thin. Like it's like this little, almost a napkin of bread that they have to cut out and give individually to each of them back in that old cartoon. That's a little bit like what we're dealing with right now when it comes to looking for an X receiver in this draft. Jalen Royals is mainly going to be a slot receiver. Jalen Lane, probably more slot receiver. So you've got the three guys that stand out are going to be Torrey Horton. I wish it was Torrey Horton. Torrey Horton out of Colorado State. This is a guy that last year didn't have as much of great production because he was a little bit injured, but the prior 2 years, he was a 1,000-yard receiver. Alec Ionamore is another guy that can play some X, really good blocker. I like Alec a lot here in the fourth round, quite frankly, to be able to, this would be great value to pick him up here. He's a guy that's really coming along as a receiver, new to the position, big-bodied guy, really big catch radius, excellent hands. Route running needs to come a little bit more further along, needs to expand that route tree a little bit. He's another guy that would be potentially interesting. Ricky White isn't really an X. He's more of a Z. Elijah Badger's kind of can do some X stuff here and there, maybe a little bit. He is outside guy. Theo Weiss is another guy that's got a little bit of that to him too. The Missouri kid. He was an outside guy. But you're definitely stretching here. I mean, if you don't go here fourth round wide receiver, you're going to probably come back to the fifth round and go, holy hell, we got nothing here. The Arizona Cardinals with a little bit of a head scratcher pick here. We'll take at 115, Cody Simon out of Iowa State, linebacker. Well, thank you, Silas. So just a couple guys. Ionamore, Horton, Ricky White. That'd be the sort of the pecking order for me right now, in that order. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. What happens when Jalen Hurts gets injured? Jalen Hurts. I see what you did there. Very creative. Oh, Lordy. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation, God's Gang. I think you'll warm up to him. I'm starting to, and don't get me wrong, this guy Milroe could wash out of the league, but if he doesn't, we have upside. Well, that's a great point as well. In addition to that, God's Gang, is that a part that I would not push back up against. There is no denying the fact that the guy is supremely talented. There's not a spot, you're missing on that part of it from a physical ability standpoint. He is as good a runner as we will have seen in this league at the position. That stuff should not be undersold. And so the upside is true. The upside is legit. It's a matter of whether he can get there, or the confidence in my confidence in his ability to get there. But I hope you're right. I'm open to warming up on him. I'm open to being, having the mind changed on this one. It's where I stand right now, but I'm not trying to dig in or be obstinate and petulant, truculent. You're being truculent. Nope, not trying to do that. But I'm hopeful, man. And the upside is true and real with him. There was not a more talented quarterback in this entire draft class. That is for sure. I mean, that's not a hot take. That would be said by just about universally every person following this draft. Well said, God's Gang. Well said. And thank you for the donation. Jeffrey Ball, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey, as well as being a member of the channel. I appreciate you for that. Went to bed upset. Cheer me up, B. Tell me we're getting a decent center or nose tackle today. Oof. Well, I mean, Jeffrey, we're kind of, sounds like we were somewhat in a similar state of mind with where we finished up. I didn't find myself going to bed necessarily feeling super happy. And I have a big worry. I have a big worry and concern, and I'm not saying this is the way this is, folks, okay? So I'm not saying that this is the reality of what we're facing. I just have a little bit of a concern that we had 5 picks in the top 100 picks, and that we're going to come to find 2 years from now that we walked out of this draft with a center and a safety with those top 100 picks. I'm really worried about that. I really hope I'm wrong about that. But that's a little bit of what's got me a little bit like, So I'd love to try to, Jeffrey. I'm hoping the fan base can get me sold on it as much as anything today and get me back into the frat. And because I'm just kind of right there with you a little bit on this one. And I'm trying to find my way around through it, though. You know what I mean? Trying to find my way through the other side of this to find the light on this one. Nose tackle is a possibility. Now with the Niners taking CJ West, it's going to start to get thinner and thinner here if you do pass on that. That's a little tough part here in this fourth round is you might have to make a little bit of a pick between nose tackle or wide receiver. In that if whatever one you do ignore is maybe not going to be there when you come back around in the fifth round. Woo! Kevin, oh, nice. Coming in with a big old $100 donation. Kevin, thank you so much for that, man. That's very, very kind. Very, very kind, Kevin. You're awesome, brother. Coming in with a big old donations these past couple days. You guys have been just amazing on the support to the channel, not just in these last couple days, but throughout this whole year. Absolutely been just wonderful, you guys, and your support. I thank you so much, all of you guys, for that. And Kevin, you are the man. Let's go. Says B, I'm good. 2 safer picks and 2 freaks. If one of the freaks hits, I'm good. You can't teach what they have. Go Hawks. Well, that is very true. There's no denying that. I would say through all of those picks into day 2, those were about upside picks. Those were about you trying to find difference makers. Those were you being willing to take a risk on maybe potentially some bust aspect because, as you say, they have some abilities that you just can't teach. And that is what you're looking for in the evaluation and scouting process. And it is, whether I'm completely on each individual player, I can completely get behind the philosophy of you leave day 1 and you win God's able, you took care of your interior offensive lineman. And so then you say, okay, we took care of the real need. Now what we want to do is really go value. Now what we really want to do is go shooting for upside here into day 2. And on that part of it, you're 100% right. It was completely a shot really for that high-end upside on all of those 3 guys. And all those 3 guys have an upside that is through the roof. It absolutely is. I wouldn't deny any of that at all. Wouldn't even try to on that one. That's for sure. But glad to hear you're good with the picks, man. And yeah, I think even MOR, you're getting, as you say, a safer pick there. It is kind of a safer pick, but you're just getting that upside with it. So it's where the other 2, it's more of just upside, boom, bust is kind of more of what you have in there with those 2. But good draft there at the front. Really like them. Love the Amawari pick. Like the Zabel pick. He's going to fit really well into this team and be probably a guy that can hit the ground running. And hopefully, one of these 2 freaks, like you say, just have to have one of the 2. And you're right. If Arroyo goes out there and becomes a difference-making kind of tight end, and Milroe doesn't get anything done, you're fine with that. Especially if Amawari goes out there and balls out, and Zabel is able to be a fixture on this offensive line. And if Jalen Milroe goes out there and ascends to being a starting quarterback, but Elijah can't ever really develop into a really competent tight end, that in tandem with Amawari doing what he's going to do and what Zabel's going to do, you feel good about that too. So I think you bring up a very good point on this, in that you don't need both of them to hit. You kind of need just one. And because you are shooting for the upside and just needing the one to hit, that if that one then does hit, that's going to be a hell of amount of upside you're going to be able to take advantage of if it goes down that road of it. I love where your thinking's at on that, Kevin. Absolutely, I do. And I hope you're right about that. And I think that the point you bring up is the most important one about these picks. Agree with them or disagree with them. In that in the day 2, you went for upside. You went for a little bit of that moonshot. And a part that stood out to me last year when you heard so many people that were outsiders looking in at this team and talking about this team, and so many of them just kept referencing the same thing time and time again, which is, where are the difference makers? Where are the separators? Where are your all pros? Not just your solid players, your good starters. Where are those guys that really do tilt the field? And in day 2, Kevin, again, back to your point, you've looked to find guys that can tilt the field. And that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, and I can sign off at least on from that standpoint of it for sure. But glad to hear you're good, Kevin. I'm good as well because you guys keep dropping all this love on the channel, and I really appreciate that. That's a huge donation to drop over here on this. So many of you guys have been so kind here the last couple of days. Just unbelievable support to this channel. I thank you for that. You're awesome, brother. Awesome, and go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. Brian Myers, thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate you for that, Brian. Great to see you in the house too as well today. Hope you're having a great morning. B, thanks for all you do for the 12s, especially this weekend. I'll be in and out today. Draft so far is a B minus, in my opinion. The Milroe pick brings it down. Too many other greater impact options available. We'll see. I think, Brian, that we find ourselves pretty closely in alignment in our outlook of this. And that's where I kind of sit just about too. I might be even a little bit lower, just a tiny bit lower than your grade on that. But again, it's coming back to that thing that I worry about where I'm hopeful for the upside of these picks in the top 100 that we've had. I'm hopeful. But I have a sneaking worry and a sneaking suspicion that potential reality I spoke about, that you end up coming back a couple years down the line and looking at we walked in that draft with 100 picks. And we came out of it on the other side of it going, here's what we came out of it with. And let's also remember that John has been in this place before. We have been in a spot before where we've had a lot of picks up in the top 100. And you're like, man, look at the damage we're going to be able to do. And then you came out the other side of it and you went, we took this guy out of Michigan, this wide receiver out of Michigan, who's never even going to make the roster. You grabbed a couple of safeties who will never ascend to be starters. You grabbed an okay outside cornerback in Shaquille Griffin. It was kind of weak, and so hopefully I can come around on it. Hopefully you can come around to Brian on this and we get a little more sold on it as we go down the line on it a little bit. But yeah, I would agree with everything you said, and it's been a great weekend here. It's been fun really doing this. Whether you love every individual pick or not, it has been really cool to see the community just rocking and rolling here through this. When there's disagreement, people are cool with it. They roll with the punches. They understand it. Nobody's getting too feisty and disrespectful on that side. I really thank you guys for that. I know there's always going to be a lot of difference of opinion on these kind of days. A lot of people that feel very passionately about one direction or another about what they're thinking. And so keeping it on the straight and narrow with that, keeping it respectful is a very important part of it for me on that. But thanks, Brian. Been a great few days here with you guys doing this, and I'm enjoying myself. A couple more picks here. We've got the Rams looking to dip into the running back market here at 117. So they will go with Jarquez Hunter. I am struggling with saying names right. So running back to the Rams, he'll go there with Blake Corum and Kyron Williams to fill out that backfield. Billy Bowman Jr., a very tiny little safety out of Oklahoma with some great ball skills, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. I like that pick for them in the 4th round. The Cincinnati Bengals take inside linebacker Barrett Carter out of Clemson. Guy I've long scouted. It feels like I've watched him for about 3 years out there at Clemson. It's another guy who's never quite kind of came forward in the way you were hoping to for the talent you saw from him on the field. But a good pick there for the Bengals. Like that as a fit. I think that's their second inside linebacker. Haley says Cross, Sable, Sundell, Lumea, Lucas. Well, I think Haley Haynes is going to be probably the guy that they're going to try to make work there, but Lumea will be the main guy battling him out. I do think Haley, to your question point there, I don't think Bradford is going to probably stay unless they try to roll with 3 right guards and just 1 left guard and flip a guy over if they need to, something like that. Oxa Poo says Josh Allen had to develop out of college. He did. He showed an ability though in college to process. And the big thing with Josh Allen coming out was that why is this not letting me? What the hell is going on? Yeah. Okay. The big thing with him coming out was the accuracy question marks in regards to that. My system is struggling here all of a sudden. What's going on? Come on. Okay. Chat's messing up on me all of a sudden here for some reason. Oh. Might have to reset that. Jesus. All right, with the 120th pick here in the 4th round, the Tennessee Titans are going to take Gunnar Helm out of Texas. Nice little pick here for them. On that side of it. I got to scroll this down. What is going on here? All right. Hindsight 2021. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. Hindsight. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. And appreciate you jumping aboard. Thank you. Appreciate you again, Brian, for the $20 donation. We'll be rocking it all day here on the stream. CD Woods, thank you for the $10 donation, CD Woods. As a Bama Hawks fan, I'm relieved Milroe goes to a team that can be patient and develop him. Didn't get that at Bama with 3 offensive coordinators. 2 were really young. The other said he should have been a safety. Oh, yikes. Well, yeah, definitely there was a lot of kind of turnover there with Alabama in his time there, that's for sure. And in to your point, back to the CD Woods a little bit with Grubb, Grubb goes to Washington and kind of bails out of Alabama there, and that meant that then DeBoer was going to have to kind of struggle, find that young coordinator as kind of a replacement there at that point. As now Grubb's gone back to Alabama and he's going to go come back to be the OC there, and that definitely is not going to help a guy in his development when he's got to go through that and deal with that. That's a great point. It's a great point on that side of it. And it is kind of the most important part of the Milroe aspect in developing him here, which is that he's going to need 2 years. Mike's talking a little bit about trying to get some 10% packages of trotting him out there, and maybe you can do some of that. I mean, maybe that's going to work. But I really like much more the angle with this kind of player of giving him the 2 years to develop and sit. Work on those mechanics, work on refining your throwing motion, get better from the neck up in your processing. I think that those can happen without you having to be on the football field. It takes the hard work, it takes the lonely work, but that's what he needs to do at this point to get himself right. He needs that time to develop and not be thrust out on the football field and, go make it happen. Go make it happen. No, that's not the best way to utilize him, in my opinion, at this point. So hopefully they can maintain that patience. It does help, to your point on this too, again, CD Woods, that when you have a Drew Lock and when you have a Sam Darnold, now you have multiple viable quarterbacks there, because when you only have the one, it's just a one heartbeat away to throwing that kid back on the field before he's really ready to go. But when you got 2, it's much more unlikely that he's going to reach the field and actually get out there, and that's a good thing for him. I think this is the exact kind of player that if you try to trot him out there too early, you are going to have him develop some bad habits. And you are certainly not going to get him to correct the things that are limitations to his game. So hopefully they can stay in that pocket. They're set up well to do so, CD Woods, but I'd like to see the team kind of try to remain there as much as they can, saying 2 years. Just give him the 2 years. Give him the 2 years. William Leonard, thank you for 36 months as a Hawks Nest member. 3 years, my man. I appreciate that long time support and dedication to the channel. We give Milroe extensive psychological therapy, hypnosis, a Neuralink, and Jaden Daniels VR training. What could go wrong? The $6 million man. We can build him better, faster, stronger. I love it, William. Let's go. They talk about all their advanced approaches in the VMAC out there and trying to be at the cutting edge of things. And you bring up a very good point about the Jaden Daniels VR training, which is that if I was a coach and I understanding what Jaden Daniels has done with VR and how it's impacted to allow him to really be able to play the position so much further better with his above the shoulders than he should be at his age, I would be forcing all my quarterbacks to just be, I want this in your house. I want you doing this like 2 hours a day. I want you, just locking this in. So I think what Jaden does is he does the VR and then he sets the speed up by 10%. So he's doing the VR and he has everything going a little bit faster so that when he gets to game day, everything looks like it's in super slow-mo mode. And it's so brilliant on his part. So brilliant to really be a guy to really wrap your head around that. And like, this is where the teaching of this position is going. The VR, you can see why that's going to be such a cool, useful tool as it gets better and better and better through the years for quarterbacks specifically. It could probably help out all players to a degree, but I think quarterbacks specifically is one that really are aided by that, because you can just get that many more reps. You can just rep out again and again and again and again. Whereas you go into a practice field and you're like, well, we're going to get 30 offensive reps today. What a huge difference in your ability to be able to get yourself better and more improved by doing that. I like it, man. The $6 million man. Let's go. Whatever it takes, William. Just put that investment in. Couple more picks here down the line. We've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to go take a real fun edge rusher here out of Central Arkansas, small school guy. David Walker will go there. That's a good pick for them. Like the value there. Another safety will pop off the board here with Latham Ransom going to the Carolina Panthers at 122. The Steelers take a very Steeler guy, a guy cut from the Jack Tatum cloth. You know, all he needs is to get a couple teeth knocked out. Jack Sawyer, power edge out of Ohio State, sees his fall come to a stop in conclusion. Guy that I feel very good about where I put him at. I think I was right on the button with this guy. A lot of people thought this should be a top 50 guy. Day two, I said, no, and a third round and a fourth round is about where you're going to have him at. And that is where this is fitted to when it was all said and done. High effort guy, good run defender, no doubt about that. He's going to give you everything he's got. But the dip and the bend are a little bit lacking with him, unfortunately. That's where it really is the main issue there. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, didn't most draft boards have Elijah Arroyo like the 5th tight end? I think that once you got past Mason Taylor, God's Gang, that it was a little bit of an open-ended situation when it came to who the next tight ends were in the pecking order. Whether you had Harold Fannin or Gunnar Helm, Terrace Ferguson, like those guys were all kind of in a mix. And I think depending on the team you talk to and depending on the pundit you talk to, of where they would stack those names in those orders. But I think that it was really Warren, Loveland, and Mason Taylor where you're locked in top 3. And then it was pretty much kind of a free-for-all behind them as to where the rest of the guys slotted into, I would say. So it kind of depends on the board you're looking at there. There was not a consensus around Arroyo. And there wasn't as much consensus around him because it just wasn't as an easy evaluation. The kid's got talent. Of course, he does. But 1 year of production. Last year had a lot of the year with some injuries. There are maybe a little bit of some injury concerns there with him, kind of the nagging thing. Does he just kind of have always some nagging stuff kind of biting at him a little bit? And so that makes it a bit of a tougher evaluation for a guy like this. And coming to a consensus that he's just awesome. But just because it's a tough evaluation doesn't mean it can't be the truth of that he is awesome, like that. Just that you had to do a little bit more advanced projection and taking a look at him and looking at his last season, not getting as caught up in the tape in the early part of the year. As when he got to the back end of the year last year, he was a little bit more stronger and better and more improved and more healthier. That part was obvious. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. He says, regarding Arroyo, you said lots of screens. He also said that in the presser. Can he not run other routes, or wasn't asked to? Tight end can be scheme dependent. He definitely, at the Senior Bowl, was cooking guys up as a route runner. There was not a better tight end when it came to the Senior Bowl in his route running and creating separation and getting open in the one-on-ones. Now, I don't give that as much stock as some others do, because any cornerback in this world will tell you that those are the worst drills for cornerbacks. You give a wide receiver a one-on-one matchup where he's got the whole field to work with, two-way goes and do whatever the hell he wants. That's going to be a drill that's put up in a position to make defenders look bad, not to make them look good. And so I don't carry as much of the Senior Bowl stuff. And yeah, it's when it comes to his tape, it does stand out where you have a guy with only 1 year of production, and then you have a lot of his production this year that's heavily manufactured touches. It's him coming back across the formation, and he's going to look like he's laying a wham block, but instead he just kind of leaks out. There's so many of those catches for him that are mixed in there that are that. Then you've got, like you say, Brandon, or like you say, Randall, a lot of the bubble screens, then also layered in there on top of it. And so then when you actually get to the true blue snaps where he's just going out there creating separation, making the catch, there's just not a lot there, especially understanding it's only the 1 year of production. So he wasn't asked as much to do it on that, I would say, is a part of it. He fit to the role that they wanted him to do. And some tight ends, guys like this, that can be pretty good, yak guys. Sometimes you're just going to want to get the ball in the hands, let him go get to work. But he wasn't necessarily running like full route trees and showing you all of that either on the other side of it, I would say, to that point of it. That stuff was kind of occasionally sort of peppered and mixed in. A little bit, though, to your question here, Randall, if we try to kind of because a little bit of what I do in my scouting process when looking at these teams at college is I look and see how college coaches utilize players. Because I think sometimes fans can try to sort of teach these can sort of act like these college coaches are sort of like dumbasses, and that they have a player that'll be good and they use him this way. And it's like, that guy was so stupid. He just doesn't know his head from a hole in the wall. Whereas I tend to lean in a bit of a different direction with that, where I say, when I'm seeing the college team do something with player A, I will take something away from that it speaks to a little bit of something about player A. So in your case, to the question that you're asking on this, when he's not running the great mini routes, when there's a lot of manufactured touches on that, I do wonder a little bit and go, okay, well, is the team putting him in that position partly to get him some touches and partly because they don't have faith in him to be able to do the just typical stuff? I'm not saying with any certainty on this, Randall. These are just sort of some of the questions that pop up and roll through my mind a little bit on this one when I think about that. But he definitely did look good running those routes at the Senior Bowl. Half of his snaps were out of the slot. So, he's got a lot of snaps out of in that way. He has rocked from that area of things, at least. But definitely a lot of those manufactured touches on the tape. All you got to do is go look at his college highlight. Just go to his college highlight, grab a pen and paper, and as you're going through the catches that he makes, mark the number of catches you see that are all, like I say, that manufactured variety, where it's him starting blocking and then leaking out, him faking this and then doing that. Here's a bubble screen over here. Here's a tunnel screen back over there. And you're going to find that a lot of those catches are that, which doesn't take it away wholly, but he just also is not as impressive as the guy that's going down there and just getting open, like Tyler Warren just going down there and just getting open down the field. Warren didn't have as much of those manufactured touches in what he was doing outside of the direct snaps in the backfield that he would take. The Green Bay Packers are going to go with an edge here at 124. They take Baron Sorrell out of Texas. So a lot of Texas, I think it's a freaking fourth defensive lineman out of Texas has been taken in this draft, I want to say. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $10 donation, Martin. I really appreciate you for that, brother. I have no issue with taking Arroyo or Milroe in terms of skills or potential. It's about where we took them in the draft. For me, they were both a reach. Hopefully, we get development in at least one. Barton touching on a little bit of what a previous donation had kind of mentioned as well. Kind of just need one of these guys to hit. Kind of need them to hit in somewhat of a major way. But if just one of them can hit, that would make it perfectly fine. And I think you touched on a little bit of a part of what bothers me a little with these picks as well, and just outside of the evaluations of the players, is that it did feel like you took both of these two guys earlier than where they should have gone. And that made them reaches at that point. And I already feel like was able a little bit, that wasn't a monstrous reach, but it was a little bit of a reach for need. And I think was able, that's your fourth, fifth guy that you had as a realistic option you thought was going to be available there when you picked. So it's just not a pathway to drafting success to be going pick by pick and going little need, little reach, or not need, but reach, little reach. You get through 4 or 5 year picks and you're saying that, you get to the end of their side of it and you go, okay, it gets a little harder to go, well, it was just a hugely successful draft. They knocked that one completely out of the park. You instead go, you kind of stretched a little bit on this one. But the upside is true. The nice part is that at least with the reaches on this, you didn't reach for a guy with some super high floor and no ceiling. You actually went for guys that were going to be big swings on this if you are going to reach for them, and that the payoff for it is at least going to be then worthwhile if it can hit. And you just need, like you say, Martin, as someone else said below with this, just have just one of the two of them hit, and you're perfectly happy with that. Especially knowing you got a Memoir in here and you got Zabel in here and you're rolling with that. So that can be an okay direction for this to go if it takes and manifests in that way. But I would agree with what you're saying there. That's my outlook on it as well. I had neither of these two guys in my third round. So a little bit of a reach on those two guys. But they got the upside at least, I'll say that. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Nose tackle, anyone strike your fancy? You better believe it. You better believe it. So from a nose tackle angle right now, we got Joshua Farmer, 3-tech. I'm not a big fan of nose tackle JJ Pegues. He doesn't do anything for me, really. Tonka, 3-tech. Aeneas, 3-tech. Ty Hamilton, 3-tech. I think Aeneas is 3-tech, I want to say. You got Cam Jackson's interesting. My two guys are still here on the board, though. And that's Nazir Stackhouse and Jordan Phillips. Those are the two guys to me that are my two guys in this draft. I like Phillips a little bit more than Stackhouse, even though the big board's got this one in a weird place. ESPN big boards is wild on this one. But you do have a couple guys, Yaha Black, Cam Jackson. There are a few other nose tackles here on this that could be in the wheelhouse of what the Seahawks are looking for. But there's a couple guys here still. There's a couple guys here. And I mean, hell, if ESPN's right on this chart, you might even be able to come back around in the fifth and get these guys. But I would prefer Phillips and Stackhouse as my kind of 1-2 that are available here still. Steele, thank you for the $20 donation coming in from Steele. He's dropping a $12.69 donation. I see what you did there. Steele. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for that big time donation, man. It didn't have any note other than the $12.69, but I think you said a lot. You said a lot with just those four numbers. A lot baked in there with that. And I thank you, man. That's really kind of you on that donation, as you guys are amazing as ever on this today. I'm just so nice on so many of the donations of this channel. You guys don't have to do, but you're very kind to do so. And I really appreciate it, Steele. Right, we got another pick up here. Chargers, grade A selection here. Chargers having a really good draft. Kyle Kennard, 23rd overall pick in the 4th round, will go to the Chargers, South Carolina edge. Like this guy a lot. Thought he had some similarities at the time on tape to a little bit of like a Danielle Hunter, a little bit. But like this pick for the Chargers a lot. They're having a good draft. Really good draft. Browns will be up next. Seahawks starting to get closer. Almost within 10 picks here. Ooh. Thrill House, thanks for the $2 donation. But isn't this scheme killing? Like Russ scrambling? Isn't this scheme killing? You might have Thrill House. You might have to put a little bit in the chat what you meant by that. I'm not sure what you mean. You say, but isn't this scheme killing? Like Russ scrambling? I don't know if you mean the manufacturer touches or you mean like the 10% snaps that they're talking about giving Milroe. And I'm not a big guy on flopping out quarterbacks. There's not been a lot of success in NFL history. Teams with any ultimate success especially who go through their process of trying to we've got our starter, but then we're going to bring in our specialized guy for the 10% of the snaps to me, it throws off rhythm. It throws off the pace of the offense. It kind of throws things in a little bit of disarray. And I can understand why coaches do it. We give these defenses a different look. It makes us hard to prepare for. I get all that. It's really good in theory, but in practice, it just tends to lead to a mess, disjointedness, lack of the rhythm, when it's all said and done. Like you say, maybe not scheme killing, but just not allowing your scheme to flourish at its best either. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Who would your picks have been with the second and third? I don't know. I can't really remember who was available at the times we're picking. I probably would have gone back to offensive line somewhere in there. The second round, maybe Wilson would have been a guy I would have taken a look at. Jack Besh would have been a guy I would have looked at. Tate Ratledge would have been a guy I would have looked at. Trey Harris would have been a guy I would have looked at. Trey Amos would have been a guy I looked at. I guess Mike Green would have been completely off the board. But Harold Fannin, Kyle Williams, Siobhan Ravel, there kind of would have been a sort of litany of names there I would have been perfectly happy with and would have celebrated hugely if they had been the pick. All right, selections are coming fast and furious here, folks. We've got the Browns going for their second running back in this draft. They've already taken Judkins. Now they're going to go with Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee with a 126 pick. 127, Jalen Travis, Ohio State tackle. Iowa State tackle, will go to the Colts. I think they're probably going to kick him into guard there and look to maybe have him take over for Will Freeze. Jalen Lane, wide receiver for Virginia Tech, goes off the board. So another wide receiver goes here in the fourth round as that position group starts to get a little bit leaner and leaner and leaner and leaner. Thank you, God's Gang, the $2 dono, man. Random McDaniel, thanks for the $5 donation. He says, non-scientific observation. Most successful tight ends get drafted in round 2 to 4. Lots of misses in round 1. Kelsey, Kittle, Gronk, Andrews, Goddard, not round 1. Yeah, very true. I do think that that's 100% the truth. I think that you do have your share of misses at times in the first round, and I don't know if I have a real great explanation for that. I will say that part of the reason that you see so many successful hits in round 2 through 4, Randall, is I could kind of play this game with a couple of other positions too, and I think you'll know what I mean by this when I say this. So I could also say that the most successful positional groups, so let me take it this way. So most successful guards get drafted in round 2 to 4. Most successful running backs get drafted in round 2 to 4. Most successful centers get drafted in rounds 2 to 4. And so I think you kind of can understand what I mean by that, which is that it speaks less to that where you find your great tight ends is the second round, and it more speaks to the devaluation of the position, and that teams don't take those guys in the first round. And I agree, you have a very good point about the fact that the first rounds tend to have a lot of misses within them. Kyle Pitts, Eric Ebron wasn't very good from a couple of years ago. It even took a guy like Vernon Davis quite a bit of time for him to find his footing. We can go through quite a few tight ends, but there's not a lot of them taken in the first round. We go through 15 years of drafts. We have maybe like 3-4 tight ends taken in the first round throughout that time period. Maybe more than that. That's probably a little undersold on that, but it's not a ton. It's not a ton of guys. So some of it's just that positional value. I think part of it that ends up factoring and carrying in a little bit. Then you can maybe make the argument, Randall, that teams have devalued tight ends too much, and that there should have been more of those guys going in the first round. And it sort of speaks to the lazy process of NFL teams kind of itemizing these certain positions and saying, these positions are second round. Center, guard, tight end, running back. These positions are really second round. They're not worthy of being first round guys. And I understand the reasons behind it, but it does also mean it's not that pure, like that's where you get your great guys. It's really about that's just the teams don't always have the greatest ability to kind of identify the tight ends and who are the good ones and who are the bad ones. And there's a lot of variance in what you're actually going to get from players of that position. being that it's so hard, it seems to evaluate. But thank you, man. Good point, though. That's where you find your great ones, man. Jimmy Graham was a former second-round pick, I want to say. A lot of the guys in the league. A lot of the guys in the league are second-rounders. With the 129th selection in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens take Teddy Buchanan, athletic, explosive inside linebacker for the California Bears. Bears with their third player drafted, man. How about the Bears getting a little bit of love in the draft? You don't always see 3 Bears taken in the first 4 rounds of an NFL draft. That's kind of cool. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, can you rate John on post-draft pickups? You mean like UDFAs, John? I think that's what you're meaning on that. You rate John on post-draft pickups? I mean, he's had a very good history with UDFAs. And if I'm misidentifying your question, let me know on it. But I think what you're asking is how he's done as far as undrafted rookie free agents go. And yes, okay, cool. So you've got a guy in Doug Baldwin, which is one of the all-time best UDFAs you'll ever find. I mean, the guy had an amazing career. Poona Ford is a guy that you got as a UDFA who you brought in. And when you brought him in, one of the biggest things everyone said is that this is a guy that no one understands how he didn't get drafted. He's going to be a 10-year starter in this league. And he's on pace right now to be a 10-year starter in this league. So John identified that. That was a great pick by him on that one. Bobo came out a couple years ago, gave us some pretty good play out there as an undrafted rookie free agent from the outside wide receiver position. I think he's one of the better ones in the sport, quite frankly. George Holani wasn't a bad back for us last year. Still might end up becoming our 4th back this year as we get into the season. And Jalen Sundell is a guy who might end up as your starting center this year. Another undrafted rookie free agent there. So I would give John a lot of credit on this one, John, in that he's done a great job with UDFAs. There's always going to be a couple of UDFA names that come out the other side of it that you're like, ooh, this was a guy that I had here. This is a guy that I had there in the draft. And so I'd give John a lot of props for doing a really good job on that side of it. 100%. 100%. He's had a couple. Still think I'm maybe missing 2 on a couple other guys here that are guys he had brought in that have been workable. The New York Jets grab a safety, Malachi Moore, a fun player out of Alabama. A little like Billy Bowman, a little light for the position, but he's a baller. Kind of the way it was for Andrew Makuba, too. You have a lot of kind of real thin, undersized safeties in this draft that, man, they're ballers. They go in and they get it done at the college level, but you do worry a little bit about their ability to kind of fully hold up at the next level at that size. NBA Kosei, thank you for subscribing to the channel, NBA. I really appreciate you doing that. Folks, if you haven't today, if you can do me that favor, you know what I'm going to ask, and that is to hit that like button. Join up if you could, like NBA Kosei has as well. We'd love to get ourselves over 20,000 subscribers this offseason, if it is possible. So please help us get to that mark if we can. I thank you, NBA Kosei, for doing that, helping us get a little bit closer on that side of it. All right, getting closer here. Seattle is about 6 picks away here at 137. And of course, we've got 2 fifth-round picks once this thing turns over to that side of it. Coming fast and furious. Got some good players still left on the board here. That is for sure. Dustin says, Brandon, have you ever thought to pursue a profession in being a scout, coaching staff personnel for the Seahawks? I would love to do it, Dustin. And if they ever came a calling, I would certainly be open to helping out in whatever way they could want. I think they've probably got a lot of hands on deck where they don't need, they probably say, look, we're fine. We're good. You just do what you do. We'll do what we do. But it's something where I think I probably would have needed to be a bit younger to jump into that game, because when you're going to be a scout, or you're going to be into that side of it, you need to get in early, you need to develop, you need to get those connections, you need to roll through, and trying to kind of do that in your mid 40s where you're started out on that's probably a little bit late in the game to get that rolling, But if they, like I say, if they ever do come calling, I'll jump on them with 2 feet. That's for sure. In retrospect, I think I would have liked to have. In retrospect, if I kind of chose the different path in life, I probably would have gotten on that a little more earlier and would have tried to have, gone down maybe a little bit of that road, because I think I would have loved it, and I think I would have been pretty decent at it. But I'm a little late in the game. Wow. So the Saints are going to go with a cornerback here at 131. Shadur Sanders' fall continues. Jeez. Quincy Riley at 131 here. Louisville cornerback goes to the New Orleans Saints. Chicago Bears are up on the clock. CR says, we got rid of diva behavior when we traded away DK. Don't want to trade Pickens to get this attitude back in the locker room. I get that. That's a guy that even going back to Georgia, there were some questions about that with him. Kevin says, can we please get Brandon a job in the front office? I'm there, man. You guys hit him up. Hit him up over there on Seattle. Let them know what they're on their email. Saying, like, you guys got to get this guy in. Come on. Ben Sandbrook, love the videos as always. Who would you draft with our round 5 picks? Go Hawks. Well, certainly if one of Nazir, Stackhouse, and Jordan Phillips can fall in, if they can, to that 5th round, I would certainly love to be able to grab one of those guys there. I mean, if you've got an Alec Ionamore here, maybe up on the board here for you at 137, if he lasts to that spot, that's pretty good value for him. And I think he's got a lot of reason to believe that his arrow is going to continue to go up as a player. In the 5th round, outside of defensive tackle and nose tackle at that, I think you're trying to kind of find value where you can. Zoff Frazier could make a lot of sense if he lasts in there. Dorian Strong is a guy I like as a cornerback who's still available here. There's still some good names. Some centers are still available in this class. I don't think that we've seen McLaughlin go yet. Yeah, Seth McLaughlin's still there. He can make a lot of sense. A lot of different directions that they can go. Good directions they can still go here. What's up, Rob? Good to see you in the house, brother. Much love. Drady, Puna was a beast, still is. Boy, he is ever. I think he maybe had his best year of his career last season with Chargers. I mean, he was a wrecking shop, like the 6th highest graded defensive tackle by PFF. It was crazy. Haley says, so is Pritchett cooked? I think he probably failed a bit to impress there, Haley. I mean, they haven't gone for a corner yet in this draft, so he's still, a guy that's in the mix. But I think, especially at that last game of the year against the Rams, you brought him out there, and the Rams weren't trotting their best receivers out there. It was no Cooper Kupp, there was no Puka Nacua, and he got dealt in that game a little bit. MWM says, Ionamore is Canadian, so no attitude or locker room issues there. I guess it's not Ionamore too, because I want to do the French pronunciation, but I was listening to the when you're watching the game film of him and the announcers talking about him, they're like, they'll start going off on, they'll be like, Alec Ayana Manor. Like, is that what it is? Is Ayana Manor? You got to pronounce it right. Good morning, brother. Yeah, Pritchett hopefully has got some room to grow. I'm still hopeful for the kid, but it was a little bit rough watching him last year. The Chicago Bears with a bit of a surprising pick here. They're going to take Ruben Hippolyte II out of Maryland A linebacker. I didn't watch this guy at all. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Alex says, why has Jalen Royals fallen so far? Because he's more of a slot than he is an outside receiver. I think a lot of the people that liked Jalen Royals looked at him as a guy that was going to be able to play outside consistently. And he's going to be more into that slot realm of things. I think it's the great big lesson that come away from with this draft is this draft has taught us a lot about receivers that can be outside or receivers that are pure inside guys. And to be a pure inside guy is not a horrible thing. It's not the scarlet letter red A on your chest. It's not a bad thing necessarily. But you got to identify with receivers properly, whether the guy can play outside, play inside, whether he can play both. It matters. It really does. Lunt, great name, James. James Valvis might be on it with this one. Chase Lunt might be the pick there. That one might be the pick there for your Hawks. I want Jordan Phillips too, but I'd take Lunt. I'll take a Lunt. Thrill House, Hawks Nest, I meant about Milroe overwhelming scheming to him and not the system. Like, it was so hard to scheme Russ because he had to bail him out and run all over him. Is Milroe a Shanahan fit? I think it's a great point, Thrill House. No, I think you're probably on it with this one, where you're coming from. And that's the thing that I talk about where you've got to give him the 2 years of development. Because indeed, if you put a Jalen Milroe out inside that first 2 years, I think you're going to then have to change up your offense a lot to a fit to him. And I don't like that. That's not that's not a smart approach. But you're right. That would be a bit of the approach, and hard to say that even 2 years down the line, you wouldn't have to be doing some of that as well. Because we come back to, what does this scheme need? It needs a guy that can process from the position, both pre and post snap. It needs a guy that can throw with supreme accuracy at times and put the ball into tight windows in the right spot on time. And this isn't as much Milroe's game inherently at the heart of it. So you do then wonder, by extension of that, then does that not drive you to then have to do more accommodating and changing of the offense to fit to his skill set? And then, like you on that, I don't know that I like that as a reality, because I don't know that's what's best for the team. It might be best to get the most then out of Milroe as a quarterback, but it might not be best for the team because you're walking away from your scheme. And when you start to walk away from your scheme, I think you get more simplified. I think you get easier to play defensively. It's a possible concern there, Rouse, but part of why you want to give him the 2 years so that when he comes out after 2 years, the hope would be he has developed, he's gotten his throwing motion in a better state. His mechanics are cleaner. He's able to deliver the ball more consistently to the right place on time. He's seeing things a little bit more improved. So then there's less of that playbook you're tearing out in order to get him onto the field. That's where we come back to the 2 years being so very bloody important in this process. Charter says Chase Lunt, Jackson Slater, Jordan Phillips, just a few. Yeah, we got a couple guys here. HHG, Shadudu get drafted? Shadudu is not getting drafted. Well, somebody was asking about Jalen Royals, how far he was going to fall. We learned where the stop halts. At 133, the Kansas City Chiefs will take Jalen Royals, Utah State wide receiver. Good player. A lot of Hawk fans like this guy a lot. Fun tape. Good thicker lower half. Good after the catch. Nice yak guy. Good pick for the Chiefs. They need some wide receiver help. Voodoo Magic says, I think you try to make the Hispanic name sound exotic when it's not necessary, B. Maybe so. Maybe so. Martin says, nose tackle, nose tackle, nose tackle. Did I mention I want a nose tackle? Have him to free up Byron Murphy so he can just wreck plays. Yeah, Byron's your starting nose tackle at this moment. As it stands right now, that is our reality here. That is the truth. Austin says, Mike says Milroe will play 10% of the snaps. Correct. He said if everything goes well in his development, that was the ideal and how they use it. I think he was meaning that in regards to people were asking him, are you going to use him as your Taysom Hill gadget guy, blah, 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 blah. And he was kind of pushing back on that and saying, no, it won't be that. It'll be actually him doing 10% of the time as a quarterback and quarterback things. Chris says Clay Webb is off my list. He did a nasty, nasty thing to a dude. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Chris says it was in high school. He was indicted on federal lawsuit over bowling. Essentially got a dude to drink a Powerade with his specimens in it. Oh, jeez. Clay Webb. Gross. Haley, how far does standards need to fall to break that ego? If that humble pie hasn't been eaten every slice by this point, I don't know if it's ever getting eaten. God, I mean, Haley, where's this guy going? How far can he fall? The Denver Broncos at 134 take Quay Robinson out of Alabama, an edge out of Alabama there at 134. So you've got Hawks almost on the clock. You got the Raiders, the Ravens, and then the Seahawks here. Good players. I think John, part of the reason you don't see him trade up today and let this board fall where it may, I think John looks at this and he goes, Jalen Lane, Jalen Travis, Dylan Sampson, Kyle Kennard, Barry Sorrell, Jack Sawyer, Latham Ransom, David Walker, Gunnar Helm. I think John looks at these names and he's like, okay, none of these guys are going to be targets for us. So we'll just stand pat and we'll just pick here in the fourth. This is playing out just fine for us. Quay Robinson, Royals going, okay. We'll just roll it up this way with it. You know? Which I can understand. I'd be doing the same thing. Interesting to see how they go here with this pick. Particle in the Wave. Rob Staten noted that if Milroe just becomes the next Taysom Hill, that's worth a third rounder. Yeah, I'm probably in the same place of where Brian is on this. I still think it's probably a bit too much for giving up to just get that for the third round as a Taysom Hill-like kind of toy to use on the field. I mean, it's kind of a specialist. It's kind of a weapony kind of guy. I think you kind of could have found more of a starter there who snap in and snap out is out there for you on the football field. You know, out there getting it done versus the guy every once in a while you mix him in on some snaps and some touches. You know, in that way. Plus as well, I mean, the team is telling us, you know, in addition to this particle that straight from the horse's mouth last night to Mike McDonald, he's asked if that's the intention to use him in that role. And he said that that's not our intention to use him in that role. So we have to kind of take out, if the team's telling us the plan's not to use him in a Taysom Hill role, then it's just merely about what he is as a quarterback then. But I'm hopeful. Hopefully, I hope I'm wrong on this. Hopefully, maybe they do decide to start to use him that way. Hopefully, they do try to, you know, work in, you know, kind of a manufactured role there for him, at least initially. Thrillhouse says that's a federal offense. I guess so. Kieran says Taysom Hill is not worth the roster spot in most games. Think about it. You're going to address 3 quarterbacks every game. Waste. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing to have a guy like that. I mean, if the Taysom Hill model was so cool, we'd see a lot more NFL teams doing it, right, Kieran? There's plenty of quarterbacks that come out every draft that can be mobile as hell, but don't give you a lot as a passer and put him in that special role, you know, a little bit. At 33, the Raiders are going to select Tonka Hemingway, one of the great names of this draft, a defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Another South Carolina defensive player goes in this draft. And so Seattle finds himself two away from selecting here in this draft. Who do they go with? James says the 137. Seahawks trade down. No! Is Mbow still on the board? Well, let me give you guys the outlook here of their best available on the board here. Stuart Sanders, Joshua Farmer, Braden Swinson out of LSU, and yes, Marcus Mbow is there. We got Miles Frazier, another guard also on the board, a couple of receivers, and Torrey Horton and Alec Ayanamore. Got MJ Mickens, safety, might be in play. Zoff Frazier, a cornerback. We got Chris Paul dropping there into the 4th round. A lot of people had him up in the 2nd, 3rd round. Smail Mondon, interesting player. Seth McLaughlin, center. Dorian Strong, cornerback. So still some very, very good names here. Chase Lund, a couple defensive tackles. We got some interesting guys here. Seahawks can go in a variety of different ways. They're not kind of locked in one way or the other here. And yeah, Mbow still right there. 4th highest rated player right now on ESPN's big board. Benelli says Nick's a pure wide receiver now, and he's close to elite. Nick Nash. Got some Nick Nash love. Let's go. Pick is in for... Oh, they got the Titans. Did somebody trade up here? Titans traded up here in this spot. Max says Phillips one biscuit short of a landmark. Sign him immediately. Let's go. Yeah, Jordan Phillips definitely a nose tackle. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. Go to commercial. You know they're doing it, Haley. They can't help themselves. They just can't help themselves. Chuck says, hope Seattle doesn't pull a Hippolyte moment. Yeah, I don't want a Hippolyte. That's a rough pick there. That's a who? Who? Thrillhouse, Hawks Nest, what do you think of Johnny Walker? Is he still there? I think Johnny Walker's still there. Did I look at Johnny Walker? I think I did. Oh, damn it. The Titans probably jumped up thinking we might take this guy. So the Titans jumped up ahead of us to go take Alec Ayanamore out of Stanford. So Stanford goes off the clock. Yeah, they jumped us on that one, I think. Wouldn't have been surprised if that was going to be the Seahawks pick there, and they probably knew it. They probably knew it. JRD 243. Thank you for the $2 donation, JR. How do we feel about Torrey Horton? Torrey's good. He's fun. He's an outside receiver. A couple 1,000-yard seasons before this past year. He got injured, and so he wasn't able to really, top out that final year. But the 2 years of production is worth noting. 6'2", 190, so he's got some good size. He's a little bit thinly built, but back-to-back 1,100-yard seasons prior to this year, 18 total touchdowns prior to this in the prior 2 seasons to this year. I think the speed is the thing you worry a little bit about him a bit. Does he have the top-end speed to work on the outside? But strong hands catcher, good fortitude in contested catch situations, good leaping ability, nice returner. He's got really, really unpredictable lateral movement at times, which really helps him with the ball in his hands. Also a good passer, 5 of 6 for 150 yards in his career as a trick passer too. So maybe a guy that they take a look at here. Showing you guys the best available you got. These would be the guys here as we come up on this pick, as far as at least the big board goes with ESPN. So some interesting names here. Variety of different directions. Couple of nose tackles still on the board. Chase Lunt, a guy that could be in play here the Seahawks have met with. It looks like Seattle has traded out of the pick. Yeah, so Seattle trades out of the pick with New England at 137. I'll let you guys know as soon as I've got the details here from New England and what they gave up to move up here. I wonder if Seattle's moving back on this because they were like, we were hoping Ionamore was going to be here, and now Ionamore's off the board, so we're moving back. So, all right, so Seattle picks up 144, so they drop back 7 spots to give the Patriots an opportunity to go up in the 4th round. Seattle picks up an additional 7th round pick. So now Seattle has 3 7th round picks and 3 5th round picks. So 6 picks remaining left in this draft for your Seattle Seahawks right now. Okay. Yeah, it's tough there, BLM Ben. I think the team probably was looking at Alec there. I think they were definitely looking at Alec there. But Torrey's good, JRD. I mean, he's the best outside receiver on the board probably as it stands right now. Everybody else, you can see they've got him right there, number 1. So he's the highest guy on the board. I don't think we're touching Isaiah Bond. I don't want Brew McCoy. Tez Johnson's a slot. Xavier Restrepo's a slot. Jordan Watkins, I think, is also a slot. Ricky White's all right. Jimmy Horn, slot. I got to be honest with you. At the end of the day, with this, right now where it stands wide receiver-wise, I'd almost as soon as just avoid wide receiver. And this was a weak wide receiver class, and now we're seeing kind of a quasi run on wide receivers here through the first 4 rounds. It's not like a full-on monster run of receivers, but enough to where the value is not exactly right to be taking one, in my opinion. Kirk Stemmer, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Farmer or Mbow with our next pick. Maybe so there. Maybe so those 2 guys would be in. Mbow's tough. I loved Mbow's tape. He's a lot of fun. Just there are some slight little concerns with him on the movement, slight concerns on whether or not he's going to be able to move into like guard and be able to play that, or if he's more of just a pure tackle. But he's a good player. He's a lot of fun, Kirk. A lot of fun. Oh, your Farmer dream is done, man. You spoke it and New England heard it, Kirk. From your lips to New England's ears. Joshua Farmer goes to the New England Patriots at 137, breaking. I'm telling you, breaking Kurt Stemmer's heart. He's sitting over there going, why? You got to trade back. Why are you trading back? You fools. You fools. Damn you, Titans. Titans got us. We got. I think we've gotten a couple teams in this draft. Like we got Carroll with the Emawari pick. So they returned the favor. They returned the favor. Did Tennessee grabbing Alec? Dang, that would have been a good value. Alec Ionamore at the end of the 4th round. That would have been nice. That would have been really nice. It's okay though. JRD, thank you for another $5 donation, JR. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you, brother. It says, damn, we traded back. Titans. Yeah. Seattle sat there and they went, ugh. Let's go back 7 spots. The same players that are available on the board here. We'll get one of these guys down off the line, 7 picks, and pick up an extra 7th. I get it on that. You're not making a big jump back into the 5th to do this. So... And I do think Alec was probably the guy that they had on the board. We saw the Raiders do the same thing, right, JRD, where we jumped him up for Emawari, and then they were like, all right, well, we're out of this pick. We did the same thing to the Lions a couple of years ago with the Witherspoon selection. Lions wanted him at 6. We took him at 5. They're like, just get us back to 12. We'll take a running back there and call it a day. 49ers about to make the final pick here of the 4th round. Wrapping up our first round here of day 3. We didn't have enough picks already, asked Dogzilla? I guess not, man. I guess not. Atlanta Flights. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Atlanta. Appreciate you for doing that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. If you could for me, folks, do join Atlanta Flights and hitting that like button if you could, and maybe subbing on up if you get a chance. I'd really appreciate it. Trying to get up over 20,000 this offseason if we can do it, and I'd love to clear that mark if we could. It's probably a bit aggressive, but we're all about aggression out here. All right, the San Francisco 49ers with the 138th pick, the last pick of the fourth round, are going to select Jordan Watkins, Ole Miss wide receiver. Oh, Megan, we got an international 49er fan here saying the pick. This guy had to fly 25 hours to fly out just to walk up to the podium to say, Jordan Watkins, Ole Miss Jordan Watkins, Ole Miss. I can't do my. I got Jordan Watkins there, Ole Miss wide receiver. Back up on the plane. I don't know if they could talk our Megan into that one. Hey, Meg, you want to announce the fourth round pick in the draft this year? Come fly 25 hours to do that? No. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. Cool of the NFL to do that, though. Growing that international community outright. I love it. JRD with another $5 donation. Thank you for all the donos today, JRD. He says, as an LSU fan, I would not hate Swinson. I'm with it on Swinson, man. I like Swinson quite a bit. And, the one thing that you never want things to come down to like a single this or a single that as far as, why you're drawing a conclusion on a particular player. But there was that one stat in particular that's just jumped out with me with Swinson that it's a little bit like what this was the same thing with Josiah Stewart too. I've referenced this stat often with these edge rushers, and these are the best edge rushers in this draft, and their pass rush win rate. And Stewart was through the roof at 38%, almost 39%. But Braden Swinson, JRD, Braden Swinson, on this thing you can see over my left shoulder, 30% pass rush win rate. Better than Abdul Carter, better than Mike Green, better than James Pierce, better than Sawyer, Princely Imamua, Jordan Birch, all these guys. So, it stands out that pass rush productivity from Swinson, and he could make some sense. Edge is kind of a quiet need right now. It's not being like hammered as much by the fan base, but it is kind of a need as it stands here. All right, we turn it over to the fifth round. Hawks will be picking 144 here, so just a couple picks soon. I'm going to be right back here in a minute. With the first pick in the fifth round, starting us off is going to be Minnesota as they take Tyrion Ingram Watkins, an edge out of Georgia here at the 39th selection. So we've got the Panthers, the Ravens, the Vikings, the Dolphins, and the Seahawks. JRD with another $5, man. Thank you, JRD, for all the support today. Multiple donations over. I really appreciate that. He says, could Miami take Shedeur? Do they have a backup for Tua? I think they have a backup for Tua, but I don't think it's a great plan. And I would think that I'm checking right now to double check where they're exactly at. But I do want to say that they could definitely be in line for. So they signed Zach Wilson there. That's not exactly grade A reinforcement for the position, is it? And so you look at them and you know Tua could go down in a heartbeat. Do you want your whole season sunk, especially for what might be a coaching staff now that's a little bit on a ever-growing warmer seat there in Miami? Maybe you want to get a little bit of reinforcement. I mean, at this point, and that's a pretty loosey-goosey operation down there in Miami. I mean, they're the type of team that, to me, that could accommodate a personality type like a Shedeur Sanders. You know? He says, Hawks Nest, I would fly over for the draft for our team. Would you do it? But wouldn't it need to be a first-round pick? Would you do it for a fifth-round pick? And we got Megan Gachroger, our International Seahawk Fan of the Year. She's flown out here, and you that long flight, you come up to the podium, you say the pick, back on the flight. Hal traded to Minnesota? We've got Sam Howell. Sounds like he was traded to the Minnesota Vikings. Don't know. I'm not seeing in the chat what the returns were quite yet. We do have the Carolina Panthers taking a nose tackle. They go with Cam Jackson out of Florida here. I'm looking for the details on the Howell trade. Howell for 142 and 172. What do we have? 29 picks now in the next two rounds? Oh, we traded picks. So 142 for 172. Okay, so we go back from 172 to 142 and we give him Sam Howell. Okay. Mike Skinner says, thank God Hal's gone. Dude was more useless than Magikarp. Oh, man. He was rough to watch in training camp. He was brutal. I am glad he's kind of gone. We got a ham sandwich with Hal. Pretty much. Pretty much. But you knew he was gone. They weren't going to hold on to him at this point. Yeah, it's fine, HHG. You weren't going to get anything for Sam Howell. So he was going to get released if you didn't get it traded. So whatever you can kind of get back in returns on that is fine. It's two picks coming to us. They're not showing on the screen. I'm hearing some back and forth. We swap picks. So I think it was a pick swap more than we picked up 142 in this. I thought we swapped stuff, I thought. But they're not showing yet on the television what the trade was. So I don't know for sure. Yeah, he's going to be cut. It's whatever you got was a win on this one because you were going to just let him go outright if you didn't do something. And what's his value going to be? I mean, the guy looked like garbage last year. It's maybe not completely his fault, but he just didn't look good. Jordan Phillips, man. Still there. Ravens are picking next. They're not needing a nose tackle, I don't think. Oh, maybe. Did they lose Pierce? Yeah, I think they only have Travis Jones there right now. They might be looking at this. Oh, no, we're okay. So the Baltimore Ravens will go with offensive line. They're going to take Carson Vinson out of Alabama A&M. So not sure if that was a guy that was on the Hawks' radar or not there for our pick. Mike says watching Jalen Milroe and Drew Lock competing in preseason is going to make it watchable. Lately, preseason quarterback play for us has been underwhelming. That's true. It's true. Al had a good game last year, but other than that, it was, yeah. All right, so James has got the final details. We moved from 172 to 142. So we jumped up 30 spaces to, and then moved Hal. at the same time. It's okay. And we are up now at 142. So Seahawks will be picking in 2 of the next 3 picks here. Let's see where they go. Looking at the best available on your board. Braden Swinson, Marcus Mbow, Torrey Horton, wide receiver. I love DJ Gideon's one of my favorite running backs in the class. You've got both of your 2 nose tackles in Phillips and Nazir Stackhouse, which are just favorites, if you were, of the channel here. Dorian Strong, cornerback. Seth McLaughlin, center. Damian Martinez is still on the board, running back out of Miami. Chase Lunt. So, variety of different directions they can go here, Seattle. See what they do. The pick is in. The pick is in. Yeah, Phillips and Swinson here would be great. I'd sign me up for that if we can pull that off. Let's go. A Hawk fan out there pointing to his hat. He's got a cut finger, tough-looking kid. Let's go. All right, come on, Seahawks. Give us the goods. Give us the goods on this pick. Let's go. The 142nd selection, the Seattle Seahawks take Riley Mills, 3-tech out of Notre Dame is the selection. Riley Mills is a guy that I had a... Where did I put Riley on my deal? I have him even listed. Where I had him listed. I watched him for sure. I know that. So he's a slightly less quick Braden Fisk kind of guy, but he's better than the run than Fisk is. He's a 3-tech who's going 100 miles an hour every snap, active hands. He great tracker in the run game. So high effort guy. Kind of a run, he's in alignment a little bit with, your Alfred. He's, poor man's version of sort of your Alfred Collins, Tyleek Williams. There's a lot of these 3-tech run stuffers in this draft. And there goes Jordan Phillips. JRD, thank you for, another $5 donation here. I appreciate you for that. Could Miami take Shedeur? Do they have a backup for Tua? Well, they don't have it, I don't think. And I guess no, they wanted the nose tackle. They just couldn't deny the value of Jordan Phillips there into the 5th round where he was landing at for them. So they had to jump at that point. We'll see if where Shedeur goes, man. We're getting the 5th. Maybe they come back. They pick at 150. So maybe they come back there and jump at that point, or maybe even the Niners here at 147 decide to finally go do that, But thank you, man, for all the donations. I appreciate it. Robert Hale, thank you for the $10 donation. Robert Hale, I appreciate you for that, buddy. It's good to see you in the chat as well, bringing some great excitement. Says, let's go, Seahawks. Let's go, Hawks. Thank you for that, Robert. Hope you're having a great morning out there. JRD243 with a $5 donation. He says, at this point, Shiloh is going to go before Shedeur. It might happen. It might happen. I didn't have the greatest of grades on Shiloh either, but yeah, we might start drifting into that territory. I mean, we're going to start getting into the depths of the 5th round here. Seahawks, by the way, did trade back out of their pick. I don't know what they're doing exactly, but I guess, okay, so they're trading here, trading there, moving back there, moving back up there. So, okay. Dio Brandon says, feels like Schneider's just picking names out of a hat right now. Kind of how I feel a little bit about like this. I'm ever branching myself in a direction of it's getting harder and harder to feel great about this draft, folks. So I'm trying my ass off here. I am trying to put the big smiley face on my face here and just, But you have three techs. You have no nose tackles. This guy's not going to play nose tackle for you. He weighs 290 pounds. Would you ask Braden Fisk to go play nose tackle? No, you wouldn't. So he just doesn't play nose tackle. He's a run defending 3 tech. You're kind of loaded to the hilt on these guys already. So I don't really understand or I don't get it. First 2 picks in the draft were going great, man, but we should have taken that left turn to Albuquerque. I feel like Bugs Bunny here. Yeah, James Peters. Again, on these, I do the big looks on these guys. So when I'm giving you the evaluations on this, I can completely understand, James, on the folks that say, well, I don't see the same evaluation point as you do on this or that on this, and I'm completely on board with like hey, I see something different than you saw. But where it doesn't come from with me on it is having not looked at the player. So you mentioned the 7.5 sacks, and the problem when you just mention a stat versus actually looking at the film is that's what I always say with this, James, is that you got to be careful when you just take a stat and then you don't pair it with the actual film. We got the stat, but we don't pair it with the film. So here's literally some of what I put to give you some reference on this in this. Much of his pass rush production comes from either A, just being a high motor effort guy, secondary effort, coverage sack stuff, or off stunts, loops, and twists. It's a little bit of like calling him the lesser of a Braden Fisk. So he's not a guy that's winning one-on-one up front as a pass rusher. You've got to be running some games with him, or it's coming off of his high motor effort, which is good stuff to have, but it's also a lot different than the guy that's creating the pass rush win on his own. That's a separate way of winning and being a pass rusher than the guy that can just pure and simply just do it on his own, versus you having to run some of those games. And we're not like the Rams are with Fisk, where their defensive line's constantly running twists, constantly running stunts, constantly doing that type of thing. And that's kind of what you're going to have to do with this guy to maximize him out as a pass rusher. So that's why I know I shorthanded it a little bit on that one, James, but that's why I shorthanded that down to he's a run defending 3 tech. Because what he gives you as a pass rusher from college is really not going to translate into any major way at the pro level as a pass rusher from that 3 tech role. He'll be out here as to be an early down run defender, in my opinion. Martin says, Brando, it doesn't make sense because you're looking for John Schneider's planning and logic, and apparently there is none. Very well might be the case here. I might be starting to come around to that. Spud Homer, hey B, I truly think once Grant came off the board, John Schneider shorted a circuit in his brain and doesn't have any idea how to fix it. This at least makes some sense to some of the picks I'm watching going off the board for Hawks here. You know. Chuck H, third round grade on Riley Mills. Cool. Joshua Starbird. Thank you for the $5 donation, Joshua. This is how it was always going to go. John just drafted Zabel to shut the fans up. He needs to change things up. Been drafting laughing out loud this for years. He's had some recent couple of really good drafts that I've been able to really get behind and understand and see the intelligence behind and feel really good about. Back in the teens, this is a draft that's a little more akin to me of what we kind of got from the 2000 teens a bit. Maybe not as much of the reaching for need, but definitely on the head scratching aspect of some of the picks. Shadir Sanders, his fall finally comes to a stop, a halt. Boy, Cleveland does not look super excited. But Cleveland got to feel pretty good from their perspective on this one, landing him all the way in the 5th round. So Shadir Sanders goes to the Cleveland Browns at 144 in the 5th round. Jeff says, Hawksnest, Browns have 5 quarterbacks. Who's the odd man out? 2 in the same year, 1 in the world. Deshaun Watson's done. Deshaun Watson's done out of there. They'll carry 3 quarterbacks when it's all said and done. And but they're definitely going to move off of whether it's actually him being released or it's just him being out the board at that point in just general terms. He's toast at that point. So you bring the 2 rookies in. You got Joe Flacco there. They got Kenny Pickett too. So there is a little bit of it is a little bit kinked up there with Pickett and Flacco both. I would expect that with these quarterbacks there, you're only going to really go with just 2. 2 of the youngsters and then have the one vet like a Flacco to guide them through. I would think that's how that's going to all shake out. Joshua, or not Joshua, but whoever I was just responding to. Jeffrey, sorry. I think that's the way that they're going to run that. I think that they just looked at Shadur and they just didn't think there was any way he was going to land into their spot there, and so they just had to jump. I don't know if that's them having a big plan in place, Evergreen Rider, hanging out with other Brendan too much? Is dour energy has rubbed off on you? I don't think so. Evergreen Rider, I think what it comes down to on this and doing this for a few years, and it's the really the most frustrating aspect at this point of doing this channel. And it's the aspect of that there seems to be an expectation from the fan base that I just have to be positive at every turn. And that if there's ever any deviation from positivity into anything somewhat negative, there is a selective point of the fan base that really gets up in arms about that. And Evergreen Rider, it's very hard to navigate around. Because I'm not really sure what it is you want me to do. Do you want me to just sit here and grab pom-poms and wave them and do nothing but be positive every turn? I don't think that's going to be very entertaining. I don't think that you're going to like me lying to you all the time. None of these guys that I've evaluated, the thing about this too is it's like I really don't like this opinion at all because it's just, I do a lot of prep for this draft where I develop an opinion walking into the draft. I don't develop the opinion on draft day on these players. We do individual shows itemizing each of these players and diving into the tape and spending hours of tape looking at them. To spend all that time and all of that work on a player to then walk out to the other side of it and to just go, well, I know my fan base is going to get mad if I don't say things that are really positive here. So I need to put my evaluation away. I need to ignore all that tape watching I did in order to accommodate those folks who will then just say I'm being just dour because I don't just support the team at every turn. I don't know what you want from me on that front of it, Evergreen Rider. I really want to say it by my heart. It's the most frustrating part of doing this channel. And it's the most hardest part of this to navigate. Because I really don't know that, is it really what you want as a fan base? Do you really just want people like myself doing nothing but kissing the ass of the organization? Is that really the best way to do this? I mean, maybe it is. And maybe at the end of the day, Evergreen Rider, it's the thing that maybe means the thing that for not to be doing this eventually, you know? And if that's the prerequisite and that's the requirement, what the Seattle Seahawks fan base needs is for me to be that's not who I am. And the other part of this Evergreen Rider is it's not who I've been since day one of doing this channel. The very first 3 drafts I did, there's literally a draft video you can see on my channel of the Collier pick, of the Eskridge pick, of the Jordan Brooks pick. I shat all over those picks. I crapped on those picks in the moment, live stream, when we selected them. So this isn't any new behavior for me. This isn't a new way in the way that I'm going about who I am. This is how I'm wired. It's how I'm built. And I'm sorry if it doesn't resonate with the fan base and that they're wanting that positivity, but this isn't people rubbing off on me or me just being negative. This is me being honest. And there's plenty of times where I'm very positive on this channel. And it's quite frustrating where the majority of what I do on this channel is positivity. But the second you broach it all into anything but that, man, this fan base, there's a part of it just does not want any part of it. And I don't know what to do about that. I got no idea of how to kind of roll through that. I'm trying. But boy, it isn't any fun, I'll tell you that. It'd be just much nicer to be like, instead of like, why are you being angry? Why actually go after the, points of the argument and what I'm mentioning about these players and go to the specificity about the debate between the player back and forth. But instead it's kind of becomes more of the personal attack thing I get. So I understand, it's just the way it goes. But boy, it doesn't make it as much fun doing this, I'll tell you that. Million Williams goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Braden Swinson goes to the Patriots with the 146th pick. HHG, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, well, I bet $5 on Sanders going undrafted. Here it is. Well, that was a tough bet, man. That was a tough bet. Somebody's going to pull. 7th round, it just gets too hard for somebody not to jump at that point and be like, it's basically free money at this point. It's a free Willy Wonka golden ticket. If it's just a golden piece of tinfoil, we can just toss in the trash. But if it turns out to be, if it gets us in the building, then look out. Here we go. Here we go. Hunter, the Bush fan, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate you for doing that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. And thank you for joining. I appreciate that. Trying to get up over 20,000 if we can this offseason, and I really, really do appreciate it. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Brandon, stay strong. I'm trying, but you guys, Brandon's getting the same thing pushed up against him that he's dealt with. I've dealt with too on this, and it's in a lot of ways. At times, I feel like it's sometimes really specific to this individual fan base, where it's just like the push for positivity, the push for everything to be great. Like, folks. We've got like 2 playoff wins in 8 years. The whole like trust the process and trust authority and don't do any questioning of it. If they had earned the right and what they've shown us recently to have that, I'd give them to that. But they haven't earned that right on it. And so I'm going to, but I do got to say I wish the fan base was a little more open to being able to talk about tough topics at times versus this just complete withdrawal that seems to occur if we've got to go and go down these lines. And I don't quite, I'm trying to understand it better, but I definitely feel like there's times where I just feel like I'm scratching my head going, I don't quite get it, especially because this is not anything new with me. I've been doing this since day one of this channel. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, heck, bro, never be a yes man. Too many already. I could name a couple of guys that follow the Hawks. Not going to drop names, but if you know, you know. Well, that's where I'm going to be in alignment with on this, and I'm trying to find the way to explain it to those folks that just don't quite get it, don't quite understand it, don't want it, don't want me to be in that way that be positive, just love everything, just be pro team every turn, just be that. And it is an intense push for somebody in my position to be in that manner, and Brendan gets the same push on him for his side of the things, and I don't know why. I don't know why there's so much fear and scared feeling of talking about things that aren't necessarily just wonderful and great and beautiful, especially when I spend probably about 97% of my time on this channel talking about things that are wonderful, great, and beautiful with this team. And so it's not going to be 100% of the time. I'm going to have to talk about things that are going to be tough. And when I see things not going right, I analyze the team. That's what I do with this channel. I don't pump on wave. I'm not here to be a fan channel. I'm here to analyze what I see and give you guys my honest, truth of it. Might be wrong, might be right, but I'm always going to be truthful with you guys. That's the other guiding light of this channel. It would seem that there are people that would instead like me to lie to you guys. It would seem that there are people in this fan base that instead would say, no, if you're going to be negative, then you need to be a liar. That's what they want me to become. I don't want to do that. As clear as I can explain it, I guess. Quinn, thank you for another $2 donation and dropping that big $50 drop on us today. I really, really do appreciate you for that. He says, at least this class has a lot of content potential. Hopefully so. I'm going to be, in all honesty, guys, I'm going to be after this draft. We're going to be dialing back for the next couple of months on my side of it. I don't know if I'm doing a lot of videos on this draft or and again, for the same reason of the various things, Quinn, kind of I'm talking about with it. I'm not going to present stuff if it's stuff that doesn't want to be received. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. I'll be more just quiet on things than anything else. Because if the fan base is going, well, we only want to hear positivity, and if you only got negative, then don't say anything. And I'm certainly not going to beef things up in a way to artificially pump them up, so to speak, with it. So I'd love to be able to say that. I would. But unfortunately, probably not with that one on that side of it. Seth K. Aloha. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, so what nose tackles are still available besides Stackhouse? It's pretty lean. When it comes to the guys that are available here at this point, you have J.J. Pegues, who is a little bit undersized as a nose tackle, but he is a nose tackle / fullback. Ya Black out of Iowa is another nose tackle. And Nazir Stackhouse, of course, as you mentioned, still there. I'm not as familiar with some of the guys on the bottom end of this list, so I don't know these guys as well. Tavoya is, I believe, a 3-tech. Smith, a 3-tech. So it's kind of dwindling. Not as many on that one. Not as many. The San Francisco 49ers select Jordan James, a tough running back out of Oregon, kind of a favorite for a lot of people covering this sport. Liked him quite a bit. You got Ty Hamilton going 148 to the Los Angeles Rams. So the Rams pulling that in there, getting another 290-pound defensive tackle, 3-tech that can play some 1-tech at 290. Kind of wild watching Ohio State last year. You had the 290-pound Ty Hamilton playing 1-tech, and then you had the 330-pound Tyleik Williams playing 3-tech for them. It was a little bit strange to see at times on that side of it. Jadon Blue at 149 is going to go to the Dallas Cowboys. And thank you, Seth, for that donation. So a couple names, but definitely it's getting thin. Yeah, Roland, I don't know where I'm being a raving on anything. I'm just giving I'm not raving, I'm not angry. I only am speaking to just my opinion on the players. So if that's raving because I'm not being positive, then okay, call it raving. But I mean, it's just a general opinion. Jeffrey says, Hawks Nest, will you be doing a draft grade video for the Hawks after the draft? No, it's you guys, I'm trying to tell you guys this, like the fan base, you can see it on the responses in this chat right now. Read this responses in the chat right now. I mean, read even simple, what did you say? I'm raving over here. No, if I'm not putting an A grade on a draft grade video for a Hawks draft, it's going to be done. All that's going to end up happening is just people get mad at me and unsubscribe. So, this is the way this works, you guys. Like, they don't want me to be honest, and not like, if you don't have any, it's essentially kind of what you get as a message. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all. So it's like, okay, I won't. I'll be quiet then. I got no problem with that. Boss Max is, like you say, 2 playoff wins in 8 years Our team deserves all the criticism. Any other team with the same stats, our fan base makes fun of yearly. Yeah. The way fans would talk about it, you'd expect that this team's been on like a proverbial playoff run for the last 8 years. Like, we haven't been particularly good. We haven't necessarily been bad, but we've been kind of mediocre. So I think that there's room here to be opened up for some criticism. If your team's kicking ass and taking names and you're going to playoffs on a yearly basis and you're contending, then by all means, I should shut the hell up and have a lot more faith in the authority of things. But when the authority is failing, then you have a right to then question the authority. Roland says, Brandon, didn't mean you were Raven, meant the Seattle Sports YouTube channel. Everyone they were saying how great everything is. Compliment to you. Well, thank you, Roland. I appreciate it. I wasn't taking anything personal. It is where I'm, and maybe a bit sensitive to it, but again, it's been hammered here throughout this offseason. You know, this isn't just today's draft with this. This is me saying to the fans, like, hey, I think we need to take a step back this year. And then everybody freaking out. We're like, no, we need to go for it. We need to sign Gino. We need to sign. Okay. How dare you question that we're not ready to go? All right. Yeah, it's an easier said than thing, Dami Doo-Doo, with the vocal minority, because it just sometimes seems a little bit louder than the minority. I'm not as convinced at this point with the fan base that it's a minority situation. And it's getting harder with time, not easier. Seth K. Aloha, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, stick to being honest, B. We don't want a yes man. I think that that's what you guys appreciate. I think that's why we've gotten to where we've gotten in the years that we've been here, is that because I've let this be the driving force, that's what's made this work. And that if I deviate from it, it's not going to make this channel work. In fact, this channel is going to suck real fast. And I don't want that to happen. So I try to lean into that being what is the driving force and what you guys do want. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly, and you're trying to fit to make people happy. You know, you do want to do that. You're not here to piss people off. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, building a brand based on straight talk. Keep it going. Also, I need a nose tackle. Got to get one at some point. Be nice to get two of them, wouldn't it, John? And definitely the hour is getting late here to pick one up. They're getting thin. You got Jason Marshall going as a cornerback here, a guy the Hawks had met with out of Florida. Fun corner there. Good pick there for the Dolphins at 150. And our Hawks are a little bit down here. We're not picking until the end of the fifth round. Oh, no, we got another one there. We got a couple picks here in the fifth round at this point. But I appreciate that, John. And I know that those folks that like the honesty really love the honesty on the other side of it. And that does end up being kind of the guiding force for me. But I am torn at times where I'm like, man, maybe I should go and get a couple pom-poms off Amazon and stay in that lane of it, you know? A lot less pushback, I'll tell you that. D-Man, thank you for the $20 donation. Don't let those people get to you. If you were being positive all the time, those same people would say that you were too much of a homer. Maybe so. Maybe so. I appreciate it, D-Man. I really do. Thank you for the $20 donation. And I think you'd be right. There'd be plenty of people in to criticize the other side if you didn't do it that way, where you can't kind of quite win on that. But boy, the voices have gotten as loud as ever through this offseason, man. There have always been those contingent of voices out there in the fan base that have existed on not wanting to hear it at all, ever. But it just feels like more than ever right now, it's as loud as ever. And it almost feels like it's kind of growing in size. It's growing, and there being more people that are kind of standing there saying, no, we want our content creators to do this, this, this. And that's what you need to be. And if you're not that, then you're failing, and get out of here and shut up and don't talk. So since I'm kind of getting towards on it a little bit with it, I hope not. But where it's going, I thank you, though, for the very kind $20 donation, and I really do appreciate that. Appreciate the words as well, the kind encouragement, you guys. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Tell me about Mills. He fell because of ACL. I don't know if he fell because of the ACL aspect of it. I'm not as familiar with what's going on with the knee part of it. He's a 3-tech run stuffing nose tackle, or not nose tackle. He's a run stuffing 3-tech. Is essentially what he is, in my opinion. He has some pass rush productivity, but mainly that pass rush productivity comes off of high motor effort. Quarterback holding onto the ball too long, stunts, twists, loops, that type of thing. He's not really going to be a pass rusher who's just going to win pure and simple up front, just kicking his guy's butt up in front of him. He's going to have some kind of creative ways to make that happen. But you're stacked up kind of deep now. You got like 4 3-techs on the roster, Randall, and you don't have one nose tackle as it currently stands, which I think would be a little bit annoying. But, maybe they've got some kind of plan, I would guess. They've got something in place they're going to do. The Cowboys are going to select Shamar James, Florida linebacker at 152. Tezakaku, thank you for the $7 donation, Tezakaku. I can't wait for Milroe to be bad. We should probably stop taking gambles if we wanted to compete long term. Definitely going to be interesting to watch how Milroe develops and how he can kind of come in and what they can do with him and see where he's at, especially once he gets into OTs and whatnot, when we hear back some of the reports from it on that. And, they're taking some gambles. They're going for some upside. They're looking for some difference makers here, Tezakaku, with these picks. And I can't deny that. Whether you like the picks or don't like the picks, there's definitely a looking to shoot for upside here. And that part is encouraging. That part is something that's a nice part to have in this process, is that you're at least looking to go grab that. And if a couple of these guys can realize that monster potential that exists inside them, then it'll be a successful draft, even if there are a couple of misses in there sprinkled in as well. But thank you, Tezakaku. I know you dropped a few different donations here on the channel recently, and I really appreciate it. Haley says, I think the main issue is the misconception that any of these picks were reaches. According to every board, they got good to great value across the picks. I get not liking a player, though. Yeah, it's just the individual outlook of it, Haley. And if I didn't individually look at these players and scout these players, if I didn't go game by game, going through all 22 tape and through the middle of the burning midnight oil and going one after another and eyes going crossed and writing down endless notes on players, if I didn't do that, then I would certainly be more appealing to the consensus boards that exist out there and where people have some of these guys placed at. But when you do the work, when you do put in the time and the effort, then you lean on your opinion on it, and you go, okay, well, this is where my spot is. And if I had Elijah Arroyo up in the second round on my pre-draft horizontal board, because Haley, right now, you can go down in the description link section below and you can go click a link that's going to give you a screenshot to my big board. And so you can look at that big board, which was comprised before this draft, these players' opinion, which was comprised before this draft, and it's just basing it on that. But if I'd had a second round pick on Arroyo and then they picked second round and then they took Arroyo in the second round and I come back and I bitch and moan to you guys, then you got every right to rake me over the coals then. Because then, I'm just changing my opinion in the moment, just generally speaking. That's not right. But I'd long put out where I put my opinion on these guys, long before this draft on it, And in my opinion, there's some reaches there. Yeah. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope from the bottom of my heart I'm wrong. Don't want to be right on this one. Again, too, I'll just point back to Haley on this. Track record's been pretty good. I mean, that's the other part of me doing these predictions about players and telling you about, I got this player here and I've got that player too. It's a little bit of the lack of acknowledgement I'm seeing a little bit from some people pushing back on me on this, is that I've got a pretty good track record in my evaluations on players. I ain't perfect. I got my share of misses too. But when I tend to take a pretty strong opinion on something when it comes to a player that's been drafted, I tend to come out on the right side of that. Okay, so we got Marcus Imbow goes to the New York Giants at 154, so he's off the board. Hawks about 11 picks away from selecting again. MWM. Ross Adkins of the Blue Jays has his same trust, the process, everything is great answers to the team, and it sucks and I hate it. I want people to speak the truth, so don't worry, B. I appreciate that, man. I think I'd point to too, this is the thing where I've got to make the choice on it, because I think that the choice you have to make as a content creator, and maybe why you see a Ross Adkins doing what he's doing, is that it's very easy to just take the yes man approach. It's very easy to just be like, everything our organization does is great, and minimize it when it's wrong on that, just stay in that lane. And you're gonna have your greatest growth. You'll have subs every which way but loose. I feel like I'd lose a bit of my soul in doing that though. And I'm just not wired that way too. Jeffrey Ball, thank you for the $10 donation, Jeffrey. I love the content and honesty, B. I can get pom-poms at Chat Sports, laughing my ass off. I just wish John didn't pick like a blind squirrel after a nut in the middle rounds. I do as well, man. I wish I could just feel a little bit of what is the plan and purpose here. What are you doing exactly here all the way around? And I don't always kind of quite see it with that, especially as it has kind of come into day three. It's been a particular point here, even in the recent really good drafts, where some of these day three picks, you're just going, huh? What? Who? But I appreciate that, Jeffrey. And I know overall, at the end of the day, this is where the majority of the fan base is of this channel, and that this is what they do want. And people still make their voices heard to the other side of it, but I'm going to stay in the lane that I'm at. So I guess it kind of comes down to the bottom line is you can be a complainer to me about my complainer or about my not just completely waving the pom-poms and be mad about it and unsub. And there's plenty of people that will and do and will today on this sub. But know that I'm being honest with you at all times and I'm being truthful, so that when I am on the positive side of this, when I am in favor of what's going on with the team, you know that I'm being true about that too. That's the good side of it. I think that that's going to be the thing that's the most value to people long term. But this offseason has tested that, because I feel more of a push than ever to, feel like just kind of a general shut up and know your place seems to be some of the vibe I'm getting a bit. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Did you like the local kid Jackson Slater in round 5? I don't have any Sacramento State tape, Randall, to go off of. So I got access to a lot of all 22, but it's going to be all 22 that's going to be of like major programs and teams playing at somewhat major. Even I can get North Dakota State stuff, but I don't have Jackson State all 22, unfortunately. So I saw a little bit of some cut-ups of them. It's hard against the level of competition you're watching to kind of make a determination one way or the other. Goomba Garth asks a good question. Is Riley Mills a power edge? I don't think so, but let's take a look and see if he's got any snaps out there. I don't remember there being any snaps with him aligned out as an edge, but that is the nice part of PFF, is that they do give you those snap counts and let you know on that. Take a look here with Riley. Yeah, he's got 75 snaps. 75 snaps lined up over the offensive tackle. So that'd be, at times that's, 5 tech kind of thing. And then he got 10 snaps on the season where he was lined outside the OT. So that's 6-7 technique. So I guess he had 85 snaps of his 600 would have been aligned either over the defensive end or off the edge. I don't remember seeing a lot of it with him on tape. I don't know if it'll be a skill that translates as well at the next level with him, where he'll have enough explosiveness and juice to really work off the edge. But he's done it. He has done it. It's a great question there, Goomba Garth. And he certainly has, he has done it. Alpha sucks at drafts. I am confused to say the least. Clearly we wanted Aiyana more, which is why we moved out, but there were great players available. Horton, Mbao, Logan Brown, to name a few, just don't get it. A little confused too, as well. Jack Bloney, spade is a spade. Keep up the great work, man. I'm questioning these picks too, man. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one here. It makes me feel a little bit better that there's others that are in the camp and where I'm at with it. But I'll continue to be who I am, man. I got no other way. I can't. I know no other way than to be who I am. And I'm very sorry to the folks that I offend, the many that are offended by this opinions that aren't a little negative. I from the bottom of my heart apologize for doing that. I don't mean to I know I can rankle those, and really, really, really sorry for that. Sorry for rankling you in that way. Sorry for not being just ultimately super positive at the team at every turn. I feel really bad about it. I do. But Spencer Smith, thank you for the $5 donation, says Brandon. Keep in mind the traffic in the chat on the draft day is an indicative of your overall community. We have a great thing going here, man. Stay grounded. I will. It's been an off-season thing, Spencer. This has been about 3 months thing. That's why I'm a little bit kind of wit's end at it on this a bit. This is a 3-month thing that I've been walking through, and so it's not everybody. It's not a majority of our channel or whatever, but it's just the voices are growing louder and louder, and it's getting harder and harder to kind of just filter through and filter out, to be honest with you on it. But I appreciate the donation. Neil says, luckily for all content, for all creators, most people don't pay to bitch. Only if you only have to read the paid comments, you'll be fine. I like talking to my people though, man. I don't like just going for the donations. I like being able to speak to the folks in the chat. I'd hate to have to just ignore people in chat because of that, but maybe that's the route to go too. Virus opinions on Poe Paul as a rotational linebacker. I don't know. On a lot of these guys, as we get into this day, there'll be a lot of names I'm not as familiar with in this draft with the guys that are up here. We've got 19th pick here in the 5th round is going to go with the Dolphins. Dante Trader Jr. safety goes there. Jeffrey Bassa, good linebacker pick there. Good value for the Chiefs there. Going there gives them a little bit of added depth there and a guy that can maybe develop in time with them. Elijah Roberts, edge, goes out from SMU to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Seahawks coming closer and closer here to picking here pretty soon. I'll be back in a sec. All right, McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Mills tore ACL in playoff, body type set edge. I think it'll be more 3-tech to me, Randall, but maybe he can work out there. Randall with the other $2 donation says LaQuinn Allen or Devin Neal. I like fresh legs. I like LaQuinn Allen. Devin Neal's kind of boring to me as a running back. He's fine. He's effective. He'll probably work in this league to some degree. But with LaQuinn Allen, I like him as a real weapon kind of piece that, you can utilize in a lot of different ways. So LaQuinn would be a lot of fun. He'd be unique to anything else we have. You could really use him as a third down back and really fit him into that role. Zaw Frazier, Kobe Bryant still on the board. Yep, good pick. Good corner still out there. That's for sure. I don't think I'm going to have an opinion on the next picks that are picked here the rest of this draft. I might just let you guys have your opinions on it. I'll announce the picks and leave them at that. Keandre Lambert-Smith goes 158 to the Chargers. Seahawks will be picking in about 6 picks or so. Let's go to some of these teams' drafts here. Arizona Cardinals, Nolan, Johnson, Birch, Simon. I like the Johnson pick. I'm not a big fan of the rest of what they did there. Atlanta. God, you dumb team. They drafted good players, but I hate that for future first-round pick to the Rams. Ugh. Ravens, again, having one of the better drafts just by sticking to value. Malachi Starks, Green, Emory Jones there in the 3rd. Teddy Buchanan, Carson Vincent. Solid job by Baltimore. Well done. Buffalo rebuilding their defense up a bit here. Maxwell Harrison, TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker. They got bigger on that defensive line, I'll tell you that. Bigger and longer, that's for sure. Interesting direction on their approach. Tet McMillan matched up now with Bryce Young. Nick Skirton, Princely Umamelian, so a couple of edges there. Trevor Etienne, Latham Ransom, Cam Jackson. Solid draft for the Panthers. Solid. Bears, Colston Loveland first. Luther Burden back in the 2nd. Good value there. Ozzie Trapilio. A little early for him, but I like him as a player. Shamar Turner, I do not like that pick. And Ruben Hippolyte, not a big one there. So kind of a mixed bag from the Bears. Cincinnati Bengals, Shamar Stewart goes 1, 2, Demetrius Knight, 3, Dylan Fairchild, 4, Barrett Carter, Jalen Rivers. Good draft for the Bengals. Sticking to value. You like that. Browns having a really good draft. Picked up a future first-round pick to move back to number 5. Got Graham, Schweisinger, Judkins. Those guys will play in this league. Those guys will be effective players. Where's the upside? We'll see, but they are effective. Love Harold Fannin in there. That's a great pick. Guy had a lot of comps to kind of being like a David Njoku type and goes to the team that has David Njoku. Probably understandable why they were driven to him. They also get 2 quarterbacks, round 3 and round 5 with Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders and Dylan Sampson, 20-year-old running back, still really young. So their backfield is set now with Quayshawn Junkins and Dylan Sampson. Dallas Cowboys go with Tyler Booker, Donovan Azaruku in the 2nd round. Siobhan Ravel, love the Cowboys draft. They're doing a great job. Jaden Blue in the 5th. That's a weapon for them at the running back position. And Shamar James out of Florida. So liking what I've seen from that team there. We've got Denver. Gets Jada Barron with the number 1 pick. RJ Harvey at number 2. Gets running back help. Wide receiver Pat Bryant in the 3rd. Savion Jones as an edge. A couple edges here in the 3rd and the 4th round for them. Broncos are B-. Detroit Lions, Tyleek Williams, run defending 3-tech. Tate Ratledge, right guard. Isaac Tesla. So I love Ratledge as a pick there. That's a great one. Williams will help him. That's an effective run defending player. Tesla, that was a little early, and they give up some picks to move up and get him. I'm not a big fan of that one. Green Bay gets a couple receivers. Golden, Savion Williams. Whew, what a great receiver draft for the Packers there. Love that. Belton, great value. Next couple guys, Houston gets both of the Iowa State receivers. Jalen Dowell, Jaden Higgins, Ariante Arise, Jalen Smith, Woody Marks. Really like those first 3 picks there for Houston. Great job on their part. Indianapolis, Tyler Warren, JT Tuimaola, Wally, Travis Gideons. Not bad. I think it's a little early for JT, a little early for Justin Wally. There's a couple reaches there. Gideons is great value in the 5th, though. Don't be surprised if he ends up taking over for Taylor at some point or another. Jaguars, awful draft. 2 first-round picks to get Travis Hunter. Caleb Ransom, Wyatt Milliam, Bashawn Tootin, Jack Kaiser. It's okay. Chiefs having a pretty good draft. Josh Simmons, they'll find a way to make, he'll be their starting left tackle. Omar Norman Lott, he'll be a pass rusher for them on rush downs. Ashton Gillette gets him some depth there off the edge. Newell Williams, he'll be starting for them at corner, I think, sooner than later. Jalen Royals will be a weapon that they can use on that offense. And then even Bassa, strong pick for them on that. Strong pick. We'll get back to the rest of these. Let's get an update on some of these selections here. So we got Colin Oliver going 159 here to the Green Bay Packers. That'll leave the Niners up next. The Niners have selected. So the Niners are going for safety. At 160, they will select Marquez Seigel. Safety out of Kansas State. We'll go there at 160. So your Hawks about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks away here from selecting now. Dogzilla asks, with a $2 donation, will nose tackle Desmond Watson cost 2 picks? You mean because of how big he is? Is that like Dogzilla? You got to buy the extra seats on the airplane if you're a little bit bigger person? You got to buy the 2 seats? He's definitely buying the 2 seats. We might just have to at this point. We might just have to. Gio says, I wish I could see their draft board. Then we get our anger out of the way before the draft starts. We got another pick here with the Eagles selecting Smail Mondon Jr. Great value for them in the 5th round. That's just what the Eagles do. And the Eagles, once again, boy, oh boy, they're just, once again, just doing it right. Doing it right, and you can understand how it is they're doing what they do. Because every draft, you just end up walking away going, man, the Eagles come away with value on almost every single pick. Jihad Campbell at the end of the 1st round, great value. Andrew Makuba at the end of the 2nd round, great value. Ty Robinson in the 4th round, great value. Smail Modden in the 5th round, later in the 5th round, great value. It's just how they draft, man. They just don't overthink it. They stay in the pocket of value, and this is why this team's playing for Super Bowls. This is why this team's gone to 3 Super Bowls in the last 7 years. It really does come down to just bottom line. Drafting for value is so very important, and not reaching for need. Dupree is still available. I don't think we'll probably go tight end at this point, but he's available. Quinn, it's weird. Like, nailing the top 2 picks means I can't bring myself to hate it, but really goes out with a wet fart. Great way of describing it, Quinn. And that's where I'm at too. I really love what we got from, I like the Zabel pick. I love the Imawari pick, but kind of, the rest of this is kind of going out like a bit of a wet fart for me too. Or I feel very meh about the rest of this draft right now. I'm glad we got a lot of people that are encouraged by it. Ethan says, what do you know? Another good Philly pick. Exactly. They do it right out there. Jets up next year. Shout out to the Browns for saving Sanders. Yeah, kind of them to do that. Also, Browns, boy, you talk about one team that's turned around their fortunes in a major way. Getting that future first round pick, having a pathway to get off of Deshaun Watson now, having a couple quarterbacks that can go and potentially take over for him. They've done a good job to get themselves out of an untenable situation and make it tenable. Royal by blood, need better draft picks and some rest. Yeah, that's what we need. That's what I need right now. James Brandon, do you scout Denzel Burke, Ohio State? I did. Yeah. I've watched him for a couple of years. I went back and was initially taking a look at him last year. My player comp for him is he's a Shaquille Griffith type of player. He's a press man corner with great speed, great catch-up speed. It feels like he could run with just about anyone. His lateral bounce is kind of suspect, so he's got some stiff hips. So, straight line good, but the change of direction is going to be where it's a little bit, it's got me worried. It's not bad, but it does kind of hold him back a little bit from other top cornerbacks. He doesn't feel real smooth or easy or comfortable in his back pedal. It's a little bit wonky at times. Last year, I felt like there was times where he was completely uninterested in playing any kind of run defense. So it's come a little bit forward with him over the course of his career. I think he's also a little bit like Shaq Griffin, where it's not going to necessarily make a play on the ball when it's in the air, but he'll be a guy that typically is going to be pretty tight in coverage and be in the right place at the right time in that way, but just sometimes won't make that contested catch or knock that ball away or get his head turned around or kind of frustrate you in certain ways in what he does. And the lack of the run defense on the other side of it has me as well kind of a little bit out on him. But he's played a lot of football for Ohio State, and he's had his good moments, and he has gone against some really grade A level competition out there. That part's for sure. The Red Furnace. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Red Furnace. Glory, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. I really appreciate you guys doing that. I'd love to get us up over 20,000 this off season. You're helping us get there by 7-Up. It's really, really appreciated. Thank you so much for doing that. Tesla smells his own farts. If he's going to spell his name that way, then he definitely does. Stuart says, remember last year, everyone was down on the Knight and Barner pick? Then what do you know? True enough. I did like Barner a lot, though. Kirian says, Hawks Nest, do you see JS and Mike maneuvering the draft as BPA because they're playing it to their board? Or is that the definition of not doing BPA because you're too targeted on your guys versus true BPA? Hard to say, Kirian. I guess if I had to go to one or the other, I would probably go to the latter, where I think if you have a team that's just letting the board fall to them right, then they're picking that BPA guy. And if you have a team that's trying to jump here and jump there and jump here, I think that there's more of a feeling of that leans a bit, not every time, but more often than not, that would lean towards a bit of a need approach, I would think. But it's a great question. It's a great question. James says, I wish we had traded up with the 7th for Alec Ionamore. That would have been nice to get him and lay forth. It sure would have been. Some teams absolutely running their drafts board was really right. You didn't have as much stupidity in this draft as we've had at times in recent years. Quinn says, I wonder if the casual viewer expects higher praise simply because they know less about the people who were missed out on. Any draft can look good if you only focus on those you picked. Exactly. And I just don't think there's any value to that by just being pro praise on every pick good. Like, I just think if you feel it, then that's good. If you believe it, that's good. But yeah, it's a good point. It's probably very true, Quinn. Probably very true. I think there's a little bit of taken personally too. If you hear people talk negative about your team, that there's some, and it's like, I'm not talking about negatively about you, just talking about the team specifically. But I think it can sometimes get a little bit pushed to the feeling like it's almost talking about you a little bit when they're talking about, Brian says, I'm withholding judgment on all these picks until I get to see how the coaching staff uses these players. Crapping on JS to me is the same as admitting that our coaching staff sucks and can't make the most of what we have. yeah, I will see on it. See, I'm glad you got your holding judgment on it. I appreciate that perspective. Boo, thank you for the $7 donation. Says, thanks for your draft coverage. Your podcast helped me get through studying for accounting. I turn on the draft. They're still talking about Sanders. So annoying. Yeah, the Sanders talk dominated all of this. That's part of the crappy part of this, is that so long of his drop meant that so many other players weren't getting discussed, because that's how, especially with an ESPN, that's how they want to do, is they just get stuck on a topic and they're like a dog with a bone. They're going to chew that thing until they get it down to the marrow. And there's some good stories in this draft. There's some teams doing some really cool things. I mean, something that I think, if you're looking at trying to just look at the draft as a whole of all the teams in general, I think that something that stood out to me this year in this draft is just that there's been so many teams that have run their draft board so smartly. Whereas most of the times when I'm looking at these drafts and we're going through it, you've got at least about 7 or 8 teams that you're kind of pointing at, and you're like, look at them. Look at how dumb they are. Look at how stupid they are. And not this year. It's made it a lot harder I'm sure for John to work his magic, because he is dealing with a lot of competency across the board. But yeah, the Sanders stuff was starting to get annoying. Let's let it go. He'll go where he's going to go. Right, Boo? And thank you, man. Good luck on the accounting degree and going through that. I know that's got to be some tough work on studying for that stuff. It can be kind of in depth, that stuff. You know what I mean? Especially the language and terminology you guys use in that area. It's a lot, but it's been my pleasure, man. I love covering the draft. I love doing this end to end. I love getting into the depths of it. It's one of my favorite times of year to do this. So I really enjoy it, and I thank you for watching, and thank you for your support to the channel. It's really appreciated. John says, they said Arroyo runs every route in the tree. Not very well, I would say. I saw that sorry excuse for a whip route he ran. His gait is so loose and sloppy. Yeah, I don't see the full culmination of a route tree there either with him. And I think that's also an explanation for why there's a lot of the manufactured touches from the Miami offense for Arroyo, is that you do that type of thing for a guy like him if you're not trusting the route running. Now, he went out in the Senior Bowl and ran really good routes, but that's against air, that's one-on-ones, that's with two-way goes, and the whole field that you're used to get open. So I don't know if I take a ton from those kind of drills at the Senior Bowl versus the tape and what it actually shows. But I saw something similar. Out there, John. We got a couple picks here. Francisco Mulogua, who? A linebacker from Miami, is going to go to the New York Jets. Mitchell Evans, a real good functional tight end, will go out there to the Carolina Panthers. We've got ourselves another nose tackle going off the board here. Yaha Black from Iowa pops off the board here to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 164. So we roll through this first round, and we find ourselves now 2 picks away from where Seattle will be selecting at 166. Me! Let's go, me! Oh my gosh, so kind. So very kind, me. Thank you very, very, very much, my man. He says, never apologize for being yourself, B. We know you put in the hours, and like many of us, we want nothing but the best for our Hawks. Hopefully, this will all work itself out. Keep the faith, y'all, even if it's not fully warranted. Go Hawks, go 12s. Well, I thank you so very much, me. You dropped a ton of these donations. We've had a collection of you folks dropping these big donations multiple times over, multiple streams over, again and again. It is tremendous the support you guys provide to this channel and to me on that. And I do thank you with that. And I don't bring this up for a woe is me part of this. I don't at all. I only bring this up as I bring up all things to you guys, and saying that I'm always going to be honest with you in everything about every part with this channel or with this team or with the outlook. And it's as much of bringing up to you guys because it's about something that I find myself struggling with for the past 3 months. When I talk to Brendan, I sense him struggling with this over the past couple of months as well. And so it's a little bit of trying to understand and trying to kind of, in a lot of ways, put our heads together with you guys and saying, okay, how do I navigate through this? Because this isn't, it's not going to be sustainable if that's kind of the way it rolls, a little bit with that. But I can't change. And if it came down to where I've either got to just be nothing but positive or be myself, I'm not going to, I would choose not to do it before I would do that. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not going to deviate from the path I'm on. But at the same point in time, I'm also, at times getting a little wore out by how hard it is to navigate through every single discussion. And because this team hasn't been particularly good, and there's been a lot of negative points to have to talk about in recent years, like Russell Wilson's, like Coach Carroll's, that it's just been kind of one thing after another a little bit. And it has gotten a bit exhausting. It'd be nice to actually talk about something nice with this team for once that was actually valid and good and great, you know. Aronde Gadsden goes here to Syracuse, tight end. Me, you are my hero, man. You're my hero. Thank you for all of your donations this offseason. You guys are these big donations. You are, like I say, keeping the lights on here at the Hawks Nest. This is what makes this channel go to be able to allow me to do this full time. So I really thank you for that. Really, really do appreciate that. And we will just hope it all works out. As I've said with all this, I do have an evaluation about these players and this draft, but also what I would like to say, and I believe this with 100% certainty in my heart, I'm not lying to you guys on this either, is I hope I'm wrong. I hope these guys tear it up. I hope they light the world on fire. I hope I'm doing nothing but eating crow every single time I go live throughout the course of this season. Nothing would make me happier than to be able to do that. That'd be great. Just great for me. But thank you, man. I appreciate that $100 donation. We got the pick is in for your Seattle Seahawks. Let's see who they go with. And I appreciate you for that, man. Me, you're so kind. So many donations over these past few months from you, and I really appreciate it. Okay, here we go. The Seattle Seahawks at 166 in the 5th round go and get their outside wide receiver, Torrey Horton, wide receiver out of Colorado State. This is a good pick. We finally get around to a spot of something I can get a little bit behind here, which is kind of nice. But Horton is a guy who I've been watching for a couple of years because he was so productive so early in his college career at Colorado State. 1,100 yards in back-to-back seasons there prior to this year. 18 total touchdowns the prior 2 seasons to this year. And then this year, he had an injury. So it held him back a little bit. His patented move is he's got a hesitation cutback move that he can do with the ball in his hands from a yak perspective, which is really nice. He's a good route runner, really good ball control. It's going to come down to really probably speed limitations when you're talking about Torrey Horton and what he can do. I think you're tad below average when it comes to speed, probably like, 4.6-ish guy when it comes to speed. But I did like his ability to run the 9 route, good jumping ability, strong hands catcher, good fortitude in contested catch situations, good leaping ability with that. You're also getting a guy that might be your punt returner here. That ability with that hesitation cutback and some of his lateral change of direction ability that he brings. He's done punt return, but it also works really nice as a punt returner. He's really smart working through zones, aware of the defenders around him and where he can sit down and where he has to kind of keep moving. He's going to work really good with an off-script kind of quarterback. There seemed like there was a heavy amount of option routes in the playbook there at Colorado State for Torrey, giving him a lot of freedom to kind of freelance at times. And so he was able to really work well within that. Then the other little part that's just a little fun part with Torrey is that he is 5 of 6 for 150 yards when used as a trick passer on trick plays in his college career. So the guy's got a hose in addition to being a very good wide receiver. Great value pick here for your Seattle Seahawks with Torrey. Like where they're landing at with this. When you look at my big board, I had Torrey all the way up at the end of the 3rd round. So you're getting this guy in the mid-5th. This is sensational value for Torrey Horton, a guy that should make the roster, a guy who very well might have a chance of potentially pushing even a guy like Bobo off the roster because he is more pure outside than Bobo is. But that's a battle for another day. We'll let them fight that out in OTAs and training camp. But a very good pick. A very good pick for your Seattle Seahawks here. Jackson Slater goes to the Tennessee Titans. The guard there out of Sacramento State. Drew Kendall, son of former guard Pete Kendall with your Seattle Seahawks, longtime center in this league. He gets selected by the Eagles to go be their backup center there. You love that move for them. So we're rolling along. I want to thank you one more time, man. Go 12s, go Hawks, go you for all of your support here to the channel here throughout this offseason. You've been locked in with that. You've been dropping those $100 notes, up $200 notes at some point or another. And you're making a roll here, man. Thank you so much for that. Middle Dragon says, I didn't like the way this draft started, and I don't like the way it's finishing either. They left some talent on the board. And I think there's going to be a little bit of looking back on this John Steyer's perspective in this draft, kind of wondering what could have been and going in some other different directions with it. Yeah. Member, sorry, here we go. It's Mumbles. Been a member for 29 months, almost 3 years of support to the channel. Thank you for that, Mumbles. Says B, I appreciate you being honest with yourself and with us. It's always what I'll be with you guys. If there's something on my mind, if I'm thinking about something, be it player, team, channel, anything else, I'm just going to let you guys know about it. It's not in my nature to hide things. It's not in my nature to keep things away. So I'm just always going to be kind of an open book with you guys as I can be. And cards far with me from that, you know. Me is on fire, man. He's on fire. Me got me out here thinking like I'm Arnold.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
Thrill House says the Panthers look like they're having a nice little draft, Hawks Nest. Didn't like the Jags going for the Ferrari pick. I think Mason Graham would have been better because the odds of Hunter not getting hurt is low. I don't like at all what the Jaguars have done in this draft. That trade, that move, that was ridiculous. And for, being a young general manager, first-time general manager going in there and doing something like that, that's ballsy, kid. Too bold. Too bold would be what I would say to that one. Chicago Bears with a really nice pick. They grabbed Zaw Frazier, UTSA, Tariq Woolen 2.0 kid out there at Chicago. Comes in there to duke it out with Tyreek Stevenson for that outside cornerback role. Love that pick there for the Bears. Great value. And I think the Panthers have had a pretty good draft. They've attacked their edges. I tell you, if I was John, I'd be, after this draft, calling him up, especially if you don't get an edge in this draft, saying, hey, we noticed you guys drafted 2 edges. Are you guys still all in on keeping Connie there? But McMillan, great pick. Scorton, solid pick. Princely Mamelian, really solid pick there too. Travis Etienne, that's a little early for me with him in the 4th round. Latham Ransom, that's good value there. Cam Jackson 5th, good value. And Mitchell Evans, good value. So I agree. They've had overall a pretty solid draft by what they've done. For sure. And thank you, Mumbles. I appreciate that. Thanks for that long-time support to the channel. James Peters, Brandon, how many snaps Draymond Jones have at edge? Maybe they think Mills can fill that slot. That might be a part of this. He did have about 1/6 of his snaps aligned out off the edge out there at Notre Dame. And when I saw the tape, I really felt I was looking at more of a 3-tech guy more than an outside guy that really would work out there. But he was utilized in that way a little bit out of Notre Dame, and so he's got some familiarity with it. You do have a need for the big edge. He would be a big edge if you put him out there. That part is absolutely true. I would worry a little bit about maybe not quite enough explosiveness to make it work out there. But good player. I think he'll be a good player. I'm more worried about the stack of the 4-3 techs, and I know he'll stop the run really well. We just got a little bit of a log jam. And James Peters, to your point on that, you do have a role to fill with Draymond Jones lost. You do have snaps out there off that edge to fill, and the power edge role is not one that exactly suits Derek Hall, Boye Mafe. It does with DeMarcus Lawrence. He can be that guy, in that way. But Uchenna is not really a power edge either. So there is a little bit more of a role here, an opening here to maybe go and take a look at a guy like that. Moving our way here through the 5th round. John, if the Seahawks hit with Milroe, though, it could be a franchise-altering move. He's got a lot of work to do, though. Very well could if they can hit on it. And the talent is undeniable in Milroe. I mean, the question is all about how far away he is from it and whether or not he has a pathway to reaching it. But it is true that upper end does exist inside him. It's not one of those ones where you have to really strain and stretch to understand why people see the upside in the kid. It's there. Royal by Blood, locker room guys. All about ball, baby. All about ball. That's what you're looking for. Next pick's going to come up here in about 5 selections or so. JRD, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I called it. You called it, man. You did it. He says, let's go, Horton. Let's go, Horton. We're eating Hortons tonight. We're eating at Hortons, JRD. Great pick. Great value. In fact, this is probably the best value pick of this draft. Mwari went to right about where he should have gone. Zabel went right about where he should have gone. A couple of other, maybe a little bit of reaches in some of the other places to me in this draft. So Horton's probably the best pure value pick that we've got in this draft so far. And I think it does, James Valvis, I think you're right about this. This does kind of confirm a little bit too, that we were probably looking at Alec Iona more and we got snaked. We probably got snaked for him. Good pick, Save the Geese. Good pick. And you can see with Riley Mills having the ACL at the end of the year and with Torrey Horton having the injury that he had to deal with this year, that there's a couple of these picks you've made sort of hoping that you can kind of gamble on the fact that once these guys get to full health, you're able to sort of pick a guy a little bit later on that if he had been in full health would have gone earlier in the draft. Because if Horton comes out there this last year and he adds another 1,000-yard season, if he has 3 1,000-yard seasons in a row as an outside wide receiver at Colorado State, which is not exactly known for having like great quarterback play, I think that that's enough to vault him up into at least the second round. So that's kind of the difference of the kind of player you're getting here and where you're selecting as far as for that value. And it's great, great value. MJ Seahawks with me on this one. He's got a $10 donation and he says, "This is my boy, Torrey Horton. He is the man. Great player. You guys are going to love this guy's tape. And part of the nice part of having a guy that's had 2,200 yards receiving in that 2-year period with 18 touchdowns, a lot of great catches, a lot of fun catches that you get to see what he can do. And he's not a limited receiver. This is not the one-trick pony of a Dante Thornton or an Arian Smith who went earlier than Horton in this draft. Those guys being outside receivers that are basically just speed guys that you want running off coverage. This is a guy that can run all the routes in the route tree. And then he gives you some yak after the catch. And then he gives you some punt return duties in addition to that. So a lot of bang for the buck in addition to having some actual notable upside in this particular wide receiver with Torrey Horton. It's a great pick, MJ Seahawk. It's a great pick by our Seahawks. Love this selection. And we do take care of outside wide receiver, which is nice because that was a little bit of a dire need as we stood right now. The Buffalo Bills with the pick 170 in the 5th round are going to select Jordan Hancock, cornerback out of Ohio State. Another Ohio State guy goes here. Names are flying off the board, but MJ Seahawk, thank you for that tenor, and as well, being a member of the channel as you are, I really appreciate it. Greg Kemp, Brandon, did Horton ran a 4.41? Let me double check that. I don't think he was at the combine. Oh, he did, yes. So yeah. 6'2.5", 196 pounds, ran a 4.4 140, had a 1.53 10-yard split. He also then jumped 37.5 inches on the vertical leap. Probably a little bit of the worry here comes into a play too, is that he's got 30 and 5/8 inch arms. So there is going to be a little bit of a concern for him on the outside, probably with that arm length. But as Benelli says, Torrey can play football. That's kind of it's a great bottom line way of putting it, Benelli. The guy can just play football. And if he had been healthy this year, you're going to see this guy not go to the 5th round. And so if the medicals are clean on him, which I'd estimate that they probably are, then makes a lot of sense. You go this route with this and you jump here on this spot of it. Good pick. Really good pick. But yeah, 4.41. That's legit good speed too for the position. It's what you like, especially on a 6'2 build. It can be 4.4 speed, 6'2 build, jumping ability, which you feel on tape. Good contested catcher, can elevate his catch radius with that jumping ability. And then gives you the size at 6'2 as well. You like that quite a bit. Yeah, game speed, Lethal Lance. That's right. Game speed. John says 93 speed, laughing out loud. Exactly, John. That's about what 4.4 is. It's like 93 speed. Quinn says, now just grab a nose tackle and we can wait 100 picks with a good taste in our mouth. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Some nose tackles still available. JJ Pegwest is there. Zir Stackhouse is there. I ain't gonna lie, it's getting a little light. It's getting a little light. Okay, so the Lions with another pick for their offensive line here. They're going to go with Miles Frazier, LSU. Good value there for them as they take their second guard in this draft. We'll bring the Rams up on the clock. Mumble Mumbles coming in the house. Let's go, Mumbles. We got first we got me coming in with a $100 donation. Let's go. We got Sanchez coming in with a $100 donation. Let's go. And now we got Mumbles coming in with a $49.49 donation. Let's go, Mumbles. Come on. Thank you so much for that, Mumbles. I really appreciate that big time support on your part, along with being a member of the channel for well over 3 years on that side of it. Thank you for that, man. I really appreciate you. It says, might be a wake-up call to those people who are in the camp of what looks like to me toxic positivity. Not getting this draft from John past our second pick. Trading up just to trade down in the fourth makes no sense to me. I think it's a good way of putting it with toxic positivity. I hadn't thought of it a way. That's a great term and a great way of putting it. And I think that aptly captures at times what does exist here in some of the segments. Not everybody. It's not even the majority, but that is a very tangible part of the fan base that you can feel. And probably in all fan bases exist to a degree, but it does feel like they've gotten pretty loud recently. And I'm in a bit of the same spot as you. I do like the Torrey Horton pick here. I think this is great and maybe the best pick of this draft as far as pure value-wise goes. But I for the most part on this draft, I do scratch my head, and I've said this a little bit. I worry a little bit on this. I don't know that it's going to go this way. Jalen Milroe might go out and develop into this grade A starter in this league. And you might see, the tight end they took go out there and ball out and do some incredible things, from his angle of it as well. And he goes out and he becomes a star. The next Jimmy Graham. Maybe it becomes that way. But there is a worry I have and a concern as I look at this right now, Mumbles. And when you look at this draft and you go, well, are we going to look at those 5 picks that we had? We're going to look at the Geno trade and the DK trade, and we have 5 picks in the top 100. And are we going to get 2 years down the line? And we're going to say about those 100 picks, we got a center and we got a safety? I hope that's not what we're going to be saying a few years down the line. But that is a little bit of inherently some of my concern in looking at the way that this draft's played out. You had all that ammunition to get so much done. You took big swings. You went up for upside. But you also went for a lot more of the bust realm to what you're doing here on this. And that's the harder part to necessarily sign up for with some of the selections that were available. Wow, great pick here for the Rams. Absolutely phenomenal selection for them. They take Chris Paul at 172 out of Ole Miss. Really light, undersized guy, but great tape. He's a leader. He's a dog. That's a great pick there for LA. They continue to have a very strong draft. Sucks. But I love your term, man. Toxic positivity. It's a little bit of what I've gotten the brunt of here recently with it, and it's out there, man. We'll see if it wakes it up. But I think that there's going to be more people that are really going to go more effusively overboard in the praise on this draft with John, and there's going to be those folks that are questioning it, like you or myself are a little bit on it. So hopefully they're seeing it clear and we're not. I guess I'll say, hopefully they're seeing what we can't see on this, and that we get to be proven wrong on it. But it is the way it feels a little bit in the moment, isn't it? On that side of it, Mumbles. It is just the way it does feel like it kind of stands right now. So I'm with you. This is a draft to me that's a little bit more akin in totality to some of those drafts in 16, 17, 18. A little more at times for the need side, a little more times for the what was the plan here kind of thing. But maybe we just got to give it some time, and it will come out in the wash down the line a little bit with that one. But Mumbles, you are awesome. Awesome. Thank you for that $50 donation, brother. I really appreciate you for that. And well said on your part. As I said, I know the majority in this chat know what time it is, know what we're trying to do here. Don't take it that way. And we're all on the same page in what we're trying to do in the outlook of the team in that way. And you're one of those folks, Mumbles. Thank you for that, man. I really appreciate you. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I love the Horton pick. As well, you should. A lot of value to be had. Number one, grade value pick. I have a late 3rd round grade. You get this guy in the mid-5th round. A guy that gives you ability as a punt returner. We saw the value and the need of that last year when we had a guy we tried out there who couldn't do it particularly well. And hell, he could even throw the ball around a little bit there, Randall. So a guy with some upside, a guy with some versatility he can give you. And that's great great value there. That's great value. I like Horton. One of my favorite picks of this draft. JRD, thank you for the $2 donation. Horton, here's a hawk. Caw. Horton, here's a who? Hawk. See what you did there, JRD. I see what you did. The Bells at 173 go get themselves a blocking tight end. Jackson Hawes goes to the Buffalo Bills here at 173. The Arizona Cardinals will be up next here now at 174. And then your Seattle Seahawks will pick again here in this 5th round. Love it there, JRD. Bam Cakes with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Bam Cakes. Like the pancake emoji you got there too. That's cool. But appreciate the $20 donation. Very kind of you. He says, don't just announce the picks. I love the passion. If you're not in love with a pick, you're not in love. That's cool. I've been a fan since 2003. I've seen some bad drafts myself. Don't fold to these fair weather fans. I won't at the end of the day, and I'm just trying to learn how to navigate it is really what I'm in discussing with you guys here in the chat and kind of vocalizing it to you guys. It's just, I'm trying to kind of, in this last 3 months, find the way to navigate around this area of things. I do trust and I do fall into the point at the end of the day of leaning into saying, look, by far the vast majority of the fans that come into this channel and this chat understand what it is what we're trying to do. Understand that this isn't about living in negativity, but this is about living in honesty and being and just giving you guys the real bottom line take of what I see on any given move this team does make, and that you guys find value in that. And that is where I eventually lean to with it. But it is a weird thing where it's just this offseason especially, man, it has gotten louder than ever. And I don't know. And part of it makes me want to just like, man, maybe I should just stay about 19,000. It's like, it almost feels like the bigger we get, the more you start to pull in the toxic positivity, and where I just start to get more people that are trying to force me to, it's like a dog that's, you know, it's almost like the equivalent of like a dog that's pooped in the house, and you're like, you force the dog's face in the poop to try to get him to know that you don't poop in the house. I feel like there's an equivalency of that when it comes to being a little bit negative at times to the team from those. I'm stealing Mumble's term, toxic positivity. The Arizona Cardinals go and get themselves a cornerback at 174, Denzel Burke. Not big on Denzel Burke, but this is pretty good value for Denzel. Not a bad landing zone there for him in that spot. And for the Cardinals, that's pretty good value for them. He's played a lot of football out there at Ohio State. Pure outside corner at that. But thank you again, Bam Cakes. And I promise you I will stay in this role with it. It does seem it's going to be pissing off more and more fans to stay in the role with this, but I will stay in this role, and I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong on these picks so that I have an evaluation that don't like them as much. Outside of Horton, I want to be right on that. Emory, I want to be right on that. Sable, I want to be right on that. But the rest of these guys, I want to be wrong on this. I don't want to come out this to be able to pat myself on the back 2 years later. I'd much rather eat that crow and be like, ugh, I was off on those. Man, I wasn't seeing it clearly. You guys had a better idea of those out there that weren't positive on it. You were seeing it clearer. And you better believe, I've done this before. I'm more than willing to go back and eat my words if I'm wrong on stuff. It's about getting better and about getting righter, about getting smarter about this process, and hopefully improving every single year. And you can't do that if you don't acknowledge where you've gone wrong and where your mistakes are too, from my perspective. Robert Hale, thank you for the $5 donation, Robert. It's good to see you in the chat too as well, brother. Says, thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for watching, man. I really appreciate it, and for the support to the channel. Very kind of you to say that, man. And I do love what I get to do. Even with there being sometimes some frustrations, that I still love this job. There's nothing else like it in the world. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. He's hyped up for this draft. He's loving it. He says, Randy is loving this draft. I give our first 4 picks an A- to B+. The one I might question is Arroyo, but that was a position of need. What fun it is. What fun is it? It's okay to disagree. I think it's a lot of fun. And I think that it's funner to have disagreement. It's funner for there to be variance of opinion. It's also, like I say with it, which is also part of the truth of this angle of that, even if I'm not super big on this particular draft in general, it is really encouraging that there are the voices that really like some of these guys more than I do. It gives me some hope, all that much more hope that maybe I'm seeing these players in my evaluation of them improperly, and I don't have it calibrated correctly on what I'm seeing for their outlook and how they project. It legit does give me some of that hope in that way. So it is cool, that aspect of it, that angle of it. We got our Seattle Seahawks up here now. And let's go. But I'm glad to hear, Randall, that you're feeling this draft. I like the first two picks myself for sure. But like you say, it's fun to disagree. It's fun to disagree. And I love that you're hyped up for him, man. Love me this Torrey Horton pick. I'll tell you that. I got no but ifs on that one. It's all good on that pick. That's for sure. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, all seriousness, I'll keep you in my prayers, bro. Well, thank you. And I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good with it. Just trying to find a way to navigate things that, these are all new territories for all of us, and there's not a guidebook. There's no manual, It's all just kind of you're free flowing and trying to figure it out a little bit with it on the fly. But I appreciate you, God's Gang. Thank you for that. Larry Mosier. Let me say it right, Larry. Sorry for butchering your name on that, but thank you for subscribing to the channel, Larry. I appreciate you jumping aboard here on the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. We still need a nose tackle. Stay strong, Brandon. We do need a nose tackle in general, but we are not going to take one here, as the Seattle Seahawks in the 5th round are going to take Robbie Outs out of Alabama. I got nothing for you on this one. I didn't have a chance to take a look at Robbie Outs' game. So hopefully this is a good pick. Kind of glad I don't know him, to be honest with you. John Naylor, we do still need a nose tackle. I guess they feel like we're going to just be rocking 2-3 techs, man. Maybe that's the role. Maybe that's the role we're going. Dogzilla, am feeling outs on this pick. I guess Chad said he's a fullback. So cool. Whew. I guess we got our fullback here, huh? Tyler Barron is the last player that will be selected here in the 5th round, and that will put a close on the 4th and the 5th round of this draft, as we will now move on into the 6th. Seahawks will be picking... Seahawks are picking in the 6th round at 192, so got a little bit of a wait before we're up next here. Just a little bit. Joseph says, what's the point of Brady Russell then? You bring these guys in to compete, I suppose. Let the best man win. Hawks, I heard Cooper Kupp can play nose tackle per Jazz. And sorry, folks, I didn't have a chance on this guy to take a look. I will admit on this, I didn't. I kind of made a tangible decision this year to try to spend a little bit more time looking at the guys at the top of the draft to get a better idea of them, more than looking at the depths of the kind of the back end draft guys. Yeah, Lethal Lance, I haven't looked at outs, but I would have probably maybe have preferred a Dupree instead. I also kind of am coming back to the offensive line on this one a little bit, and I kind of feel like I'm not understanding what's going on there either. You had one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL last year. You did nothing in free agency. You made no trade. You have essentially drafted Gray Zabel, and that's your whole, that and the coaching staff is our fix for the offensive line. It feels a little bit like that may not work. He says we're using some kind of draft player randomizer website on GeoCities now, I guess. Oh, yeah, no, Herbicide says, dude, we're going to have to trade for a nose tackle or something. Yeah, we have no nose tackles on the roster either. A lot of tight ends and fullbacks, receiving quarterbacks. Voodoo Magic says, outs, more like ouch. Gumagar says, I mean, it's an A+ just for the mullet and the mustache. Jarl says Chase Lunt, Kobe Bryant, and Nazir Stackhouse would be a good way to end the draft. I could go for that. That'd be a solid finish. Greg says, dang, Brandon, I thought you looked at outs because I asked you about him, possible fullback option for the Hawks. I did write him down and meant to get to him, Greg, just didn't get quite to him. So I got into about 280 players deep in the draft process this year, and I was kind of good at that point. You know, I just didn't really want to get into depths of like 330 guys, and especially when it comes to these kind of guys that are just fringe back end players, because they're so very inoften to ever have any impact on football teams. How's Pumpkin doing? Pumpkin's doing great. Can't see her because she's in this. We'll go to the main shot here. Let's get a little Pumpkin watch here. What you doing, Pumpkin, huh? She's hanging out. Palestine Liberation. Kevin Hampton, what about bringing back Hankins? Nah, Kevin. He was bad. He's got forks sticking out of his back. He's just kind of done. Ryan says, why are you saying Zabel's going to play center? Are you saying that he just won't work out at guard? Wondering, because it seems Mike and the team are pretty insistent he'll play guard. Yeah, and it's obviously we take kind of different things off what we hear in the way that the coaches or whatever talk about him. The intention is to try to make it work at guard with him initially. And I'm not saying that this is absolutely where this thing is going, Ryan. This was more about when I walk out of this draft, my fear of a suspicion I have about where this could go in the way and the manner this goes. So when I come out of this with those 5 picks you have, he's got kind of small arms in there, Ryan. And the smaller those arms start to get, the more those guys start to get closer and closer to slid into becoming centers. So he's not going to be a tackle, number one. They'll try him at guard, but if he fails out of guard, he's going right into center. And a lot of NFL evaluators, Ryan, did not have an outlook with Zabel of being a guard, but instead had the outlook of him being a center. So this isn't just my personal opinion on this one. If we want to go to appeal to authority on this, we've got an appeal to authority of NFL evaluators that saw him in this manner. So the worrying concern comes in that they'll try him out at guard first, Ryan. He doesn't work at guard. You get 2 years down the line. Jalen Milroe doesn't develop. Arroyo is kind of injury prone and not a very complete tight end. And so you have to use him in a kind of very specific manner, which doesn't really get you the returns back for as high a pick as he was, that you find yourself with those 5 picks in the top 100 saying, wow, we got ourselves a solid starting safety and we got ourselves a center with 5 picks in the top 100. You got essentially solid play from 2 very devalued positions in the NFL. And if that does play out that way, that will not have been a solid way to run this draft. That will have been a draft failure if it does play out that way. I'm not saying I'm predicting it to happen that way, but I'm saying I've got some real strong suspicions that it could go this direction of it. And that makes me a bit nervous. For sure it does. Benelli says, how is he more of a priority than Chase Lund? I wish I had an answer for you on that, Benelli, when it comes to this particular pick. I don't know on that one. Garrett DeGrand. We got outs for blocking on the run and Barner for blocking. Fent is probably gone. I could see us getting 2 offensive linemen in the last 2 rounds. Very potential, very, very possible. I agree with you, Garrett. I think this is definitely a dead-on indication at this point that Fant is probably going to be moved on. They were probably hoping they could kind of make him move a trade maybe in the draft, but probably just gets outright released after the draft. Hey, Josh says, no nose tackle. What do you mean? We got Murphy. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Like 60 is the new 40. 3-tech is the new nose tackle. I guess so. Maybe that's it. This is the new trend, John. This is the new hotness. 340-pound men that can't move is so 1987. We're in 2025, baby. It's all about that lean speed all across the defensive line. I'm with it. Let's go. Let's run up the flagpole. Let's try it out. I like it. Talon, thank you for the $5 donation, as well as being a member of the channel, Talon. Thank you for that. The tight end we just grabbed is known to be one of the SEC's punishing lead blockers, according to some sources. And at his size, he'd be a massive fullback. He's got that Patrick Ricard kind of size to him, right, Talon? The long time there fullback out there at Baltimore was just a big old blunt force hammer as a blocking back. So that's cool to hear. That definitely explains a little bit more where they're coming from on that pick. And there is no denying that tight end is a very important position in this offense. It's not just a position. Like, you need to have a guy that can do some certain specific things from that position. And there's been some talk about, trying to slide a guy like Arroyo in there and have him do that. But Arroyo's got some struggles when it comes to blocking. Arroyo's a little bit taller. I don't know if I'd want him trying to get in there into the middle of a hole and clear a linebacker out of an A or a B gap in that way. So makes sense that they go this route. You did need a tight end. I don't think they were super sold on Brady Russell. Doesn't sound like there's much of an intention to try to turn Jalen Milroe into that Taysom Hill kind of role. I think this is further evidence for that, quite frankly. And so makes sense. Makes a lot of sense there, Talon. Thank you for the note on that. I'll be trying to do some homework on him tonight, get a little bit of an idea and dive into him a little bit. Herbicide, he was joking about the Murphy nose tackle thing. He was joking on that for sure. James Peters, Fant was gone before the draft started. Kubiak hates non-blockers. Told you all. Wanted Evans, but Horton better, so it's okay. Arroyo ain't the best of blockers. Emmanuel Velasco, Stackhouse next pick, or Chase Lunt? Gotta be. We shall see. Couple picks gone off the board here in the start of the 6th round. We've got Dorian Strong, 177 going to the Buffalo Bills. Good pick for the Bills. Bills really reinventing their defense here with this draft. Then we've got 178. The Baltimore Ravens will take Bilal Cohn, a quarterback out of Western Michigan. A lot of small school guys going here in this draft. Thank you again, Dallin, for that note on outs. Take a look at him here once I'm off the stream tonight. Take a peek at him, see where he's at. Spaces, I almost got a mullet last week, but I didn't want to fight off the women. It's bad enough as it is. I might try to rock that look. I could rock the mustache mullet look. I feel like I could make that go. What do we think here, folks? Grow out the stash a little bit. Flowing hair in the back. Business in the front. Party in the back. The stash that lets you know I'm here to play. Right? Be calm. See clearly. It's good to see you in the house, man. How you doing? He says, yeah, Noah Fant's probably gone. Yeah, he's on the outskis. You can save that money by moving on from him. You're not going to lose anything from a pass catching role in Arroyo. He's going to definitely be able to match what Fant gives you as a pass catcher and in that way. So, yep. Hard to see how Fant remains on this roster at this point. Definitely is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Half Daddy says, so we had 9 picks, but in the end we have 9 picks. What a waste of picks with Sam Howell last year. 78th overall could have been used better last year. Definitely kind of a waste on that one. Yeah, you're right about that, Half Daddy. Kind of just blew it out. Jared writes, his Fant does not make a big impact, honestly, on a week-to-week basis. Not worth the capital. Agreed, Jared. I wouldn't have signed into the contract extension last year, though, either. Putting yourself in this pickle in the first place. But agreed. Ryan says, I see, that makes sense. Thanks, boss. Anytime, Ryan. Anytime. Great question. Great question. Emmanuel says, I want Stackhouse, Mello Dotson, Chase Lund, a flyer on Willie Lampkin. Give me any of those, Emmanuel. I'd be happy with any of those guys. Great names, man. Great names. MWM, Clay Webb still available. He's got a nasty streak as well. He does. That man's a load, MWM, if you get what I'm saying, huh? You get what I'm, you get what I mean? You know what I mean. Dogzilla says, if Noah's among our best tight ends, then I hope we keep him. Yeah, he's probably heading out. Thrill House, Hawks Nest. The Hawks go through more tight ends over the years than anyone. Then we drop them off at Motel 6 on Highway 99. Man, I wanted Zy Alexander or Mello Dotson. Gonna be big training camp. Yeah, I would have probably liked either of those two guys as well. Strange picks there. A little strange. But yeah, you got your share. You got a lot of tight ends, man. A lot of tight ends. Couple fullbacks. They've stocked it up, that's for sure. Talon Deal. Thank you for the $5 donation, Talon. Torrey Horton gives me a poor man's Devontae Smith at Alabama vibes. I like that. You know, he's not quite as light and kind of thinly put together. I mean, he's not a big guy, but I mean, of course, with a Devontae, you just had a guy that was like 170 pounds at the receiver position coming out. But I think you're right in that they both win in very similar ways. They've got really good acceleration, good speed, but they're just really good route runners who have those variety of skills that you would tend to seek out for in your wide receivers on the outside. You know, that ability to have the prerequisite speed, to be a natural route runner, to have good soft hands, to be able to extend your catch radius, to be good after the catch. You know, there's not one big defining skill of Horton's game that separates him in that way, but those are all, to your point on that, Talon, those are all comparable to what you do get from a Devontae Smith and what he brings to the table too. So I like that. I like the poor man's comp on that. And I think this kid can be an effective player in this league. He can be a number 2 type wide receiver. He can operate from the X and operate from the Z. I think he can do a bit of both of those two things. And so good pick. Maybe my favorite value pick of this whole draft, Talon. Not maybe, probably my favorite value pick. Everywhere else, you're either grabbing the guys in the right spot they had to go or maybe even reaching just a little bit. This one, you legit got a bit of a steal on this one. James Peter, Fant is gone. How much cap does that give us, Brandon? Great question, and absolutely something worth taking a look at right now because it's likely to come down the line here pretty soon. So let's go back over the games. We got Ollie Gordon going here from Oklahoma State, the running back to Miami. Nose tackle goes off the board. J.J. Pegues in the 6th round goes to the Las Vegas Raiders at 180. So another nose tackle goes. Nazir Stackhouse, last of the Mohicans. Last man standing. Last nose tackle. Let's look at here. So currently the Seattle Seahawks are sitting on the 7th most amount of cap space. They have $34.8 million in cap space. Top team is the Patriots with $67 million. So a Noah Fant cut Here we go. A Noah Fant cut, and interesting enough, by the way, currently right now, Noah Fant is due to have the second highest cap hit on the whole roster this year. So he has a $13.4 million cap hit. Only Leonard Williams at $15 million is costing the Seahawks more this year as far as his cap number goes. But you are going to save $8.9 million by moving off of Fant. So you're sitting at point out, so you're $9 million saved. So you're going to go from basically $35 million to $44 million of cap space, which will then provide the Seattle Seahawks, important point here, That will then provide the Seahawks the second most amount of cap space in all of the NFL, just behind the New England Patriots. So, very good question on that, because something to keep in mind of for when James, this draft ends up and moves that they could make, with other teams that might be have waited till after the draft to maybe move guys. Do they look to target maybe a guard that's more of a Wyatt Teller type guy? Do you go try to find a little bit of a nose tackle somewhere out across this board with a team that's willing to move a guy like that? Is the team willing to make a big trade? Somebody's mentioned here in the chat, like Herbicide, maybe get a TJ Watt. I mean, is that out of bounds to think that that's maybe a possibility here? You got a lot of money. That's the one thing with it. As John says, the powder is dry. So there is moves there to be made that they can go out there and do that with. Emmanuel Velasco. I would have liked Willie Lampkin for fullback. Well, I haven't looked at Robbie Outs, that's for sure, Emmanuel, but I have looked at Willie, and I think that he can do it. So I might be kind of likely to agree with you on that. Go, yeah. I am looking forward to James looking at his tape, though. I had meant to look at that guy before the draft and just never got to it. James says Outs is being picked to play the phone booth formation, PKG. Wait, what for B? Says start Outs at center. Hey, he's got the mobility, you know that. Thank you, Neil, for reminding me that. If you guys can for me, please do hit that like button today. Even in all my bitching and complaining and moaning today on the stream, it does help the channel out by you doing that. If you could hit that like button, I really, really would appreciate it. And maybe sub on up if you get the chance. Very kind of you, though. Thank you for mentioning that, Neil. Dogzilla, where is useless brother Rob today? I was going to have Stanton on, but I was having issues today with my StreamYard. StreamYard app was giving me some issues on trying to, that's why I had to kind of kill the stream on the one that I had planned and relaunch it. I don't know what happened with StreamYard today, so I wasn't able to make that roll, unfortunately. Kevin Dampton says Arroyo is not going to be used as a blocker, pass catcher all the way. Agree with you, Kevin. It was just in a response to that when I was mentioning that. It was just in regards to something people were trying to say yesterday about the way that he was going to be used. And so it's more for responding back to those people that were kind of mentioning that. He says, hey man, be easy. A 3-tech or a 1-tech, a center, a guard, makes no difference. Seahawks don't do labels, man. It's new age, man. Oh, Lordy. That's funny. Ryan White, are we sure Arch Manning is coming out after only 1 year playing at Texas? No, it's not a certain. It's not a certain. I think I think you're referencing a little bit back to the Rams and having the pick that they have and the ability to do what they're going to be able to do here with 2 first-round picks next year. I think even outside of it being about Arch Manning, which is scary in itself, it's just that there's a variety of really good quarterbacks coming out of next year's class that are super scary. And if you give the Rams the ability to land that guy, that's the stuff that gets me a little nervous. They say Arroyo is a hybrid wide receiver tight end mismatch maker, which fits Kubiak. Yeah, that's much more of an apt description of him. There's some partiality of wide receiver to him. I think I would say that I know I've heard the team talking about using him in the X role, and rather than being really an X receiver, he would be more of a slot. He played about 55% of his snaps in college out of the slot. So you're definitely going to see a little bit of his use there too. Manelia Rojo's little crumbs there in Hernandez before killing his friend. Virez trade Fant and a 7th to the Dolphins for Jalen Ramsey. I wouldn't say no to that all day long. Can certainly fit his money inside the inside the cap at this point, couldn't you? Easy peasy. Quinn says Manning isn't the only good-looking quarterback. Even if he doesn't declare, there are other good quarterbacks next year. Exactly. You got Cade Klubnik, Quinn. You're on it with that. He's looking really good. Every time I turn on the tape with Klubnik, I'm really, really impressed. Watching a lot of other games with other players here and him just in there, and his accuracy really stands out on all throws. Where he puts the ball, and sometimes his receivers didn't always do him a lot of favors out there at Clemson. But I'm very, very, very much like Cade Klubnik a lot. Drew Aller is a fan here of this channel, and many folks in here who like him quite a bit as a guy who could develop and get onto the Hawks radar and be a real high-picked guy. There's a couple other names too I'm spacing out right now that you could throw in addition to this that are potential to develop and get even better and, ascend to that spot of things. So, there are, well said, man, Quinn. There's some really good quarterbacks still in the other way of this in next year's draft. As I said, I think we're going to come to find that 4 quarterbacks, if Arch comes out, I think that the first 4 quarterbacks that go off the board next year's draft in the first round are all going to have a consensus higher grade than Cam Ward had in this draft. Brian says, reading some analysis on Oots, I see fullback in his future. That's true. That seems where he's going to settle in at for sure. Jim says, just got my mullet styled, carried a stick. Let's go. I might have to go mullet. I've never done the mullet. I need to see that power. Every man needs to understand the power of the mullet at some point in his life. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Olu's PFF grade in 2024, did it improve the more he played? Let's take a look. So Olu was your 19th highest graded player by PFF last year at center. Your 19th highest graded center. So Randall, he was a guy that had a 64 grade overall at the end of the year, 19th highest grade in football. His 64 grade was 11 points higher than his rookie year in 2023. And what he provided that, so it was an improvement. He started out the year, I'll just kind of read for you the breakdown of the individual weeks. So you have Buffalo, week 8 is where he comes out and starts in at 60 grade. Next week, 60 grade. San Francisco, he posts an 80 grade. Comes back against Arizona, 58. Comes back against the Jets, 50. Arizona then 57, 56, 62, 55. And then he does come back at the last game of the year in LA and comes in with a 74 grade. But let's remember with LA at that time, they were resting a lot of their players defensively throughout that game. So that's kind of artificially pushing up a little bit of the grade that Olu pulled in that game. So short answer to you on that one would be no. He stayed pretty similar to the player he was throughout the course of the year. It might have a game here or a game there where there's some fluctuation to it, good to bad, but he's right around that. He's right around that kind of league average-ish range. Game by game, it'll be a little bit above or a little bit below, but he's just right in around that kind of spot. Quinn says, Oots wasn't just a fullback. He was Milroe's fullback. There we go. Some familiarity there. I like it. Garrett DeGron says, Oots is going to be the next Mike Allstott. God, I hope so. That'd be awesome. Allstott's one of the all-time funnest running backs to ever watch, man. That guy, go back and watch his highlight tape, and he's just, literally dusting guys up on the field. Dusting them up. Cool Breeze says, with the stash, Brando would look like the neighbor from Office Space. I would. 2 chicks at the same time. I think with $1 million, I could pull that off. I tried the stash on you guys once, and everybody said it was an Orno stash. And I was like, all you need to see is one of those comments that say that. Oh, he's rocking a 70s Orno stash. Okay, we're going to shave ourselves now. It's not the look that a guy wants to be pulling off. Oh, he looks like a pervert. Yeah, I think we're going to shave. Haley, I wonder if Jarrell's going to be a baller in the system. I hope so. It's kind of cool. His dad drops in every once in a while here in the chat. And he's out there working his butt off, Haley. Good news for him is the team hasn't gotten any other tackles here in this draft. So, as it stands right now, he's that fourth guy in your roster as it kind of sits. Haley says, I need some Max Strong opinion on Oots. Well, he's got the body to do it, at least it sounds like. He's big enough. A couple picks we got off the board here. The Eagles go get Kyle McCord. So Kyle McCord, I thought coming this draft is how much hype he was getting. That guy was going to go in the third round, but he eventually goes to where we all had him pretty much characterized when it was all said and done, which was the fifth round. But another absolutely phenomenal pick by the Eagles. Great value for them. Love that. That was a team that moved pick of this offseason, so a little bit of an opening there to add in another quarterback. Andres Borregales. He's not only a place kicker, but he's going to be having a cooking channel on the Food Network with that name. My goodness, that guy needs to be making pasta, not kicking field goals. Marcus Harris, cornerback out of California, goes 183 to the Tennessee Titans. Devin Neal goes to the Saints there at 184. Will Howard off the board. His drop stops. Howard goes to the Steelers. DK Metcalf has his quarterback. It's okay. We finally understand the DK quote about wanting some certainty at the quarterback position. We finally have our answer. We've all been trying to wonder, like, you left to go to a place that doesn't have a quarterback, DK. What's going on, man? What's going on? But now we know. They were just sitting in the pocket for Howard, man. James Peters says, Brandon, there isn't a linebacker in the NFL going to be Huey meeting lights outs in the hole in the goal line sets, laughing my ass off. To your point, James, you used to, as an inside linebacker, you used to have to know that you were going to get into like 40 of those car crashes every week where those fullbacks were coming downhill, you're meeting them in the hole. Whether you make the tackle or not, you're going to have one hell of a collision on your hands. Now these modern day linebackers, they just get to run around. They just get to dance around back out there and just do whatever they want to do. I mean, maybe they got to worry eventually every once in a while about a center that's going to scrape down to the second level, but they don't got those fullbacks moving with some quickness and speed, meeting them in the hole like that. I mean, those used to be, I think, legitimately some of the biggest hits in the NFL. Those fullback linebacker collisions in the hole like that. I mean, this is why Max Strong destroyed his freaking spine, is those kind of hits for 20 years and end up basically forcing him to retire. But I love it, man. I'm getting stoked to check him out. I should have had a chance to look at him before the draft, quite frankly, but just wasn't sure if he was going to be a guy they picked or more of a UDFA kind of dude. But you got me stoked, James. Let's go. Yeah, JJ Pegwest's gone. The Penguin is gone. Yeah, that's a steal from McCord there, MWM. Steal from McCord. Eagles and Ravens, man. Draft gods, Half Daddy. They really are. It's crazy how every year they just, hook or crook, they find a way to walk out of it where you're like, how do they come away with that haul? Lights out. I like that. Lights out. That's cool, James. That's an awesome nickname for a fullback. What's your nickname? Lights out. Yeah, Fanta bye-bye. No more Fant. Herzad says, never change Hawksnest. Thank you, Herzad. I won't. I promise you, brother. Are we picking the Roz Kings? Maybe so. Sean S says, I'm follically challenged, so no mullets for me. Even in the back, Sean? I mean, I know it's hard to pull it off if you got the U on the top and then you try to rock the mullet out the back on that. It's like, ooh, are we compensating? But you gotta run it. You gotta run it out one time. You never know, Might come to find that you're a sex machine with the mullet. Simple 1970, I'm 54 and lived through the mullet era. Some things are better left in the past. Laughing out loud. These kids are bringing it back, man. They're coming back strong because it's one thing just to try to do the mullet with a clean, fresh face, but they're going full on with a little wispy stash on top of it. It's a whole look now. Chris says, you think there's a water boy we can draft? I mean, Outs kind of sounds like a little bit like it. Herbazad, I'm so happy we got Nick Mawari. He was my favorite in the draft. I fought with so many people all because I wanted him. I get it, man. Safeties don't come built like this, Herbicide. They don't come put together like this. He is a freak show in every way like that. You and 2KB, you need to combine the mullet with the Fu Manchu mustache. Perfect combo. I might have to do this just to have maybe, this would be a way to get you guys to tune in the off season, wouldn't it, Huey? Everybody's like, oh, it's May, it's June. There's nothing going on football wise. Why should I watch? Well, if I've got this cool Fu Manchu beard and I'm rocking this monster mullet in the back, that might just be a reason in itself, huh? Spaces, I had a raging mullet back in the 80s. They called it a bi-level. Raging mullet. Is that where it has a lot of flopping in the wind? Is that what makes a raging mullet? It gets a lot of wind flapping. Kentucky waterfall. Oh my God. That's great. Oh, dude. That's too good. And Megan says, the Hawks Nest, if you grow a mullet, I'm out of here. I can deal with the facial hair, just not the mullet. Half Daddy, I'm surprised no one would want to trade for Noah Fant. Yeah. I mean, he's still carrying kind of a decent base, and you know those tight ends are really hard to be paid. So even if you have a guy like Fant that you eat the bonus money and the base money is all that's left, still there's a lot of teams that don't really want to be paying that much for their tight end, especially a guy like that would be kind of a number 2 tight end. But you'd think you'd at least be able to get like a 7th rounder from somebody. HHEB. Did anyone tell your brother he looks like store brand Mike McDonald? They did yesterday. It made me start to think I got to start putting some skits together where I'll play John Schneider and he can play Mike McDonald, and then we just do some riffing. Get the green screen up behind us, look like we're doing a fake. Maybe have some fun with this draft that way, you know? John, what'd you do this draft? We reached for need, then we might have Rob just looking super intense down. I think I could have some fun with that. But he did, yeah. I had noticed as well on the camera too. It really makes my brother look kind of like Mike McDonald. He's even got the real deep brown eyes. Peter Van Gent, Brandon, do you think we'll do Charles Cross extension this year or wait until the end of the season? How much would that change the cap situation? I would estimate that you're probably going to try to do the contract extension after this draft. That's the timeline that you typically wait to do these kind of deals. I would estimate that Cross does get a deal signed. If you're sitting on, after the release of Noah Fant, $44 million, I think the way to say it is it would change the cap situation basically in this way. The money that you save on Noah Fant, you could just push over into Charles Cross's contract extension for the first year cap hit. Yes, he'd be up around $20 million per year overall, but the first cap hit would be right around the same savings that you would get back from Noah Fant's deal. It would be pretty this for that kind of thing. Tyler Loop, place kicker, goes to the Baltimore Ravens as they look to get their Justin Tucker replacement out there. Jalen Reed, safety from Penn State, will go 187 here to the Houston Texans. That's going to put 4 or 5 teams up ahead of your Seahawks, and they'll be picking there. Hawks Eye View, Brando, keep it up. If people don't like your opinion, they can eat shit. Go Hawks. I'm going to keep rolling that Wayne. I really am. I just keep it going here, you know. It's served me well so far for the last 5 years, and I'll lean on what's, as they say, you know, ride in on the horse that got you here. You know, don't jump off the horse that got you here, and that's what I'm going to do. Neil Marsh, speaking of kickers, Pour Me Whiners spent $99 on a kicker that half their fans are sick of already. Who's got it worse than us? Yeah, that's a bad look with Jake Moody. Kickers are hard, man. You want to do a lot more, I think, of what we've seen from the Patriots and what the Ravens have done here, which Ravens have Harbaugh, former special teams coach. I think that he knows this. Like, you get a place kicker, you don't want to be taking that guy in the 3rd, the 4th round. Go grab a guy in the 6th, 7th round. Try to see if you can make that guy work. If not, come back around the next year and go grab another one. And eventually you get your guy who will be your guy. But don't give up prime assets for it. Another big back goes here at 188 to the Tennessee Titans. Khalil Mullings from Michigan. Big back, 235, gets in there and really puts his head in there. Short yardage guy there for the Titans. James's outs, they'll use on toss sweeps. He has a decent split, actually. Ooh, let's go. It's not the place where those fullbacks can just hammer guys on those toss sweeps, because you get the linebackers running like hell to try to get to the spot, and just they're not paying attention where the fullback is. Blammo. Outs had 26 reps on the bench. Booker, offensive guard for the Alabama, only had 21 reps. Strong man. James Suits had a 34-inch vert. Don't talk ass. He high points the ball. Catalyst's favorites are Emory, Zabel, and Horton. Me too. High level. JRD243, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm manifesting a full, healthy year for K9. Well, let me help you with that. Let's get our healthy season here for K9. It's coming into a contract year. Let's go put that 1,400 yard season on the books. Show people what you really can fully do. And I think that one part that will really help K9 this year in that way is I'm going to suspect that there's going to be a lot less penetration, a lot less of him getting hammered in the backfield, where a lot of those hits can be just sometimes brutal. You're just trying to get the handoff secured and you're getting blasted. So maybe if you can take off some of the beating that he's taken here over the past couple of years in that way, you can remove a little bit of that. He does got to find a way to stay healthy, though. That is one of the big questions to his game as it stands right now is can he? He is a little bit of a smaller dude. He's not tiny, but just a little bit smaller. I hope he can, though. There's no doubting his game-changing ability. There's no doubt he's as talented a running back as you'll find in this sport, I think. You just haven't consistently got him those holes to work with. You haven't given him the good offensive system to utilize his skills to the utmost. Let's start moving in that direction if we can. Big Chris says, I'm looking for the trifecta here. My card needs a running back with a torn ACL. Oh, goodness. Haley says B, K9 in 2026, a third for Pickens and Watt. Ooh. Well, Haley, I would do it. If you're talking about would you do that deal? Yeah, I'll do that deal all day long. You're going to have to give up more, though. Watt's a second round return. Pickens, from the Steelers' perspective, is probably a late third round return. You're only getting the 1 year of K9 if you trade for him. So you're probably going to have to throw them, especially because it's a future third round pick. So you're probably doing like a second, a third, and K9 for Pickens and Watt. But would I say no to that? Pickens is a little bit tough because he is a little bit of a head case. But it's an interesting proverbial trade, Haley. It would make me think, it'd make me pause to have to kind of work that one out if it was offered. John Gray, thoughts on Teoa this round? I don't know Teoa. I'm sorry, man. I had a chance to look at a lot of these guys. We're starting to get definitely into the breaches of the draft where it's more to guys that you just haven't seen a lot of. Indianapolis Colts look to get themselves some Anthony Richardson insurance as they will go grab Riley Leonard, quarterback out of Notre Dame, real mobile guy. Bring him in there and give him a little bit of help. Will Howard, yeah, it's great value. Thrill House, Steelers, great value. McGarth, that's called a skullet dog. Martin Lawrence says, Brando, this is my definition of toxic positivity. This happens when the brain's desire center overrules the logic and common sense centers to arrive at a conclusion the facts don't support. Beautiful, beautiful definition, man. And one that I would sign off on completely and fully. Because a lot of times you get into these places with folks like this, it stops being really about the contents of the debate, where we disagree, and it starts to become more into the personal attack place of things, and comes more from the emotional side of things at times when those debates go that way. And it's a lot of times because the person doesn't have the stuff that they can lean back on for salient arguments to build their argument up to try to win the day. Instead, you go to these other tactics, as you will when you feel like you're losing the debate, or as people will tend to do when they feel like they're losing a little bit of a debate. And I agree. That's something that does kind of exist. And you want to be positive. I think positivity is overall a very strong way to be in the outlook of things, but not to the place where you take it to an extreme. Just like you don't want to take negativities to the extreme. You want to try to find that balance as you can, or that balance for where it fits. Warchie says B. So basically we have two fullbacks, a running quarterback, some new guards who smells go I formation wishbone with two fullbacks and a tailback. I love it. I can just see it now, man. Wishbone, baby. You start with the fullback dive. You work it now to an option play to the edge. I'd be a short yardage killer, man. Bring back the wishbone. It's always tough, man, for that linebacker. You're that middle linebacker, and the wishbone would be where the fullback dive is the first thing you got to take care of. So as a linebacker, you have to take a step or two towards the A or the B gap, and then they round it back out and run the pitch play. So now I've got to now correct myself off the two steps I went towards the A or B gap to get back to the edge. And then as I'm trying to get to the edge, if I can meet that quarterback out there, he still then has the option to pitch it then to the running back to his right or to his left, depending on which way you're running the system. I'd always, I thought, put the linebackers in a pickle, and I never kind of quite understood why the wishbone just completely went away. It was still rolling along in the 80s, and then it just went out the door into the 90s. There was no more of it. I mean, I know the spread concepts had a bit of this, but like by the 90s, it was gone. And that was before the spread concepts. James Peter says, word out of San Francisco is Fred Warner has demanded a trade after the Seahawks acquired the Sheriff. Lights out. Once. Quinn says toxic positivity is when there's too many protons and the atom is unstable. Oh. MJ Daniel, shades of Cam at safety. He's just a different player than Cam in all ways, MJ Daniel. This is a more talented player than Cam. But Cam obviously had the career he had, and so I can understand a little bit of a draw to see some, you said shades. You didn't say full comp. So I think you're being fair on that. I mean, kind of some shades. Cam was just one of the most ultimately one of the most physical, beastly safeties I've ever seen in my life. And when I look at Emawari, he's a big guy. He can lay some hits. But more than being a beastly safety, he's more of just an athletic freak show. His ball skills, his coverage skills, far surpass that of Cam Chancellor. Whereas with Cam, you had to kind of, for the most part, keep him in the box with the occasional deep coverage responsibility. Little Drip says the burst fade mullets are elite. Look it up. A burst fade mullet. Well, the name alone's kind of got me. I'm kind of in on just the name alone. Burst fade mullet. Oh, Seahawks have picked. Wow, that went fast. The Seahawks have picked. Let's go. We got back some offensive linemen here. People are going to be made to be happy, and this is a good selection. A good value pick here. Bryce Cabeldu. I have looked at this guy, by the way. This was one of the guys that your Seahawks met with in the pre-draft process. He played tackle at Kansas, but I do project this guy to be a guard at the next level. He is 6'4", 306 pounds, 32 and 4/8-inch arms, so actually pretty decent arm length for going into guard. Not bad. I mean, not big, long arms, but not deficient either. He is a highly reactive and seasoned left tackle, probably projects inside as a finesse left guard. He dances off the line of scrimmage up on his toes, looking light on his feet for his size, shows quick mirroring ability, a real strong ability in this respect at just staying in front of guys. And so when you guys watch the tape on Calabdu, I'm going to call him Bryce. When you watch the tape on Bryce, you're going to really notice him up on those tippy toes. And what that allows then is that tippy toe bounce lets him laterally mirror those pass rushers as a tackle. And so he really can back and forth, stay in front of guys. You try to do this, you're trying to go back and forth in sort of an equivalent of a defensive lineman of sort of stutter stepping a guy. And he's going to be able to stay with you on every stutter step. So really, really good in that mirroring ability. Really did stand out to him. I did find him to be playing a little bit high for the position. And I found that I did see him kicking inside to guard at the next level, but I do worry about that being a detriment to moving him inside at the next level, is that he does play a little bit high because you need those guys sinking their hips. You need them to win the leverage war. So there's going to be some cleaning up from Kubiak and company's perspective on this one. I also would just say he's average as a run blocker. He's just barely getting the job done most of the time, and that's from the tackle position. The quickness in pass pro does show up, but as a run blocker, and also as a run blocker and how fast he gets on the defender. So what you a lot want in this scheme from your offensive lineman is, yes, you want to have the athleticism and the ability to move into the second level and move into space. But another part of what you want to be able to get from these guys is you want to have the quickness out of the stance, the snappiness out of the stance. This has been a very big notable trait that I've seen in a guy like Abraham Lucas, who's 6'6", but he can snap out of a stance like a guy 6'3". And I would say the same thing with Bryson that you get from him. So that's going to be very helpful to this zone-based blocking scheme. He's not going to be a pure people mover, but can he snap off the line of scrimmage, land in kind of one of those pin blocks where you just got to kind of angle yourself for about 2 seconds till the running back run past your outside shoulder. He can do that type of stuff all day long. 4-year starter, and you really do feel the refinement from him, knowing what kind of block is needed for each play. He's not going to be one of those offensive linemen where every block is a nail and he is a hammer. As I say, there's some times where you need to launch in and drive those guys off the ball. There's sometimes you need to angle yourself in and position yourself, and you can win the block just by that way, especially if it's a play that's, let's say, running to the backside. If it's not coming at your angle of it, you don't have to whoop the guy's ass. You just got to get him pinned off on that side, and he's out of the play completely. There's a lot of those kind of snaps that you get from Bryce's tape. He moves with seemingly the capability to work at the next level, but there was some high miss rate on tape the further he has to go hunting. So he's got the athleticism to do it. This is one of those terms I tend to call the targeting systems. He's got the missile. He's got the explosive ability from a missile standpoint to hit you in space, but the targeting systems can sometimes be just a little bit off. He did get his fair share of help in pass pro at times with chip blocks and help there, but that's, again, with him out at tackle. He'll be fine at guard. Short area quickness can wane. It's not elite. Just it's going to be good for a guard. His short arms did get him into a little bit of trouble playing on the outside, but you're going to get that mitigated once you kick him to guard. And final note that I had on him was the upside is nice, and he could be a steal of a kind of player on day 3. But I got to have him go middle of day 3 just because I don't have any solid ground on his game right now. So a guy with some tremendous upside here, another upside kind of selection for your Seahawks in taking this guy. I wanted to go day 3 because I wasn't as sure about that transition that he was going to be able to make from tackle to guard, and mainly kind of from 2 perspectives of it. First, the strength and the power. You got to be sometimes a little bit stronger, a little bit more powerful when you're being kicked into guard. And then the second part of it being that he played a little bit high, and that's not a natural. If a guy's playing high at tackle, it's not a natural indicator that you're going to be able to slide him into guard, and then he's going to be able to get to the low man wins kind of situation once you kick him in there. But like this pick quite a bit. Solid selection by your Seattle Seahawks here. They did a good job on this one, and you now have your 2 guards. You got your 2 guards. So we may not have a nose tackle, but we got 2 guards on the roster in Zabel and Bryce. Kieran says, Hawks Nest, if Milroe starts this season, you got to rock the mullet and Fu Manchu mustache. Deal? Sure. Why not? Why not, Kieran? Boy, the burst mullet fade is not a good look for me. Yeah, I don't like that look. That's not a good look. That's worse than the mullet to me. That one's a little bit worse. Hawks Nest, Rob looks like my dorky brother who also has deep brown eyes. James, fan space pay not bad. Lots of tight ends making 10 plus million. He's up there. As far as his average pay goes, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's like the 12th highest paid on average tight end in the sport. So there's a good amount of guys being paid, but I think some of those guys that are making up that money at that mark, you go, yeah, those guys are a little worth it. They're getting the productivity for those, what they're paying there, be it Goddard, Kittle, Hawkinson, Kelsey, Evan Ingram, kind of players. Orchie says, B, grow the mullet. In Hawaii, we call it the Waimanala downpour. I love all the nicknames. This is great. A couple picks gone down the books here. Taj Brooks, running back from Texas Tech, goes to the Bengals at 193. Jalen McLeod, Auburn linebacker at 194, popping out the door. Luke Newman, Michigan State offensive tackle, goes to the Chicago Bears as they look to get some depth on that offensive line. I do like the Kentucky waterfall. That one kind of hit me right. Ryan says, I wonder if we get Ahmad Hassanin. He may be in play. He's fun. Good all-around player. You can understand where maybe there's some upside there. Oh, God. Ryan, you just had to say it, didn't you? Just had to say it, Ryan. And then there goes Detroit and takes him. There goes Detroit grabbing him, man. MWM, if Lunt can make it past the Colts' 2 upcoming picks, Hawks should pull the trigger on him. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Orchie says, Brandon, your brother can be a dime store Mike McDonald, but you should be Uncle Rico in the skit. Mike McDonald should be drafting Uncle Rico. I'd have to grow the mullet to make that work, though, then. Nope. Neil Marsh, what about Aeneas Peoples at nose tackle? Mel's best available. Did I have him at? I'm kind of forgetting where the names start to definitely run together. Did I look at that guy? Thought I looked at him, but I am spacing a little bit here. Peebles. Okay, so here's my notes on him, Neil. Short 3 tech pass rusher with nearly 4 years of starting experience. He was the 7th highest graded defensive tackle by PFF this year. He can work off power. He can get under offensive linemen with a smaller stature to get easy wins. He's about 6.5 inches. He's 6'1.5", but he only weighs 282 pounds. So at 282 pounds, you're not going to be at that weight operating from the nose tackle position. It just wouldn't happen. Gumagar, should we draft another tight end, chat? Dogzilla, Des Watson at this point is looming large. I see what you did there. Dogzilla. One sec, I'll be right back. Max, Kenneth Walker's going to be a beast if he can be healthy. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Kevin Hampton, Joshua Gray played left tackle at Oregon State for his entire career, except last season when he moved to left guard. Also played some center in an all-star game. Great name, Kevin. Another guy, too, as well, if I'm not mistaken. Joshua Gray is a guy that they've met with, I believe, as well. And we already saw with Bryce Calabra that guys they meet with tend to be the guys that they will pick later in the draft. Brian says Bryce ran under 5 and a raw score of 9.5. Ooh, let's go. So good scheme fit there. Oh, Louis Schrodinger, center. What else do we have other than 223 and 234? Well, I think that's kind of the last picks. So 234, 238. You got 3 picks. So you got 223, 234, and 238. 3 picks in the 7th round. We are Dunsky, though, here in the 6th. James says, I've always been a fan of drafting shorter arm tackles and moving them inside. They're usually a little slimmer and can add a little weight and play 320 easily without losing too much agility. Agreed. It's so hard to find the athletic guards, athletic centers. These are just tough to find at the college level. And this is the creative way to do it. And so many teams do, especially, James, to the Shanahan kind of system, to the West Coast offense. It's kind of been the new hotness. Big Chris Brandon, a mullet with a Fuman is an absolute fit for you. A Fu Manchu mustache with the mullet. You guys might be talking me into something here. When I make your eyes bleed, though, don't get mad at me when I start rocking it. Neil Marsh, maybe Jonah Monheim to compete with Olu, still available. There we go. Couple centers still out there. Jonah's a good one, though. He's good mobility. Maybe a possibility there. Tom Ford, the funny thing about moving up a level, it's not linear, it's exponential. True. Haley Bryce was a combine warrior too, 4'9", 540 guy, can move. Oh yeah. You feel that on his light feet, man. Those light feet on a tackle like that ability to go laterally back and forth is unusual in that most of those times those guys can be a little limited on that. As long as the man bun doesn't make a comeback. Yeah, no man buns. That can stay away. Daniel, I'm not aware of any nose tackle that is going to be available out in the sport right now that Hawks could go and pick up. I got nobody that stands out to me on that. Jim says, no nose tackle. Definitely don't need a big guys up front, I guess. Suppose not. Is Kenty Mullet still on the board? James Valdes, Staten had a 3rd round grade on Caladu. I can understand why he would on that. He's a good player. Good player. I was a little nervous about that transition. You knew he was going to have to make it, so it's just always really about the confidence that you have in that ability to move from tackle to guard. And I think he can do it. Just there are a little bit of some concerns there in him doing it. Sanchez, thank you for another $2 donation. If Drew Lock starts, will you give me a donation? Maybe. Maybe so. We finally got proven right eventually, you know? It was just a matter of time, that's all. Thanks for the donation, Sanchez. Big Calm, see clearly with the $2 don't know. Thank you for that, Big Calm. I hope Darnold gets his lick back on the Rams. It'd be nice to see him exercise those demons, as he had such a good year last year, but where he was at his worst or looked at his worst was in those Rams games. That's where he really had his biggest struggles. And especially in that first game with the Rams when they took away Justin Jefferson, he was lost. So hopefully he can have his revenge tour this year. Get him twice. Lost twice last year, get him back twice this year, balance the universe out. Graham Mertz, quarterback, goes to the Houston Texans. Jim Cable says, I wonder if Bobby Boucher will be available. Brody says, I'm with you, Brandon. Not excited about some of the picks, but so many people in the chat excited gives me hope as well. It is. It's the value, as I say, of the community to this. And as I always say, that I will have an opinion. I'll be strident in my opinion. I'll try to be well-informed in my opinion, and I'll try to do all of my homework so that if I arrive at an opinion, it's not casually so. But I also love it when I've got the disagreement in the chat. And for this very reason right now in what we have going on today, and that you, like I, a little dissuaded by what we see in some overall tenures from this draft, but to then have some of the reinforcement from the 12s to feel good about it and to say, well, I see it where I'm actually really encouraged by this guy and that guy. And I actually love this upside of this guy here, that makes me feel better about it. And I think that there's a difference in that of them having that opinion and you able to naturally kind of get encouraged by it versus them saying, well, don't have that opinion, love everything. I think there's a keen difference between those two things, but it makes me feel good too. It makes me feel good too that we have so many 12s that are hyped for this, Brody. And it makes me hopefully encouraged that maybe I'm going to get this wrong in my outlook of some of these guys. I want that to be the case. Chase Van Loo says A+ draft. Morchie says B, the only mullet you should ever get is the circa 1984 Rock and Roll Express. Shawn Michaels, Heartbreak Kid mullet. The greatest mullet of all time. He did have a really good mullet. That's true. It was strong. Half Daddy, wasn't Chris Carson a 7th round pick? I thought he was a 6th round pick, but I might be wrong. It was either 6th or 7th. Desert Cock, I have a feeling we're not picking Kobe. Maybe not. Maybe not. Nick Guzman, B- draft for me. Love the Zabel, Emowari, and Horton picks. Everything else, not so much. Zabel's solid for me. Love the Emowari pick. Love the Horton pick. Love the Calibru pick. But the other picks on the other side, I'm also a little bit really down on. So I think when it's going to come down to it for me, obviously there's 3 more picks here to kind of balance this all out, but they're 7th rounders. I think I'm going to more land in about the same part of the place you'll probably land when it's all said and done, Nick. Probably about a B- will be about my grade 2. Somewhere in that territory. Randy Roberts, B with an A potential. Definitely like several other teams' drafts better. There's definitely a lot of potential in this draft, even with that grade. Good point. Really good point. Warren Brinson, Georgia defensive tackle, not Nazir Stackhouse, is going to go here to the Green Bay Packers. He says, "SeahawksNest, I'm out of here if you do, I swear." Nick says, really odd we didn't take a nose tackle. We had so many opportunities and just didn't or traded out. Yeah. Trill says, after cooling off from yesterday's debacle, I think B-. Same kind of place. JL says you should shave this Hawks logo on the sides if I do the mullet. That might bring Megan in on it. She got a little bit of Hawk logo on either side. That's pretty tight. We're going Bosworth at that point. A little bit of the Boz. And you know I'm with that. Mrs. Stackhouse in the 7th. I doubt he's there, though. Just might not be. We got a long way till we pick. Actually, I swear to God, if anyone selects nose tackle Watson, it will be a big story. Tom Ford, what is not to like? Arguably the best all-around O-lineman, the best safety that can be movable, one of the top 5 tight ends in a good tight end class, and a quarterback that can make an impact next year as the backup. Well, I think that that's an optimistic outlook on it, Tom. I do. I don't tend to look at Jalen and think that he's ready to go and play next year. I don't see the tight end you took as a top 5 tight end in this class. I think that Nick Emowari is going to be more strong safety than he's going to be free safety. Even your Seattle Seahawks, Tom, didn't have I mean, they were even open with you and they told you right on the surface of it that this was not their best interior offensive lineman in the draft. They told you that that was Tyler Booker. So it's, I'm hopeful you're right that that's where they're going to go, but it is a little bit of to look at them in the most optimistic of outlooks of who they're going to be as a player and arriving there at that. Daddy handlebar mustache for handlebar mustache for B if we make the playoffs. Well, that's a commitment there. That'll be a commitment there. Daryl Vanover, did Seattle get anyone good? It's been a mixed bag for me in the draft, Daryl. There's some good selections. There's some questionable selections. It's all right. B minus kind of draft. Daryl Vanover, I'm a Seattle fan. I think we got some decent players. I think we did too, Daryl. Not a bad draft. You definitely swung for a lot of potential. So there's a lot of looking to the upside here. Kieran says, imagine if we all hated the picks, like the consensus was this was all garbage. Would you all feel better? Laughing out loud. It's best for some of us to think there could be something in these deeper picks. Real B, I could see you on the Columbia River, jet skiing, Brendan riding shotgun with a mullet blowing in his face. Little Lance B, why do you think the Stackhouse is falling? It just doesn't give you any pass rush. And teams don't want to tend to take any guy in the draft who's just going to give you nothing as a pass rusher, and it's all on what he does as a run defender. But I don't know as well. I'm probably a little bit too high on Stackhouse. I mean, when the guy drops this far, that's something I think you can say with some pretty good certainty. Ryan Lane III goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars out of Navy, a safety, giving the Vikings the next two picks. Next pick for us is going to be back into the 7th round. We've got 3 7th rounders. We're going to be picking at 223, 238, and 234. We'll be back into the 7th round, but we do have about 16 picks just to get through the 6th round. Have Daddy, can't the Notre Dame player Riley Mills be a nose tackle? No. He weighs 290 pounds. He's only been at the 3 tech. He's played some outside off the edge. He is not a nose tackle. Brian, I would have liked to have seen a corner earlier too. You're kind of lean right now at corner. Kobe King, Penn State, big, rugged inside linebacker for Penn State. Goes at 201. So pick for them. Orchie says, B, I was just about to say that. Just like the Brian Bosworth mullet. It's more like a rat tail mullet, and you have to do the colored lines on the side. Let's go. I'd be down to do that. I got to find a barber that can carve in the Hawk logo, though, and that might be hard to find. HHG, it's a solid B for me. Get at least a nose tackle in the last few picks, and then I'll bump it into B+, A- territory. Let's go. Like it. Save the Geese. Sorry, Brandon, but you're completely wrong about Elijah Rojo. I don't know what you're missing. I'm with you, man, on it, and that I don't understand what it is that you guys are seeing that I'm not seeing. You know, he's got 1 year of production. You can't tell me that when you come down to like, okay, what he's done it consistently over and over and over again. You're going to point to me as a plus guy on the Rojo side. And you're going to say, well, that last year. Well, the last year where he spent a lot of the year injured, so I've got injury concerns in addition to that with this player. I don't think he is a particularly good blocker. I don't think that guy gives you very much yak after the catch. So, yeah, my feeling on it is that you're taking a guy in the 2nd round at the tight end position who may have some upside as that pass catcher and what he can do from that lane of things, but there's a lot of other limitations then into his game. And so I'm I'm a little bit out on it from that standpoint of it. And I went back, saved the geese. As I say on this, when I do have the pushback as we're going through the draft process and people are so fervent on a particular prospect, or they're liking this guy or liking that guy, it will then drive me as I listen to you guys and I listen to what you're telling me through the draft process. I want to try to prepare, and I don't have all the answers. So then I do go back to the tape on these guys, redouble check what I saw before, go back into all 20 tape I haven't already watched that's going to be a bit separate than what I've seen, and see if my opinion gets changed. And sometimes it can be changed. And sometimes I walk back the other side of it and I'm just reinforced in, what I saw. And when it comes to Arroyo, I saw what I saw, and I can't fade the funk or make it into something else that I didn't see. And so I could be wrong on this. Absolutely I can. But all I can do is evaluate the tape and give you guys my honest opinion on it. I didn't come into this with some hate for Elijah Arroyo or not wanting to see him be a great tight end. I had no preconceived notions about the guy. I just walked in and tried to check him out. The other thing I've pointed to as a bit of a negative here to him, Save the Geese, is that there is a ton of manufactured productions in that one partial year of good production from him there at Miami in his career. So it's also another thing where it's like, okay, and you had manufactured productions heavily tunnel screens, bubble screens, you faking a block and then leaking out and then making the catch, and the defense just didn't pick you up as a pass catcher. You didn't go win in the route running. They just didn't pick you up. They just blew the coverage. That's not going to be something that you're going to replicate at the NFL level. You're going to actually have to win one-on-one. We're not just going to be able to scheme you kind of open with all the defense just kind of forgetting about you. And there's a lot of that stuff on the Miami tape. But I hope I'm wrong, too, Save the Geese. As I try to say on this, I hope I am wrong on it. I trust in my evaluation, but I would like to be completely off my rocker on it as well. Rockman Drums, the fullback, would have gone to the Patriots if John hadn't picked him, so that's probably why they picked him there. Makes sense. Definitely Rockman Drums, to your point, a Vrabel-like pick, right? That's a Vrabel pick there. Nick says, Arroyo had one healthy season and didn't produce at a super high level. I get the potential with him, but I just wasn't a fan of picking him there, especially considering the other talent available. Yeah. Hasn't quite as gotten to the realization of that talent. And therefore, because of that, with the 1 year of production, with some of the injury concerns there, that is part of what dinged him down a couple of rounds for me in my outlook of where I would rather have tried to take him from the right value-based mode. Black Sheep, hey B, what are some nose tackles the Hawks could be interested in as UDFAs? I've only got Nazir Stackhouse that I'm aware of. I don't know any of the rest of the nose tackles available. The rest have all been plucked and taken in this draft. From Jordan Phillips to CJ West to Cameron Jackson to even JJ Pegues. All these guys have been taken that were into that tier 3 range of nose tackles. So it's kind of Stackhouse or bust at this point, as far as at least what I'm aware of. There might be some other nose tackles I just wasn't able to get to scouting, but that's all I'm aware of. Max says Stackhouse might be good, but the NFL teams don't really need to draft nose tackles high, especially when they don't pass rush. But all we need is the beef. Give me the beef. James Peters, I like the draft. Horton, I love Mills, upgrades run defense, and outs upgrades tight end, 2 tight end blocking, and fullback blocking with late round picks. There we go. Sam Dog, Dean Famous in the house. What's up, Sam Dog? Need to get a nose tackle in the 7th round. We need one, man. We don't have one on the roster right now, unless you want to count Byron Murphy as that guy. You really could use one. Where did Ratledge end up? He went in the 2nd round to the Detroit Lions. Lions got him. Hawkseye View, Brando go full Joe Dirt. Sam Dog, I had Cam Chancellor on my night 1 stream on Thursday. Good job. Well done, Sam. Nice job, man. That's a good get. Hell of a good get. James Valvis says Graham Mertz is going ahead of Quinn Ewers. Ouch. That's a tough look for Quinn. Probably should have gone back to school for another year there, Quinn. Max, we should trade for Ramsey? You bet we should. Cowboys take a Johnny Cornelius offensive tackle. That's another all-time name right there. A Johnny Cornelius. Thrillhouse Brandon, do you think Linval, Joseph, or Purcell in free agency could come in and hold up at nose tackle? Feels like both of those guys are getting a little long in the tooth. This might be Thrillhouse more of an extension of what you just did with Hankins, where you're getting a guy, if it was 3 or 4 years ago, that'd be great. But where they're at in their career right now, you're kind of getting them maybe closer to the end. Rockman says Eagles will take Stackhouse. Yeah, they probably will. I mean, considering they get 2 picks here before we select, too. Kane Madrano, linebacker from UCLA, the partner for Carson Schweisinger, goes at 205 to the Washington Commanders. If against Elijah Arroyo will play the X role, I don't think he'll be a tight end. I don't think he's going to have the speed to work on the outside save. You're right. They have. I know that he mentioned that today that they told him that he was going to try to do some of that, but he's a 4'6" guy, 4'6'5" guy. Probably 4'6'5" guy on 40. I don't know how that's going to work on the outside. He's not running away from anybody. So, he's a good contested catcher, but he's not like Jimmy Graham, insane contested catcher where he doesn't need to create the separation and he can just win with those moments. I will be very surprised if Arroyo is taking significant amount of snaps from the X position on the field. Very, very surprised. Kind of come down to again on that thing, and this is a little bit of the equivalency to me of Save the Geese. This is a little bit of the equivalency of to me of like an extension of the Luther Burden Emeka Abuka argument, where you saw me leading up to the draft for months saying, you guys, these guys are slots. They're not outside receivers. These guys are slots. They're not outside receivers. And there was so much pushback from my chat on trying to explain to me that these guys are outside receivers. Yet they're both going to teams that are going to use them almost exclusively from within the slot. That's the way this is rolling. So I think with Arroyo, it's a kind of the similar way with it. I mean, does it make as much sense that you have a player out of college that's utilized in this fashion in college and that suddenly now you're going to use him in a completely, wholly different way as he now goes to become a professional? In a wholly different way that would then put on display some of the limitations within his game. And my feeling on it is I don't see how that would really work or how that's going to go. Guys that run a 4.65 40 are not going to be used out at the X receiver position. They're just not going to be able to create the separation. But again, I might be wrong on this. I know he was told that. I don't know if they're thinking we'll run wide receiver packages and we'll put you out as the X when we have 2 tight end sets here on the other side of it, and we'll have just these kind of big packages formations that we can go upon. Maybe there's a little bit of that they're meaning with this. I'm a little unsure. But if you're talking about 3 wide receiver sets and he's going to be your X receiver on the outside, I think that seemed almost silly to me that they would try to do that. Michael says this draft is like all the others. We're getting cute when we should be meat and potatoes. I'd agree with that. Buffalo Bills take Chase Lunt, 206. Little too cute. I agree there, Michael. Little too cute. Rockman Drums, Mills is an awesome nose tackle. He's nasty, which I like, punching the head. He's not going to be a nose tackle. Nope. 290 pounds, 3 tech. There's this heavy draw in the fan base. I'm having the same conversation, I feel like, with Elijah Arroyo and Luther Burden. I don't know why. Guys, what is the draw in this fan base to move players out of the position of where they're best suited to play? I don't understand it. And essentially, I know I've hammered this a bit here where and I think Rockman's joking around, but you just don't want to do that. It's not the pathway to glory. It's not the pathway to success. That's the pathway to teams utilizing talent in the wrong fashion. Jeffrey Jones, this draft was the best draft for defensive tackles in the past 10 years, and yet the Seahawks missed out on all of them. MW, I always like Gunnar Helm more than Arroyo and had Helm higher on my tight end board. Yeah, I think you had a little bit more firmer footing as far as the floor goes with Helm versus the footing you have with Arroyo. I think Arroyo's got more of the boom. He's got more of the upper end ceiling, but there's also so much more of the bigger bust factor that you were going to get with Arroyo too. The Eagles are going to take Cameron Williams, try to get themselves a little Lane Johnson insurance there, grabbing the Texas tackle. Maybe a guy that they think can maybe slide inside too. Mike Skinner, Deion Sanders on a young quarterback going to the Browns back in 2018. Says, if I'm a young quarterback, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I'd pull an Eli Manning if possible. Not a great look. Is this, Mike, the Cleveland Browns middle finger back to Deion? Oh, you're going to talk that about us? Watch what we do to your kid. Half Daddy Jeffrey Jones, what nose tackle should we keep an eye on? Be great players in the NFL. I think you responded, Jeffrey. All right. Nick Guzman says, my main argument is whatever Arroyo can do for us at 50, we could have had at Gadsden 100 picks later. Good point. Yeah, similar kind of players. I'm with that. Brian Meyer says, Schneider clearly felt his top 5 wants was the most important thing, and later picks were for hitting on a lightning pick, but not to necessarily add players to the 53. Maybe stash on the practice squad. Potentially so there. Good point. Yeah, potentially so. Charles says, don't be surprised we picked a big guy from Florida, 450 pounds. Well, that's Dogzilla is trying to make it happen here, man. He is trying to speak this thing into being. And he might just be successful in getting that done here because the guy might be the last man standing. Might just be. P4. RTH94, thank you for subscribing to the channel. P4, folks, do me that favor if you can. Please hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. It helps out this channel tremendously. I know it's a little thing, but it's a major thing in helping push me out up on the algorithm and get me showing up on people's space in that way of things. So please do hit that like button if you could for me. I would really, really appreciate it. But thank you, P4, for subbing on up. Be Calm, see clearly with a $2 donation. Thank you for that, Be Calm. Emawari is a crash out. Mike likes that. Yeah, he likes it. He looks at that. He looks at that as passion. Nothing but pure passion on that, Be Calm. You don't crash out unless you care. That's the big key on that one. You ain't crashing out unless you truly do care. Randy says, Arroyo injury plagued, 1-year production. He has upside, so does Emawari and Milroe, but we have had bad drafts previously when drafting upside. We've gotten in trouble there before on that when we're stuck solely on that upside factor of things. Part of the evaluation is upside. Part of the evaluation is also the floor you're getting to. You'd like to get both, like get the high floor and the high ceiling, but sometimes you got to kind of find a little bit of a balance to that too. Stoyan, is it me or when I watched Milroe run, he is Speedy Gonzalez? That guy's shoes are on fire like he is running from a lion. What do you think, B? With that speed, all we need is an average passing. I definitely love having ultimate mobility for the quarterback position. I ultimately think it's going to be a prerequisite as we go forward when looking at quarterbacks that you've got to be able to move. This guy moves as well as any quarterback that you have ever seen coming out of college, to your point. I love that angle of it. I think a little bit of what you intimate, though, is a little bit of my worry and concern, which is that we start to get to this sort of college kitschy RPO offense in order to accommodate a guy who just doesn't have the ability to run the full meal deal offense at the NFL level. And a guy like Shane Steichen, who goes from the Eagles to the Colts in a wonderful offensive mind with all of these brilliant, beautiful concepts, a guy that knows how to get guys open, a guy that knows how to produce offensively speaking. Well, what happens? He goes and drafts a Jalen Milroe type player in Anthony Richardson. And what happens to his offense? You're picking this away. You're pulling that away. No more of these concepts. That's too advanced for him. No more of these concepts. He can't process in the pocket to be able to pull that off. No more of these concepts. Doesn't throw with enough anticipation to get that in there. No more of these concepts because we don't have enough accuracy from him as a thrower. And you start pulling it all down and you get really simplified offensively speaking. And look, Eagles did this to a degree and they've made it work with how they've run it out there with Jalen Hurts and some of his limitations. but I don't think that it's a pathway that I would seek to try to replicate. I think you're at your best when you can run your offense fully. You're at your best when the offensive coordinator is not saying, hey, let me tear out half of my playbook so that I can make my quarterback functional, but that you have an offensive coordinator that can use the totality of his playbook. I would be very much kind of a hardliner on that. I understand the accommodation factor that you want to get the most out of the guy's skills, but it also has to be not about that, just also about like, well, we got to work around his limitations too. So there's a kind of a downside on that edge of it as well. We've got a couple more picks here. Jimmy Horn Jr., wide receiver, is going to go to the Carolina Panthers at 208. 209, the Eagles select Antoine Powell Ryland, an edge out of Virginia Tech. Lethal says you can't use both injury concerns and 1 year production against Arroyo. He has 1 year production because of his injuries. It's the same negative against him. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough on that, Lethal Lance. I think you're looking for something that you're calling upon that you'd like to have more certainty here where there isn't the question. And whether it's injuries or not, that's the reason. There is a baseline that you get here, Lethal Lance, where you don't have production. And I think what we're kind of intimating when we're bringing up production more than the cross-referencing of the injury, and was it the injury that didn't allow him to be productive, or is it just the, it didn't ascend? It's that part of the evaluation process on prospects, part of what you want from the prospects when you're looking at taking a guy is having that level of production there, having that baseline where you're not getting a 1 year wonder, where you're getting a couple of years of something there to give you that confidence that that's going to be more of the same when you get to the pro level. So I guess the question I'd pose to you, Lethal Lance, is that if he's injured throughout his entire college career, just can't even stay healthy, and even in the one quasi year where he had his quasi breakout, he was still injured through most of the year. So how do guys that are injured at the college level that heavily suddenly become healthy at the pro level when the game is only going to get more violent? When you only have to play more games? That's where we come back to, well, then if that's the case, we can throw out the production side of it, but now then the injury stuff becomes that much more of a meteor thing against him, that much more of a deficiency, that much more of a negative, that much more of what should be something to push him down a couple of rounds from really where he went, in my opinion. Yeoman, I'll admit it, I'm wishfully thinking about Arroyo. Hawks have whiffed so many times on tight end. We're due for a baller. Let's go, man. I hope so too. Aeneas Peoples, the 3 tech, goes to the Baltimore Ravens at 210. We're getting closer to the end of the 6th round here. Someone get McVay off my TV. I think there's a couple of other true negatives there, Lethal Lance, in my opinion, with Arroyo. That's his maybe biggest negative is the injury part. Not the greatest of blockers either. That's another part of his game. And then there's the aspect of you're not getting anything as far as yards after the catch with this guy. He's not a rack guy. So there are some other extra limitations past just the injury side of it. It ain't just, well, he'd be a marvelously super clean prospect if he just had the lack of injuries. Now, there's some other parts to his game, too, that are a little bit lacking a little bit there. Tom Ford, it was reported that Arroyo was a 4-4 guy. He doesn't move like a 4-4 guy in the field. So I don't know where they're getting the 4-4 is absolutely incorrect. And I was absolutely right. So let me show you this. Let's knock out the 4-4 stuff because that ain't in the vicinity here. So let me back up what I'm saying. As I always like to try to do is make sure I'm not just speaking out of my butt, but getting you guys something that can actually back up what it is I'm saying on this, right? So the chat says it's been reported. I know you're not saying this, chat, by the way. I know it's just this is what was reported by what you were hearing on the television, right? So Elijah Arroyo's pro day numbers, while not explicitly detailed in the provided search results, are known to have included a 4.69 40-yard dash. So 4.69 is pretty far away from 4.4. An 86.4 broad jump, not the greatest. 27-inch vertical leap, not the greatest. It's also reported he might have got up to 35.5 inches. 3-cone's pretty good. Shuttle's all right. But the 4.69 doesn't, exactly what I just said earlier without even looking up the 40, right? I wasn't even aware of this time. I said on tape, what he looks like is a 4.65 guy. Runs a 4.69 40. So like, that's not working out as an X receiver in no way, shape, or form. That's not working as an X. It might work as a tight end, might be a dominant tight end. That's not going to work as an X receiver. Now, is it possible that they can run some one wide receiver looks with 2 tight ends and even a fullback, and it's one of those heavy looks in goal line, and in those moments you have them in goal line out at X? Yeah, but when we're talking about X, that's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about you're lining them up at the 35-yard line, out on the outside, having them work off press coverage at 4.69. And that's not going to happen. There's no possibility of that. So, you know, that's the part I would push pretty back hard upon, I think. We've got Hayden Connor, Texas guard, going to the Arizona Cardinals, looking to reinforce their offensive line depth. 4.4, though. That's no way. James Valva says Jay Taioa is another nose tackle option. Okay. Didn't have a chance to look at him, but that makes me encouraged. Got a little bit extra guy. Haley B, it's worth remembering with Olu that PFF screwed him over to prop up Lakin. Lakin would whiff so bad, Max Unger couldn't have saved us. I mean, maybe so. Without having some specific examples of games of it, it's hard to know that in their metrics of it with it a bit. But maybe that's a possibility. Certainly not helping him. It's not helping Olu having the guards playing around him that he did, to your point. Haley, F free agent nose tackle, Noah Fant. I don't know of any free agent nose tackles. It's pretty lean out there. And yeah, Milton got traded to Dallas, copper-wise. That's right. Randy Roberts, Brando, you better do a revisionary draft on how you as a general manager would have drafted for the Hawks based on the real draft. Well, that might be a great idea, man. See if maybe I can put something like that together, Randy. Be a cool little exercise. Great suggestion, bro. Great suggestion. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, dropping like 3 $2 donations here in a row. Thank you for that support, brother. So one offensive line player wanted that center in the second round. So one offensive line player wanted that center in the second. So one offensive line player wanted that center in the second. I'm not sure what that means there, Jeffrey. I'm sorry, man. Again, I'll read it out loud, but I think you can understand why I'm confused. One offensive line player wanted that center in the second. Okay. I think I see what you're saying. We only got one offensive lineman. You really wanted to get a second one in that second round going for Wilson. And yeah, I would have that would have probably been the pick I would have made instead too, on the other side of that. That probably would have been what I would have looked to do as well. Then you're getting 2 really good, high-quality bodies through the early part of this draft, and you feel like you really have taken care of business at that point. I feel the same. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, none of this matters if we can't fix the offensive line. It's the part of this that I'm surprised a little bit about the confidence in some of the Hawk fans on this with these picks a little bit at times with it. I'm encouraged by it. I like seeing it. But that's the part of it that I don't always fully understand with it, which is that this offensive line has sunk this team on a yearly basis quite often over the past 10 years. And now we're walking this offseason where we know that they need to rebuild this crew. They need to get this right. They need to fix it almost stem to stern outside of your tackle positions. You need both starters. You need depth. and you do nothing really in free agency, and now your biggest swing that you're looking to make here in the draft is you've gotten your guard, and then you've got Bryce Calabrew here in the 6th. Doesn't feel like that's rebuilding your offensive line, especially when you wanted to take no swings in free agency, really. When you basically punted on free agency all the way around. So it now still remains this big concern we had going in the offseason still remains with that offensive line. I mean, God forbid, what happens if Graves Abel gets injured at this point? We're going to try to trot Christian Haynes out of left guard then? We could be right back into the same pickle that we've been in the past couple of years. And I don't think it's hard to see how that could occur here. Jeffrey follows this up as well with a point that I agree with. Says, none of this matters if we can't fix the offensive line. Thank you for that $2 donation. And yeah, we've seen an unfixed offensive line, a broken offensive line, is an offensive line that can sink a whole team. All in itself. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, tight end doesn't matter because Sam is going to be on his back. Hard to throw it down the field if you don't have time to throw. And Sam Darnold is not a guy that deals well with pressure. One of the reasons that I did want to hammer this offensive line this offseason, especially once we knew that Sam Darnold was coming into the house, is that Sam is not a guy that you want to have inundated with pressure. He can occasionally work around pressure. He can occasionally give you some off-script stuff and some improvisation. But with some of that occasionalness there, you get a lot of occasionalness of him going off the deep end too. And you got to protect Sam against Sam. You got to protect Sam against his worst self. And putting him up behind this offensive line as it currently stands, all I got to say is I hope this coaching is that good. Because you're not doing this on the basis of improving the talent. You're doing this on the basis of hoping solely, really, to improve the development with Graves Abel, basically. But thank you, Jeffrey. You know I agree with you all the way around, all the way down the line on that one, and I share your concern for that line as it stands right now. Another pick here, Robert Longerbeam. Good selection by the Baltimore Ravens. They continue to just have a marvelous, marvelous draft. Just every one of their picks, you're just nodding their head going, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Randy says, did we ever even get another corner? If one of our corners go down, we have zero depth. Yep. Nehemiah Pritchett is right now the first guy coming off the bench for you. If Woolen with his shady shoulder and Josh Jobe go down. Big Chris says, I think we convert one of our tight ends to nose tackle. James says, hurry up, get us on the clock so I can put the steaks on the grill. Yum. Steaks sound good. Richard says, I still like the Bigfoot for nose tackle. Very catchy for the Pacific Northwest, eh? Yeah, I can go for that. Give me a guy named Bigfoot at nose. That's perfect. It's perfect. So the Raiders got their quarterback, just not the one that we thought. They're going with Tommy Mellott, Montana State quarterback. A lot of people think he needs to transition into becoming more of a wide receiver. And so that may be a guy that they do try to change into more of kind of a slot guy out there. John Mode. Brandon, we have no nose tackle. Why isn't Schneider traded up instead of just hoping he is there? Offer a 2026 fifth pick or something. Waiting, shaking my head. I'm in the same place you are, John. You've got no nose tackles on your roster right now. You're about to put Byron Murphy out for another full season at nose tackle, which is not his best position. I have no ability to explain any of this as to what you're doing here. I can only wonder that maybe John's got some trade that he's looking to make after this draft commences to try to shore the position up. Or we're just going to rock wide 9 and 2-3 techs 24/7. It's one of those two, and I don't know which. Yes, Haley, Arroyo was injured through most of this year. He played, but he was dealing with an injury through most of this year in addition to that, Haley. I'm telling you on this, Haley, I do my homework on these guys. I'm not just flippantly giving you guys an evaluation on something where I've watched. I kind of get the impression from some of you guys that push back on this where you feel like I'm only looking at the highlights of these guys or something. And that I'm not diving into the tape or I'm not doing my due diligence and research on these guys, Haley. I am. When I give you these stuff, I'm not doing this just tacitly. These are things where I've done my homework. Part of the reason that this channel takes me over 100 hours a week of work is it's the work that has nothing to do with filming or talking on camera or anything else. It's the studying that has to be done offline. So I've put my homework in. I've done my due diligence. I know for which I speak. Tom says the injury question happens all the time. Some guys grow into their bodies and get much healthier as they get older. It's true. I can't think of too many examples of guys that are injury riddled as far as their college history who suddenly become healthy at the pro level, Tom. I would I think, need more than just a few examples of that. Not just anecdotal tales, but I think here's the thing with this too, Tom, is that, okay, let's say there are a couple examples you can come up with. If I have 100 guys at the college level who are injury prone to the same level that Arroyo was, 100 guys throughout their college career, almost every year injured. And of those guys, let's say they're 100 pro-ready potential guys. Of those 100, Tom, if I just said 100 in general, how many of those guys do you think out of that 100 went and became more healthier when they went to the NFL? Do you think it was 10%? Do you think it was 5%? And I think you can see within me asking that question my point on that, which is that do you count on the exception to the rule or do you count on the rule of thumb? I see a lot of times in fandoms where fans want to count on the outlier. Say this outlier thing happened over here, so let's count on that as the rule of thumb. No, the rule of thumb is what generally is going to happen in these kind of situations, which is that if a guy is injured throughout his college career and then he goes to the pro level because he's super talented and teams look past some of those injuries, he is still going to remain pretty injury prone then throughout his pro career. One carries from one to the other for the most part. There are going to be some exceptions there, but that's exceptions to the rule. That's not the rule. Martin Brando, can Milroe's mechanics on his short and intermediate throws be improved with coaching? I'm worried about his ability to process the picture on the field and that it won't improve. I do believe you can clean up some of the mechanics. That can be done a little bit. I don't know if you can reinvent the wheel on that and rebuild it all from the ground up, which very well may be what you're kind of having to do a bit with Milroe. But I'll be open to that part being something he can improve. I do not believe that gaining a better picture of what you're seeing on the field is possible. I think that you have processing. When you drop back on your snap, you're either seeing it or you're not seeing it. And when I watch Milroe drop back, he's just not seeing anything clearly. Everything is muddled. Everything is dirty. Everything is coming at him really, really fast. And it just doesn't make you feel like that's something that's going to be an element of his game that's really going to grow. Not when you're not seeing it at the college level at all. I can see the big throws. I can see the big arm. I can see the running around. But I don't see that specific thing as I look for it. James says, not sure everybody wants to move people at a position. Some people think all defensive tackles are the same. Nose tackle, one tech, three tech is all Greek to them. True. Yeah. People do that all the time. They're all just ubiquitous positions a bit. It's like, no, there's differentiations between the positions. Just like wide receiver. There's 3 wide receiver positions. There's X, there's Z, and then there's your slot. Those are the 3 different positions. And all 3 of those positions do different things. Have maybe a little bit of a different skill requirement from them. So you can't just go, I'm going to paint everything with the broad brush of one paint picture, captures all. It's individual. And you as a team are smart to look at those as individual positions for the individual skill sets you need from those said positions. Half Daddy Brandon, we need the baseball gods to shine down on us and prevent Logan Gilbert from needing TJS. Oh my gosh. Did something happen to Logan Gilbert? Ooh. Mariners need some good news, man. Stoyan, so in your opinion, how good of a passer Milroe needs to be so the OC won't need to tear down his playbook as you mentioned? He's got to come light years ahead of where he's at, Stoyan. And that's where we come down to my assessment on this one not being the rosiest of pictures when it comes to Milroe, despite the fact the upper end talent is true, that the super high ceiling is absolutely a reality of Jalen Milroe. But it's not just about a guy's ceiling, it's about also how likely the guy is to reach that ceiling. That's a part of the evaluation. And in Milroe, I don't see a guy that's going to be likely to hit that ceiling. And I think you're going to be, if you put him out on the field, whether it's now or whether it's 3 years from now, Stoyan, I think if you put him out on the field, you're tearing a lot of your playbook out in order to accommodate him so that he's not overloaded. And this is why we come to my opinion being kind of where it is on him as far as my outlook on it being a little bit pessimistic, maybe be the word. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, Jeffrey. Says tight ends don't. Oh, wait, sorry, I read that one already. My bad. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan. Seems the new offensive line coaches are seeing more in the talent on the team. I'm not sure on the fullback pick at that point. Here comes the 400-pounder from Florida. Well, you got 3 7th-round picks. If you have 3 7th-round picks and you want to go take a flyer on a guy, hey, I got no problem with it. I got no problem with taking that approach at all here. So, we might be finally, Dogzilla is going to be super happy. We're going to he's going to get his guy, Desmond Watson. But we might just go that route, Nolan. And yeah, you'd have to think that the O-line coaches are being a little bit in John's ear on this one, saying, we can work with this guy, we can work with that guy. Let's remember that these coaches were with New Orleans last year. So when it comes to a Luamea, when it comes to a Haynes, they know these guys. They're aware about what they can and cannot do. They did the scouting evaluation stuff on those guys too. So hopefully they're right. Hopefully that's the way this can go. I'd love to see it. But I think you're right about that being a little bit of the driving force here is the confidence that those coaches have and being able to coach up the talent that already exists in-house. Well said, Nolan. Well said. Let's bring on Desmond Watson, brother. A couple more picks here. R.J. Mickens, the Clemson safety. Great value for the Chargers here, getting him at 214. Cam Miller, North Dakota State quarterback, who looks a little bit like a pint-sized version of John Elway, goes to the Raiders at 215. So the Raiders going with back-to-back kind of quarterbacks. Though, again, Tommy Malot's more receiver, convert kind of guy, and what they're going to do with him. Brings us up to the Broncos with the last pick here in the 7th round, and the pick is in. Strike. Thank you for the $5 donation, Strike. Dolphins must be fans of you with their draft. I was hoping we would get something like your mock. How do you grade the draft we have, though? Dolphins must be a fan of you with their draft. What have the Dolphins been up to? I've been paying attention as much. Let me take a look at the Dolphins here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right about that, Strike. They're definitely Hawks Nest watchers. I've been singing the praise of Grant, Savania, Phillips, Marshall. All those guys I've been saying really high on. I like all those picks, man. Dolphins are having a hell of a draft, especially considering they didn't have a 3rd or a 4th round pick. That's a pretty good haul. Pretty tasty little haul there for Miami, man. What's up, Miami? Thanks for watching. Please hit that like button. Yeah, I wish we were walking away a little bit more akin to what I had in my mocks. My mocks were a lot more tastier than what we've kind of gone through here on this, which does kind of suck a little bit, but is what it is there, right? It is what it is on that one. What are you going to do? It goes that way. How would I grade this draft? You go individually, piece by piece. I do a B+ with a Gray Zabel. I do an A with a Nick Emawari. I would do a D+ with Arroyo. I would do a D+ with the Milroe. Riley Mills would be like a B-. Torrey Horton would be an A. Robbie Oots, I haven't really watched him, so it's hard to kind of quite grade him on that. I guess a B, like just kind of put a placeholder B grade in there. And then Bryce Calabrew, I would put as I'd put that as an A- grade there. So there's some really great picks I like a lot in Bryce Calabrew, and then Nick Emawari and Torrey Horton. Those are great value picks in this draft. But then you've got the bad value picks on the other side. So what I'm kind of saying with this, Strike, is it is a little bit of a mixed bag for me with this draft. I'll probably end up landing it right now as it stands at about a B-. I can maybe be talked into it being a B, but I do find myself in an overall fashion when I look at this draft of walking away from it not feeling terribly excited by necessarily what I've seen. It's fine. It's fine. New Black says, where do you get the info that he's a yak guy? From what I've seen, he was the top or near top of all tight ends in yak per catch, unless people have posted bad information. Well, I'm going off the film. So remember, with all of this stuff, it's not just to be, and I push back again on it as always with this, where you got to be very careful with just taking statistics. And there's a bit of a drive to just lean on a statistic being the ultimate thing that carries the day with it. And remember, part of what I always say with this New Blacks is that statistics have to be paired with the tape, or you're only getting a partial point of the story. So what do I mean by this? When it comes to Elijah Araujo, what I've pointed a lot of people to do, like if you don't want to go through and watch the tape on Araujo, if you don't want to go game by game, which you can go do right now, you can go type in Miami offense and actually go through and watch every offensive snap of Araujo, not only throughout the season, but through some of the other games of his career here in college. But if you don't want to go do that, go look at the highlight film. That's if we just want to be, kind of quick with it. And look at all the manufactured touches. Look at all the manufactured touches where there are blown coverages going on because of some of the misdirection Miami's running. He catches the ball short. He goes and runs it in for a touchdown. No guy ever covered him. Technically, that's a full-on yak play, right? You caught it at here and you went 40 yards down the field. That's 40 yards of yak added onto your metrics. But when I actually watch the tape tells the whole story. The tape tells everything. The statistic tells you a partial amount of the information. But when I watch him, I do not see a guy that is a yak guy. No. I see a guy that's pretty easily taken down to the ground after he makes a catch, that's not as much of a real factor to his game. And I don't expect it to be at the forefront of his game either. But it's the actual watching of the tape more than the statistic on this one, I would say. Okay, so let's head on in here. Jay Tao has been taken off the board, so another nose tackle goes to the Cowboys here at the top of the 7th round. We've got Jeremy Crenshaw, Florida punter, goes to the Denver Broncos at the last pick of the 6th round. So Seattle coming up here in just a couple of selections here for you. As far as the big board goes, best available here, you've got Damian Martinez, running back, a lot of fun. Seth McLaughlin, want to go take care of a center? Maybe find yourself the best center in this particular draft. Yes, there's an injury concern, but that hasn't scared you away from a couple of the players in this draft so far, has it? So maybe go that route there. Keaton Crawford, safety could be interesting. Zy Alexander with a heavy drop. Jared Ivey, wasn't a good tester, but just a pretty good player on the field. He's kind of interesting. Maybe Cody Lindenberg, you want to get some linebacker help. Jake Majors, another center who could be interesting here. Joshua Gray, guard, is a possibility. Garrett Dellinger, some interesting cats in there. Haley says, what was Gino's scouting report back in the day? It's very good. The guy could sling it. I mean, Haley, he threw for like 600 yards in one game. He was in the spread formation of West Virginia, throwing the ball all over the field. The Hawks, I'm still watching the paint on the stack house dry. All right. Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, goes to the Atlanta Falcons at 218. Brandon, is this offensive line going to be better than the Vikings offensive line last year? Are wide receivers better than the Vikings? Darnold's 25 season grade is Donald's 25 season grade is like 68, 70, something like that, I guess, is what I spitball it to. The Vikings lost their tackles at one point or another during last year. So if we're talking about, Brian O'Neill, Garrett Darisaw out there, and then the interior of the line that they tried out there, is our line going to be better than theirs was last year? No, I don't think so. I mean, we're like the 27th, 28th overall offensive line. I think that they were like the 18th or 17th or something. So it's probably close, but I think you're probably, with considering the fact that we haven't really upgraded the offensive line this offseason, and it's really almost solely upon the coaches to get this improvement done. Yeah, I can see them improving, but I just don't see them as being miracle workers. And so you get up from maybe 28 to 20, so it's kind of close to the area of where the Vikings generally were last year, I guess. But a little bit of their 18th overall grade has to do with the two sides of what they had going on. Because when they had their tackles healthy, the rest of the offensive line was rolling. That's a unit that's probably up around top 13-ish range. But then through the last part of the year, you lose Brian O'Neill, you lose Garrett Darisaw. Now you drift down to probably more of the 20s through the back half of the schedule. So it depends on which time of the year you're talking about with that Vikings offensive line a little bit. Richard said, sorry, kids, no nose tackle for you. Yeah, we're free to lean. Jesse Dufree, D+ with Milroe. Can you expand on that? I feel he has high upside that could even produce as a rookie in a sub package. Thoughts? I love the channel, my man. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for that, Jesse. I love your confidence in it. I want to say, let me just preface this in saying as well, just to make sure I'm being clear, I hope I'm wrong on this, Jesse. So I don't want to be right on this outlook. It is nothing. I have nothing but hope in my heart that Milroe is going to go out there and kick ass, take names. What did Haley say earlier? Belt the ass. I want to see all that. So you're also not wrong about the upside that exists with Milroe. I would not quibble with anybody who tells me that he has more upside in this draft than any other quarterback. My evaluation comes down to his ability to reach that upside, how far he has to go to reach that upside, and whether or not there are things inherently a part of his game, Jesse, which I do not believe are going to improve. I have, for a long period of time on that channel, this is something that has developed over 40 years of studying football to get to the point of making this determination when it comes to quarterbacks. And that I've tried to refine my process and what I'm looking at for quarterbacks, what I want to see in quarterbacks, what are really big factors that determine success for quarterbacks going from the college level to the pro level. And there's two main things that I need to see from a guy: arm strength and processing. And no matter what other skills you bring into play, if you're missing those two elements, there's going to be now and I think these are missing elements, Jesse, in that I don't think that those are two things that come forward with you as a pro. I don't think you get better at those things remarkably. You can get this much better, but I don't think you're taking it miles. I think you're taking it feet. And so understanding that there are going to be things within a quarterback where if you don't have that, it's going to make me question you majorly. And when it comes to Milroe, when it comes to processing on the field, that is his greatest thing that he does not have. It is completely, wholly missing from his game. So the belief that this thing that seems to be wholly missing from his game is suddenly going to come forward when he becomes a pro. In my track record of history of looking at quarterbacks, the reason why I harp on arm strength and processing is because time and time again, quarterback after quarterback after quarterback, if you don't process at the college level, I don't see you processing at the pro level. Will Levis doesn't process at the college level. I wonder a little bit at the time, is it the offensive line or is it just that he can't process? Gets to the pro level, still can't effing process. Justin Fields doesn't process particularly good out there at Ohio State. Good arm, great mobility, doesn't process at all very well. Gets to the pros, we're still 3 years later in his career, he's to his third team, still can't process. So the belief that process comes forward for me is one that is just, I've got to have somebody make a better case for me as to why that is a skill that does come forward in quarterbacks and doesn't just kind of remain stagnant or what it is. So I think that he doesn't process well. I think his mechanics are all over the place, Jesse, and they're almost going to need to be rebuilt from start to finish, which I don't like having to do, and which is only going to make it take more time. And then we get to the next part of the evaluation here, which is that you're going to have to wait 2 years for Jalen Milroe to go out there and start. Can we trot him out there for 10% packages like Mike McDonald was talking about last night? We can. The thing with this is that this has not exactly been something that NFL teams do by and large, right? So they don't tend to go out with two quarterbacks into a game and be like, we'll have our starter out there, and then we're just going to randomly drag our starter off the field and throw the uber mobile quarterback out there for the sub packages. Like, it's all great in theory, but it doesn't really work in practice. You want your starting quarterback out there on the field 24/7. So we're waiting now 2 years for a guy you took in the second round just to start to hopefully get the returns back from him as a quarterback, returns that you're not quite sure you're even going to get because the limitations within his game I don't see as coming far forward. I don't think mechanically he's going to get a whole hell of a lot better. I don't think his accuracy is going to get a whole hell of a lot better. I don't think the processing is going to get better. So you come down to having a guy that is, while athletically magnificent, while having an upside that is tremendous, there's so many things here to have to clean and fix. And if I'm going to do that, I don't want to be making that pick in day 2. I just don't want to do it. It's walking into a hoarder's house and you've got to clean the whole house up. There's a dead body on the floor. Like, the house, if you can clean it up, will look magnificent. Like, it's in the great area of town. You'll increase the value on it tremendously, but the thing is a freaking mess. There's holes in the wall, there's water damage, the roof's leaking. And I don't mind taking that kind of player, but I don't want to take that type of player in day 2. All right, we've got a couple more picks here. Thomas Fadone, tight end, goes to the New York Giants. Marcus Bryant, a tackle, goes to Missouri with 220. 221, Jonah Monheim, a guy that many people were wondering if maybe he would go to Seattle here as a center, athletic center there out of USC, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, leading your Seattle Seahawks to be 2 picks away from selecting here. New Blacks, Brandon, thank you for responding to my question. I hadn't seen much film of Elijah Arroyo, and I had seen some comment about his yak in other places, so was confused. I think it's coming from, and where his yak's at, he's got about, he's just in the statistic realm of this. I did look it up, New Blacks. He's at about 40% of his overall yards being about yak, which isn't bad, which is good. But go watch those highlights. Just go watch the highlights. I would say go watch the tape. The tape is what I want people to really go look at, but I understand that that's sometimes a bit much to say, hey, go spend an hour and a half watching all of Elijah Arroyo's game film tape here throughout his time there in college. But if you just want to do the 5-minute watch, go watch that and notice how many times quick throw on a bubble screen, running it up the field, blockers clear a huge hole for him. He runs and goes and gets a touchdown. He's not making a move in the open field. He's not really breaking a tackle. He's just having a play that's been well set up by the offensive coordinator for him to have success. And those yak yards, unfortunately, where you catch the ball, now you go run and get yards. That's just all it measures. It doesn't measure whether or not you're really technically breaking tackles or making that yak happen on your own with open field cuts or juke moves or spins or a great stiff arm. You're not getting necessarily that to the other side of it with that base statistic. But yeah, he's not a yak guy as far as from the tight end position. All right, Hawks pick is in. Cody Lindenberg, linebacker from Minnesota, has gone to the Vegas Raiders. So best available here, Quinn Ewers, Damian Martinez, McLaughlin, Logan Brown, offensive tackle, could be a guard type. Keaton Crawford, nice little safety. Zy Alexander, you want to get a cornerback here? You want a corner? Couple of center possibilities. Zaire Stackhouse, you want to get your nose tackle finally? You can get that here. Clay Webb, possibility for an offensive lineman. Mello Dotson, cornerback, is still available. A lot of interesting ways they can go here, folks. Pick is in. Woo! Okay. Hell yeah. This will make some people happy. Okay. Let's go. So 223, the Seattle Seahawks will take one of the more physical specimens at the running back position in this draft. And I'm not talking from the standpoint of speed, but I'm talking about power. I'm talking about being a short yardage back. about being a grinder, a guy that you just can't bring to the ground, who just fights his ass off on every carry like his life's on the line. You want your Chris Carson kind of running back and that to give you that fire and fuel and how he runs the ball. This guy is that guy. Damian Martinez is your pick here with the 223 selection. The value was good. You saw he was one of the highest valued guys on the board when we were picking there at that spot. This is a guy who will absolutely overtake George Holani as the fourth running back on this roster. He also gives you a skill set that is unique for what he brings to the running back position, and then he's a bigger back, legitimately 235. My comp for him has been James Conner. Very similar kind of running back where they make it work, they make their power work, kind of when they shouldn't be able to. And what I mean by that is that in James Conner, you have a guy that works off of power being a bigger back and running upright. And that it's just when you want to be a power back, most of the time you want to be a guy that has to run behind his. You want it to be a guy that runs behind his pads. That's what you're looking for. Because when you're running high, you kind of lose all of your power when you're running into the guys. As when you're low, and it's just like the low man wins the leverage war. When you get low and you get into a tackler and you're getting into his chest and his arms wrap around you like this, you've got a much better chance of breaking that tackle and running through his face when you're doing it that way. Marshawn Lynch was a great player about running behind his pads and just being able to always have that strike there to be able to be pulled upon from even short distance. It's like the 1-inch punch, Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch, where if you run behind your pads, you can always dish out that blow from short spaces. But what this guy does and what Conner does, which is so unique for those guys, is they find a way to be a power back running a little bit more upright. And so he's really a strong runner. He's going to break a trillion tackles, short yardage back, bare minimum. But a guy also that maybe down the line we learn can be a guy that's a real true part of the rotation of stable of backs that you have. So I really do like this pick from the Seahawks perspective. I know there's some other needs on the board at this spot, but I do like it from a value-based selection. And I got to say, some more of these picks as we go through on this draft, we're starting to get into more of the picks that I'm liking a bit more from the value-based point versus where I was at yesterday on day 2 at the end of the day. Martinez is a guy that I had, I think, a 5th round grade on. No, sorry. Look, I had a 4th round grade on Damian Martinez. So these picks are really working out well from a value standpoint. They really are. I don't know too much about Outs. I'm not as familiar with his game, but the rest of the guys, I like this. I like this Kyle Potter. Keontae Hamilton goes from Rutgers, defensive tackle, to the Houston Texans at 224. Nick Craig, thank you for the $5 donation, Nick. For people so set on metrics, Haynes was among the best in zone blocking in college. Zabel will help Olu on the other side. Scheme change might fix things. Very well said, Nick. Very well said. And there's something I was talking to about Haley, I remember a few months ago when we were talking about the clean aspect of tape with Haynes and a little bit why that wasn't translating as well to the new scheme. And I think part of that is that what you get with the scheme and the zone scheme for the blockers is it's less reliant on guys being these drive blocking types that have got to be mono and just got to be a badass and knock that guy off, blow that guy off the line of scrimmage and just be more powerful. It's a little bit more of, you can be a bit more finesse in your approach. It's a little bit more of, I can angle block. I can, just attack the guy to this one spot. I can take advantage of this guy trying to shoot upfield and angle him away from the play because I know he's just going to run right past the running back. It's a little bit of a different blocking style than just purely that gap-based stuff that you would do, which is not Haynes' game. And I would expect, Nick, I would 100% expect, it's a great point on your part, that Haynes is going to come forward in this new scheme, that he's going to be better suited to doing this type of stuff than he was in the other stuff. And that you're right about as well. This is what he was doing out there at Connecticut, was way more of the zone blocking stuff. Just a better fit. Absolutely a better fit there. Well said, Nick. Well said. And well said as well in addition to that, and that I think somebody else was mentioning this in the chat. Haley might have been mentioning this in the chat as well, that there's no denying that when you as a young center are coming out there trying to get your sea legs and learn how to be a consistent player, that if you've got 2 nothing burgers on your left and right, it's going to make your job harder. If you've got 2 guys on your left and right that are struggling in pass protection, and you as a center are trying to pick up twists and stunts and loops and have that all work together with those 2 guys, there's certainly a sound argument to be made that that makes your job a hell of a lot tougher, number one. But number two, that you can be made to overall look worse than you actually are because of how bad those guys are around you. I think it's a fair point. I don't think it's something to explain fully away everything when it comes to a guy like Olu, but I think it's a fair point to say that you can expect improved performance from Olu if he's the 19th highest graded center last year in football with the piss poor play around him at the guard position. Then if you get functional play at him on the left and the right, can he go up into being a 14th or the 13th highest graded center in the sport? And I think, Nick, that's feasible. I think that's a realistic outlook on it. And well said. Well said on your spot from that perspective of things. Nolan, thank you for a $5 donation. Another $5 donation. Nolan, appreciate you for that, brother. I've heard 11 and 12 personnel. What is the offense where you have two quarterbacks, two tight ends, three running back scheme called? Nebraska? Isn't that how Nebraska used to do it back in the day? They always seem like they used to trot out two QBs. Like, I think even the national championship year they won, I think they ran out a new quarterback every quarter. That's a deep pull, but I want to say Nebraska back in the day did it. I don't know. We're going to have to invent a name, man. Maybe if we get a cool, snazzy nickname, it'll feel cooler. We'll call it 31 personnel, Nolan. Or no, it's 32 personnel. You got the three running backs, two tight ends. Because always that's what it's usually referencing is tight ends and running backs on the field. The 11 or 12 personnel. So we call it 32 personnel, Nolan. That's how we twist that one up a bit. US is not prioritizing the offensive line has been the SOP, standard operating procedure of the Seahawks, for over a decade, and was responsible for wasting our Super Bowl window and continues to hamstring the Big Mac era. It's infuriating and defies logic. 100% agree with you, E. 100% agree with you. I don't get why John sometimes doesn't try to kind of dial this in just a little bit more. But he's playing with fire. You play with fire, you get burned. James Valvis, Frank Gore comes to mind as an injury in college. Great. That's a great poll, James. And there are tons of others, but Brandon is right. Counting the exception is usually a mistake. It's a great pull though with Frank Gore, because that's a pure comp there, James, and that's a pure comp that fits truly. Because that was a guy that just multiple knee surgeries in college, but then went on to have a freaking 20-year career. But yeah, you touch on the most important part, which is not to say that there aren't exceptions, that there aren't guys that can do it, but you just don't really want to be counting on it if you're going to be counting on it with prime picks. That's what I would say with it. If you're going to take a risk like that, yeah. So Fred Gore goes more into kind of the later portions of the third round, relatively early still there for him, considering the injury part, but you're not taking second round on that. You're getting a little bit closer into almost into more fourth round range where you took Frank at that time. So we drafted Tyler Lockett as our new tight end, laughing a lot. Merrick29 says, and just for the record, tracking the football in the air can't be taught. Reading the field can. I don't have a lot of, I do agree with you on the tracking the ball. That's a skill and one that you do tend to have or not, Merck. So agree with you completely there. I don't have a lot of comparisons of quarterbacks that I can think of in my time that couldn't read the field, couldn't process at the college level, and became processors at the pro level. Kind of coming back to this is exactly a little bit like the conversation having to do with the injury stuff. You might be able to find maybe an example here and Marek, maybe an example there. But by and large, the rule of thumb, the general rule at hand is that if the guy can't read on the field in college, he ain't reading at the pro level. Couple more picks off the board here. Keaton Crawford, Nevada, goes to Cardinals. That's a great pick for the Cardinals. Carson Bruner, UW. I think that might be the first University of Washington player to go. Will go to the Steelers. Curtis Rourke, quarterback from Indiana, goes to the San Francisco 49ers. So the Niners have got their Brock Purdy replacement. And he goes by the name Curtis Rourke. Form Tobe 1. I'm excited with this draft as a whole. Not perfect, but this offense looks to be better already. Go Hawks. Love it, man. Love it. Crazy good value pick. He was early third, fourth rounder. Yeah, I like that Martinez pick, man. He's going to be a fan favorite. Y'all loved Chris Carson. You're going to love this guy. Hawk Skull says, I believe the package is called the Chonker. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that is so good. We got it. We got it, Nolan. That's the package. It's called the Chonker. Oh, Lordy. That's good. I like that. The Chonker package. I'm stealing that, Hawk Skull. I'm stealing that for game day. What's our picks left? So we got 2 left. We're sitting at 234 and 238, and we're currently on 229. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says Skrilla, Seattle Seahawks playing the song. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, be calm. Thanks for all the donos today, brother. Skrilla, Seattle Seahawks playing that song. Hawk Skull, thank you for the $5 donation, Hawk Skull. I fear that if the 12 start chanting Oots' name, people will think it's some kind of improv dubstep. Oots, 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 oots. That'd be pretty cool if they start, because it'll be like a 3rd and 1, and you do the fullback dive to oons, and then the crowd starts going oons, oons, and then we got to have the sound guys got to start doing some dubstep on that over the top of the oons. So you'd have the oons, and then you'd have the drop going on, you know, oons, oons, oons. That'd be cool. Tell me that wouldn't hype up the stadium if you did something like that. I love it, man. Oons that's a dubstep name. It absolutely is. I hadn't put it together. I was just getting over Lights Out as a name that the nickname he had. I was just getting over digging that one part, Hawk Skull. But I love it, man. You're onto something, man. Seahawks PR, if you're listening, this is what you got to do. He gets that 3rd and 1, they start doing oons, oons. And you get that dubstep pumped up, man, in that stadium. Get that energy flowing. Flowing, I say. Couple more picks gone off the board. Wow, great pick here by the Chiefs. Love this selection for them. They're going to take Brashad Smith, goes from SMU, the running back there, to Kansas City. Great selection for them. Deontay Kent, cornerback. Hopefully he can prove to be Superman for the Steelers. Gets taken there. This will bring us to the Lions with the pick in for them. They have not paid Purdy yet, Haley. Curtis Rourke. Purdy insurance. He's really not, but. Ooms, ooms, ooms. Chunker. I love that. I love that name. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, is JSN single? Because I want to love him. I need him. Probably so. Probably so. And we've got a lot of hopes riding on JSN this year. You know, hopefully he can ascend to becoming that guy. You are going to need him to. He got some help around him, but he's going to have to carry that load this year and really, really, really ascend. It's going to be fun to watch, though. I think he's ready to roll. I think that's part of the team being willing to run the way, direction they've run here is they know he's ready to step up and be that guy. I need him too, man. I need him too. Dan Jackson, safety out of Georgia, goes to the Lions. So you got 3 picks away from the Hawks being back up next. Haley says B. K9 for Vita Vea. I mean, I would do it all day long. I'd throw a pick on top of it, but I do agree with somebody else had said in the chat. I can't see Tampa Bay being willing to move off of Vita Vea. He's been a great player for them. I think they just recently paid him. And so I don't know if they even are going to be able to move off him money-wise to do it. And if they were, then that's all the much more they're going to want back in return. Who would I take on these last 2 picks? Nazir Stackhouse would be absolutely a guy right now that I'm going to go ahead and grab. How about this? What about this as my next 2 picks here? What about going Seth McLaughlin, maybe come away with the best center in the draft, and then go get Nazir Stackhouse and finish it off with that? Would be the only way that I'd have to go with this, but certainly would be a way I'd be willing to go with this. Kobe Bryant could make some sense at cornerback too here. There's some pretty good names. Usually in the 7th round by this point, it is really lean. But there's actually some pretty good names here for your Hawks. They can make it work. Hawks Nest, the Hawks Nest. Love the Damien pick, as my now deceased dad's name is Damien. Oh, it's a great pick, Megan. Just a sensational pick. And again, the fans are going to, for as much as the fans love Carson and the way he ran and every carry, his life's on the line. That's what you're going to get with Martinez. That's the kind of guy that just people love. HHG, do we still got a nose tackle on the board? Stackhouse is out there. He's the only one I'm aware of at this point, though. I think that all the other, I don't know these guys on the bottom. There might be some of these guys on the bottom that do fit, but he's the only one that I had a chance to scout. Cam Horsley is more of a 3-tech, I believe. I did look at him. He didn't blow me away. Yeah, he's kind of a tweener. Neither nose tackle, neither 3-tech. Should be an undrafted guy, really. Tafuna is more of a 3-tech. Six, 4, 7. Poor Rich. I wonder what my 40 would be. Ooh, here we go. Dolphins stop the Ewers fall. Miami Dolphins draft Quinn Ewers. I like that landing spot for Quinn. He needs to go to a spread concept thing that just gets the ball out of his hands quick. That's a good spot for him. Daniel says Majors is good, but was able. We have the flexibility of a top 3 deep at center. I don't see it. Yeah, I think that's one of my worries. That's one of the reasons I think that they did maybe pass on Jared Wilson, Dan Lowe, is they didn't want to end up down the stream on that one with having 2 really good interior linemen that both basically play the same position, and you can only play one of those guys at a time. All right, back to Liking JS chat. Just when I think you can't get any dumber, you go out and totally redeem yourself. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. William, how should we judge a general manager's performance? Well, I mean, it's kind of an arbitrary sort of thing, in that everybody's going to have a bit of a different metric for what they want to see from a GM and what they consider to be worthwhile performance. So it's very much based upon the individual, and I don't think there's anything close to a consensus on how that evaluation should go for a general manager. Partly because there's so much that's incorporated in the job that they do. How you draft, how you spend your money, how you manage the team, how you make your trades, how you build your coaching staff. There's a lot into it. A lot into it. So it gets hard to kind of, I think, separate all of that out to try to be able to judge general manager performance. But I think it's in sort of just kind of eyeballing it a little bit, William, without kind of going, okay, let's give him a letter grade on this. Let's give him a letter grade on that. Let's give him a letter grade on this. And if you just kind of eyeballed it, that's the kind of the best way, I think, to do it, trying to keep all of those separate things in mind as much as you can and let that sort of spit out to where you want to, place him at. Obviously, whether the team wins and loses in another part of this, brass tacks bottom line, are you building a winner or not? Riverside says, oh, we're getting TJ Watt. That'll be glorious. Ooh, I'd love to see that, man. Love to see that. Shanur says, why the heck did Kobe Bryant fall this far in the draft? We should take him there. Thoughts? I think it's tackling with Kobe. I think there's some issues with him as far as tackling. The ball skills are great. 13 total career interceptions. Always tight in coverage, always competitive at the catch point, even when giving up completions. He's got some hitting ability. He'll tag you when he's got the chance, steadily improved throughout his college career. But I also think that you're worried a little bit about the tackling, and then you've got a guy with 12 penalties in 2 years. A little bit of grabbiness there. A little bit of a worry that he had to lean on that too much at the college level, because those guys do allow you at the college level, the officials do. They let you get away with some of the pulling and the ripping and the yanking. Those would be good, Brandon. Let's go, Daniel. Hello. I got a couple guys here I'd be all right with. What about kicker instead? It's a year early on that one. You don't save enough money by moving off of Myers this year. You just got to let him play out the final year of his deal. Go get a kicker next year. Go get it next year. HHG, remembering Carson flipped over the Panthers? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I remember. All right. So 2 more picks off the board. Hunter Wohler from the Wisconsin Badgers goes to the Indianapolis Colts. The Chicago Bears take running back Kyle Mongai. I thought that was an L. I can't pronounce his name. I'll call him Kyle. Kyle, running back, Rutgers, goes to the Bears. This leads your Seattle Seahawks to be on the board. Good names on the board. Stackhouse, Kobe Bryant. Where do you want to go on this one? Go back to the offensive line. Seth McLaughlin might have been the number 1 center in this draft if he had been healthy throughout the whole year for Ohio State. Fits to the scheme. Come on, Stackhouse. Stackhouse. Haley says, what's the name of the defensive tackle we got last year from Dallas? That would be Hankins, Jonathan Hankins. Big John. Max says, this day 3 has been a roller coaster with all the weird picks and trades, but this is a deep draft for what we need. We still have 2 picks left. It has been a bit of a weird one. Yeah, roller coaster is the right way to put it. Bruce says, I used to do the dubstep thing with Zach Ertz. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. It does. Oh, it's good. Benelli says Martinez gashed the Huskies when he was at Oregon State. Yeah, he's a load. He is a load. James Peters says Simmons is a true nose tackle from Tennessee. There we go, James. Okay. So we got another name there. Ooh. Okay. 18th pick overall. The Seahawks are going to select with the 234 selection in the 2025 NFL Draft, Mason Richmond. 6'6", 300-pound. Well, he's an Iowa guard, or he's an Iowa tackle. You like that. 52 games at left tackle for Iowa. Fires off the ball. So a lot of starts. 52 starts. Powerful guy. Good mirroring ability. moves well. I didn't have a chance to take a look at him myself. He was listed with an overall rank of 239 on the big board by ESPN, so you're taking him at 234. Maybe a guy they think that can maybe kick inside. Competition there with Jarrell as a swing tackle, I suppose. Rickman, says Megan. Okay. They look like Rickman. New Black says draft a nose tackle. If Murphy has to play nose tackle, that's a failure of a pick. I think it is a failure of a pick. I'm going to be very mad watching Murphy have to play nose tackle again next year. You didn't draft the next iteration of John Randall to turn him into a nose tackle. Haley Hankins is a free agent. He's a nose tackle, but he was done last year. He had one good game against Miami, and the rest of the games were crap with his performance. And Campbell squats and steaks, like someone said the other day. Mr. Dog, Stackhouse still available, man. He was right there. Tez Johnson, Oregon slot, goes out to Tampa Bay, 235. Haley says, B, is there any chance they slide Nick to cornerback? His press is elite. Ball skills are insane. He struggles with run diagnosis, which would mean better at cornerback, right? Yeah. I mean, he'd be an upper-level run defender for you from the cornerback position, Haley, for sure. But they're going to keep him at safety. They're going to want to develop him from there. And it's not even really about safety there, Haley. It's more about the kind of the weapon piece that you can use him to be. So whether he's at safety or whether he's down by the box or whether he's at times, I think, Haley, there's even a much more of a better chance that you have him at times taking snaps as a will linebacker than you do as an outside corner. So I would think that that'd be more of the versatility you'll see him on. It's kind of more up the middle versatility there, more than into the outside. And my nephew once drafted Percy Harvin and Zach Ertz and named his fantasy team my Percy Ertz. Jaguars with Tez. LaQuint Allen is going to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars here at 236. 2 picks away here from the Seahawks' final pick of this draft. James, I'm so tired of the what the F picks. 2 decades of it is enough. Martin, nope, not happy with the pick at all. I was happy enough with the 2 before that. Why no nose tackle or center with that pick? John Schneider's doing John Schneider things, I guess. Yeah, when he digs his feet in, he digs his feet in. I'll say that. And I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, they must just hate Stackhouse's game. Or the other nose tackle game. They must have just not liked any of these nose tackles, which is weird because it was so strong of a class for nose tackles compared to other years. Daddy, my Percy hurts. That's pretty good. Fantasy football names goes. That's great, eh? What the hell, RS? Is Evans and Godwin gone after this year? Second wide receiver draft and McMillan going into a second round? They're being weird, Tampa Bay, to your point on that. I think with Tez, the value was just too good. We got to remember with Godwin, he is coming off of an injury. So is he going to be ready to go day one? Is there going to be some lingering effects? How good is he going to be when he's ready to go? In Mike Evans' case, that is a guy who's played a lot of games and has had his share of dinged up injuries through that time. You do wonder when Father Time's going to start to catch up to him too as well. So you wouldn't want to really be trotting out Goodwin or Evans as like, well, our front 2 guys are good and then not give a lot of depth behind them because both of those guys have some big time concerns, I think, when it comes to are they going to really be able to maintain through another full season. Green Bay Packers have the pick in. Tom Grassi going out there. Crowd's hyped to see Tom. There you go. That's cool. That's got to be an awesome moment for him. Copperwise, John's like, I thought you wanted O-line. The 237th pick in the NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers select Micah Robinson, cornerback out of Tulane. Stack is still there. Last pick of the draft for your Seattle Seahawks. Does John finally bite? Bite down, John. Agumagarth, Rob, Brando, is Rob Staten coming on with you still? I was trying to set up my stream today, and I was having a hard time with StreamYard today, and I needed to get live. I just didn't have time to troubleshoot it. So I just decided to end up just going live regular. I couldn't go on the StreamYard. I don't know what was going on today, but it wasn't working, and I was not in the mood to really run through the whole process of trying to figure out what was wrong with it. So I just decided to go regular. It'll be just me today. Alien Wizards is A+ draft. Damian Martinez is a beast. He is a beast indeed. He is a beastly man. Very beastly. Half Daddy Brandon, you and Murph from Top Billing should do a collab. He's legit. He's not a big guy in collabs though, Half Daddy. He's often, I think, been pretty vocal about that. He doesn't really want to do that, but he does great work over there, man. He does. What up, Alien? And Tom does great work. Rossi's awesome. Oh, okay. Well, with the 238th pick in the NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks will select a wide receiver, and they will go with Ricky White. Pretty Ricky. Ricky White, UNLV wide receiver. He's a fun guy. Good tape. Good player. Value was fine. This is a good value pick. So I had him actually listed as another guy with more of a 4th round grade on Ricky White. So getting him in the 7th is very good value there for him. We'll put your Seahawks in a theoretical endgame point as far as their selections go. So Torrey Horton, Ricky White, two kind of more outside wide receivers and what they bring here. You got Zabel at your guard position, Emawari for safety, Elijah Arroyo. Tight end, Robbie Oots is to be your fullback. Riley Mills, 3-tech, maybe a power edge you bring in here. Jalen Milroe, maybe your quarterback in the future. Bryce Keebledew will be a left guard here in Seattle. Damian Martinez will take over for George Holani as your 4th running back. Mason Rickman, I think, is going to be in the mix. We'll see how he stands. No guarantee he makes the roster, but gives you an offensive line body down there to work. And that'll be a wrap. Jim Campbell, you have yourself a great night, man. Thank you for checking out the stream here today. William, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, how should we judge a general manager performance? Well, I think it's all those things, man. Like I said on that too, I think I answered on this one, but it's all those things. It's looking at all the things. How did you spend your money? How did you draft? How have you managed contracts? How have you managed the cap? What about the coaches you hire? It's kind of, you have to take everything into account on that. I think, and we'll try to make the assessment, and it doesn't make it easy when it comes to GMs, that's for sure. But Ricky White, give you guys a little bit of a breakdown on him. I did have a chance to take a look at him. Like I said, late 4th, kind of a early 4th round grade, I think I even had on him. Lanky, long striding, versatile receiver. I think there's some shades of kind of Brandon Ayuk to his game. I'm not making the comp of Brandon Ayuk. I'm just saying that there's some shades of Brandon Ayuk and his ability to kind of change direction out of his routes, especially when he's running full speed. He played mostly on the outside, but a third of his snaps did come from the slot. He's kind of equally effective in either spot. He's a marvelous route runner. He can stop and cut on a dime. Good yak, fights his ass off after the catch. Good hands catcher, very competitive at the catch point. He can yank the ball away from a defender. He's an effective and willing blocker, strong contributor on special teams, including a blocked punt. The guy just creates separation and gives you the full skill set for the position. He may be not one of the great testers through the pre-draft process in either short area quickness or long speed, but on the football field, he plays fast. So a guy that I did like as far as the tape goes on it, it's a little head scratcher that you're grabbing two of them here, where you go, okay, I thought we kind of only really had room for one, but they grabbed two. So it is what it is with that, bringing him in here. But the Torrey Horton and Ricky White are two guys that you were able to get in this draft a lot later on than I had them valued as far as from the wide receiver position. So you can understand some of the pull there from a Seahawks perspective with that one, I suppose. Yeah, so when we come down to it on a grade, Zabel for me is a B+, Amore is an A, Arroyo and Milroe are the ones that I'm really low on. Those are like D+ grades for me. Riley Mills, B-. Torrey Houghton, A. Robbie Oates, incomplete. I don't know enough about him to make a call. Robbie Oates, so I don't just not know there. But Bryce Calbadu, getting him in the sixth round is good value there. Kind of like an A- pick there. Damian Martinez, that's an A in the seventh round. And then Ricky White, I'd give that an A too. So there's some really good grades coming out of this draft, but it's a little bit of an extreme draft where it's like feast or famine. It's either the picks were really good or the picks were really bad. There really wasn't much kind of in between. There was no middle ground there with that one. Nick likes the draft. He goes BB+ so far. Maybe I'm a bit optimistic overall, but I believe we already have a talented team, and adding a couple of boomer bust players is a safe risk. Well said on your part, brother. Well said on your part. AB says all these people wanting a late round defensive tackle for what? Why want some low grade no tackle that won't start and will probably not see any snaps? Well, I think if the feeling is that a guy like Stackhouse won't see any snaps, then that definitely would be the case that you wouldn't want to do it there, AB. I think what people see, though, is in a guy like Stackhouse, the reason he dips and falls isn't because he can't stop the run. It's because he can't rush the passer. And that's okay. That's not something that we need from the nose tackle. But, I mean, beyond grabbing the guy here now, AB, I think it was just, if I can speak for the people on this one, it was about coming out of this draft with at least one starting nose tackle. You don't have one or two starting nose tackles. You have 0 nose tackles on this roster. That is a little bit problematic, especially when you're playing your first-round pick from last year, supposedly by John Schneider's reference, the best defensive player in the draft, and you're utilizing him at the nose tackle position. So that's why this has got people a little bit rankled with that, AB. Stackhouse's UDFA, maybe. If he can last, we'll see. There are a lot of picks left in this draft still. But Ellie, I like Ricky White, great value, very good value. Very good value. B grades here. A+ from Abdi. Let's go. Robert Jimenez. Thank you for the $5 donation, Robert. 9 offensive, 2 defensive picks for Seattle. Would have liked a cornerback pick. We'll need a Christopher Walken analysis on the Seahawks draft picks. They're good. I like it. I always say, Robert, it's hard. I'm 6.5 hours in the stream today and like 4 straight days. So the voice almost done. It's good. Feast or famine. I'm either chewing on a steak or I'm eating a mud pie. I don't get either or. I'd like a little bit of maybe splitting the difference. Why? It's got to be so extreme, John. Come on now, please, man. Give us something more down the middle here. It's fine. B grade, Robert. Good. Not great, good. I'll take it. Could have used some more cowbell, really, if I'm going to be honest. But the impression sucks right now because I'm tired. My voice is tired. Thank you, though, Robert. Christopher's okay with it. He's all right. He's fine. It's fine. I can do with that. Danlo says that makes it tougher for Craycraft, Bobo, and definitely Young, who I wonder why he still has a job. He should have been cut to keep White or Winston last year. Those guys are probably on the outs keys here. That's for sure. That is for sure. Ethan says draft gets a B, mainly because of Memoiri and a solid day 3. Yeah, I'm with that, Ethan. I'm with that as well. Huey says surviving another Seahawks draft is always a challenge, but I can make it as long as I have plenty of Brando on the mic and bourbon in the glass. Let's go, Huey. Let's go, brother. Appreciate you hanging out here with me today, man. Thank you so much. B+ from Brady Banta. And we got an A- here from Joe Z. Like it. Emmanuel says John does cook during UDFAs, so hopefully he can sign a couple of good players. Hell yeah. If the Rams take Nazir Stackhouse here, I might get a little angry. Ooh. They're super happy. I don't like it when the Rams are happy. I don't like that. Realize Brandon's voice lasted the whole draft. A+. I got through, man. Good. The key is this year I didn't burn it out. Last year I blew that thing out way too early before the draft. Nagasa White could be a good gadget guy for Kubiak. Indeed he can. Yeah. He's a good player, Nagasa. A guy can create separation with his route running. He's got some stuff in his bag he can call upon. Initially ran that 4.61 at the combine, came back and ran a 4.48 at his pro day. Plenty enough speed. Plenty. King says we need a linebacker 4, nose tackle 1, nose tackle 2, and CB 5. Indeed. James Peters, you have a great one, man. It's been a great time with you. Hope you have a good one. Samurai says we did all right against the run with who we had last year after we added Jones. You had some moments against the run last year, but yeah. Virus, chances we bring back Hankins. I wouldn't like to see it. He's done. He's done as a player. Haley B mentioned before, I think this draft is really hard to grade. It's home run swings with massive upsides if they hit. Even if some do, easy A grade. If they don't, could be a D. That's accurate, Haley. Very accurate. Big time variance on this kind of draft. 100% agree with the home run hits. You went for upside in a lot of these picks, which I like in general terms. So I get that. Almighty, it's Gucci. You don't think Mills can play some nose tackle? No. 290-pound men don't play nose tackle in the NFL. Period. We saw Murphy do just a little bit of that at 295, but it's not the best way to use that player. You're putting him out of position if you do that. He's a 3-tech. He's a guy you can maybe use as a power edge here and there. He's not going to be a nose tackle. AB says, would you rather have had a good nose tackle in exchange for our first and second round pick? I think so. That's what it comes down to. I'd much rather bet big body that can actually contribute at nose tackle. My feeling on this AB would be that I'm not as certain as you are that there's just nose tackles lying around out there on the open market that you can just go in and get and are going to be functional if you bring them in here. And a big part of what my ideology on this AB is that you're trying to not replicate mistakes that you've made recently. Last year, you made the mistake of trying to rely on a Cameron Young who had never shown you anything on the field as far as a nose tackle, and then signing Hankins behind him, and that those were going to be your 1-2 punch at the nose tackle position. So essentially the exact same thing you're advocating for right now, AB, that you can just go find a body that'll be functional out there in the open market at nose tackle. That's exactly what you tried to do last year, giving Hankins $3 million. And he came in here and he was a shot fighter. He was spent. He was done. And remembering with this, it's not just about getting the contributing nose tackle. It's the fact that you don't get the contributing nose tackle, and the fallout of that is that then Byron Murphy has to go then play nose tackle again for another whole season, and he's not a great nose tackle. So it's not just a mistake of not addressing the position to find functional play within it, it's also messing up your first-round pick from last year. So it's one thing to kind of say, well, you can just go find this big body out. Who's the big body as a nose tackle on the market we're going to get there? We're going to bring in that's going to be functional right now. I don't see it. I don't see it. And again, this team made that exact same mistake last year, and it failed on them. So I don't know if it failed once before. I'm going to count much more on it failing once again, going down that same path. And it's going to annoy me watching Byron Murphy taking on nose tackles once again. And it'll even further annoy me if I have to watch Byron Murphy take on nose tackles 2 at a time, take on offensive linemen 2 at a time again, to watch him get injured once again, being played out of position like he was last year. If you can't get why that doesn't frustrate me, if you can't get why that doesn't anger me and annoy me at a certain level, I don't know why not. I don't know what would be missing on that at that point. I would have rather have gone for a nose tackle earlier, AB. The problem with this is it's like the offensive line. Because you chose not to do anything to address it in free agency, because you chose not to make any kind of trades to set the stage to be able to draft purely for value in the draft, now you got to start reaching for need. That's the whole thing you did with Gray Zabel. So it was good enough to do it for Zabel. It was good enough to do it for that pick, but it's not good enough to do it for the nose tackle pick? I don't think so. And I don't want to reach for need in drafts. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to be living here. I'd like to be in the opposite ground than living in need when I come to an NFL draft. But if you don't take care of it in the offseason leading up to the draft, and then you're going to decide to ignore it in the draft, that's a prerequisite for failure at a given positional group. And I've seen it happen before, and I've seen it happen before in Seattle many times over. So rather than Arroyo, or rather than Milroe, would I have preferred to go find more of a high-value nose tackle if you could have in that spot? Especially in the third round there. Yeah, I probably would have. I probably would have. I don't think that these guys just grow on trees. I think, in fact, it's really hard to find a 330-pound man that can both be stout at the point of attack and still get to the outside zone game and be a factor in that way. It's very hard to find, actually. Max says, Brandon, it must be hard reading all the thoughts of hundreds of Hawk fans for 3 days straight, laughing out loud. I appreciate you giving us your thoughts and connecting with us. Well, I love to do it, man. And I appreciate where you guys are coming from. And that's what makes this channel go, man, is these interactions to me. As I say, this ain't about me as a channel. This is about us and the community and the spirit of that community and the brain power of this community. You know, you guys are asking me to do, Megan, the voice is chopped. I'll try to do a little Cassell, but guys, please, I'm 4 days in streaming straight. I've streamed for about 50 hours. Doing the impressions with the voice tapped it's really tough. My brain's kind of in that foggy mode where I can't see straight. The eyes are starting to cross a little bit, It's a bit tough. I'll try to give you a little bit before I go out, but you guys got to request the impressions like day 1 of the draft. That's where we got to get the impressions at. You get me late on the draft and I'm just, whew. I'll try, Megan, to give you something, but I am just turning over the implasticity of this draft. They sheer chaotic turns up and down at a constant flux when the Seattle Seahawks come up to select. I can't make heads or tails of it. King Bomber, the Jared Wilson glazing is insane to me. He's nowhere near the prospect that JPJ was, or Linderbaum. Kind of a different kind of player than those two guys. And some of it with Jared depends on, to your point, this King Bomber, he's not a universal scheme fit. I think those two guys were probably pretty universal scheme fits. You want to put him in gap, you want to put him in zone. They can do both. With Jared, he was going to be much more of a zone-centric guy. And to your point as well on this, probably had to go to more of a passing-based offensive scheme to go do what he was going to go do, to be the player that he could hope to become. Dan Lowe, I'm going to go B. The top 2 picks were great. The next 2 okay. A lot of what? Today? Picky Milroe yesterday made us lose out on Sawyer, Robinson, Royals, and Ionamore. Indeed. Kind of feels similarly a little bit there, Danlo, myself. Remington says, Loner's a strange pick for Denver. College basketball player for Baylor and BYU, left to play tight end for Utah. Almost recently played on Utah's basketball team after the college football season was over. Oh, there's a hell of a history. There's a hell of a history there with tight ends being taken from the college basketball ranks. I definitely think King Bomber, I can't speak to other people being fast or slow on Wilson, but I didn't base my outlook on Wilson on the 40 time. I based my outlook on Wilson on the tape. And I thought his tape was very, very good. So I don't know about the 40 time stuff with that King Bomber. The tape's great with Wilson. All the points are valid in what you're kind of inferring there about needing to be the right scheme fit, not being necessarily where the prospects were the prior upper end centers that have gone recently. But those guys also win, if I'm not mistaken, in Linderbaum's case, win at the end of the first round. And the other guy, JPJ, I believe, John Michael, win at the top of the second round. So if you're at the depths of the second round for Jared Wilson, even being a slightly lesser prospect at that point, the value is still about right at that stage of things. Haley says, B, they wanted Mike Morris to bulk up and move to nose tackle, 6'6", 295. He never added enough weight to do it. Maybe Riley put on 20 pounds. No. With Mike Morris, he was a power edge coming out of Michigan, Haley, that you were seeking to move to the 3 tech. He went from 280 pounds at college to wanting to beef him up to 295 to play the 3 tech role. Guys at 290, 295 aren't playing nose tackle, Haley. You've got to be like 320, 330, 335. Kenneth Grant this year was 340 pounds. Like that's the size you generally have got to be able to play at nose tackle. Come back to, are there some exceptions to that rule? Yeah, you can probably find a couple exceptions to that rule. But does that then make them the rule of thumb, or does that then make them the exception to the rule? So when it comes to this, this ain't a tough one for me. Like I said, there's some tough where I'll go, hey, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. This is not a hard one, though, when it comes to Riley Mills. He is not a nose tackle. He is not going to play 1 tech. He's not going to play 0 tech. He's not going to be the strong side defensive tackle in the formation. He is going to be a 3 tech, or he's going to be a power edge. If I'm wrong, I'll eat it. I'll own it. I'll say I was a dumbass. But boy, I feel very, very strongly that that's going to be the case with him and where he's going. Neil Marsh, we became the number 1 tush push team in the NFL. My grade is the magna cum laude. Well, I guess you're right, man. If the tush push doesn't get outlawed, we might be one of those teams that's one of the best ones at running it. Lethal says, no, this is supposed to be his opinion on the draft picks. You just can't handle the different opinions. And I'm okay with different opinions. Like I welcome the different opinions. And if there are folks that are relenting, I know there's going to be many good amount of people that are like, God, why isn't he just singing the praises of every pick? So I appreciate if we can both go from each other on equal ground on this. I completely appreciate perspectives that are thinking differently of this. I get asked questions specifically a lot of times about what my individual thoughts are on these picks. So that's why you're getting so much of kind of, well, here's what I think with it. But the world does not end to begin with my opinion on this. And I'm completely open to being wrong on it. I'm going to be honest in my assessment, but it's just me being honest. It's not me trying to be a know-it-all or that I've got every last little itty-bitty thing dug out on this, but I will be very strong in my opinions because I work very hard to not just arrive flippantly at any given opinion, but to do my background work, to do the research, to put the time and effort in. And if you put that time and effort in, it makes you that much more confident when you come down to actually having an opinion that you're on the right track of things. Tom Ford says, okay, B, tell me who can be a reliable rookie as a nose tackle. I don't know what you're asking me with that, Tom. Are you asking me from within this draft? I think Jordan Phillips can come in and be a solid nose tackle for you as a run defender. I think Nazir Stackhouse, if he gets in there on the team and he gets in on rundown defense, I think he can be a strong run defender for you. I think Cameron Jackson can be a good run defender for you as a nose tackle. I'm not saying these guys are going to be dominant. I'm not saying they're going to be great pass rushers, but for what we need right now to stop the run and to free up Byron Murphy, they could do that for you. Yes, I do believe they could. Lance Riley will be a 5-tech defensive end, most likely. There we go. I mean, Tom, if you're asking about like history of nose tackles coming in here and finding quality nose tackles in different spots of the draft who can come in and be a good run defender for you, you took Poona Ford once as an undrafted rookie free agent to be a nose tackle for you, and he came in here and gave you immediate good nose tackle play day one. That was an undrafted rookie free agent, not a guy you took in the second round, third round, fourth round. That was an undrafted rookie free agent that you've taken within the last 5 to 6 years here. So you can find these guys if you target them. You can locate these specific guys and they can give you that good functional ability right out the gate, especially understanding that you're not needing the full meal deal from the player. You're not needing the 3-down guy. I need you to be a 1-2-down guy. That's what you're looking for there. And they haven't addressed it. You don't have a starter on the roster right now, Tom. There is 0 starters on the roster right now. And one thing is very true about this as well. Not having quality nose tackles last year cost your team, hurt your team. So you're advocating for a very approach that we took last year that didn't work out for us. Maybe it'll work out this year, but maybe at least you can understand in the fact that it didn't work out last year why I don't have confidence then that this is going to then work out this year. Coming back to that whole definition of insanity thing. You keep trying the same thing over and over again and it fails, but you hopefully expect that there's going to be different results. I can't quite buy into that myself. Might be wrong, but that's just that's where my logic drives me to arrive at that conclusion. Mega says Hawks Nest, solid A draft, may go to A+, depending on UDFA. Don't love all our picks, but understand them. Bring on the UDFAs. Let's go. Let's go. It's weird here because we're lost in Bladen says y'all are so negative. I mean, I feel like I've been pretty positive on some of the side of it today, but it'll only be the negative that's hurt, I suppose. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $2 donation, Ethan. Appreciate you. It says another draft. Thank you, Brando. Appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you too as well. Thank you for all you do for the channel here, Ethan, one of my OGs in the chat here. Great to see you as well today, and thank you for hanging out with us. I really appreciate that. Winding on down to the draft here. A couple of these last names going up off the board. Haley B, while I don't think it's likely he hits his potential, I'm maybe most excited for Milroe long term. That's genuinely magic if it hits. No way we get that lucky, though. Hey, the upside's real, man, Haley. No pushing back on that. I may be a bit out on the pick in general on that, but there's no pushing back on the fact that the upside is true and real with him if you can get him to tap into it. That is really the key. And if a guy like Kubiak is able to get that for a guy like this, you better believe Kubiak's going to be on the fast track to get a head coaching job in this sport if he can pull that off. That would be some great work. Neil Marsh's last year's linebacker situation is this year's nose tackle situation. We'll solve it mid-season. I hope you're right. I'd love to see that get solved, that's for sure. Nate B, thank you for the $5 donation, Nate. I guess Hawks like Job, Pritchett, and John Charles way more than the 12s. Maybe they bring Young back down the road. But totally agree. It's baffling. Love Horton. Love Horton as well. And though there are some of these picks I'm going to pick at, it's a little bit of the feast or famine, which is, look, there is the famine, but there's also the feast. The feast is a Torrey Horton. The feast is a great value guys throughout this draft that you've got in different spots. So it ain't all bad. You know, I'm not going to paint up as all great either. And, it's going to be a bit of both. It's going to be a bit of a mixed bag this draft. And yeah, they seem to like those corners a lot more than I would have expected them to do so, Nate, especially considering with Woolen and Job, you got those guys and John Charles as well. These are all one-year deals. You know, you don't have much here long-term for the position as far as beyond this season goes. And so that does make it a little bit strange. But maybe there's some secondary plans in place. Maybe we're going to come find out that there's a couple of trades John has after this draft to try to facilitate and solidify these weaker positional groups. I read comments like, Christ, Brandon, time for a beer and a nap. I don't feel like I'm freaking out that much. So guys, if you're misidentifying my passion as somehow being like anger towards anybody or that I'm at my wit's end, you're struggling to understand the correct emotions I'm displaying to you guys here. So I'm sorry if you're sensing it that way. Smeagol, I can't really change who I am as a person. I come off as I do. And it's kind of the point of what I've talked about through this channel today. I'm not going to be for everybody. And if I'm not for you, then I'm not for you. I'm okay with that at this point. I've made my peace with it at this point. I don't need to hear from you guys about, you need to be positive. I need you to be a happy, just bright all the time. I don't need any of those comments. If that's the comment that you have to provide for me in this chat, in this channel, that's of no help to me whatsoever. So, I'm going to be passionate about what I talk about in this channel. That's how I run in this channel. That's how I am wired. Asking me to be doing something different is asking me to wire differently than who I am and how I go. It's a little late in the process to do that. The die is cast. So I can't speak to you guys any more than giving you the exact words I'm explaining to you, which is that I'm not pissed. I am a little torn on this draft. I'm a little annoyed at certain things, but overall, it's like, this is the discussion that plays out at hand. This is what we do, Smeagol, every time I go live. So I don't understand why people come in and act like it's a new thing. Like, this is who I'm always have been here. Don't get it. I really don't. These comments, man. Like, are we that sensitive of a fan base? Like, you can't take any passion and you take every bit of passion into a place of, well, just you need to nap with that passion. Like, what do you want me to be? Just dialed down, just a monotone robot that doesn't give a shit about anything, that does nothing but lick the team's ass at every turn? Is that what I should do? Damn, dude. Come on, man. Come on. I would really appreciate it from the super happy, toxic, positive people out there in the Seahawks fan base that don't want to hear any negativity. I understand that there's those of you that exist out there, or that if you hear any passion, that you misidentify that as only being something that's just, oh, it's so angry. Just chill out. Don't do this. Don't do that. But it's not an argument from your side to counter the points I'm making about specific players, about the direction of the team. If you're going at me or you're going at person, you're going at what they're doing from what you determine is the way that they're talking about, they're caring, you're not going at the argument. This channel's about going at the argument. So if you disagree with me on the thing, disagree with me on that. Attack the argument, don't attack the person. But I talked about earlier on this show, for the last 3 months, there's a lot more in this fan base from the positive, super positive, everything's positive, always good, always great. There's nothing but you guys just raking me through every stream I go on now to at any point in time where I got to talk about anything that isn't positive. It gets so exhausting. And it quite frankly goes and takes me a place of being from passionate and loving what I'm doing to like, oh my God, here's another person with take a nap, calm down. Why aren't you just loving what the team's doing? Like, it's going to lead again to the point where it's like, this is going to get tough. Jeffrey Ball, thank you for the $10 donation. Thank you. Says, thought John was chucking darts in the middle rounds, but at least he grabbed some value. Needs to score some solid UDFAs. Hopefully he can do that, man. Hopefully he can do that indeed. I thank you for the multiple $10 donations and as well as being a member of the channel. Milroe should be fun in Madden at least. Yeah, he should be enjoyable in Madden. Gives you a puzzle piece there for that on that side of it. So maybe he'll be fun in there at least. Bring him in on some select packages. I do think we're going to be, after today's stream, be doing a little bit of a break here. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you for that. He says, A- for the grade, he says. I would have liked a true nose tackle, but with all the picks and all the moves, we did good. A lot will disagree with me, but at least we didn't have a terrible draft like the Niners or the Cardinals. Definitely don't like their drafts as well. To your point on that, Mark, I think they did a lot of reaching for kind of need in certain spots, especially when it came to all those defensive linemen in this draft. But this is a variance one for me. There's some really good picks. There's some picks that I feel really rough about, but it's kind of all over the place. I love your positivity, though. I love where you're at on that side of it and that you got the grade up as high. I hope you're right on that and that this does factor out and play out in that way, because if this turns out to be an A- draft, if that does become the case, that is a team that's going to go out there and make contending noise in the next couple of years. Absolutely, that's going to be the case. Smeagol, I'm not tired, man. I'm not tired right now. I'm charged. I'm energetic. I'm locked in. Like it's one of those things where you're having fun, you're doing, going like, somebody comes up to you and goes, are you mad? No, I'm not mad. You sure you're not mad? Aren't you mad? I'm not mad. Aren't you? Why are you so mad? Now I'm mad. I wasn't a second ago, but now I am. Like, let me be who I am. I'm passionate about my team. I love this team. I want to see them do great. That's going to kind of sometimes drive me to have to be in different camps of this, but holy hell. Greg Pfeiffer says, B, I feel this draft has very high upside. What do you think? I think that even though there's a lot of variance in my outlook of these picks as far as being positive or being negative about the picks, I would not argue in the least that there is definitely high side to these picks, that these are high side selection potentials, that these guys all have a lot of upside to what they can bring to the table, even the fullback you took, by at least what we're reading and hearing off of him. So that part is very encouraging. Whereas if at least you're going to come out with a little bit of a mixed draft in how you feel about the players, that you at least have some of the players that you can see where the vision is for the upside in the ones, even the ones that you may not feel as good about or feel as confident that they are going to reach that upside. That's a username there. Thanax Drote says, it's been a wild last couple of seasons, how anything resembling criticism of what the front office is doing gets met with people trying to shout you down. It's exactly what it is. And it's been this for 3 months. So this isn't, the reason I'm a little at my wit's end of this isn't just about today or being on the fourth end of the draft. It's about continually through almost every scene since the off season here. I'm getting more and more folks that are just wanting to seemingly try to modulate how I behave in here and and then the modulation's got to be seemingly that be nothing but positive, do nothing but sing the praises of the front office, And there's this hard drive to get me into this role of it. And I don't know why right now, it's never been as much any time before these years I've been doing this channel. Maybe it's because we got to 19,000 and I'm on too many radars here where it's just, now you're on radars of people who would normally watch and they're watching because you're so big and now they're going to want to take their picks. But boy, it is 3 months of exhaustion here trying to roll through this. This is every couple of comments almost being like, okay. For the positive folks who want to continue to come in the chat to tell me the way that they want me to act for them to be what they want, you're not going to get me to change. What you're going to get me to do is be blown out. So you keep throwing the stuff out there in the chat, keep on doing it. That's going to be the way that rolls. You will never change me. There's nobody in this chat that's ever going to make me go in a direction they want me. I won't do it. In fact, you're going to find me be rebellious and push against it as hard as possible. So make the choice on what you want to do, but I will not go forever for like it's been the last 3 months on this. This has been effing exhausting. I am dancing around sensitive people every left and right, and it just, holy crap, man. I already have to preface everything I say with like, I don't mean this, and I don't mean that, and I know I'm going to trigger people by saying this, and I know I'm going to trigger people by saying that, but I'm not really saying that. I'm trying to say this exact thing so I don't set you guys off. Whew. Jack B., who is going to be our other outside corner? Job, Kobe, move back to cornerback? Not sure myself. What do you think? Kobe's going to stay at safety. You really loved where he took his step forward this year at safety and how he played there. So you don't want to move him off of that. I think that you're going to keep Devin Witherspoon as your slot. So he stays in there. Joby is your outside corner. You brought the guy in from New Orleans who'll be in the mix. Nehemiah Pritchett will be in the mix. I'm pretty sure that they're going to find another body in addition to this, probably a veteran somewhere as well to throw in there in training camp. I don't think that you're just going to roll with that. I don't. Brian E. says, Brandon, you're Brandon. It's the whole reason I'm here. But you got to admit, you've been at this for about 18 hours total in 3 days. You're not fraying at the edges by now. You're an automaton. I'm not. I'm used to this. I do these long streams all the time. I prepared for it this week. I feel great. I do. Like I said, this is a little bit of the adding up of this ain't the draft period. This is 3 months of this. Go ask Brennan about it. He's been dealing with the same thing for 3 months. You don't think he's at his wit's end with this too as well? It's you get hammered on something over and over again, you start to wear out. Everyone's human. I'm pretty tough about stuff, but everybody's got a bit of a breaking point when it comes to this. And we're fast approaching mine. Hawks Eye View, thank you for the $5.55 donation. You're the best. Never stop being you. Go Hawks. Well, I will never stop being me. No one's ever going to change me. But as I've said many times over, if it's the consensus of the fans that want to come in here and that I've got to, every time I go live, fight some more with the positive Paul folks that just want me to do nothing but wave those pom-poms, that's not what I came here to do. And if that's the request and the need of the fan base, then I will step off stage left at that point. I'm not here to force anything down. If I'm forcing myself onto you, then by all means, I'll step back. Boy, oh boy. Jeffrey Ball, thank you for the $20 donation. He says, thanks for being you. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I know there are those out there that do appreciate it. You might be growing lesser of you. There seems to be fewer and fewer of you guys by the stream that I go live. But those that do exist and do appreciate it, I do appreciate you. I do. That is for sure. Glenn says, hey, Brandon, stay honest and passionate about your opinion. We got enough assessors and other forms of media. I'm going to try to stay in this road, man. I'm fighting the fight every time. The only unfortunate part is I got to bring a sword and shield every time I do now, which it hasn't been that way in doing this for years. This has been a new thing. Probably just gotten a little bit too big. I think I need to be more in a smaller size where we can be more in just kind of a, I almost want to say we want to stay under the 20. I want to stay in a lower pocket. The bigger is just too many more eyeballs, too much attention. Trills says, B, I say F it, man. You've done great coverage of our team, brother. Thank you, Trills. I really appreciate it, bro. I really appreciate it. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Peter, and all of your support today. I really, really appreciate you guys have been tremendously kind in everything you've given to the channel here over these past 3 days. It has been wonderful, not just the past 3 days, but the support throughout this offseason, through the season. I really, really, really do appreciate it. And thank you, Peter. He says, don't change. Don't coddle to the modern audience. Let them go write poems under rainbows. Many are here for your intellectual, honest, and search for the truth. It's a great way of putting it, man. It ain't to be that I have all the answers here, that it's that I'm trying to be in search of the truth of the heart of the matter. The truth of the heart of the matter of the team, the truth of the heart of the matter of where we truly sit as a team, of where the team's at, of where the players are at. That's what I'm trying to do. Not to be the rightest guy in the room, but to get it right. And in doing that, I got to be honest. In doing that, I've got to speak about things that aren't going to always be fun. And that's part of this game. That's part of what we're doing here. And I think most of you do get that. But that vocal minority is getting louder and louder, and it's not feeling as much like a minority to me. Haley says, I can't really decide how I feel about Arroyo. His tape sometimes feels deceptive in good ways. He definitely has a great feel for finding soft spots in coverage. That said, other injuries. It's a good skill that he does have, and that is a skill for a tight end especially, is to be able to read, especially that zone coverage, and find those holes in the zone coverage of where you can sit down. And that is with Arroyo. It's something that he absolutely can do. That is a skill, and is not as one that's about necessarily being quick or sudden and all that stuff. It's about your ability to go and find those holes in zone, sit down in between the players in the right spot to provide your quarterback that great target there, where it's not going to be a close contested catch situation. You're going to give your quarterback a nice big hole to throw into there. Yeah, Mr. Dog, they ain't going to get the best of me. I'll walk away before that happens. We got a long snapper pick. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, getting picked in the 5th round by the Browns should have bumbled, by a little bit Freudian slip there, humbled Shedeur a bit. He has to realize that his game and work does the talking from now on. I think that is a great point on your part. And I think in regards to Shedeur Sanders, that this is a guy that not only should have a bit of humble pie given to him now, that hopefully kind of resets a bit of his counter and his approach and his understanding of what he needs to do now as we go forward. But hopefully, and more important than Shedeur to me, hopefully this has a cascading effect onto other quarterback prospects coming up behind him. And that they can realize that this is not the approach you want to take. This is not the guy that you want to copy. This is not what's going to lead you to be drafted at your highest. That how you carry yourself, who you are as a leader, that it matters. It's no small thing. It's not just some extra part of playing the quarterback position. It's one of the main parts of playing the quarterback position. And I would hope that this can be that case study, because this is a part that needs to go away out of the sport when it comes to quarterbacks. This me, look at me, it's all about me. How can I grow my brand? Me, this, me, that. That doesn't work in a locker room. That creates rifts, that creates cliques, that creates divisions. And so you've got to be a leader. You got to be a guy that brings the room together, not pushes it apart. And in Shedeur, I think the NFL teams looked at him as a guy that would push a room apart, not bring it together, and that had them out on him. So hopefully he learns. Hopefully that humble pie aspect that you speak to is a part of what you see come forward with him. But definitely hard to be super uber competent coming out as a 5th round pick, right? Hard to come out the other side of that taker and go like, yeah, I'm ready to roll. Especially when they already took a quarterback ahead of your slide. I mean, not only do you go in the 5th round, but they take Dylan from Oregon up ahead of you in the 3rd round. We go, oh, for the 3rd? BCOM see clearly. Thank you for the $5 donation. It's also a lack of respect. Opinions differ. I've disagreed with you and Brendan and Staten and still respect your opinions. Go Hawks. Stay calm. Amen, man. It is the respect for the opinion is a little bit of what I'd like to see at times for these people that want to be so hard lined on that, where it's just like, look, I respect where you're coming from. I've said this over and over on this stream today that I don't agree with some of the people's outlook of the picks yesterday at all, but I hope they're right. And I respect where they're coming from. And I'll give them the reasons why I push back when it comes to each of those individual players. But you'll notice when I'm pushing back against their opinions, I'm never attacking the person. I'm never telling the person to calm down. I'm never the person to stop being angry. I go at the context of what we're debating about. When you start going at the person, you start making it personal, and then you just shut down conversation, which is something I'm lamenting because that's the antithesis of what we're trying to run here as a channel. But I thank you for that, Be Calm. I know you're that way, and I don't expect everybody to agree with me here. In fact, I love disagreement, but I want respectful disagreement. I want the same thing that I provide to you guys back to me. It's a two-way street. I shouldn't have to be respectful to you guys on one side, but I got to take everything to the other side on the other way. That don't work. It's got to be a two-way street here. And we both know what we're trying to do. Cameron says, BUB, there's no need to cater to sensitive narcissists. Keep pushing positive and do you. F the bozos. I'm going to keep doing it, man. I'm going to take a little bit of a break after this draft, though. I'll tell you that. We might be back in a bit. You know what I mean? Mr. Broto Guy. Hi, Brandon. Just tuning in. What was your opinion on Jalen Milroe? I think it's a good idea. Not big on Jalen Milroe, Mr. Broto Guy. I don't see him as a guy that, though he has an amazing amount of upside, as much upside as any guy that's maybe coming out in any recent drafts, not just this draft, but recent drafts. He's got that Anthony Richardson-like to the stratosphere kind of upside to his game. But it's a little bit with me, the rub is the confidence that you can have that he's going to reach that upside. And that confidence for me is really, really far reduced. I hope it can happen. I hope Kubiak can be the quarterback whisperer to bring him up to that place of things, but I think he's got a long way to go. I think you're going to have to wait a couple of years to get him to just the spot where he will be ready to go. But that's part of what makes me worried on that. You're not getting a guy that's going to be ready to go anytime soon. You got a lot to clean up, and there's very little guarantees he's ever going to get anywhere close to that tremendous upside that he tantalizingly kind of throws out there. So, Miss Yeoman Adventures, I'm wondering how Pumpkin feels about her draft picks. I don't know, man. She had to jump away, so maybe she couldn't. She had to avert her eyes, maybe. We said Seahawks have tried to the non-aggressive free agent approach for a decade. How's that going? What we know is the plan is to spend as little as possible and never pay a premium for veterans, just get bargains. Definitely not spending a lot of money, you're right. Especially when it comes to that offensive line. Which is the wild part to me on this, is we've had so many conversations about the offensive line in regards to not spending money on it. Is the last time that you had a lot of money spent on the line, the last time that you had the highest paid offensive line in the sport, you went to a Super Bowl. You would think that there'd be some part of John that would look back on that and recognize that and then say, why don't we try that again? It worked so well once before. But just don't go that route with it. He's taking a different approach. Mr. Broto Guy, I like Milroe too. He's got a lot of upside, Mr. Broto Guy. No doubt that there. No doubt there. He's not a guy that isn't got some talent. Tom says, Milroe makes sense when you have Darnold ahead of him, but to take Gabriel above him was a message. Yeah, I agree with that. I was pretty wild to watch him go there. That Gabriel pick is, oof. Browns kind of went out of pocket on that one. Dig to Brandon, it's only a human to be upset by these comments of some of these daisies. But man, please don't let them get to you. Always speak your mind. That's why we are here. I just want to make sure I'm a welcome spot to what I'm doing here. And I think I am overall, but last 3 months have had me a little bit questioning. It's like, dude, am I in the right spot? Is this something that's received in the right way? Or is it, overstay the welcome maybe a little bit too? I don't know on that. BLM says, and that's the draft. Thanks for the content. Have a good one. You have a good one too, BLM. Thanks for watching here with the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. Now we'll wrap us up. Mr. Irrelevant on this draft is going to be Kobe Minor. We got a Minor, final draft pick, cornerback out of Memphis. No Nazir Stackhouse, so maybe we can bring him in as a UDFA. Megan says, take a break, B. You deserve it. We love you, and your passion never change. I think I will be doing that. So check and check on that side of it. Kevin O'Connell says, this pod's giving me the old school 10 hours into the night vibes. Miss that shit. Yeah, buddy, let's go. Let's go. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $5 donation. Be calm. I'm about to go disagree with Rob right now. B+ is the grade, not an A+, because we still don't have a nose tackle for some reason. Silly John Snyder. Oh, wait. Seriously, though. JSN, I love you. Let's go. Be calm. Let's go. Rob's got an A+, huh? Well, there you go. There you go. And there's a man himself who hasn't always been the most positive. So that's the nice part about when the guy gives a grade like that, is that when you know they're willing to be a little bit negative when they feel it, that when they are positive, that's truly where they land on it. And that's where they stand. And it's cool to see. Thompson Sanders was given a giant slice of humble pie. Whether or not he eats it, it's up to him. And that's going to determine, Tom, whether or not he has an NFL career, right? If you just go, they did me wrong. They did me dirty. Why are they going to do me like this? You didn't learn the lesson that was at play there, did you? Dax got an overall B+ for you. Let's go. I like it. Brian says, Hawks Nest, yes. Shadur, this is what I knew would happen when the NIL started flowing with no rules. These divas arrive thinking their S doesn't stink and think NFL teams are going to cater to it, right? Are going to kowtow to that. That's what you said. Yeah, you can see this problem coming down the line. You could. And you combo that NIL with us just kind of leaving that diva era of the sport in football, because I think the 2000 teens was kind of the diva era for quarterbacks. And that, when I look at a lot of the quarterbacks now that are running, I don't get the same vibes from them. Like, I don't get the same vibes from Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. I don't get that same vibes of guys that I got into the 2000 teens. These guys feel a little bit more old school in their approach to things and how they play. Hard workers, grinders, guys who understand what it takes to be a leader at that position. There's a lot that goes into the quarterback, man. All the throws and all the mechanics and all of the reading and all of the little itty bitty details within it. But then there's the big picture stuff too, that other positions don't have to worry about as much, but you have to as a quarterback. It's an elemental part to the position. Michael Arrington, well, I see not addressing a position in the draft when you have the opportunity to do so in the draft as underwhelming. Yeah, agreed. It's one thing if you don't have the players, right, Michael? That's one thing if you guys got snatched up and you never had the opportunity to grab the guys you could need that could improve your team. But when you have the players available, for instance, with nose tackles, and covering recent drafts, this is the deepest draft for nose tackles that I've seen in at least 6 years. You have a need for 2 of them. You don't pick one. Now, maybe they go get Nazir Stackhouse as a UDFA, and that'll certainly make us feel a lot better doing that. But yeah, I think it's kind of understandable at that point that you go, well, okay, that's a little bit disappointing then. Jason Iverson says, my initial grade for this draft is a B, more so because of what we didn't get, nose tackle, rather than the picks themselves. It's kind of about where I find myself landing on this draft too. For me, it's maybe a little bit less of even the guys you didn't get, and more of just a little bit of the fluctuation of the picks, where there's some that are just, great home run, and then others where it's just a swing and a miss. And there wasn't a lot of sort of singles in there. There wasn't a lot of doubles in there. It was a lot of modern day baseball strikeout or home run kind of situation. Mike Kell says, I think grades have nothing to do with the player, but where they were selected and what you needed more, whether that player works out or not. That's a bit of a factor. I agree with you there. Copperwise says, unfortunately, we live in a world where a lot of people are unwilling or unable to see other perspectives. I appreciate your honest opinions, and whether I personally agree with them or not, don't change. Well, thank you, man. I agree. I think we're also in a world where there's a little bit of, if you're not against me, you're with me. So if you're not with my opinion, then you're my enemy. And you feel a little bit of that flow come out of these kind of discussions too, which is not the game we're playing here. That's why I try to say over and over again, even in this disagreement, we're all family. We all want to see the same thing. We all root for the same team. We might have different paths about how we get there, but we got to keep that part in mind as much as we can. Everett says, you do a wonderful job, brother. Your work and insight for the Seahawks fan base is underrated and not appreciated enough. Try not to allow the clowns to bring you down. Blessings. I'm doing my best, man. I'm human. Doing my best. But thank you, man. Kind of you to say. Raj Ho, do you think Milroe would have been available in the 5th round? No, he's probably not getting out of the 4th. I would say. You probably had to pick him in this area of things. Trill's out, like I tell you, even though the Eagles lost some players, our O-line against 3 D-line getting good comps. But damn, it'd be a bad sight. Laughing out loud. Ryan Z's, you and Hawkblogger are my favorite Seahawks channels. Well, thank you, Ryan Z's. I appreciate that. And Brian over there done some great work. It's been very cool to be able to see him take off this year and do that full time. And it's really hitting on for him and really rolling. And that's awesome, man. Hard work being rewarded there, which is really cool to see. How soon will we get word on who we grab on the UDFAs? Very quickly. I think we'll probably be getting updates on the chat here as we go along. We will definitely hear. Maple syrup. Zion Alexander signs with the Seahawks as a UDFA. Is that a prediction, or is that something you've seen there, Maple syrup? I like that, man. I like that. Megan, Hawks Nest need to sleep. Love you in the 12s, but the overarching need for sleep is above all else. Can't wait for the UDFAs, and let's hope we grab a nose tackle. Talk soon. Talk soon there, Megan. We'll be back on probably later tonight, too, with a little bit of streaming over on Twitch, so maybe I'll see you over on that side of things. Thrill House, Brando, seems like Martinez was way undervalued in the draft because he transferred to Miami. Is it improved sharps between the gaps that should make the whole running back core on notice? Yeah, because he's a different type of back. And he is a guy that I think is, you're right, a little bit undervalued in this draft. He should have gone higher than he went. Guys that can, break tackles and be so hard to tackle in this day and age where we're watching tackling across the board in the NFL from defensive side of things continue to kind of fail a little bit because the guys can't. The thing with it is getting this big back, and why it's more valuable than ever is because these guys can't work on tackling. You're back in 1995 or 2005 and you got the big backs in the league and you're able to go out there and you have your 2 days in pads and a lot of padded practices throughout training camp, and you can better prepare yourself and you can better get the technique down to ripping those guys down the ground. But now you get to the modern era and you're not doing that. You're not out there going live fire. And so you get a guy that's 235 pounds coming downhill at you. You've not had a whole lot of practice at tackling and getting guys down that big. Say nothing of probably not having a guy on your roster with all these backs getting lighter and lighter and lighter. You don't even have a guy on your roster on your team who's at that size. Then can that not make that guy that much more effective because of the scarcity of those type of players that exist in the league? And I think that the answer is absolutely yes when it comes to Martinez. So that's why I get so hyped up about this particular pick. There's a few guys like this. Every running back that comes out now is like 205, 210 pounds. You got a legit 230-pound guy that can move, that's got some lateral ability, that's explosive, finishes runs, punishes tacklers. That's this guy. Haley says, maybe no cornerback and no nose tackle because they read the board and saw they'd have a UDFA to court hereafter. Easier to recruit since it's probably the best chance to make the team. 100%. 100%, Haley. I can add nothing but just 2 pluses on that one. And that is absolutely a tactical approach that you take. Like last year, we saw they wanted to bring in a running back, right? But they had a Holani that I think they had targeted as that guy they were going to bring in as the undrafted rookie free agent. And so you don't draft a running back as that 4th back. And then you tell George, you go like, look, you got your guaranteed spot to be able to make the roster. Because that's what these UDFAs want, is they want the pathway to make the roster. I'm turning over 5 different offers from 5 different teams. Where are their depth chart? How much potential certainty do I have that I can make that roster? It's a great point. And when you think about a Nazir Stackhouse existing out there as that kind of guy that you can make that sales pitch maybe too. Good point. Really good point, Haley. Excellent. Well, Valdez says, hey, B, at least Quinn Ewers went to the Dolphins. There we go, man. We avoided that landmine. I can take a little bit from that at least. Yui says, Arroyo isn't needed if JS gets Mayer from the Raiders in the Geno trade, a player they're looking to move. Did the Seahawks draft foundational or game-breaking players? Maybe, but we usually haven't. I think they're trying to shoot for game-breaking players. Some of the issue for me on the players is just how much confidence we have that they're going to reach that game-breaking state, Yui, on that part. But I think that they were trying to kind of shoot for the moon on some of these picks. And you bring up a good point. Yeah, if you were able to get the Mayer inclusion in there, that would have been prevented you from having to make this pick in the second round at that point. A little bit of a different player in Mayer, a much different player in Mayer, but good point. CR says, so chat, what are our UDFA targets? Stackhouse, Higgins, Jay Higgins, Jamar Harris, Bond, Jared Ivey. Oh, good. Gray, Bryant, Kobe Bryant, Demas Johnson, Kentucky inside linebacker, Sebastian Castro, the Iowa safety slot cornerback. I like Higgins on there, CR. Stackhouse all day. Ivy, loved Ivy's tape quite a bit. That guy's got he's got a toolkit to work off of as a pass rusher. You can kick him inside occasionally. He can do some power edge stuff. Demas Johnson's a freaking horse. He's big. Hawks Eye View, the field goals have the up-to-date UDFA signings. Okay. Let me bring that up. Thank you for the heads up on that. Let's get the UDFA tracker up here. Oh, okay. There we go. So we got a cornerback. Zy Alexander, that was confirmed. Zy Alexander, LSU cornerback as a UDFA being brought in. A guy that I had a pretty good grade on, you guys. Pretty good grade in on this guy. So fun player. Fun player. Zy Alexander, LSU. Kind of reminded me, and it's partly just that LSU uniform. I think he even had the 24 number. I mean, he just kind of at times moved even a little bit like Thorold Simon back in the day, which kind of freaked me out a bit. But pure outside corner that gets after it. A big, strong press corner who knows how to use his size. Mauls guy is up the field. You're getting into a 12-round fight with this guy every game. Whether you create separation or not, you're coming out with bruises. Excellent stop and start, plus quickness and speed, plus ball skills, very competitive at the catch point. Strong tackler with good effort at rallying to the ball. He can break down in space quickly and display letter-perfect tackling technique. Low missed tackle percentage throughout his career. Ball skills are just okay. Capable of getting you a pick if he's in the right place at the right time, but like a few of his 4 picks the past 2 years now, LSU came on Hail Marys. So when you see his 4 interceptions, he's got a couple of those Hail Mary kind of throws in there. He's not really a ball skill guy. He improved last year from the previous. So last year in 2023, he gave up 445 yards receiving. This past year, he only gave up 200 yards receiving. He went from allowing 29 receptions on 48 targets to 20 receptions on 46 targets. So he less than a 50% catch rate this year, in addition to halving the amount of yards he gave up. You love to see improvement from college players, as that's an indication that that's then going to be a player that can improve with time at the pro level, and that can continue to sort of carry on a little bit. He plays clean, doesn't get too grabby, only 1 penalty in the past 2 seasons. He operates with a sense of urgency in how he attacks the line of scrimmage in the run game and on bubble screens. He is better in press when he can jam, but he also does play smartly in off coverage too. So you got a guy here with 2,500 snaps in his college career in Zy Alexander. And that's a guy that you're getting who should be ready to go for whatever he's going to be. I think he got sold a little bit in this draft, quite frankly. I think that's a player that I look at and I go, yeah, that's one where you're making out okay on this one. I like it. That's a hell of a way to kick this off. Get the UDFA. Guys here. Try to have this up on the thing so that we can keep track of this. So Zion's the first guy off the board here. Love it. Love it. David, thank you for the $5 donation, David. I love your content. It's clear you put in a lot of work and hours to give us thoughtful takes that make it fun to follow the team. 100% that's what I do. When I tell you guys I work, I'm working not to pat on the back, but to tell you guys that when I come up with an opinion, it's so that I don't ever give you guys something that's just, me pulling out the back of my butt. And I could be proven wrong on something, but at least if I give you opinion, it's going to be based on something. And I'm going to have done my due diligence. I'm going to have done my research. I'm going to have put in the hard work. Might still be proven wrong when it's all said and done, but you can at least take for granted that I at least have done that. And I appreciate you recognizing that on that, David. That's the goal of what I want to try to do here. Part of the reason I want to put that time in there is that you guys don't have to operate from a thought of, is this just something that he flippantly thinks? Is this just something that he's just read from somebody else and having them said it? Or is this something that he's done the true homework for to arrive at what he believes to be the case? And it's always going to try to be that where I land at. Not all, it will always be that of where I land at. It requires the work to put in to be able to do it. But once I put the work in, I'm going to have the confidence to believe in what I see and think. That's what comes with putting in the hard work. But I thank you for that, David. It's really kind of you to say, man. And I really appreciate you watching. And I got to say, I know by and large that most of everybody in the chat gets what we're going with this. Part of me just wonders if there's a little bit of us just getting big and, like I say, kind of getting onto radars of people who wouldn't be normally looking for my kind of content, which I think could be a little bit of this too. Michael Arrington, I'm not usually a deadbeat downer, but I think the fans cut general managers too much slack and give them the benefit of the doubt. If they were perfect, they wouldn't get fired and there would never be a bust. I think fans cut general managers too much slack and give them the benefit of the doubt. I think that I agree with you on that. I think that there's a little bit of an appeal to authority. And I can understand the appeal to authority if you're not doing the due diligence. You got a job, you got a life, you got a family, you don't have the time to go in there and grind the tape. If you're appealing to authority on that, I get it. I completely get it. Not everybody's got the time to go do that kind of work. But if you do put the work in, if you do try to get into it a bit, doesn't mean you're as good or as smart as they are, but it does mean that you can have a perspective and view on it then that's established beyond more than just a generalized kind of place, right, Michael? I agree. J.O. Brandon, super reasonable, even extremely reasonable, and I'm a best show, no debate. Thank you, J.O. I appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. Tom Ford says, I'd give the Hawks a B+. Top OL man, top safety, took swings at tight end and quarterback, but wasn't with 2 strikes in the 9th inning. The rest of the draft was solid. Very solid day 3, Tom. Definitely would echo that last part especially. That as much as there is a little bit of the variance in the picks and where you're at, overall, so very solid, very good value found in day 3. Throwing on Zy Alexander on top of it as a UDFA. You look at that, you nod, and you go, okay, I can deal with that day 3. That's at least a good closure to this, if you were. Good closure. You're right, Michael. General managers make mistakes too, man. Even the experts, Michael, get it wrong. Even the experts, quote unquote. Mark Sanchez coming in with a big old $50 drop. Mark, thank you again, man. You've dropped multiple big-time donations on this channel, not only over the course of the days, but over this whole offseason, over the course of the season, many times over, many years over, Mark. I thank you for that $50 donation, my man. You're very kind for that. I really appreciate it. B, never sacrifice who you are. You already know this. Every do know comment and convo we've had, you always see both sides of the coin. I love this channel because of your passion, pushback, and hard work. Through the fire of adversity, we are born resolute. Ooh, I love that last part especially, man. That is great. Through the fire of adversity, we are born resolute. And so, Mark, thank you first for the donation, but also wonderfully worded on your part. That final sentence really especially captures why we want disagreement, why we're okay with having it go back and forth of the testing of ideas, not the testing of attacks, not the personal attacks, but the testing of individual ideas. Because through the fire of that adversity, like Mark says, you come out more reborn and resolute. And what he means by that, and what I think he means by that, and what I take away from him to mean by that, is you come out of it reborn, having your ideas tested, having what you think tested. And it either comes out the other side of it of proven true, or it's tested in such a way that it causes you to have to move off of your spot in a given way to think differently about something. But that's where we get to the right answers, is when they've been fully tested. That's why it's so important to have disagreement. That's why it's important at times to have the pushback to the front office and not merely appeal to the authority. Because in discussing it and talking about it and turning it over in every different direction, you come out ultimately, I think, to a closer, clearer answer of the truth, or, as Mark Sanchez puts it, reborn resolute. Reborn resolute. So I love that, man. That is a great phrase on your part, Mark. Aptly put. I know you appreciate it. I know you know what time it is. Most folks there do on that. But it's also what I'm trying to do in talking is not to talk to people right now that know what time it is. The people I'm trying to talk to are those people that are kind of not sure, not understanding. Why is this? Why is this? Let me try to explain it to you. Let me try to kind of get you to understand where I'm at, where it's not what you might think it's here. It's actually something that's kind of over here. And if we can just move you out of this place of thinking it here, the adversarial position, the how dare you question our authority, that if we can move it from that spot to the spot of free and open discussion, that's the place this channel wants to be. And not just with me, but with everybody in our chat, that there can be that free and open discussion. Well said, Mark. I thank you, man, so much for all of your big time donations onto this channel. But beyond that, just beautifully put on your part. Beautifully put. You encapsulated it really well. Mike Olagrizi Smith, even though I don't understand all the picks, it's still going to be kind of fun to watch how these guys grow together. Got some cool offensive talent. You did indeed, man. And whether you love the guys or not, anybody that even could be a little bit down on this draft can't deny. You win for upside. Player by player, pick by pick, you were shooting for upside almost every stretch of the way. And that is certainly what you want to see from your team overall most of the time, is go get me that upside. Go find me that potential difference maker. Go take those big swings. And this was a big swing draft. Once you got outside of Zabel, this was definitely a big swing kind of draft. A.A. Joss, thank you for the $5 donation. A.A. Joss, the grade for this draft depends heavily on whether one considers Milroe a weapon or a waste. Very true. It does seem that the team's got some intention here from the weapon angle of it, of when you hear Mike McDonald talk about trying to use him in a 10% role. 10% is a significant amount of snaps. That's definitely more into a weaponized side of things, I would say. Absolutely it is. And if they're able to pull that off, if he can develop in that way to give them the confidence to put him out there for that many snaps, then that's definitely what he could become, for sure. A lot of RPO, a lot of read option looks, a lot of misdirection, probably when he's out there, a lot of moving parts this way and that way. Get your eyes going this way, have him going that way. Copperwise, I'm honestly not excited about the offseason so far. I question a lot of the moves, but I will hope and pray that the team does well and that I am wrong. Well said, Copperwise. That's the place that's also important for the folks that don't want to hear maybe some of the negativity here on this side of it, is let me echo what Copperwise says to this as well. If you're not maybe understanding those that might be a little bit negative for where the team lands, that it's not their hope that the team is bad. It's never my hope that the team isn't bad or that the team's bad. It's not our hope that Elijah Arroyo doesn't go out there and light the world on fire, or that Jalen Milroe doesn't become a top 5 quarterback in this sport. We want to see that. We're hoping we see that. But you also look at it with a certain analytical ability too, don't you, Copperwise, in making a bit of an assessment that's separate of that, separate of the hope, separate of what you'd like to see. Yeah. TheSeahawksNest, I don't drop $300 just to anyone. I know you don't. That's no small amount. And I'm biting into your Back to the Future money trip right there. It ain't lost on me. I get it on that. And you guys showing the love like you have and the support to this channel. I've often said with this, there's nobody on the YouTube, not say nothing of football channels, I don't think there's anybody on YouTube you will find anywhere that gets the kind of bang for buck support that I get from you guys and the love that you guys show. It speaks to this and what the channel does in resonating with you guys. It speaks to the fact that we're getting things right here, that we're going in the right direction of things. It encourages me on that, which is a very cool part of it. It's great to get the donation of it, but it's nice to know that we're resonating in the right way as well, Megan, too. And I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you for that monstrous donation. Monstrously awesome donation. Game says, B, I love your energy always, man. When the Hawks mess up, you're the first one to call them on it. When they do good, you're the first one to praise them. That balance is what makes me and everyone come back. Well, thank you, Game. I promise you guys that's what I'm going to let guide this. I'll be positive when I have to. I'll be negative when I have to. I'll try my heart out to not be unfair so that, when I am being negative, if you guys hear me go in that direction, as I always say, I don't land there lightly. I don't become negative because it helps my channel. When you're negative on these kind of things, when you have to delve into this territory, there's a price to be paid. It's not like any attention's good attention. Like, it costs your channel. It costs you subscribers. You will have less subscribers by operating from that standpoint of being honest and truthful. So it's not to the benefit, but you do it because you trust in it, that it's the right way to do this. It's the proper way to do this. And that ultimately the audience will most respect and most enjoy somebody operating from that standpoint of things. Zombie Central, I got to say, Brando, the end of this draft was weird for me personally. Just felt different. It was a little bit of a strange draft. It was just kind of a little odd. Hard to sort of pinpoint exactly just the fluctuations, the ups, the downs. It just didn't have necessarily a consistent ring to it at times in how it felt, I would say. Yeah, I got a little bit of that too, zombies. James Peters, Martinez makes this team 100%. Still at bro, damn, you busy today. Still at it, bro? Damn, you busy today. I ain't going to stop. I'm going to go all night. I don't give a hell. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep it up. Martinez makes the team 100%. Hololani, maybe he can slide into the practice squad, but this guy is a better back than George Holani, number one. Number two, he gives you an element to this team that Holani can't claim, which is that I can bring a unique skill that nobody else has on this roster. He can be that short yardage back. And the thing that we have seen from Charbonnet is, even though he's built to look like and at times can run like a power back, he's not really a pure power back. He's not really a short yardage guy. His rookie year, we tried to use Charbonnet heavily in those short yardage situations. It didn't work out too well. Some of that was the blocking and the piss poor offensive line you were trotting out there, but some of it was also just that's not Charbonnet's really game. He's kind of a all-around running back with some power elements to what he does, but he's not a pure power guy, and Martinez is a pure power guy. That's how he's built. Ethan says, we have the easiest sales pitch for a UDFA nose tackle. Want a guaranteed roster spot? Who can offer that, right? Who else can offer that? Kevin O'Connell says, with anything, this is a progression of our rebuild. Let's run with it. And next draft, we'll kill it. Keep it rolling, Kevin. Keep it rolling. Keep building it up. You took that one little step back, 2 steps forward. No telling when those 2 steps forward click into place. But the key on it was to accept the 1 step back you had to take the 2 steps forward. And I think that they are going to get there. How fast it happens, we'll see. But I think that they're starting to set the stage for that to be able to be the way that this does go. Have a good night, Neil Marsh. Says, night, everybody. Best wishes to y'all soon. Pumpkin and Brandon. Master Blaster from Mad Max. Keep running Bartertown. Take no shit from the Tina Turners. I ain't taking no shit. I'm pulling the rug off her. I'm taking it. Give me that hairpiece. Give me that hairpiece, Tina. D-Man says, Rob Staten gave the Seahawks an A+ draft grade. Woo! Rob going hard. Love it, man. And like I said with Rob, I don't think in my time of reading and watching and reading about Rob and his approach to these drafts, I don't know if I've ever seen Rob give out an A+ on a draft on the end of the draft. So not something he gives out lightly, and something that for a guy that covers the draft as deeply as he does should be taken into account. Should be worth something as far as that goes. Tom says, well, we got the best upside quarterback in the draft at the end of the 3rd round. He's not as refined as Russ. He's certainly not Russ, but in the end, he might end up being better. He's got more upside than Russ, Tom. There's much more size on this guy, more mobile, bigger arm. Like you say, there was way more refinement from Russell Wilson coming out. Russell Wilson had operated in pro-style concepts in college. But you're 100% right about the upside being there and beyond Russ. And I would offer Tom even far beyond Russ. Like it is into space, outer space kind of upside. Absolutely. Haley says, B, thoughts on the 450-pound nose tackle from Florida, UDFA? That's a lot of mass. He's a big boy. And I mean, on tape, there's some stuff he's kind of doing. You know, you're not moving him. And there are some times where he can take a guy one-on-one and just beef up on him and throw him up into the backfield. It ain't like a fast, quick, he picks him up and tosses him and then he's on the running back, but it's kind of, he's doing that thing where it's whomp, 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 and a lineman's doing this move, where he's just getting bounced backwards. So there's a little bit of that to him, but he's so immobile and he's just not going to be able to get to anything as far as outside zone. He's got to lose a lot of weight. But his tape wasn't awful. It wasn't completely like this guy's just giving you nothing out there other than just being a big ball of mass. Thrill House B, I banged the MORI drum early, and I know it may have been irritating, but you always held firm about his draft value. Training camp, Spoon, and MORI. Must-see TV. Yeah, you're putting together a very, very nice secondary right now. A secondary with a lot of potential. I mean, in Woolen and MORI, those are two guys that have as much potential at those positions as any guys you have ever had at those positions. Undoubtedly. And MORI was the guy that had to be in the right spot. And that's where it comes down to draft, where there is on some picks, I have my bothersome spots because I want to take guys in the right place. Because when you reach for guys, you reach for an MORI in the first round, you not only now grab MORI a little too early, but you miss out on a Gray Zabel because you're trying to reach in for that need or reach in for that one guy you fell in love with and elevate him a little bit extra to do so. And I think that that's something you're really trying to avoid as a team. That's definitely one of those. There's a trap door over there if we walk over that, and we don't want to be doing that. But props to John for one of the good things he did on this draft was identifying once MORI got into that second round range. Okay, now's the spot where you can take him. This is the right place. He isn't going to last much longer than this. I did have a high second round grade, but I also believe that he ain't getting into the middle part of the second round. He's definitely then going to go up at the top of that second round if he lasted there. So that was a good spot by John to go find the right value. I'm okay giving up the pick to go get that because you went for an upside on the guy who's not a guy like Jalen Milroe where it's just completely rough for what you're bringing in for the upside you're hoping he can attain, but a guy that's actually pretty far along in his progression. A lot more reason to believe that he can get closer and closer to that upside than a guy like maybe Milroe. Sean S. says Mason Rickman will start at tackle. Ooh, bold statement there, Sean. I like it. Which one? Left tackle or right tackle? Copper Wise, Shiloh Sanders signed as a UDFA by Tampa Bay. Okay, there we go. Tom Ford, yes, UDFAs are important, but second round of a vet free agency is underway. And to B's point, we need at least one nose tackle. Got to get one, man. Got to get one at least. Please. Michael Arrington, I like Ricky White. Pick for y'all. Reminds me of a more versatile Troy Franklin. Yeah, I like that. Frank was a little more floppy in his movements, a little bit taller, a little bit bigger, but I like Ricky White, man. Great route runner. He's a baller. Good with the ball in his hands. Good contested catcher. Just creates separation on his routes with his route running. Duran J, we're not going to be doing a B&B show today. Brennan's got to be doing some Bleacher Report stuff on his side of it. So I think by the end of the day, he's going to be pretty tapped out on that. We might come back tomorrow on Sunday and do one. We'll see. Thrill B, I banged that MORI drum early. And you didn't irritate me on the MORI thing. I liked him, man. He was a good player. Just wanted to give him that right spot. Just got to give him that right spot. Charles, we've got Zy Alexander as the one guy we've heard so far has been signed by Seattle. Nothing confirmed as of yet. But I am definitely tracking it, and I will continue to update it here throughout this afternoon and get that on the spot. Trella says, I can't believe Restrepo went undrafted. Wonder who will get him. 4.8, man. That's going to loom large. He's game day field speed faster, that's for sure. But 4.8's 4.8. And when you're already a really undersized slot with tiny arms, and you go out there and you run a 4.8, that's kind of going to cause you to fall up out of the draft. We got Banana the Bad Guy. Williams says Tyrone Broken, UDFA to the Seahawks. Okay. Tyrone Broken, huh? Not seeing any confirmation on the Tyrone. Gotta call Tyrone. Tell him to come get your shit. Broden. Tyrone Broden? Is that what it is? Tyrone Broden. Confirmed. TJ Jackson, the Seahawks. All right, Arkansas wide receiver. According to Aaron Wilson, the Seahawks have signed Tyrone Broden. Here we go. Better call Tyrone. Get your shit. Tennessee Titans got Restrepo. Good signing for them. We got TJ Jackson. Confirmed on that yet. Mike Ells, y'all took a couple of players we needed right in front of us, laughing out loud. I think that's part of the reason Sean traded back. We got staked a few times too, Michael. I think something that stands out as a very specific takeaway I would have from this draft is that I feel like most of the teams by and large did a lot better in their drafting, especially through day 1 and 2 and the early part of day 3. I just feel like the value of the board fell the right way all the way around. Less teams doing stupid, silly stuff. More teams being smart about where they're taking guys. I just, in general terms, I felt it was that way. Falcons signed Nick Nash. Okay. There we go. Herbicide, you wanted Arroyo or Fannin? I would have gone Fannin in. Fannin. I love doing the Fannin to piss my brother off. He hates when I pronounce the extra I-N's on the name. I would have gone with Harold Fannin. With Harold, I have a younger player. I have less of the injury risk. I have more of the yak ability. I'm not supremely convinced that Arroyo is a better route runner than Fannin. So I don't know if I quite see or understand all the ways in which Arroyo is just vastly better than Harold, or even marginally better than Harold. In what way? You know, he's not the blocker, not the yak guy. He's not that dominant as a guy as a pass catcher. Minimal amount of production. Michael says, I think we overdrafted most of our guys for your Broncos. Let me look at this. Let's see who you guys went with, Michael. Let me give you some of my professional Denver Bronco breakdown on this one. Jada Barron I mean, you guys kind of already had a slot. I'm sure that they're going to try to tell you guys that you're going to play it on the outside, but you kind of were already set at slot, weren't you? RJ Harvey. Yeah. RJ Harvey I had in the 4th round. You took him in the 2nd. You took Pat Bryant in the 3rd round. I had Pat Bryant in the 3rd round, but I had him as a later 3rd round, which is kind of, you took him early 3rd round. Savion Jones in the 3rd. That's right. That's good. But Quay Robinson, yeah, I definitely did not have Quay. I had Quadarius Robinson in the 5th round. And then you've got Jeremy Cranshaw and Caleb Lohner. You went for the basketball player. So I would definitely say I would feel a little bit, your draft makes our draft look pretty good. Your draft makes our draft look really good. I like the Jada Barron pick because he's going to be a good player. I don't know about the doubling down on slots, and I do like the Savion Jones one, but there's some questionable ones in there. Michael, I can understand being a little bit out on some of those picks. It's not the best. Roden confirmed. Let's go. Willie Lampkin to the Rams. Oh, yikes. Yikes. Tom said, I don't know about anyone else, but I doubt we'll know him as well as you do. So a few of these guys I kind of understand a little bit. Get a couple of these guys in here. King Bomber, I would have liked Mason Taylor much better than Arroyo. I see much more of the upside to Taylor than I do in Arroyo. And you take those guys very close together. I would have much preferred to try to trade up for Taylor if we were that dead set on getting a tight end like that. Thrill says, be all right, man. Time for a 2020 draft, 26 mock draft. Pull it up. 364 days till the draft. Trading all my picks for a quarterback. All of them. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Mark. Says, B, if you're down on Arroyo, but look at Puka Nacua. Didn't have a great career at BYU, but he stood out at the Senior Bowl. Now we get to unfortunately defend him twice a year. The Colonel can pop late. It can. It can, and there are going to be examples even outside of a Puka Nacua, on it. With Puka, I got to admit, I didn't have as much of the in-depth, draft study of him at BYU in that final year there and what he did. But you're right about the injury stuff kind of carrying over through his career a little bit there. I might offer too with that, Mark, Puka's also a guy that's just recently talked about this offseason that he's going to be retired by the time he's 30. He is a guy that's had to deal with as well injuries. Kind of my point in this, Mark, is that he's also a guy that though he's had some real good explosiveness, he's also had a good amount of injuries here through his first 2 years of his career. I mean, even at the end of last year, and I asked this about Jake, and Jake agreed, the Rams, the guy that covers the Rams there at Last Second Sports, where I said, by the end of the year, he's dragging that leg along. He's not 100% healthy. So my point to that would be, Mark, this is a little bit of an extension of the thing I would say of that if I have a guy that's injured all the time in college, he doesn't become more healthy at the pro level. Puka comes to the pro level, the talent's there, he can be mightily productive when he's on the field, but still struggles with the health. Struggles with the health to the point I wouldn't doubt that he's probably part of the reason you're looking at being 30 years old when you retire is that damn knee ain't going to hold up. That's as far as it's going to take you. So guys can pop late. I agree with you there. Puka's a great example of that. But there is some carryover from college of what you see of those given trends. And I would just, as if not to push back fully on the point, because I do agree with it, but just as well, is that the rule of thumb when it comes to these kind of guys that are mightily injured, right? Is the rule of thumb that they pop late, or is the rule of thumb generally and largely so that they don't pop? And I think that if you have a guy that's, like, as I was saying earlier to someone else on the stream, if you have 100 of these type of archetypal guys, and you could say a Puka Nacua fits into that camp of an Arroyo, and we got 100 of these guys, those guys that are going to go get healthier at the next level, those guys that are going to be the best version of themselves, those guys that are going to be a better version of themselves at the pro level than college, you're talking about what, 4 or 5%? and that the rest of the 95% are going to kind of fit more to what they were in college, where the injuries are going to continue to kind of hold them back in that way. So Arroyo, I will say with Arroyo, not to completely, cut out the context of your argument, Arroyo has some upside there. There is. I think I have a little bit more of the limited upside than others do see with him. But there is definitely some upside there. But that's just where I do wonder with that health thing. Is he going to get healthier at a pro level? Or is that really going to happen? I mean, didn't he even in addition to being, again, even in this one breakout year he was supposed to have, he's injured through a lot of last year. Didn't he then just go and get injured again at the Senior Bowl? Wasn't this the whole reason he couldn't do any of his testing times? So just running on grass, not even playing in the games gets you injured now? I mean, that's kind of an injury-prone player at that point, isn't it? That's kind of a guy that falls down and he snaps a hip almost. So it definitely can happen. It can come together for guys in that way. You grow into your grown man, old man body. You improve your diet. You learn how to train your body better. You get it into an improved position to be able to handle punishment and to be able to do that. That stuff is definitely fair and true. It is. But by and large, the general rule of thumb is something I might point a little bit back to on this one. And even in Puka's case, for the example you gave, a guy that's still dealing with his share of injuries here into his career. Thank you, though, Mark. Dropping all these donations on the channel today. I appreciate you for doing that. Super kind of you, brother. Super kind of you. A couple more signings here. So we've got Amari Knight, UCF tackle. Signs with your Seattle Seahawks. Amari Knight. UCF. And we also got Tyron Bowden, Arkansas. I don't know too much about Tyron Bowden. Not much production off of him. This kid's been in college since 2019. He's 6'7", 200 pounds, a senior, but been playing for literally 6 years in college. He's one of those COVID folks out there. Best season was 2021, where he had 36 catches for 596 yards. Looks like just a pure outside kind of receiver in how he goes about his business. Followed that up in 2022 with 32 catches for 506 yards. But the past 2 years, he only has 15 receptions in each of the 2 seasons. It looks like last year injuries cut him down a little bit as he was only active for 5 games. So maybe a little bit of a hope here that you can maybe tap into the ability that exists there in this guy, that he's got a little bit more left there on that bone. Old School Seahawk, thank you for celebrating 8 months. You're working your way almost to a full year here as a Hawks Nest member. I really thank you for that. Appreciate you for that long-time support. Your stamina is amazing. Appreciate you very much. Well, thank you, Old School Seahawk. I like this kind of finish off to the day. I like going just that little bit extra long on the day 3. I really do, because part of this is kind of the wrap up for me. You know what I mean, guys? This is where the year really does kind of fully, you put the bow on it, you put the stamp on it, you wrap it up. I want to finish strong on that. I don't want to finish with a whimper. I want to finish with a bang on the 3rd day of the draft, Like we're just getting warmed up kind of feel, Herbicide says, I wanted Harold Fannin too. I do like our new fullback. I can't wait. I'm excited as much as anybody to check out the tape after the stream, Herbicide, on Oots and get back over there and really do take a look at him. But yeah, Fannin I think Fannin has a chance to be potentially special. There's something about that guy that's just awkwardly cool. I can't explain it. Can't quite verbalize it. It's just cool. Roy Froelich, thank you for the $5 donation. Roy, great to see you in the house, brother. Says Rob Staten nearly had kittens. He was so happy with the Arroyo pick. Oh, I know, man. And look, he's not Johnny come lately on this. I asked specifically Rob a week and a half ago. I said, Rob, you're Kevin Costner. You're in draft day. Give me the 2 names that you got to come out of this by any means necessary. The 2 guys that you just say, regardless of where I'm picking them, regardless of what draft pick it takes, who are the 2 guys I got to come out of this draft with? And Elijah Arroyo was one of those guys. He was one of those guys. So I can understand why he's happy. I've been in that position before too, when you have a guy that you just have enough in him. And that's how I felt a little bit like the Abraham Lucas pick when we made him, where I was just like, I can't believe this guy got the third round. I've got a first round grade on him. This is unbelievable. And so it's a great feeling when you're covering the draft and you get to kind of have a guy that you're so enthused about by that, be selected by the team and validate a little bit of your thinking in him and your love for him in that way. Yeah. I'm glad he's made happy on that. Rob's not always been able to come out of these drafts feeling great about what he's seeing. So again, coming back to with Rob, one of the nice parts about this, when you are following content creators like me or like Rob or like Brenner or anybody else, when they are being honest with you, when they are telling you the truth, when you know what you're getting from them is the real meal deal of what they think and not what they're trying to gas you up on, that when they are excited, when they are hyped up on a guy, that they truly believe it, that they're not giving you smoke, that they're not trying to, bump everything up and make everybody feel better about it than it should be, but that they really believe it. And in Rob's case with Arroyo, he believes it. And that gets me a little bit more excited for it. I ain't gonna lie. It gets me a little bit more excited for it, even beyond my evaluation of Arroyo, because Rob does really good work and he gets into the film and he looks at these guys. And a lot of times we can look at film and have us looking at the same film and we might have different takeaways from it. That's the fun part of doing this. So no one's ever going to look at things and necessarily see it the exact same way. Michael Arrington says, this is the only draft I've ever hated. I'm not big on it either for how you guys were setting up to come in this draft. And maybe there was the thought process, you getting Colston Loveland or trading up to go get him. I mean, hell, if this is the picks you're going to end up with, you might as well have just traded up at that point and gone and gotten the sparkling player, the blue chip guy. If this was going to be the other side of it. I don't like it either for you guys. Jones going to be a player for you. He's going to work. But the rest of that draft, I mean, Jarquez, Hunter, you've got one of the deepest drafts here in recent years. If you've got one of the deepest drafts in recent years, you don't want to be reaching for a running back around early. When you've got one of the weaker classes in recent years for wide receiver, you don't want to, same thing. You don't want to be reaching early for that guy. That's the opposite of the type of year you should be doing that. So they did kind of run the Broncos, to your point on this, Michael. There's a little bit of a counterintuitive nature to this, in my opinion, with this draft with the Broncos. Even down to Jada Barron, because I don't really get what you're going to do with your current slot. I mean, like, is he going to outperform where your current slot corner was at last year? I thought that guy played pretty solidly for you. And maybe he's in a marginal improvement, but I don't think you go for first round picks to get a marginal improvement at a slot corner position. And when it comes to Jada Barron, he's just not going to play on the outside, Michael. That's the thing you're going to hear in your fan base right now is a lot of people trying to say that this guy can somehow play on the outside. He's got 29-inch arms. Nobody's starting on the outside of the NFL at 29-inch arms consistently. So it's a bit of a strange draft from the Broncos. Yeah, this one feels very odd. Isis Waxter to the Seahawks. Boy, we got some cool names in this draft. Isis Waxter, you said. Vanilla defensive back. He goes by the nickname Ice. So we're getting Iceman. You could be my wingman anytime. Bullshit, you could be mine. Ice Waxter. Like Baxter. Okay. Well, Villanova, that's a smarty pants school, right? You got to have a big brain to be out there, don't you? Thank you for the update. I appreciate you for that. Mike Skinner says, so did we get a nose tackle? No. No, we did not. Not yet. Not yet. We've got another signing here. Seahawks are signing West Virginia defensive lineman TJ Jackson as a UDFA. So this might be our nose tackle here. I don't know too much about TJ. Make this a little more readable. All right, there you go. Should make it look a little bit better. Michael Arrington says, we won free agency, but we lost the draft. Is that kind of like winning the battle, but losing the war? A little bit. Hey, you still got a really good team, Michael. And you guys should only feel like you're on the rise from where you kind of came from last year and how you played it. Especially if you can get another step forward with Nix. Takes that another step forward as a quarterback. So the good news is that you guys still are very capable of making some noise this year. It's a tough division. It's tough. That might be the toughest division in football this year. But Mike Skinner says, did we not get a nose tackle? Byron Murphy about to be mid again, playing out of position, starting to not like that pick more and more based on how we've used him. Mike, it's 100% the case. One of my frustrations and one of my triggering moments if we've been led to this draft is so many people that have been seemingly sometimes chomping at the bit to go take given player A, who's great at this one position, who's going to be at his best in this one position, whose maximum upside will be for this position. And there'd be so many people in the fan base that want to take that said given player and then move him over here to the position he might be able to do, but not as good as this position over here that he could do great. And one of the reasons I am lamenting this and it annoys me so much is that we have done this so very often, and that we're even in the midst of right now doing it with one of our most important players, Byron Murphy. We are continuing to do it with him. And he's not a great nose tackle. He's not a game-wrecking nose tackle. He's not an immovable force at the nose tackle position. He's all right. Like you said, he's mid. He's a league average nose tackle in his performance when you align him there. That's all he's going to give you. And that's fine, but it's not dominant, not anywhere close to dominant. And unfortunately, Mike, by the lack of addressing this nose tackle position, you have set the stage indeed for this to become the case again. I mean, you sign one, he's still the first backup off the board coming in, right? Remington, sources say Stackhouse is going to the Packers. Can't vouch for the authenticity. Okay. Thank you for the update on that. That's a bummer. Broden is a freak. 6'7", yep. Big dude. Big dude. Riverside says, yeah, agreed. Broncos draft, not that good. Yeah, that's brother, no. Haley, as much as you can say you don't like some of our picks, at least we can agree they weren't overdrafted. Well, I do have a couple of the picks that I look as need reach picks a bit. So that would be a little bit of a testament to me on, look, the upside's there with them, Haley, but I didn't have Jalen Milroe in the third round. I didn't have Elijah Araujo in the second round. So it is at that point one where you are overdrafting them at that point if you're taking them higher than the round that you got them allotted to. And you allot them to a certain round so that you operate by the value of your board and make sure you're taking the right players in the right positions and you're not reaching. I think there's a little more reaching there with those. It's not egregious. It's a little more egregious to me on Elijah than it is on Jalen because I had a fourth round grade on Jalen, so taking him in the late third's not as out of control, but it is a little bit more extreme, I feel like, with the Elijah Araujo pick. Ethan says, apparently the fullback we took can run 19 miles per hour. That's a big boy. That's a lot of beef moving fast. Zombie Central, I hate that Chris Paul Jr. went to the Rams. He's going to be an absolute problem for us the next few years. Great pick by the Rams. And I think you could make a pretty strong argument, or you could at least make a argument that despite the fact that they operate off fewer and fewer picks there, that the Rams had a pretty solid draft. I think they did a little bit of an equivalency to what we did with Rojo, and that they went with Terrace and Ferguson, I think, way too early there out of Oregon. But Josiah Stewart's a great edge for them. Jarquez Hunter will be a nice running back as a third back in that role. Hamilton will be a player on the defensive line. Chris Paul will be really good for them. He'll be a starting inside linebacker for them and a fairly complete player at that. So, boy, when you kind of factor what the Rams did, especially getting a future first-round pick, I think there is an argument to be made that they might have had the best draft if we just remove out having 15 more picks than everybody else, that bang for bang, dollar for dollar, that they had the better draft when it was all said and done, considering that they did move out of the first round to get that future first-round pick. Good draft by the Rams. Well done. He will be a problem. McLaughlin went to the Bengals. Damn it. Mike says, I really don't understand this organization's fetish with playing players out of position and not having a nose tackle in this defense is asinine. It really is, Mike. And I don't have an explanation for it either. It frustrates me to the nth degree as well, because it's not worked out for you. You keep trying this thing that's not working. You keep doing it again and again, and it's not working. Stop it. It doesn't work. It's been a failure. Don't do that anymore. Having Jordan Brooks as a will linebacker through the first couple of years of his career was not for the betterment of the team, and it wasn't for the betterment of Jordan Brooks. Having Ethan Posick at guard for the first couple of years of his career rather than playing purely center was not for the betterment of the team, and it was not for the betterment of the development of Ethan Posick. And the same thing absolutely is going to be true with Byron Murphy. Think about this right now. Byron Murphy's in practice, on the practice field, rather than working on pass rush technique, how to get his hands, get this right, moving this. Instead, he's over there working on two-gapping. Instead, he's working on leverage. Instead, he's working on the skill set of what you need for a nose tackle rather than the skill set you need for a three-tech. So does that mean then that he has slowed down in his development as a three-tech? You better believe it. You better believe it. And so it becomes not only the problem of you're not addressing the position, but you're misusing this other really grade A talent who could be awesome here, but who's kind of okay over here. And I don't understand, a fetish is a great way to put it. This organization has a fetish with moving players out of the position where they will be at their best. There is no sense in it whatsoever. No sense in it whatsoever. But they keep doing it. And it's not like you can't say with this Mike McDonald defense that it doesn't need nose tackles. Every iteration of this defense that has ever existed going back to Buddy Ryan has had a nose tackle. When Mike was at Baltimore, he's got Michael Pierce, and then they draft Travis Jones in the third round. Both purified nose tackles. Not part nose tackle, part three tackle. Purified nose tackles. When he's at Michigan, Maze Smith. Purified nose tackle. Who's backing up Maze Smith? Who's the next guy coming in there? Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant. Purified nose tackle. So it's not even a defense where you can go back and go, well, this is a defense where there's some fluctuation between the three tech and the nose, and they kind of each have to do each other. No. There's well-defined aspects on each of it, and it's the same aspects of other defenses and how they operate off of. So you got to have it, man. Got to have it. I cut your message off there, Tom. If it was a rule of thumb, would we say we are swinging? Look at Barkley last year, and he just happened to be the best running back in the league. I'm not sure what you mean on that, Tom. I'm sorry. Find the other message up here. It's a swing. Okay, with Arroyo. So you're saying if it... Yeah, it's a swing. Definitely, Tom, it's a swing. And I don't mind necessarily taking swings and taking risks, especially when you're taking for the upside. I think I just question about how much upside is really existing there in Arroyo. I can see upside in Milroe. I can understand where that exists, whether I have confidence that he's going to reach it or not. I struggle a little bit more to see this golden upside that exists with Arroyo that I don't feel like I've seen on the tape. And that's where I just feel like when I watch Elijah, I feel like I'm watching different tape than some other people are watching. Could be I'm just not getting it and I'm just being a little slow on it. That happens on prospects. There are going to be those prospects you just don't get. But I watched a lot of his tape, a lot of it. The Stackhouse dream is dead. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Where's my freaking deal?
Oh, my God.
Hawks Eye View, we're going without a nose tackle. What the F, Jess? New Blacks, Brandon Jackson to the Seahawks. Believe also defensive lineman. See if I can find some information here on Mr. TJ. Well, that's not the right TJ. Not this one. I'm looking for West Virginia. They sign me out. Sign me in. Oh, no. I guess I can't see it right now. I've got to find my login. 26 tackles last year. We'll have to look him up a little bit and see where he lands. Hey, Josh, I thought having kittens was a negative thing. It can kind of go either way. Tom says, well, at the end of the day, I think the Seahawks made some solid contact for most of the 3 days, and there was a couple of at-bats where they swung for the fences. Whether or not they connect remains the question. Well said, Tom. And I would agree with that outlook of it. Absolutely. Not a bad, I give it a B draft, so still a solid draft at the end of the day. Even with those swings, there is some solidity in there, for sure. Thrilla says, yeah, I respect swinging for the fences. You can't win the raffle if you don't buy a ticket. No, you can't. And I agree. I like that if I'm going to go for a guy that I'm not quite certain on and we're not in alignment on, and like, I don't like that player quite at that pick, but at least I can come away with that pick going, yeah, but you swung it upside. You went for a little bit of the moon there. Even if you can't quite get on board with the player, you can understand better the pick because you're going for that difference-making angle of things. Right angle, how do you hate this draft? Do you mean draft class? Hawks did a pretty solid job picking this year. I'm definitely not hating the class. I think if I'm hating the class, I'm giving it more like a D on that side of it. I give it a B. I just think that there's some fluctuations on this draft where you took some of the players. I think there was a little bit of reaching at times. But a B's draft ain't a bad draft either when it's all said and done. He's out, says, it's okay, Brandon. Jalen Milroe will be on the outside for us. That's why we drafted him, silly. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. Started so strong with the first 2 picks, then downhill. Still an offensive line player short, no nose tackle, no receiver. That tight end pick should have been anything else. First 2 picks were really good, man. Feel great about those picks. I think there's some really good value to be found through the later portions of this draft. I think with wide receiver, we might find ourselves a guy between Ricky White and Torrey Horton. One of those 2 guys might be the guy to be able to slide into that spot and surprise us a little bit. Bryce Caladu, I like that pick there as well. I thought that was one where there's some definite value there with what he's bringing. So I'm feeling that one. So there were some good sides to this too, but there were some downsides to it as well. Like you said, the tight end pick is kind of one of them for me on that. You know where I stand with that, Jeffrey. So it's a mixed bag. Some good, some bad. Not all bad, not all good. Yeah. Thank you for the $5 though, Jeffrey. I share where you're at with it. And definitely a little concerned about the nose tackle position as it stands right now. Just a wee bit. All right, we've got a Seahawks deal for tight end Marshall Lang. We got Utah edge Connor O'Toole is also been signed. corner. I don't know, Marshall Lang. They're saying your deal for tight end, $5,000 signing bonus. So Marshall Lang. I'm not sure on that one. We'll put him in here, but I don't know. I don't know that name. Interesting. CR, with Martinez here, I can see us moving off of K9 sooner than later. With K9, Sharp, McIntosh, and Martinez, we're a little too crowded. It's possible. They can find a taker for him. I think it's definitely possible. I think I could see him going with the 4. I mean, the one thing you have had with K9 and with Charbonnet is they've had their share of Charbonnet's had some dings here and there a little bit as far as injuries go. He's not always been able to maintain full health. And K9 has certainly run into his share of injuries. So having a little bit of that extra depth here on other NFL teams, I guess I'd say CR, where maybe you feel like you can get by with your health at the front line. On this one, I think it might be smarter to kind of have a little bit of that extra depth and anticipate a little bit more that you're going to get those injuries that are going to come along, especially if you're going to run the ball more than you ever have in recent history. Grant Phillips, bro, imagine Arroyo in a bunch formation with Cup and JSN. I can see it. I can see it. Michael Erickton, I'm hearing he will push McMillan for the slot by fans, but I want him outside because Jaquan is better as a slot than Moss is outside statistically. Jada Barron played both outside and inside. He did. And so I definitely familiar with that. Watched a lot of his tape, Michael Arrington. And it's a little bit on the surface of it. You can get yourself tricked into having a really good season playing off coverage there with Texas and go, well, he can do it. But again, coming back to when you look at those arm length and you want guys on the outside that are at 32-inch long arms, and you have a guy that's got 29 inches and change, who's already also, in addition to that, a little bit undersized as far as his height goes, that's going to kick that guy into a slot. To me, it's really more of the question with Jada Barron of whether or not he's going to be a slot or a safety. It's not as much of he's going to be an outside corner. And again, go, if you can, Michael Arrington, look it up. Go look in the corner. There's 64 starting corners in this league. Go look up how many corners on the outside of those 62 starting cornerbacks have less than 30-inch long arms. I think maybe Jair Alexander is the only one you can find. Maybe. I got to look that up with Jair to be sure. I think even he might add over 30 inches at least. But it's just kind of a no-go area a little bit. Michaels is also apparently out of slot. Cornerback has been underwhelming too in zone and tackling, but it was Moss that got picked on, not our slot. There we go. New Blacks, J.R. Singleton, defensive lineman. Okay. Sounds like we're getting a couple of defensive linemen. I'd have to think with having four three techs as it is, that one of these guys has got to be a nose tackle, right? Somebody's got to be a nose tackle in here. I don't know why, but is like DeMarcus Lawrence not worth putting in the middle? Not a nose tackle, and you don't have a need for him at three tech. He's probably every once in a while been kicked inside, but not really his game. Zombie Central, John Schneider sitting back, bitter at his fan base, forcing him to take a guard with the first round pick. Finally says to himself, "Fine, nose tackles are overpaid and overdrafted. That'll show him." Maybe so. William says, "Hey, B, did you like Webb from Jacksonville State and Truss from Georgia? Thoughts?" I did not have a chance to take a look at Webb because of the fact they just don't have the tape for Jacksonville State. There's nothing out there for that, kind of the nature of the beast a little bit there. Xavier Truss, traditional looking right tackle in look and play. Long, strong as hell, willing to mix it up. Good quickness out of his stance, moves reasonably well in space, but still a little bit lumbering. Much better in pass protection than run blocking. The quickness out of his stance sees him initially in front of the defender, initially in the right place. He then tries to sort of tractor beam lock on with long arms and then wrestle and anchor him. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And if he doesn't track him in right, especially the quick twitchers, you can get right around him. But he's strong. It's a bit of a pass protecting right tackle. You want him to go to probably a pass heavy system. Don't want him to probably be kicked inside. I'm not sure he's going to have the bend or the sink in his hips to move into guard. Probably is going to have to stay at tackle, I would say. But it's open-ended. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. I really like Torrey Horton and Ricky White III. Both add explosiveness to the offense, and Torrey gives us that big body wide receiver. I like it, man. Yeah, Torrey is a very good player, man. And again, as I said this when we were going through picking him, Jordan, there, that this guy had gone out and put the third season of 1,000-yard season on the books, 3 straight years of 1,000 yards. Instead of running into the injury situation he did this season, that guy's probably at the very least a second-round pick. With that productivity, with that size that he brings to play. Ran good time, 4.4 guy in the field, so he brings that too as well. Ricky, you got another guy that's a 4.4 guy, another really good route runner. Some shades of Ricky White's game are very similar to a Brandon Ayuk. I don't think he's going to be as good a player, but that there's some of that there you can see and feel in him. So I like both of these two receivers. And what I love both about the two that you added here, Jordan, is that these are both great value selections. Both of these guys you took in around much lower than I had them higher. And that's how you have strong drafts. It's picking for value. Tom Ford says playing strong A is not as much different than playing strong B. Frankly, he will be a good player either way. Not quite sure what you mean on that one there, Tom. That's Arroyo you were talking about, or? Grabe says, if you're going to have someone mid at nose tackle, might as well put Jaron Reed there and have Murphy take the end snaps. I'd probably rather at this point have Jaron doing that dirty work, to your point, Gabe. Yeah, I agree. How big is TJ Jackson? Well, let's get a look here at him. Man, he's not coming up. Did he play edge, maybe? Yeah, he played more edge. So this would maybe be more of a power edge, and 6'1", 282 for DJ Jackson. So very interesting size dimensions on that guy. Let's take a look at his snap counts and where he played. He's got some nose tackle snaps in there, all over the defensive line. But a little bit more of your power edge potential here in TJ Jackson, it sounds like, more than a nose tackle. He was your left or right defensive end for West Virginia. But some snaps even down to nose tackle, so you can use them all over the place. All over the place. Chris's call it dust boot. That's what you get after this draft. Teasa says, we signed a nose tackle from Iowa State, J.R. Singleton. Thank you for the update on that. I appreciate that, Teasa. Let me get that added to the list here. J.R. Singleton. Oh, not put NT there. Iowa State. Okay. The wait is over. The wait has ended. TJ Jackson, 6'1", 280 misfit. He's stocky. Very stocky. Jason Tudor, B and B are literally the only two people in the world that think Arroyo was overdrafted. Huh. The only two people, man. We are it. Everyone else was like, this guy is amazing. DM Cart, your thoughts on whether we go into camp with 4 quarterbacks? I don't think we're going to, no. You moved Hal. Hall will be on his way out in short order. And then you're going to ride with these 3. Because you only have so many reps to split up, and you don't want to split the reps up a 4th way. You want to make sure everybody's getting some value there. Kieran says, I can't speak to the last round or so, but I don't think John ran this with BPA in mind. They got some picks I do really feel stoked about, but that's too targeted to me to call BPA. Agreed. I don't think that this was a pure BPA draft. I don't think this was a pure value draft. I think there's some picks where there's value. I think there's a lot of other picks there where you're, like you say, there's more about the reaching for need, more to grab a certain spot, a certain pick. Was this the year where John just said he had to come out with a quarterback? You know, I mean, it's a little bit of that a bit, I think. William says, hey, B, how do you like the offensive line now? I don't really think it's all that much heavily improved. I'm hopeful for Gray Zabel, but at the end of the day, this is a rookie who's untested coming from a small school program. And that's not a problem in itself, but the issue is inherently in that you came into this offseason with your offensive line being one of the worst, if not the worst positional groups in all of football. And you decided to punt on free agency. So then you came into the draft and now you had to hit it in the draft because you decided to ignore it. And now you basically grab one guy in the draft. I mean, you got a couple of those late round guys. People probably want to throw that on the stack and say, well, these guys will be but it's like, we've done that before. We've done the late round guys before and you've not gotten anything out of it. So it's really like all of the hopes and prayers and wishes on this one are going to rely upon Zabel being able to come in and be a day 1 starter at left guard. And that these guys around this offensive line that have been underperformers, who've never really shown it to you on the field, are magically going to get better with this new coaching staff. I don't have a lot of faith in that approach. And hopefully that, in the way that I just explained that, that's understandable why. I certainly think the coaches can bring this line up a little bit and can help them further along than what we've seen from recent offensive coaches and offensive line coaches. But I don't think that those guys should be expected to be miracle workers either. And right now we're expecting them to be miracle workers to get the kind of improvement we know is needed to make this offense functional, to keep Darnold from seeing ghosts, to have him at his best. King, and what's funny too is Posick became good when he went back to center. Right. For another team. Exactly. That's the part that's so infuriating about this, is they make this mistake and these are not hard problems to avoid. If 32 NFL teams looked at Byron Murphy and they looked at where they were going to play him, if any of those 32 NFL teams drafted him last year, Byron Murphy, any of those NFL teams drafted him last year, 31 NFL teams, anybody else, nobody is playing him a majority of his snaps as a nose tackle. If he goes and plays with the Rams this year, and Braden Fisk, I believe, had 10 sacks, and he's going to play in that Rams defense, and he's running all those stoops and those stunts and those loops and those twists, all those games up front that they're running, which are perfectly suited to Byron Murphy's game, part of the reason the Rams wanted to trade up for him, he probably would have had 11, 12, 13 sacks last year with that defensive line. Instead, you got him at nose tackle with a half a sack on the season. And if we keep Byron Murphy here on his whole rookie contract and he never goes to 3-tech, it ain't going to be shocking to me if he moved on to another team, became a game-wrecking 3-tech, and all the fans are like, why didn't we use him at that spot? And I'll be like, exactly. But when I say that you've done this recently, and you've done this so often, so many times before, of taking the player and moving him out of his proper position, that it's really frustrating because it just doesn't work. It's not a smart approach to things. If we had had more inherent success stories, King Zhao, where you could go player A, player B, C, D, E, F. I'd be more on board with saying, okay, you earn the benefit of the doubt. But when instead it's gone and been driven in a different direction that's been much more with the negative results, I think we've got to lean into saying that the negative results are much more likely the outcome if you're going to take that approach as a team with your players. Jordan says, I mean, Murphy being out of position is on Mike. Either better off having Reed be the nose tackle. Yeah, it's on Mike a bit with it. And they like keeping Reed over there at 3-tech, I guess. Part of me's wondered if maybe once Jaron Reed left 3-tech, once he left nose tackle after he left Alabama and we moved into the full-time 3-tech, that's just kind of his speed at this point. DMC Card says, player hype and marketing doesn't make this draft an A, C at best. There we go. No pushback from me on that, DM. New Black, speaking of which, they said Nick Emawari is going to play nickel dime first. Okay. I don't know how the nickel one will work. You have Witherspoon as your slot. I mean, maybe you bring him in as a sub linebacker at that point. I don't think you're going to flip out a nickel Kobe Bryant for him. Kobe is probably a better cover guy for the safety position than Nick right now where it stands. But it does make sense for the dime package as New Blacks because then you have Nick as your fourth corner. He'll be your second slot corner on the field essentially. And most of the time you're then picking up tight ends as that kind of that big nickel slot then from that spot. And then Witherspoon is still on the field as the other slot to the other side. So it makes sense. I'm going to be interested to see what they mean by the nickel aspect of that. That part I'm a little unsure. Threnex Dote. I'm going to start on say Drote. Drote says Dragon Flame. So you want him to say exactly what everyone else, and so there he goes on their own view. Why listen to anyone other than the experts if all you want is what they're saying? Exactly. And me and Brendan might be proven wrong at this, but now, like I said earlier on the show too, with this, for those that may be wondering about why I take my ardent opinion on this and don't lean to the experts, is because I've had a lot of experts say certain things through the years. I've taken a counter outlook on it and been proven right with it. So it's part of the track record where I go, look, you guys can go and see my track record where I've been doing draft day breakdowns and telling you about whether these are good or bad picks for years now. And I think my record is pretty good on this. I'm not perfect. All of us are going to have our share of misses, but I certainly don't just completely get it like out of whack where I'm in some vicinity of a different planet from where the rest of the world is at. You know, that my track record does not bear that out. And as I said on this too, which is I think a very important point, since I've been doing this since 2019, LJ Collier hated the pick. Pick turned out to be crap. Jordan Brooks hated the pick. Pick turned out to be crap. Dwayne Eskridge hated the pick. Pick turned out to be crap. Charles Cross, loved the pick. Pick turned out to be good. Devin Witherspoon, loved the pick. Pick turned out to be good. Jackson Smith and Jigba, loved the pick. Pick turned out to be good. Boye Mafe, loved the pick. Pick turned out to be good. Kenneth Walker, loved the pick. Pick turned out to be good. Can you guys see where I'm going with this? Can you guys kind of see where that is at? Where when it's come to these early first round, these guys taking these first two rounds, especially here over the past couple of years, I've been right on the button in each of the evaluations. I've been correct in the outlook on each and every one of those for these past few years. So when you wonder now, when I look at these and I stick ardently into my spot on it and believe what I believe on it, I've got a track record that matches up to this. If I'd been failing these past couple of years, if I'd said LJ Collier is going to be awesome and he sucked, if I said Jordan Brooks is going to be an all-pro inside linebacker, but then he sucked, if I went down the line on that, then there's a lot more reason to hold my feet to the fire and saying, you don't know shit. What are you talking about? You're not an expert. You're not close to an expert. You're not close to seeing it clearly at all. So I think doesn't background track record matter a little bit on this when, you know, posting these kind of opinions out there? Where if you do have that good track record, that should be worth at least something. It doesn't have to sway you wholly, but you can at least then understand why, you know, someone comes from that position. Singleton isn't a nose tackle, is Hawk's Eye View says. Okay. Somebody was saying he was. Let's see where he's been at here. Singleton. Well, I mean, they've... So Hawk's Eye View, here you go, buddy. Here it is. So this is literally listed as nose tackle by PFF. He spent the last 3 games of the year as a left defensive end, but otherwise he was a nose tackle throughout in his alignment and his positioning. See how good he is, though. That part remains to be seen. But yeah, he had 313 snaps alone as a nose tackle, aligned over the center. That's 313 snaps is literally a zero tech. And there are very few defensive tackles in this draft that I've seen that have been operating out of that position that often. Kieran says, Buddy Ryan wasn't playing nickel almost 80% of the time. Modern NFL, we almost never run base 3-4. True. Tom says, can you change positions in a week? No, but there has been many players that have changed positions at even the professional level. Is it optimal? No, but some players can do it. Yeah, it's definitely not that it can't be done, but I think you bring up the right word here, Tom, that what you're trying to do is what is optimal for the team, optimal for the player. If you're moving a player out of position to where he is lesser from where he can be most effective, that is not smart team building process. When people are advocating to me that we're going to draft into Emeka Egbuka or go take a Luther Burden and then you're going to force them onto the outside, that is not where those guys are most effective. That is not where those guys are able to really impact the game in the way that they most can. Much in the same way of you trotted JSN out in his first year and you had him playing 30% of his snaps on the outside. You cut down those snaps to 15% in his second year, you got a much more effective JSN. Big part of that is certainly more of an ability to target him, give him spot up, but you put him into the right spot there in the slot more often, into the place that he's better suited to get the most success in what he's doing. So you can do it, but it's about putting the players in the best position to find their success. That's inherently what you hear about the great coaches. So what makes a great coach? Well, not only can he get a player here who's got this in his tank to get to 100%, but he can take him past 100%. Not only can he take this player who has a variety of different skills in a couple different positions, but he can max that out by using that guy in a variety of ways to take full advantage of those skills. The opposite of that, the bad coaching, is to take a player who can do all of this over here, but then become significantly lesser so over here so that he can fill your specific need on your team because you didn't address it well enough in your team building concepts. That's where it's a failure. That's where it's a mistake. That's where it's going wrong. You don't want to make these kind of decisions. It's hard enough to build a great team as it is without handicapping yourself in this fashion. Players have positions for a reason. Players are built to be at certain positions for a reason. And setting them up for failure is not a great approach. I also would say, Tom, there's a little bit that's inherently at times built in of where it's also sort of throwing the shade at the college programs. When there's pretty smart college coaches down there at the college programs. Say, well, you use this guy in this way, but you're using him wrong. We're going to use him over here in that way. And there are some examples of that you can find a little bit. But I, again, come back to the rule of thumb is by and large, college coaches are pretty smart in their process. They're using a guy 80% of the time as a slot wide receiver, probably going to be at least 80% of the time a slot receiver at the pro level. All right? Probably the best way to utilize him. Mark Cardigan, how can we say that it's a failure year after year with the Legion of Boom? The first half of the year was always rough and the second half was much better. Was that not the case last year too? How can we say that it's a... Well, I'm definitely not, I'm not sure where the failure is coming in. I'm definitely not saying, well, I know you're probably responding to somebody else in the chat on that, Mark. because I'm not trying to paint anything as anywhere as a failure. I don't see anything that's necessarily a failure with the team on it. They were improved in the second half. Yeah. I mean, you kind of started to improve, but you did then run into sort of that Packers-Vikings game where it kind of went back and it drifted back. So some of the improvement that you saw in the second half of the schedule was going through some lesser opponents that you could kind of eat up on, playing the Cardinals twice, for instance. Peter Van Gent, but I think you're responding to someone else there, Mark. So I'm definitely not saying anything's a failure as far as the team goes. But if I misunderstood on that, if you can elaborate, I'll try to touch on it. Peter, as far as nose tackles go, we need one that's enough to justify putting out there instead of Murphy. Otherwise, it'll just end up with the backup of the status quo. Yeah, I think it's pretty inevitable at this point that even if you sign a nose tackle who's functional, Murphy's still going to be eating up a high amount of his snaps from the nose tackle position. Kind of just is what it is unless they've got some kind of trade that they're looking to make. Kieran says, I would almost argue if we did have a nose tackle, it would put Byron Murphy back even more because now he's back up behind Big Cat instead of getting starting experience. I mean, Jaron Reed found a whole hell of a lot of snaps last year playing that backup 3-tech role to him, Kieran, and there was a lot of Big Cat being moved at times to the edge where you were able to find, that's how I would do this, is I would do a lot more of moving Big Cat out there to the edge and then kick in Byron Murphy to the 3-tech. Because we saw Big Cat do some damage in the New York game and the Cardinal game that he took over, coming off the edge for a lot of those snaps. I would rather go that way, and then you can still get him getting some play and getting some start and getting some action going. That's the better way to me. But Jaron Reed had a ton of snaps last year, Kieran. A ton of snaps. Just turn all of Jaron Reed's snaps over to Murphy, and you're gone. He's got plenty there at that point. Looking it up right now. 526 snaps last year. Maybe 100 of them at nose or at 1-tech. Huey says, one of the things that bothers me is that the Seahawks never seem to double down on a strength and make any one unit dominant. Didn't do it with Wilson, post-beast mode, or K9, or now with Murphy. No, it's true. You sort of just kind of get everything up to a good enough state of things. That's good enough. That's good enough. And one of the common, of course, things that was brought up last year and over again from many different people outside of the organization when looking at the team is where are the difference makers? And if you are looking to try to get every kind of positional group just kind of up to snuff, maybe there isn't going to be as many difference makers on that particular defense. The Big Bean, good to see you in the house, brother, says, I know a lot of people aren't in love with this draft, but I love it a lot. I'm so hyped. I love that, man. And there's a people who like me a little bit. Maybe they aren't super hyped on this, but I will say the Big Bean, you're not also operating alone. That there's a lot of 12s that are super hyped by this draft. Staten's given it an A+ draft as far as his side goes. I would imagine a couple of these other content creators out there will be pretty high on it, on their outlook of things. So, it's a bit of a mix in the 12s. There's a little bit of a disagreement there on that, but you're not alone for sure. Just a bright PFF gives a draft. That's good to see. Flag says you're going to have to talk Brendan off a ledge. Pretty sure he was embarrassed to be a Seahawk. Pretty sure he said he was embarrassed to be a Seahawk fan. Well, he's definitely taken it to where his conclusion is at on it. But I can't be a hypocrite on this, Flag. What I want to have is I want people to allow people their opinion and it to be okay. And then it's okay. There's nothing wrong at all. If Brendan's at his wit's end, if I'm at my wit's end, if any content creator's at their wit's end, that's okay. That's not the worst of things. We don't run these teams. We have no control over it. We just have our general opinion. And all we can have is our honesty and our opinion. All I've got is my balls and my word, right? My balls and my word. That's all I got. And so if you feel what you feel in doing this, I'll say often on this again, it ain't for the benefit of a channel in being that way. It doesn't help Brendan. It doesn't increase Brendan's growth. Brendan gets costed subs. I get costed subs if we ever delve into the negative. I don't say that to say, woe is me. I say it to illustrate a point that if we are getting into a stage of feeling a certain way, it is because we truly feel it in the bottom of our heart. That every other pull within inside of us in that moment is saying, be careful to say this. Be careful to say this. This is going to freak people out. So it doesn't just come out. It might seem like sometimes it just rolls off the tongue like butter, but it's quite opposite, I can assure you, because there's a heavy, heavy price to be paid. Heavy price. It's no small thing. Tom says, by the way, I'm going to be with you if they start the season without at least one nose tackle. I think to give you some credit back to this, Tom, to try to give you some rope on the other side of this, they're going to do something here. I know we're being hyperbolic a little bit, and you don't have a nose tackle, and some of this is in a little bit of just frustrating fun a little bit. But John's not going to walk out there with J.R. Singleton and Byron Murphy and go, we're good. I can't think it's going to be that. God, I hope it's not that. So I think they do make a move here, Tom. At some point, they'll find something that's at least workable, functional. Outside view, I just showed you the proof that he's not a 3-tech, bro. You can get a couple of those snaps over there, but Singleton predominantly plays nose tackle. DM Carr, we're not going to go into camp with 4 quarterbacks. You'll go in 3. You're not going to chop up those reps. Won't do it. Can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Okay, boy, we got some fun names here. Wait till you see this name. Holy mackerel, this one's a name. Goodness. Wycavius Bubba Thomas. I don't even know where he's from. Defensive line. Wycavius Bubba Thompson. Okay. These parents are just having a laugh at times when they're naming these kids. I swear to God. These parents are just having a laugh. Christian, thank you for the $2 donation, Christian. Happy with the lineman drafted? Concerns with Haynes? Yeah, I'm very happy with the linemen that they've drafted here for the most part. Can't really, pick too much of the guys you grabbed. I think the value was pretty good on where you took the guys. I think Zabel is obviously should be a pretty much a plug and play starter as it stands right now. You feel pretty confident in that. The Bryce pick's a good one too. I think for value, I had him a little bit higher. He's going to be a real guy to be in competition there at left guard. So I think that's a good pick there. I don't know anything really about Mason Rickman. I will say I would have liked to, in general terms, have addressed a little bit more of the offensive line in this draft. But obviously, to Christian, they feel a lot better about the guys that they have in-house. You mentioned with Haynes, that being even a guy that they probably feel much better about than maybe some of the fans do at the current stance. And that's driven a little bit, Christian, by the fact that there's a common belief here that you're going more to the zone-based system that Haynes ran at Connecticut, and therefore he's going to be better and more improved almost just simply in the back of that. Say nothing of getting a year in the weight room, and we know that one of the things Mike McDonald talked about with Haynes last year was he needed to get stronger, and that's something that Sometimes you need that off season in the weight room to get there. It's hard to build up that strength kind of in season in that moment. But the combination of those two angles should help Haynes to be improved this year, I would think. Jordan says, I bet Fant will be traded. Hopefully we get a nose tackle with him. Just might. That would be good. That'd be a good way to find some value, right? We'll give you a nice pass catching tight end. You give us a run stuffer. Let's go. The fourth quarterback is the Hall guy. We got a guy on the roster named Hall. That was our kind of fourth QB. That's where he's pulling that from. Jaron Hall. Yeah, Justin Bright's right on this. They're counting Jaron Hall, but Jaron Hall's fodder. He's going to be gone by the time we get to training camp. Jordan says, I'm not a fan of Milroe, but a late third-round pick on a quarterback with immense potential is okay with me, which is why I'm not so down on it. Understandable reasoning, and I can get that. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Jordan is real good. I like that value. Kieran, B draft is actually excellent. C's get degrees. A drafts are rare, and generational analysis inevitably overrates drafts in the moment. Very true. Very true. Well said, Kieran. Well, wonderfully put. Metcalf season says the Hawks Twitter posted Jalen Milroe saying belt ass to the teams that passed on him. It's a great phrase, man. Great phrase. I hope he brings that kind of energy. I really do. He does seem to be pretty driven to be really good. I mean, the UDFA things are making me sad. Kieran says, I don't really understand the fascination with arm length unless they're a T-Rex. I think they're within the bell curve. I think if you're close, it's okay there, Kieran. I think when you're talking about a guy like Jada Barron, the problem that it becomes such an issue there is that you have these receivers in this league that are 6'3" with 33-inch long arms. And so you have a guy that's already 5'11" with the shorter arms. And I think what coaches get worried about with that is these situations where you have the receiver going down the field, you're very tight in coverage, you're in the right place, you're playing really sticky coverage, quarterback throws it to just the right place, you just don't have the length to get in there. You don't have the size to get that hand in there, and they can make the grab. I think that's where there is a reason. This is the reason why those outside corners don't operate out there at that arm length, as well as why you don't have a lot of wide receivers with shorter arms usually operating on the outside either. It's because it does show up. You do feel it when it comes to those tight throws, those contested catch kind of situations. First, when you've got like the long corner Kieran, like a Brandon Browner could be like this, where Brandon can be beat by a step, ball could be coming in, but Browner's go gadget long arms could get in there, and as the ball's coming in, he's got the length to still broach that yard distance and tear that ball away. And that's where that you rule at times really feel the power of that length in those kind of moments. Tom says Witherspoon is much more like Sherman than he is Thomas. Sherman was very fundamental on his tackling, where Spoon is in your face. Yeah, I agree with that. Totally agree with that. Billy Henningsen, thank you for the $15 donation. Billy, I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, brother. He says, truly appreciate all of your draft coverage. I'm optimistic about the athletic potential and upside of this draft class. I love a dual threat quarterback in Seattle's conditions. Great point. Fantastic point at the end. One that is actually in our 3 days of doing the draft here, Billy, we haven't actually really covered that angle of that. And something I was giving some casual thought to last night when trying to make some more peace with the Milroe selection. And the athletic potential, the potential in general, I'd say, Billy, beyond athletic, because there's arm potential there too as well. If you can somehow teach that guy how to layer a throw, he can be a dangerous. But first, thank you again for your kind comments, but also for some really great comments in regards to his level of play and what he's doing, because you're in these conditions, you're in these wet conditions, the footing is sometimes hard. And when you have this kind of quarterback that can be just such a get up and go kind of guy with that explosiveness, That could be a little bit tougher in those kind of conditions. I think back, Billy, to a game a couple of years ago when Lamar Jackson first came into Seattle to play us for the first time. And remember that it was a little bit of those misty kind of conditions in CenturyLink at that time, Lumen Field. And you could just see players struggling at times to be able to get their cleats in the ground and stay with Lamar. Now, Lamar's a little more sudden and change of direction-y than Milroe, but I think that the point does stand. If it comes down to wet conditions and windy conditions and, sometimes having to grind those kind of games out with a guy that can just use his legs to do so, where the Cardinal game last year at home, where you could just feel how both offenses were really impacted by not only the wet weather, but the wind in the weather. And that's where we get to that inclemental condition things. And it's a little bit like Jalen Milroe being a bit of the inverse of a Shedeur Sanders. When I talked about Shedeur Sanders and saying the reason this guy doesn't work in your stadium is because it's a B+ arm. A B+ arm is going to be turned into a B- C+ arm in inclement weather conditions. But if you got that A+ arm, you can throw through those elements. So he does have a build that's not only nice as far as that upside, which is absolutely true in how you present it, but then also the ability to both use the legs and throw to manufacture things in tough conditions. Because a lot of the traditional football will go out the door if you're playing in heavy snow. A lot of traditional football will go out the door if you're playing that heavy wet weather. Kind of equalizes things out a little bit. So I agree. That's a great point in that, and one we haven't mentioned much. So well spotted on your part. And that one thing I think Jalen Milroe's skill set's going to suit really well to is this particular stadium, these conditions that he is going to play in. Love going for the upside, man. Whether you love the guy or not, there's absolutely the upside that exists in this kid, and it's all the way around. Need to have that mobility on my quarterbacks in the modern age. It's a prerequisite now. It's no longer optional. Power windows are no longer optional. They got to come standard issue. On all my quarterback prospects, I need to have mobility. It's got to be standard issue. Lycavius Bubba Thomas. It's like a Madden name right there. Logan McSwain, Hawks signed Tyrone Borden, 6'7" wide receiver, who ran an unofficial 4.22 on his pro day. 4.22 at 6'7". Whew. That's flying. What's up, Donnie? How you doing, man? So I'm back from shopping, trip to Safeway. Got some good grub, hopefully. William Hibby, how do you like the Seahawks offensive line? I'm concerned. I said that you need to come in this offseason, you need to make it a point of emphasis. You need to make it a point of priority. Dare I say, you turn it into actually a point of strength on this team instead of this biggest glaring weakness, as it has been by and large part for almost a 10-year period now. I laid down the gambit for John on that. I posted a video about how neglectful he's been to the offensive line. Caught a lot of people's attention. And John has proceeded through this offseason to sign Josh Jones on a low-end contract as a swing tackle, draft Gray Zabel in the first round, and then take basically Cable Dew in the sixth round. That if you're looking at where I started this offseason and saying what needed to happen versus what we find ourselves actually to have happened, there's quite a distance of space between those two. You got a little bit of the way. You got a little bit of the way, but you had this big gulf that you had to broach because you had let it go into such disrepair because it had been so very bad. So to slightly kind of just add a couple little part here, part there, that's doing more of the same of what you've done in past years, even with making a guard your first round pick. It wasn't just about making one move. This line needed a couple of different moves made. And unfortunately, you just didn't quite do that. So I'm very worried about it. I'm very worried that it's once again going to be William, a positional group that threatens to maybe sink this team down once again. Megan, nose tackle? Really? I just woke up, so tell me I'm dreaming, B. Laughed out loud at the Hawks Nest. Well, he's definitely a nose tackle. I don't know how good a nose tackle he is, though. I didn't have a chance to get on to J.R. Singleton. So we'll get you guys a report back on him here at some point soon. But I'm not too sure. Not Vexo. Hey, B, how do you feel about the center position? Do you think Olu can be a starter? I'm still unsure. I think it's an open positional battle right now. I think Olu gives you a really decent floor there that you can at the very least go with. But I could see the team going with Sundel, more of a mobile guy. With Olu, he's not a real mobile center. He doesn't necessarily fit to what you want there traditionally. So I would say that Olu is kind of your baseline. He's kind of your certain heartbeat there. But if somebody else can ascend into the spot, I think you're certainly open to it. The team would probably love to see Sundell come there and claim the position for what he is as a pure athletic fit for the position. I was thinking about Olu, though, is he's very much a kind of the overachiever, topped out his athletic tank. There's not a lot else there for him to go from. He was going to be a pretty ready-made guy coming out of college in that he was what he basically was going to be. Get a little bit of improvement, but it's not going to take it, wholly onto the other leg. Frederick McGuy, the Arroyo pick was fine. I just can't believe they picked him with Trey Harris on the board still. A true outside guy. Yeah, I would have preferred probably going to Trey Harris there instead of that. And I would have been much better with an Arroyo and a little bit of a later part of the draft myself on that one. Tom Ford, Brandon, I'd suggest you talk to defensive line or even offensive line. By the way, I really like what you bring. There are gaps and they have letters. Strong is more one-on-one side. I'd suggest you talk to DL or even OL. All right, by the way, I really like what you bring. There are gaps and they have letters. Strong is more on one side, weak is on the other. Not sure, Tom, what you're saying on that. I'm sorry, buddy. I definitely know. I know strong side and weak side formation stuff. I understand a lot about defensive line, offensive linemen. I've talked to those guys in the past, so I have done that. I've done studying up on this. There's obviously a lot of information you can find this day and age, with it being the internet, to educate yourself on this without having to specifically talk to an individual guy on it. But I'm always educating myself. And this is part of the process in what I do. It's not just about studying players. It's going and paying attention to an account like BT Jordan, a pass rushing guru, a guy who's very active on Twitter, a guy that goes through a lot of the individual parts and mechanisms of rushing a passer in the modern age and how he's putting that together in pass rushers and assembling and building that knowledge into then how you look at pass rushers when you're evaluating them. It is all part of my process and how I look at this. It's part of the hellacious amount of work that is required to do this channel that has nothing to do with going live or creating thumbnails or doing any video editing. It's all stuff that has nothing to do with content created. It's just hard work you're doing to better educate yourself to the ultimate. Throw Alice Brando. Having Hutchinson officially in the fold should help. I hope he takes Zabel on as a pet project. That with John Benton, I really want to see strides this year. Hope it's the case as well. And you'd love to feel like Hutchinson, with how good a player he was, that he could help to bring a little bit of that aid, especially being a little bit more hands-on rather than just being kind of their offensive guru guy that they go to for the advice on these players, or if they want to pick a guy or not, they're here or there. Jordan says, Murphy not being put at nose tackle is on Mike. It is. John's got to give him functional nose tackles, though, too. I mean, the thing with Jaron is that Jaron may not be a good nose tackle anymore. They may have tried to throw him out there at nose tackle at camp, and they're like, he's become more of a pure 3-tech. He can do maybe a little tiny bit in the nose tackle, but we got to keep it more 3-tech to get the best out of him. Wilbert says, Nick Emawari is going to be a Pro Bowler first year. I love the confidence, Wilbert. Let's go, buddy. Tom Ford, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. Very kind of you there, Tom. And we will be doing a call-in show. So if you do want to let me know right into my ear directly, we'll be doing a call-in show, not this Saturday, but obviously not today, but next Saturday. We'll be doing a call-in show for members of the channel. So do please keep a lookout for that. But thank you, Tom, for joining on up. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Arroyo and Milroe, the picks that you question the most? Yes. And I would say that they're a little extreme for me too, Randall, because they are the picks I question the most, and I'm not just kind of slightly a little bit like on them. I'm pretty majorly kind of like on them. It's not that I can't see the dream. It's not that I can't see the vision for these players, and that we see them going to here. We see this guy going to there. Here's the upside with the Milroe. I can get that. I can. But I think that there were better players there that you could have picked. I think that there's a little bit more of the just reaching for a guy that they kind of just fell in love with Arroyo, which I don't know that love affair is actually validated by the performance you've gotten from on the field, by his health, or by the upside that he tempts. But it is just my individual perspective, and as many has said, there is almost a universal amount of praise for this kind of player and where he went in the draft, and that this is where he should have gone. So it could be just too that I'm missing the boat on these two guys, Randall. I'm definitely open to it, and I'm not going to get every one of these guys right, and certainly will have my share of misses. Absolutely, that's going to be the case. But yeah, those are the two. I don't have a lot of major beefs outside of that with many of the rest of the picks overall, I've got to say. I think that I'm pretty okay when we come down to the rest of what we're looking through here. There's a couple ones where there's a little bit of head scratchers, but it's not bad. Riley Mills, I'm not super huge on Riley Mills either. That's another one that I would probably put in the camp of being like, okay. All right. He doesn't do a lot for me. Thank you to Randall. Appreciate you for that, man. Glad you're still rolling with us in the house. William says, hey, B, do you think John is gone after this draft? No, I think that Jody Allen has got kind of a holding pattern approach right now when it comes to front offices in particular. So she's been very hesitant to do much movement on anything having to do with front offices with the Portland Trailblazers. Not like they're exactly showing a lot of success there. I think that while they're willing to move on from coaches, I think that she wants to keep the front office into a state of business as usual a little bit. And partly so that it will help, I think, facilitate eventually down the road the sale of the team. And I think as well, she doesn't really want to, knowing that she has to sell both those teams, she doesn't want to have to hire a new general manager. I'm guessing that there's not a lot of confidence on her part to hire a good one. Mofo, definitely understand your frustration, B. People put it on our player development, but how about let's start by playing them at their correct position, and then let's go from there. Yeah, this isn't a hard one to get right, Mofo? It's not a hard one to get right. That's why I use that Byron Murphy example, because it's not an overstatement. It's not hyperbolic. When I tell you that if there's 32 teams in this NFL and 31 other teams draft Byron Murphy, there is no team out there of those 31 teams that is going to play Byron Murphy predominantly at the nose tackle position. We are the only one. Now, did we do that just because we were so damn smart? That we're smarter than 31 other NFL teams? Or is there perhaps, if I could mention this, something that's inherently a little bit broken in their approach to how these move these players around? And I believe it to be the latter myself. It's a stark difference when you can be that universal on it and say that there's 31 other NFL teams that go this direction. You went this direction with it. You can see why you went this direction with it, which is not because you think Byron Murphy is such a badass as a nose tackle. You went this direction because Cameron Young sucked and was injured, and Hankins was old and sucked. So you had to by necessity, not by want. And there's an important part of that. Because one is you have a vision, one is you have a plan, one is that you're just reacting to whatever's happening in front of you. And the most reactionary NFL organizations are the NFL organizations that most struggle to become contenders. Jordan says, if a player is going to be out of position, put the one that has played the nose tackle spot. Wilbert, who got Jack Sawyer? The Steelers got Sawyer. Maybe they'll trade us TJ Watt because they got Sawyer to take a spot. Zach says half the fan base is A+. Other is C- at best. A little bit of a division there, right, Zach? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Banana the bad guy Williams. The offensive line is like the Mariners in offense. They're hoping that guys that have underperformed worked out. Yeah. And that's where one of the reasons I said you got to make this more of a point of priority is less of the throwing a penny down the wishing well and hoping for something that you actually haven't seen on the football field. Oh, we like this guy's talent. We like the guy's upside. Have you seen it on the field? No. But boy, we really like his length and we really like his power. Have you seen it on the field? No. But boy, we really like how he moves in space and he's athletic and have you seen it on the field? No. It's kind of an important part of it. And if you're going to have faith that something's going to develop, you like it to be based on something more than just that hope that it can eventually come together when you haven't seen it. Mofo says Brooks wasn't crap. Now, a lot closer to crap than he was closer to being good, Mofo, especially when you wrap up into the fact that a linebacker has to cover. Jordan Brooks has been one of the worst coverage starting linebackers in the NFL in coverage over his past season. He had 1 year where he gave up almost 1,000 yards from the linebacker position. That's really hard to do. Really hard to do. People like to get caught up on the Brooks with the tackles and how he plays the run, which was fine. He wasn't dominant in that angle of things. It's not like we had great run defense when he was here. But he was awful, god-awful in coverage. And yeah, that makes him crap. You're going to be the worst coverage linebacker in an NFL era where passing is becoming more important than ever. Yep, that's where it sticks you. That's why he only made $8 million a year on a free agent contract going to Miami last year. That's why he wasn't being paid up at where like Patrick Queen was being paid at $14 million. Patrick Queen can't cover either, but he does cover better than Brooks. He does do that. And part of the being crap there, Mofo, that I'm intimating about was the fact that you took Jordan Brooks when you already had a Mike. He was going to be the heir apparent. So you couldn't put him in the heir apparent spot because Bobby Wagner didn't get injured. He was going to be out there 24/7. So you went, well, we got to recoup some value on this guy. I know, we'll take the Mike and we'll move him to Will. Problem is that then when you move him to Will, you put him in a position where he's going to have to cover even more often than he would have had to have covered from the Mike, and that his coverage responsibilities are going to be much more expansive in what he's got to accomplish from the Will linebacker position than what they would have been at the Mike. So that deficiency within his game, that inability to cover, Mofo, the same ability that not only showed up in the NFL, but I spoke to on the day he was drafted. I said, the guy cannot cover. He cannot cover. It is an empty portion of his bag. There is zip, zilch, nada there in Brooks's game. So then you move him to Will, and then yes, as a Will, he is crap. You can maybe keep him at Mike and have him be somewhat functional in the run stuffing, and then it limits a little bit of his exposure in passing, because a lot of times you're just going to stay in the middle of the field, and you're going to be a lot more dealing with tight ends than in more closed confines versus the Will, which is sometimes got to run up with guys up the field 40, 50 yards. But yeah, not a good player on that way in that position at the Will in those first couple of years especially. Estefabian says, what about Murphy? Did you love it or hate it? Loved it. Didn't anticipate that the team was going to play him a nose tackle his first year, but I did love the pick from a value-based standpoint. Can completely understand where the team was coming from, where they picked him there. That was good value. It was great value. Anthony Wilson says, I think Milroe can be good, man. I hope you're right, Anthony. I do indeed. He did get a second contract there, Randall, but he signed a lot lesser of a deal. He didn't go out there and sign some major second contract, and that was a Miami team that was a little desperate to get the inside linebacker play in there. I also said that he can give you a somewhat functional play middle linebacker-wise. He's still going to get exposed in pass coverage. He still got exposed in pass coverage at last year. But when you do put him at will, which is what we did through the first couple of years of his career on his rookie contract, through a lot of his time, that's where he is crap. That's where that's not his deal. And Miami didn't sign him to become a Will. They signed him, of course, to turn him into a Mike. That's one of those things I say to on this where it's like, we're doing things no other NFL team would do with these players. Nobody was taking Jordan Brooks to move him to the Will linebacker role. There's no NFL team doing that. We chose to do that. We chose to operate out of this wild-ass backwards fashion on this player, and it just doesn't make any sense. It's not utilizing that at his best. Yeah, $8 million a year on a 3-year deal is not a major contract for an inside linebacker. Patrick Queen mofo almost got twice the money in free agency last year. So it's money. He got a second contract, but please let's not oversell this like somehow Jordan Brooks is one of the highest paid inside linebackers in the sport or something. He got an $8 million a year deal. There's not a lot of future commitment in that money. They could have easily have gotten out of the contract after the season if he didn't perform up to snuff there in Miami. So it's not a big deal he got. He was not considered a prime reel in the open market free agency. That was not one of those guys that's at the top of the list of people going, this guy's a baller, man. Who's going to get this guy? He's just kind of a guy in the league. Just a name. G-Man Cool says the 2 picks I hate are Arroyo and outs. I don't know enough about outs myself on that, but I'm in the same kind of place a little bit with Arroyo. Blacks, Elijah Arroyo is probably the most boomer bust pick they had. I can see him being a total bust or injuries derail his career. I could see it too. Anthony, I think Milroe can be good. Brandon, he just needs to be coached up. He needs a lot of coaching up, buddy. A lot of coaching up. And some of the things that I think he needs to be coaching up, I can only base this on my history and looking at quarterbacks. I've been watching football for 4 decades. So when it comes to how I evaluate quarterbacks and what I look for and what I think can be fixed and what I think can't be fixed, there's a lot of trial and error in looking at quarterbacks through that timeline and how they've rolled about their business and making this determination. Still doesn't mean I'm going to get everything right. Going to get plenty wrong at times. But in my evaluation on the Milroe deal, I look at it and I say, I don't see a guy with the things that you're going to be able to correct. That the holes in his game are things that you either have or you don't for the most part. Some of it can be corrected, and there's a lot that needs to be fixed. Some of it I don't think can be, especially when it comes to processing, especially when it comes to how he sees the field. He's not a guy that just sees it very clearly. Everything's happening really fast. It's like a guy playing quarterback who's like, should need to be wearing glasses, but he can't wear glasses, so all he's seeing is kind of the fuzzy view when he drops back. That's what you feel from him on tape, and I don't think that type of stuff is going to get coached up in a major way on him. I think you got that or you don't. Yo Man Adventures, Logan update, flexor strain, out for only 2 weeks. Thank God, man. Tommy John surgery is too freaky for that. Whew. No, thank you. No, thank you. So I get so there seems to be some confusion about Jordan Brooks on this. So let's go ahead and clear this up if we can. I don't know why the fan base sometimes seems to elevate prior players into a place of what they were not. And I don't even understand why this is even a controversial opinion, to be honest with you. Here are his PFF grades for Jordan Brooks through his time in Seattle. 2020, played at the Will, 50 grade. 2021, played at the Will, 58 grade, 52 grade, 57 grade. I don't know what universe that exists where those are considered good, but what are we talking about here? What do we mean that he was good? Okay, you don't like that stat? Let's go over to this one. Look at this one right here. Look at these yards given up every year in coverage. I understand what linebackers do is a lot of tackling, but he gives up well over 500 yards receiving every year. Last year, even up as high as 725, and what was the best year of his career, still almost gave up 1,000 yards receiving. Has a year here with Seattle, gives up 89% completion percentage on throws targeted to him. He was targeted 104 times and gave up 92 receptions for 1,000 yards. This is the guy you guys are saying is a good linebacker? This is good play? What is bad play? Missed tackle percentage each of the last 3 seasons, because what you guys will tell me is, well, he's a run stuffer and he's a good tackler, but his missed tackle percentage over the past 3 seasons has been over 10% in addition to that. So I go, you can sell me on this. You guys can move me to your side of the argument, but all things like I tell you guys, I'll try to base on what I've got my eye test and just watching Jordan Brooks play on the field, but I also have now the analytical numbers which completely support my argument. So inside linebackers in this sport don't give up 1,000 yards and are considered good. Just where I stand on it, though, just trying to better explain kind of my position on why I stand there. Okay, Mofo, yeah. So you say just because he is in Bobby Wagner doesn't mean he isn't good. That's what we call a straw man. That's a straw man argument. You're building up an argument that I'm not presenting, Mofo. There's been no point that I have mentioned any comparison of Jordan Brooks to Bobby Wagner in this dissertation that I've just made in regards to Jordan Brooks. None. So attack the actual argument I'm making. Don't create straw man that I'm not presenting. There's no part of this that I've ever presented to say that he had to be Bobby Wagner. Quite the opposite. It has nothing to do with Bobby Wagner. It has to do fully with the assessment of Jordan Brooks and who the player he is, and what he was for us, and how we utilized him. I don't know where he pulled the Bobby Wagner thing. I haven't mentioned that anyway. I said he had to go play the will linebacker role because Bobby was here still on the team, which I don't like, that you draft a guy and you got to make him wait 2 years to play his natural position. It's back to the inherent heart of this whole thing beyond Jordan Brooks, which is that the whole point of this conversation was that the Seattle team tends to move guys out of position, play them in a position that's not their natural position, and they're at their worst because of it. That's where we kind of started on this. I don't know how we ended up on the place of somehow Jordan Brooks is being elevated by the fan base into being considered a good player. No matter what supposedly you do as a run defender or what you can do tackling, which even on that, I'm not so sure during his at least time here. Let's remove Miami because I didn't study his tape on Miami last year, but even in his time here as a tackler, run defense score in his final year in 2023 was a 49 grade. That's not an elite run defending grade for an inside linebacker. And I don't know if, again, really good in Miami, still giving up 68 completions on 91 targets, posting up an 11% missed tackle rate for a guy that's supposed to be a tackle man extraordinaire. I don't know on that one. I think we have different versions about what we consider good at that point. But again, I didn't study him at Miami. I didn't watch. I need to watch his games at Miami. I'd like to pair it with the tape on, seeing if it was really good on that. Because I do have the tape of him here in conjunction with the other grades that I did watch all of his games here in Seattle. Watched a lot of his games on the All-22 after watching him live in Seattle. So it's I have a lot more of that basis to build off of, I guess. Ethan says Damian Lewis was awesome in his first year at right guard, then boom, put him at left guard for no reason, and all of a sudden he's not good. I wonder why. Damian Lewis, another example. And I still maintain to this day that if you had left Damian Lewis at a right guard, he's become functional, he's become decent as a left guard, but if you just left him at right guard, that would have been his best position. That would have made him his best version of a pro. Mofo, I feel like the story of the Seahawks, we draft these guys and don't use them correctly. They go somewhere else and all of a sudden become good. It has happened in other guys, yep. And I think you're onto something with that. Tom says, B, I'm going to push back a bit. Having 22 spots to fill, you typically have to ask someone to do something they're not best suited to help the team. Okay, so Tom, who were the Kansas City Chiefs playing out of position last year? Who were to your point on this? Let's find some specificities. Who were the Denver Broncos playing out of position last year? And this really is a little bit beyond that, I would say, Tom. I think you're kind of underselling this. You made the biggest free agent signing in Seahawks history for Draymond Jones. You had not paid a bigger free agent contract to anybody in your entire history. You signed him because of what he did as a 3-tech in the Denver Bronco defense. That's why you signed him. That was the whole point of giving him that money. And then one of the first things you do is you take that player and then move him out to an edge where he is far less successful. I now believe, Tom, that he's going to go to Indianapolis, or not Indianapolis, but I believe he's going to Tennessee, right? So do you think, Tom, Tennessee's going to use him on the edge? Or do you think Tennessee's going to kick him back into 3-tech? This is what I'm saying, is that this isn't just a one-guy thing. This isn't just, well, we have a little bit of like seepage this year, and we need you to kind of cover the hole in this spot. And it's just like every team deals with that. This is you, player after player after player, high-end free agent, first-round pick, multiple first-round picks, Tom. You're doing this with. It's happening at a massive level. It's happening at a level that is far beyond what other teams in the sport are doing. And if I'm wrong, then you got to give me some examples more than just generalities. I need some specifics. Because we can go team by team through this, and I don't think we're going to find an equivalency of teams playing this many players out of position this often for so many years. But it has been an endless fascination with this team. I don't get it. It doesn't work. It's not for the betterment of the team. That's the other part of this that's kind of a part, right, Tom? Is if you're moving the guy to not be a good player to this position and he can be good here, why does that still make sense to do that? And if you're not able to address those holes in the offseason to the point that you have to move players out of position, isn't that also a representation of crapness by your general manager? Isn't that also him not doing his job right? Isn't that a representation of that? Isn't it his job to make sure he's got the right position so you can play him in the right spots so you get the most out of that team? Rather than blowing out first-round picks, rather than blowing out multiple first-round picks, multiple years of their rookie deal, before you finally get them to the spot where they're best suited? None of this makes any sense to me. None of it makes any sense to me. And if it happened on the way that you're kind of describing, or it was on a smaller level, or it was a here and then every 4 or 5 years there's maybe a there, instead of it being here and there and here and there and here and there. That's where it's the problem here. It's not just a small little thing. It's something you're doing at a major level, and it's not helping your team doing it. The proof is in the pudding. You're not better for it. Part of the reason, Tom, you're stuck in endless mediocrity. Part of the reason, Tom, you got 2 playoff wins since 2017. Part of the reason that the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff success than you, despite going through like 4 coaches in that time span since 2017. Since 2017, the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us. And part of that reason is, it's not the holy reason. It's not like this is the big carrying reason as to why that's happening. But there's a lot of reasons that go into this. There's a lot of factors at play as to why you've been in this stage for 10 years. And one of those major factors I'd offer at play is the fact that you can't seem to put the players in the right position to find the best success for them to maximize out their time on this ball club. It's one of the major reasons, and it's why I harp on it so much, Tom, is I want to see them stop making the same mistake. It's been a mistake. It's been a failure. It hasn't worked for the team. I always say on this, I don't expect you to get things perfect as a team, but what I do expect, and what I think is very realistic, is to say that if you're going to make a mistake, that you don't continually make the same mistake year after year after year. That you recognize, ooh, that didn't work. That wasn't the right way to go. We should probably change our direction on this one and take a bit of a different angle on this. But instead, this team goes, that didn't work. Let's try it again. That didn't work. Let's try it again. That didn't work. Keep going. It's coming through. I'm telling you. Still didn't work. Keep it going. It's going to pay off at some point here. I'm telling you. It's like a broken clock. Eventually, we're going to get the right time. So I've got to say that I just don't think that this has been a winning strategy for the Hawks, and has been part of the problem that we've been held back as a team despite being pretty talented over this last 10 years. It's not like we've been the dregs of the NFL. And you would even admit on this, Tom, that there are reasons you've missed the playoffs. And there aren't just one reason for it. It's a multitude of reasons. But I would point to this as being a big part of this puzzle. Big part of this puzzle. Hawks 80 says, okay, we get it. You didn't like the draft? No, I'm responding, Hawks-O, to people in the chat and what they're saying to me, man. So if you take it as bitching and moaning, then go ahead and take it that way. I don't really care. I respond to everybody individually in the chat. So if I respond to somebody and I'm speaking to a player or a pick, they're asking me a question on it. What do you want me to do, Hawks-O 80? Not respond? I don't know what do you want, man? I didn't say I don't love this draft. I've given it a B. Are you not listening along to what I'm saying? Golly, dude. Come on, bro. Come on. Hawks 80. Come on. Like, stop it with that stuff, dude. Absolutely stop it. I'm being asked a question. I'm being asked about criticism that I have for a given pick. So then I have to address the criticism that I have for the given pick. Takeaway from that shouldn't be that I just hate the draft and this is awful. It's just that on the given pick, I'm trying to explain why I have some reticence on the pick. But this is what you'll people do. You'll come in and then go drive it to some extreme stage of what I'm not saying. Why is it so hard to just stick to the exact things I'm saying? Why you guys kind of try to keep reading in to the deeper lens? Just listen to the words I'm saying. I'm articulate. I'm expansive. I give you all of the thoughts in full so you don't have to read between the lines. So Ox 80, please stop reading between the lines and just listen to the exact words I'm telling you. I've given this draft a B. I've got some big problems with some specific picks, but I've got some other picks that I really do love. It's a nuanced point of view, but it seems to be really hard for fans such as yourself to find this nuance. You seem to want to drive towards a black and white stage of things at all times, and that's not how I operate. That's not how I'm built. But I respond to everybody in my chat, Hawks 80. That's what makes me a bit different here than anybody else, and I do so because I like to do it. If you want to take it as bitching and complaining, then go for it and do it. That's not what I'm doing. But if I get asked a question or I get asked about a question of criticism, I will respond to it. And then somebody like yourself goes, why are you being negative? I just got asked a question. Would you like me to not respond to a question if it's anything of me broaching into negativity? Let's do this, Hawks 80. Let's go right to the bottom of the chat with you. Because maybe you've got some methods here that you'd like to have me improve on. So should I just not ever be criticizing the draft or the team? Should I not respond to questions that might have me be negative? Is that what you'd like to see? I'll look for you in the chat here. I'll look right at the bottom. I've scrolled all the way down. You can respond right directly to me. Is that what you'd like to see from me, Hawks 80? Just be positive all the time? Let me know. I'm getting asked questions. I'm responding to it. I think you and other people would appreciate the fact that a lot of people don't even spend any time in the chat talking to anybody in it. They say what they got to say and they're out. I talk to you guys because I care about you guys, because I love you guys, because I appreciate what you guys got to say. I appreciate your guys' perspective. But the same doesn't seem to be true from your area of things if you're going to miscalculate what I'm saying and my approach to what I do in this channel. No answer from Hawks 80. Plenty of criticism, but no answer to what I just asked him to respond to. About what I'd expect. All right, we may have to get to the point with it. I'm Megan with this. We may have to get to the point with it where they don't want to engage on this. I've been very hesitant to bring down the ban hammer, but I'm starting to get to the spot with it where it might get to the point where I'm gonna put the lay of the land out there on the folks that coming in with the kind of actions on this and the kind of words on this with it, where my patience is going to run out on it. Especially if you're not going to explain yourself and you just come in and try to modulate me and my behavior on how I go about my business. I don't know who expects that to be oh, Lordy. Like, man, the conversation's flowing, then somebody just comes with a turd in the punch bowl all of a sudden. Like, what is the good is that? Somebody goes in and goes, well, I think you need a nap. What good is that? Who do you ever tell that to and that comes off good? Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, correct me if I'm wrong. If a team gets 3 starters from a draft, it's typically deemed a success. 4+ starters is outstanding. I think we got 3+. I think that would be the case, Randall, if you're talking about a typical draft where you have seven rounds and you have picks in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? But when you have 5 picks in the top 100, I think that does change a little bit of your outlook of an expectation of what you should pull out of that draft. especially when on the other side of it, you gave up your starting quarterback. You gave up your starting wide receiver on the outside. So there was definitely a loss at play to hopefully get back that gain. But yes, I would say by and large, you're hoping to get a starter in round 1. You're hoping to get at least a starter in round 2. If you could get a starter in round 3, that would be a good draft, ideally speaking. And certainly you've gotten one with Zabel, no doubt about that. You definitely would think you've gotten a Nick Imawari, that second one. Can they get the third? Can they get the fourth? We'll see that with time. We will. Unsure on that. But yeah, I think it's a little different with this one with the fact you had the extra loaded picks. I will kind of say that though. UW Celine 557. Martinez was a stud at Oregon State. I love this pick. That guy is a workhorse. One of my favorite picks in the draft, the Martinez pick. Excellent value. One of those picks on the other side of it that I liked a lot. He runs hard. He's got kind of a James Conner kind of vibe to him in the way he goes about his business. And yeah, he's a good player, man. Yeah, I got excited by him too on that one. I can't believe he dropped down to that spot. It was very cool. Trill says, man, you suck. You're right, he sucks, B. There's not a lot there to go off of and how he's good. Maybe he had the good year last year with Miami. Like I said, the grade does look a little bit better at 71. That's still not an elite grade for the position. 64 is league average. So Jordan Brooks at 71 last year, as far as a grade goes, that's not exactly lighting the world on fire, but it is an improvement for where he was with Seattle, but he was not good here. And a big part of him not being good here, by the way, had a lot to do with you playing him out of position. Even in that final year, what was he doing? Playing a lot of will, and that's why it looked so bad. But that's also what we started this debate out was with this is why you don't want to play these guys out of position. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Hey, B, any UDFAs that blew your mind that we picked up that you were in love with, or are they all mid? I like Zy Alexander. I don't know if I would go on to full on say I love the guy. But that's probably been the best of the bunch from my perspective. I don't think there's anybody so far that's really blown me away with the UDFA side of things. I don't. If there's anybody else new here I've missed through. We got linebacker Jalen Gaines, Seth Coleman. Nope, there's not really anybody on here. Just some guys. Kind of just some guys, Mumble. Alexander could maybe be a starter. That's a guy with some potential for maybe being even better than Nehemiah Pritchett. I think he's going to push Pritchett. So I do like Alexander quite a bit. He's a good one. Thrill Al says, B, I think we drafted Brooks as the guy to take over for Bobby, but Bobby didn't want to retire and kept playing, so we just kept Jordan out there hoping he'd cover. Kind of, yeah. And I mean, that's kind of fine, but it's kind of like as well, that doesn't speak to the intelligence of the front office if they're anticipating the Bobbies to be retiring in 2 years, and Bobby is still playing right now, and frankly, still playing right now at a better level than Jordan Brooks. He had a better season last year as a middle linebacker than Jordan Brooks did. So, I mean, that still comes back to, again, the misidentification of the front office, misidentification in grabbing a player where you did, who was, frankly, in grabbing Jordan Brooks. It wasn't like he was some no-brainer first-round pick that everybody consensus-wise said should have gone in the first round. A lot of people had him into the third, into the fourth, because there was limitations specifically with him as a coverage guy. The same limitations that showed up on Jordan Brooks were the same things that any scout worth their salt could have seen with him coming out of college. He had 80 dropbacks in coverage, no passes defensed, plenty of times where the ball's being whistled right past him and guys are running through his zone and he's got no awareness of it. The same stuff that shows up with him as a pro. And so you're not wrong in that they thought probably they would move off him after but still, I just don't think that's the right way to be using that first round pick. Those are where you're looking to get your difference makers. Those are where you're looking to theoretically get your stars. Hmm? Trills, who would you have drafted instead of Brooks? I was heavily pushed towards wanting to address the offensive line even at that time. I wanted to get Russell Wilson some protection. Because to go get that middle linebacker of the future 2 years out, you continued to do at that time in the heart of it of avoiding the offensive line. And even at that time, the offensive line had reached a pretty bad state of things. Jordan says, I still have zero clue why we moved to left guard. Finney playing left tackle. He'll go back to left guard with Chicago. I thought the Chiefs just moved to left tackle because of the injury situation a little bit. PGZ, thank you for the $10 donation, PGZ. Appreciate the 10, man. Says, I love it, B. Laughing out loud. B flaming somebody. Appreciate it, man. We've had some battles today, bro. It's been some battles with the chat here and there over the past couple days, man. It's a little bit back and forth. I'm trying to just have good conversations and good back and forth, but it seems to always steer back to somehow wanting to modulate my behavior here, which I don't know why grown men are trying to modulate behaviors of other grown men, but it seems to be a new thing that people want to do, I guess. I don't know. One thing can be for sure for anybody out there. If you're trying to give me advice, I'm the last guy to give advice to when it comes to that type of stuff, because I'm going to be just nothing but rebellious to the other side of it and be like, no. How about, in fact, you know what? I'm going to be more of what you don't want me to be now. That's how I react to that stuff. Oh, you think I'm being an a-hole? Get ready. The volume's about to be turned up. So I'm going to roll with it. Thank you, PGZ. I appreciate that, man. I know you know what time it is in here. We're going to get you your hat too, by the way. Get that figured out. Well, Valdez is the first thing that comes to mind is Tom Cable converting defensive linemen into offensive linemen and trying to build them from the ground up. Mm-hmm. And a little bit of was an understandable reaction from Tom because that was where the spread concept started to really come into bloom in college. And so you getting offensive linemen that had delved into pro concepts and had done a lot of run blocking that weren't just patty caking and pass protection 24/7 was really going away. And so you had to do a lot more advanced math on these guys. And I feel for Cable on that. I understand where he's coming from and that this is a hard transition to make a call on these guys without the tape to go off of. But that was not necessarily the greatest of answers to go that other way with it. He was trying to find some athleticism with those defensive linemen, but what proved to not be the greatest of methods. Roland Connor, a B. That's what I give the draft. Roland, I give it a B. Some picks I really love. It's kind of a feast or famine draft for me. Some picks really love. Some picks, kind of a little bit lower on, but overall a B. So feel encouraged by the draft rather than discouraged overall. Rock band drums, we need to be critical because things won't change if we don't. 100%, man. And I don't know if you guys noticed this, another part of this a little bit, and it's frankly part of, I think, what makes my job so hard, because I think if I was in a New York market, for instance, that there'd be a lot more people that would understand what it is I'm doing. And there'd be less of this push to feeling like it's emotionality more than it's, analyzing the team and trying to be properly critical, not impurely critical, not unfairly critical, but fairly critical. And when you look at our media, for instance, here, in my opinion, do we have a media here that holds feet to the fire? You had a coach last year and Coach Carroll that was fired. Do you remember any media story presented about is Carroll's time rolling down to an end? Is Carroll's time coming to a close? Is Carroll unable to grow as a coach? Do we need to fire this guy? Did you notice that you didn't get one story from any local reporter coming out about that? Dead silence. Why is that? Why is it that reporters who are supposed to be so good at their job and intrepid and smart and paying attention to all the details, how could so many local reporters not even be on the general trail that they got blindsided by the Carroll news completely? How can that be? Is that a representation of a local media group that holds the feet to the fire of power, truth to power, truth to power. Is that a representation of that? Or is that a representation of bootlicking? Is that a representation of media conglomerates that want to keep their access to the team, that want their behind the scenes sound bites? I would offer that it's a little bit of the latter. But in most media markets, you have a media that's willing to try to push back a little bit, especially when things aren't going good. Certainly wouldn't advocate for if we're riding on high and going playoffs every year and making noise in the playoffs and we're right there in contention with everybody else. If you're a Baltimore Ravens-like team on a yearly basis, I'll shut my happy mouth. I'll be right there with the appeal to authority and say that they've earned that benefit of the doubt. But when the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than you since 2017, sorry, you don't get that benefit of the doubt from me anymore. That goes out the door. Me says, this is why B's the best. Thank you, me. And me coming in with $100 donation. Thank you for that, me. I really appreciate you for that, brother. Thank you very much. So much, dropping so much love here on the channel. You, Mark Sanchez, and so many others. Megan with the $300 drop, and Randall, and so many folks here. God's gang. Really appreciate all of you guys for that big time support to the channel here over the last 4 days. It says, here's a $100 donation. We love you, B. Well, I love you guys back. That I have been able to find a community, and especially understanding that there is the contingents that make this hard to navigate through. Those that know what time it is and know what we're trying to do here. And we are in lockstep, not in that we agree on everything, but we're in lockstep about what way we see the team and that we're looking for the improvements and we're looking to try to understand this team better. And we're looking to educate each other. It's not me educating you guys. It's you guys a lot of times educating me on this side. It's a give and take. It's a back and forth. That's what I love about this place is by and large, most of us know what time it is on that. And that's what makes this play its best. That's why I push for this so hard. That's why I'm lamenting it and I'm hammering this a bit, is because this is what's got to be the thing that drives the day here with this channel, is that we can have open discussion about anything. It's got to be the way it is for me here. It's got to be that way. And it's going to be hard for some, because so many people want to close discussion off. They're scared of certain parts of discussion. They don't want that to be, no, I can't. They don't like, it makes me uncomfortable. But that's the way we operate here. And I will admit it won't be for everybody. But it's a tangible decision I'm making. It's not by happenstance. This isn't casually being done. It's being done purposefully. And it's being done because when this resonates with these folks like it does, when there are people like this that are on the same page, that is when this place is at its best. That's when this place just sings and rolls. And so I'm going to fight for it. I'm going to argue for it. I'm going to push back against it when I get something separate. Because it's those little picks that just take away. Like popping a hole in a balloon. And I don't want my balloon popped, me. I want to keep I want to keep blowing this thing up, man. Keep blowing it up. But I love you too, me. Much love to all of you guys out there. I love doing this. I love being passionate about this. I love getting worked up about this. I love football. I love doing this channel. This is my life. If I ain't passionate about this, what the hell else am I passionate about? What is there if not but this? Right? You know? I'm built one way. It's to be passionate. Good, bad, passion's always going to be leading at the forefront. And you'll get a bit of both. You get a bit of both. Slopey1, thank you for the $2 donation. Brother, thank you for the coverage of the draft. Been my pleasure, man. Every year I have a ball doing this. It's a unique experience. It's just a whole separate part of football doing it. And I really do value it. I always have a lot of fun doing this. And it's been a great time again with you guys. I live for these fights. I live for the battles. I live for the debates. I live for the discussions. I live for you guys got me laughing all the time in addition to that with some of the other stuff you say. I love it all about this. That's why I say this is my favorite thing to do, because I love every aspect about it. Except for the part where people just come in modulating behavior. That's the one spot where I'm like, shut up and go away. Stuff you tell to a 5-year-old, not a grown man. Piss off. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. And Slobby1, appreciate the kind words. He says, thanks for the coverage. I enjoyed your bro being the Ed McMahon to your Johnny Carson last evening. Well, I appreciate that, Garth. I've been trying to talk Rob into getting him here to help me be my producer and get him in here on a kind of more consistent basis. He loves the sport every bit as much as I do. He's very well intricately linked into it as well. So at one point or another, we're going to hopefully be able to talk him into doing this a little bit more fuller time, maybe even getting here on game day if I can. I'd love to be able to do that. But it was cool to be able to have Rob in here. It really was. I've been trying to pull him in there. So we're going to bit by bit yank on him if we can with that and keep trying to bring him in. And I don't want to change anything, Megan, with, I'm not looking to do anything with it. I'll engage here still with this. So I'm not looking for any action item on your end for any of our mods or anything like that with this. It's just 4 days of the draft with enough of these that it's like, okay. JL says you could do a subs only chat. I do have a subs only chat turned on. It's turned on right now. That's the part I don't get. You're subbed up to me. You've watched my videos. You've been following me, and you think that this is something new and who I am and how I go about my business. You know, I've instructed in many ways, Thrax, Megan, to not do timeout because it's the heart of this. Is what I want this to be free and open discussion, even with the people that I disagree with. If there is the people that are in the way, that I'd like to try to bring them into the fray, rather than use that as a method of just sort of pushing people away. I hate having that be used. I do. I want to be able to let this thing run free and open. I can't be a hypocrite on one end and say I want free and open discussion and then be over there hitting the timeout button every other point when there's something somebody says I don't like. I don't want to be that either. Tom Ford, going to ask again, is Olu going to be better with Kubiak-Shanahan's scheme? I think Sundell has a better chance, Tom, to be more elevated in what he can be as a player in this system. With Olu, there is, I think, some diversity to him being able to give you some gap to some zone. But what stood out to him, especially with what he did in college, was Michigan would have him do a lot of mobility type stuff, which is going to be a centerpiece of this system with your center, and that you need him to hit reach blocks. You need him to be able to pull out in front, get to the second level. You know, these are going to be inherently asked of him. But while he was able to get it done at the college level, you know, despite not being the most athletic of centers or the longest of cats, it is a little bit harder, I think, for him at this level as kind of that overachiever type with his physical skill set. You know, that there's not a dominant factor to him from a power angle or from agility or from athleticism. But I will say that he's been a guy on tape, Tom, in his past who's just gotten the job done. It may not look pretty, but he somehow gets to that block. He somehow climbs to level and gets enough done to make it set. But in general terms, he's not really a fit necessarily for this scheme and what more it's going to purely look for. He would be a little bit slower. He'd be a little bit less snappy out of his stance than I think what you'd tend to look for there. But not like completely misaligned or that there's no way he doesn't work at all. Not to an extreme degree either on the other side of that. Sean McLeod, what's Singleton's report? I don't know. I don't have a lot. I'm not even seeing a combine breakdown on this guy. Gonna have to watch the tape on that one. Just doing a Google search. I don't even have a note put down on him, you know? There's nothing there. Didn't have a chance to scout him myself, so I have to look at him offline. Tom says, you're speaking truth. Thank you, Tom. And I love the discussion, Tom. Appreciate it, too. Brody13 says, going to the 10th hour, you're legendary and hope you have a comfortable chair, my brother. I stopped feeling my ass about 4 hours ago. It went numb and now there's just pins and needles in it. That's all I feel. The legs are just about to go numb. Thrill says, you're right. I remember that be how bad it was. Yeah, it's pretty roll. Scattaboo went earlier than I thought, actually. Where did he go? He was kind of interesting. Scatabo ended up being, Cam Scatabo ended up being the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th running back off the board. And the running back order was a little weird this year. But Cam went before DJ Gideons, before Dylan Sampson, before Damian Martinez, before Rashad Smith. Kind of a little bit of a surprise on that one. Giants really loved themselves some Cam Scatabo. Loved him. Duran J, you're a legend, B. After all the Hawk podcasters called it quits, you're still going. We're not worthy. You're absolutely worthy. You better believe you guys are worthy. You rock. I wouldn't do this if you guys weren't worthy. I wouldn't do this if you guys were awesome. I wouldn't do this if I didn't enjoy this discussion. The donations are nice, but we made enough donation-wise. I don't need to keep rolling on that. I'm here for you guys. I live for this. I'm here for the juice. I'm here for the action. Let's go. Let's go. I'm just getting warmed up. My voice is just starting to get a little bit to that right spot of things, you know? Tom Ford, the D has definitely been improving overall, 100%. And Mike McDonald's going to have this D in the right spot long term. I've got a lot of faith in that. Kobe Bryant was a UDFA. Jordan, I don't know if we've heard about where he lands, but another UDFA for sure. Chris says, I thought I read Singleton projected to be 3 tech somewhere. I always hate to try to kind of representate this before I've had a chance to take Chris a look at his video. So I haven't seen the film. I'm only referencing off PFF, but this is his stat here. I'm showing in PFF on my left. And as you can see, he's got nose tackle snaps in there. He's also got some listed defensive left end kind of snaps put in there at the end of the year for the final 3 games of the season, which is maybe what's causing some of the confusion on this. So he's probably got some flexibility to play nose tackle to 3 tech to maybe even some edge, power edge. He's 6'1", 6'2", 280. So he's kind of in that weird sort of in-between worlds area of things, I believe. Or no, that was the other guy. I don't think he's 280. I'm thinking of the other defensive lineman we signed. I'm getting confused. I'm thinking of TJ Jackson, not J.R. Singleton with that. But he's listed at least here on PFF without looking at the video. He's listed as a nose tackle predominantly. Megan says, Hawks Nest, and I will swing the band hammer. I don't want to do it though, Megan. I don't want to swing the band hammer. I'm rather at this point still try to bring people in line and try to get them to understand what we're doing here. I like to still fall back on it that if we can just talk, if we can just communicate between each other, even where we have disagreement, that it doesn't require a banning, it doesn't require a timeout. It can require us to just be humans with each other and come to some common ground. That's what I want to live in, Megan. That's still how I want to operate within the channel on this. And it's always going to be a bit of a fight, but I think it's a valid fight to fight. Yeah, Bobby's definitely risen up Herbicide on the all-time list as far as inside linebackers go. He is up there. A couple of years ago, I had him top 5, and he's only had 2 smashing seasons since then. You got to figure that's got to push him up into at least into sort of that top 3-ish territory for all-time inside linebackers, or he's got to be. I don't know how he can't be close at this point. The guy's longevity and still playing at such a high level has been phenomenal. J. Bold. What are we going to do at linebacker? That's the only position we haven't picked yet. Oh, you still do have Drake Thomas there. I think they've got another linebacker, Josh Ross, that they brought. That there's a lot of familiarity with Mike McDonald and Josh Ross going back to Baltimore. But they do feel also really good about what they have here and the guys that are starting. And so it was really only needing depth, and that you can probably get depth at any time. But you like what you have at night. You have what you like in Ernest Jones. You just go and roll with that. Maxwell Stern says PFF has the Seahawks at an A+, one of like 6 teams. It's great to see, man, Maxwell. I don't know if PFF's ever given us an A+ before, which is cool. Sean McLeod, B's pretty good. I like it. Yeah. I mean, it's a positive grade at the end of the day, right? It's overly positive when it's all turned. Tom Ford, can I cuss on this channel? Like F off? Yeah, you can post it in the chat. I don't care about that. I just don't cuss here very often because the algorithm doesn't like it if the person speaking actually starts cussing. Banana the Bad Guy, Florida Atlantic Center, Frederico Menages, Twages, am I right? Signs with the Seahawks. Okay. There we go. Let's get him added. Well, we're going for some all-time names at least. I don't know if these guys can play, but their names are awesome. Frederico Menages. It's like something out of a novel. That's a deep pull right there. That's a deep pull right there. Frederico Menages. Jordan says nobody questioned Pete. It was annoying. Yeah. And the few times they did, Pete got a little heated that he was questioned. Exactly. And this may be business as usual in Seattle. This may be business as usual for how our reporters go about their business. But this is not business as usual as it would go in other cities and how they would run their media. And I don't know why it is our media and our local journalists are so in that place. I have a theory. I think it has to do with access. I think it has to do with them being worried they get cut off of their access if they get too much critiquing in there. I don't have any other explanation for why it's so universal. It almost doesn't matter the local reporter who covers the team. Everyone is nothing but effusively positive or always remaining in positive without any negativity whatsoever, even when it is kind of called upon by that reporter to mention it. And maybe I'm understanding why in some of my interactions with some of the folks here at times, where they had a little bit of that from the local 12s, giving them that, and they said, okay, enough of that. I ain't going down that road no more. I can certainly understand that. There certainly is a pull there to just be like, all right, well, maybe I just don't operate over in that area. It'll make it easier, but it won't make it better. And that's the key to it all. HHG PFF has been known to do the white powder from time to time. Tom Ford says, well, you take 2 swings for home runs. That's how you get an A+ draft. Amen, man. Amen. And a lot of big swings in this draft, a lot of big swings for upside in this draft. And the upside is not upside that's unrealistic or that you can never see him getting to it. And we're talking about Jordan Brooks, and you could see with Jordan Brooks on tape that the coverage skills were not going to be there, that the coverage skills were never going to come along. But these guys that are there with it, there's some things that can come along with them, with the raw goods that they're bringing. So absolutely, you took those big swings, no doubt about that. I do like that part of it. Whether I like the individual swings you took, I like that you took big swings. If I got to take the choice, Tom, between knocking a single, just putting the heavy part of the wood, my torpedo bat to it and knocking out a single, or trying to put that thing up over the fence, I'd like to try to put it over the fence. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth, great to see you in the house today. Says, thanks for the coverage, and I enjoyed your bro being the Ed McMahon to your Johnny Carson. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. So awesome to have Rob in here, man. So awesome. Guess I already read that one there, but thank you. David, thanks for the $10 donation. Says, you graded the draft a B, and some think you're too critical? B is a good grade last time I checked. If people only want positivity, they should only consume official team media. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I think you can understand a little bit why I'm flummoxed, where somebody responds to me that we get it, you hate the draft. And I go, when did I say that? How is that anything of what I'm saying? I might not like individual picks, but it's a whole draft you're assessing, and there's a lot of these picks I've loved. I loved in the moment we picked them. Gray Zabel's great. Nick Mawari's awesome. Torrey Horton, Ricky White, Damian Martinez. Love these picks. I don't like these picks. I love these picks. Love these picks. It's only that it's at a B just because of some of the negative sliding, or this would be up at a B+ or an A- for me. But yeah, I don't think it's too negative either, David. I think it's being fair, and it's certainly more positive than negative at the end of the day. Trill says, yeah, when you said that statistic, no offense to Jag fans, but damn, what the F happened? remember me being a kid so excited to be a Hawks fan, crazy. I think it illustrates well, right? And that's why I bring it up a lot, because there are certain, I think, arguments you can make where it's like, what's left to be said about this? Nobody in that Jacksonville organization, nobody in that local fan base looks at that team and says, we've been a consistent winner. We've been consistently good. We've been an organization on the right path, moving in the right direction. Instead, it's an organization that's spun through multiple coaches and multiple general managers. And now they basically hired a baby to be their general manager because they're so desperate to get the thing right. And that organization's been more successful than us going back to 2017, which I don't know if you guys noticed in 2025, but we're going to be pretty soon here to be getting about 10 years of a period to that spot of things. Imagine if we don't get the playoffs the next 2 years and we're still arriving at 2027 and saying the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have not gotten one more playoff win in that time, still have more playoff wins than you since 2017. That's not a representation of success, unfortunately. Not a representation that you were purely bad either. But it is a representation of something, isn't it? Any new UDFAs? Nothing. There's some guys listed here, but I mean, most of these guys, there's nobody that's jumping out to me that's like, yeah. We just signed Jackson Woodard. We got ourselves a UNLV linebacker. Kirk says, Hawks Nest, we love the honest and researched opinions. Keep up the hard work. Thank you, Kirk. I will keep going, man. I'll keep going for the people that appreciate it. I promise you that, brother. Because I know you guys do really appreciate it. Thank you for that thank you for those kind words. Are any of these UDFAs any good? I don't know, and I'm not familiar with most of them. I do know Zy Alexander. I did really like his tape. I liked his tape more than others, I think, on that one. So he's really the one that stands out. And boy, that was a big need where you didn't really come out of this draft with a true guy that you feel like could be a starting corner, I don't think, on this defense. And this is a guy who could very well ascend. I think he's a better player than Nehemiah Pritchett. Taylor Ross, is the UDFA list be as listed? Is that who we picked up? It is. There's a couple more in here that I still need to get added in. We got Seth Coleman. Illinois. We got Jalan Gaines. Illinois State. I think those are all the names I've got. I think we're caught up on that. Nobody mind-blowing here, I would say. Nitro Hawk, whatever you think about Milroe, it was pretty cool that Sean Alexander got to announce his nephew getting drafted to the team. That is very cool, Nitro Hawk. Yeah. If he's got some of those bloodlines and genes in him, that's just great. Very cool. Very cool. You love those. It was like getting when you got Red Bryant coming in and he was like married to Jacob Green's daughter. There's something kind of extra cool about that, isn't it? There's something cool. Quinn says, sleep is for the weak. Nothing helps me evaluate draft candidates with an open mind like being up for 48 straight hours. Rockman Drums. I know I stream and I know it's hard to deal with negative people laughing out loud. It can be. It really is. It's a part that I'm trying to work at dealing with better. I really am. And I'm trying to understand what it is that sometimes the people want. They're in that mode of it because, it seems to be that they're very much up in arms at times about certain stuff that you don't understand why they're so up in arms with. But it does happen and it sometimes gets hard. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes harder to manage. I will say it's the last 3 months, especially going into the offseason and kind of broaching into the territory to say, hey, I think we're not ready to be a contender. How dare you? How dare you, Brandon? I'm not quite seeing it. I think we're going to need to take a step back. How dare you? Don't you dare say that. Okay, stop. Guba says, Brandon, isn't Dan Vin with his channel? That's what people like, having great discussions. I love the great discussions. That's what makes this place go. Because there's a lot of smart people that come in here, not just smart because they like me, smart people that might not even like me too as well, that just want to come in for the discussions too. I'd love to have that as well in here. And I don't even not really in on Brandon. I just want to come in here and have a little tete-a-tete with some other people in the chat to get some clarity on some things. I would love for that to be that kind of place where it really is about the community. And that's the driving force about what makes this what it is. That we can have the open and honest discussions, that nobody's clutching for their pearls, nobody's wringing their hands, nobody's freaking out, that we can take passion and not misidentify it as anger, but understand it's passion. Sloby1, thank you for the $5 donation. Sloby1, I asked earlier, missed your response. But Jaden Higgins, 34th overall, very interesting. Well, I think it's right about the right spot for me that he should have gone. I had him right at the top of the second round. Bingo bango, you got him going there. I thought that the Drake London comparisons to Teteroa McMillan were never apt. I thought Teteroa McMillan was more Mike Evans, at least how he moved. He's not going to get to the top end of Mike Evans, but I mean, look, kind of got validated a little bit in my opinion on that, right? By how high that guy got drafted. It kind of does show that NFL evaluators sort of kind of see him in the same place. He went right around where Mike Evans went. So I think the Mike Evans comp is very pure and very true to Teteroa McMillan. I do think, though, that when it comes to Jaden Higgins, Sloby one, that the Drake London comparisons should have gone to him. He was your Drake London in this draft. Those guys have so many similarities to their game. And so I love him as a player. I loved what Houston did in this draft. They got some offensive line help. They got the 2 wide receivers out of Iowa State. Both of those guys are dogs. I think it's a great pick there by Houston. And really the right place. There was some talking about Higgins even going up as high as being a first-round guy there as we were leading the draft, a late first-round guy. Lou says, keep the chat free and open. Well, I love the channel and the chat. That's what I want. That's why I've instructed Megan with this. We're not doing timeouts. We're not doing ban hammers here because I want this to be that way. I want it to be a public square. And sometimes in that public square, when you allow it free and open, it's going to get a little wild. Sometimes you allow it free and open, you're going to have people getting their feelings. But that small price you pay is for the goodness you get on the other side of having such great discussion and really hopefully getting to more of a point, as somebody else had said on a chat earlier today, of really getting the better perspective when you finish up. Not that I've sold you guys on it or you've sold me, but we've collectively come through this with a better perspective on the situation than where we started. And every time I go live, I tend to find that that is the case. Quinn says, my brain shuts down if I have as much of a touch of coffee, shivers and sweats. I'd be disarray without coffee myself. Thanix says, to clarify my thoughts, open and free discussion, absolutely. But there are also some people on the internet that aren't looking for that, and interacting with them isn't good use of time or energy. It is. You're right. And I think maybe what's better about this in me is to try to maybe ignore some of those as much as I can. I do try to there's maybe a part of me that's just a little bit of a sadistic part of me that just wants to call people to account on that when they're acting out of pocket. Because people feel so free on the internet to kind of do whatever they will feel. It's like, well, no, I'll call you out on it. Let's go. You want to have a discussion on it? Let's have it. I'm always and probably too much though. I probably just need to let them, filter on through and let it get it out of their system and keep it moving. You're right about that. Me, any of y'all sat on the toilet so long that your legs fell asleep? Oh yeah. But that's that hard toilet, man. It's got that hard seat to it. JL says, when you come around, they be subbing. When you gone, they be unsubbing again. Exactly. And Misa's asking for a friend. Spud, hey B, as the roster currently stands, what's our starting 5 offensive linemen next season? All right, we got Cross, left tackle, no problem. Easy. We'll go with Zabel, left guard. We'll go with Sundell as your starting center. We'll go with Christian Haynes as your starting right guard. And then Abraham Lucas, man, the man, the myth, the legend. Big Abe, back at it. Starting right tackle. Kirk Stemmer, Tyron Bowden, ran 6'7", ran an official 4.37 40-yard dash at Arkansas's pro day. That is flying for that size, man. I would like to see where his 3-cone time is. I will say that. But that is flying. Absolutely flying. Jason Schumacher, what's the difference between a center and a nose tackle? Quinn, it's hilarious to me that there's any contention over a decent grade like, sorry, I lost the deal there. Smeagol, Brandon, what is it about running Emawari out at cornerback? Did I hear that correctly? I think we're hearing some stuff from the team that's causing some of this confusion, and that the team's saying that he'll be a nickelback corner, almost kind of intimating a little bit like he'll be out there as a corner, almost like in Devin Witherspoon's role. And I don't know if what they're looking, I mean, it could mean a couple of things, that maybe they see Emawari as a guy to take over the slot for Witherspoon, and then you move Witherspoon to the outside, and that's a way to get Josh Jobe off the field and improve the outside corner position over that. And you don't feel like you're taking a step back in nickel situations with Emawari then, because he can do that stuff. I don't know if I would see them playing it that way exactly, but it's possible. It's a little hard to determine at this point what they mean by that. I certainly think when they say the dime package stuff, I absolutely see what they would do in dime packages, probably move him to that slot. He'll be the second slot in a dime package, you know, because you've done that in the past with like remember Marquise Blair? I know he didn't play a lot for us, but Marquise Blair you put out at times in the slot in dime packages. And you actually had a pretty nice dime package when he was out there in that way. So that would be where I definitely think they're going with the dime. But I don't know about nickel kicking Devin back out to outside. You're certainly not going to have Emawari outside. So he's either playing slot or he's playing back there at safety. But I'm not sure what they mean by that, Smeagol. Smigmol? Not sure. Bit confused on that one too. Quinn says, it's hilarious to me that there's any contention over a decent grade like B, really? That's the thing that I sometimes, where I get these people I trigger on, Quinn, I don't think I'm doing anything that's that out of pocket in my outlook of the team. It's like, it's all pretty feasible and realistic, I feel like, but it gets a pretty crazy reaction sometimes. Mike Skinner says, Bobby Wagner is number 2 on the middle linebacker. Not better than Ray Lewis, but still, that's a hell of a second place. Hey, that's a positional group that's had some dogs come through. Junior Seau, Jack Tatum. I mean, what area do you want to poke out a point to? And you can find guys, Singletary. I mean, the list is long. But I think, Mike, you got a good argument to be made on that. Impact and longevity. And with Bobby Wagner, as far as, okay, has he lost maybe a step or two during his time? Maybe, but still ultimately he is using his brain at times to overcome some of that lack of what he's lost from the below the waist, and still been able to be a remarkably good player during that time. So if you tell me you got him number 2 all time, I'd say, yeah, I could understand how and why. That makes sense. Tom says, I'm sorry, but Bobby's done. You definitely don't want him in coverage 40 yards down the field, Tom. It's a lot around the line of scrimmage, a lot of blitzing, a lot of sort of shooting gaps post-snap. That's definitely the way you want to use him at this point. I will say that. And B-Wags will be in the Ring of Honor. He's got to get his number retired. That's one of those guys that will, I think, probably one of the only Legion of Boom guys that actually get their number retired. There'll be a lot of Ring of Honor guys, but he'll be the only guy getting his number retired, I think. Nikki P in the house. What's up, Nikki? Thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Schneider said outs ran 19 miles an hour on GPS at 275 pounds. Martinez, he's beast mode 2.0. I love it. Thanks for the coverage. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. And that's really cool about outs. I'm really looking forward to Nicky taking a look at his tape here, if not tonight, tomorrow, and get a little bit of a better idea of it. Sounds like they've got him ready and set and waiting to go and become that fullback. So 275 pounds, meeting you in the hole with authority, with some speed behind it, right? Not just 275 pounds of beef, but beef with the rocket fuel on his back. And that makes that collision hurt that much more, doesn't it? When you're in the hole meeting that linebacker. Whew. Martinez, I love him, man. Love him. Not a running back in this draft, even with Cam Scattaboo in this draft. There's not a running back in this draft that runs harder than Damian Martinez. Not a running back, as Marshawn used to say, as a coach originally told him, he says, never die easy. Never go down easy, never die easy. And this is a guy that has taken that to heart, operates that way. He ain't going down easy. He's going to fight with every fiber of his being to give you all he's got. And I love that pick. Great value selection there. Absolutely fantastic. Mike Skinner, B- for the draft this year. Not getting a quality nose tackle bumped it down a letter grade for me, as well as making a few head-scratching decisions. But overall, it's solid. I like it, Mike. I like that perspective. Tom Ford, it's a rep of mediocrity, B. Indeed, it is that. That is the rep. And it's up to us now to try to shake it free, but to also take well in account where we have been recently. People earn the benefit of the doubt with success. People that have been missing success recently should not earn necessarily just the benefit of the doubt at every turn. They can earn some of the benefit of the doubt. It can be decision dependent, but it doesn't just get that blanket rubber stamp. There's the old phrase that they used to say about 10 years ago, Tom, which was in John and Pete we trust. I think we've got a little bit outside that area of things, I think, at this point. Kevin Mullen likes Jackson Woodard. He says Woodard is a straight dog. Love it, Kevin. Love it. I didn't have a chance to take a look at him yet, but that gets me stoked. Quinn says, I see you're like me. When you type Illinois, you pronounce the S. I do. I don't do good with silent letters. But I am awful with I've learned as I've done this show through the years, my phonetic pronunciations I've learned are leave a lot to be desired. Don't even get me started, Quinn, on the Polynesian names. I've butchered more Polynesian names than, I don't know what. Says, okay, draft's done. What's next? Well, next we got rookie OTAs coming up. Get a first look at the rooks. And then there's going to be a little bit of dead space here. Yeah, May, June, where it gets really quiet. Maybe we see some trades on the other side of this. John has intimated a little bit that maybe there's some teams that are kind of waiting through the draft process before they might be willing to make some moves down the line. So we'll see if it goes that way. As Jason says, though, boring days now until camp. I guess I don't know. You're right on that, man. It's going to be mainly that. It's going to get very quiet. But luckily, we at least have summer and some sunshine and fun. Me, he's nothing but a Cobbin scattable boy. Sean McLeod, who's the biggest dump truck we got that we can put in the middle to free up Byron? I mean, this J.R. Singleton kid might be able to do it. You do have Jaron Reed, who's still a big boy, though he hasn't done a lot of the nose tackle stuff recently. And then you've got the guy that you had on the practice squad last year. He's got the Go Tell. But I don't know if this team really is that high in Go Tell. Rockman, okay. I got the deets on the Hal trade. We gave Minnesota Sam and pick 172 to move up to 142 to grab Riley Mills. So a little more than an egg and a salad sandwich. Ha, that's right. Yeah, you didn't get a lot for Sam on that. You kind of salvaged that one for what it was. The intention was always going to be to cut him if you weren't able to find a move for him. So you just had to kind of bite the bullet on that one and call it a day. Emerald, I want to see highlights of defensive end Seth Coleman and defensive end Connor O'Toole. I do as well. Mike Skinner, who's the better player for us, Trey Flowers or Jermaine Ifedi? Ifedi, but not by a lot. It's by a nose. Chris says, I'm at a B-. I wasn't sold on Arroyo and Milroe when we got him, hoping for the best, though. Me too, Chris. Me as well. I'm in about the same place. Got it at a B, but the B is as much about the guys I really like in the draft as much as those things which are valid, completely valid on your parts. On those two players, I stand in kind of the same place. Drenix says, sorry. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. Kevin, very kind of you, brother. Very kind of you. Says initial grade, C+. Depends on UDFA, but underwhelming. Arroyo as an X? Huh? He really replacing DK? Collegiate production, 46 touchdowns, 46 receptions, 773 yards, and 8 touchdowns. Worthy of a second? It's not for me on that, Kevin. The pick is really driven heavily by the projection of the player. And in my opinion on this one, I think the projection has a little bit overtaken what the player has really shown you on the field and the track record of the player. Now, as many people have mentioned in the chat, when it comes to me and Brendan Nelson being so firmly on this side of it, or where you're at on the side of it, there's definitely a bit of a consensus on this, which lands pretty heartily on the side of saying, we love this guy. This guy's going to be great. This guy certainly would be worthy of a second round grade. So I will admit on this one to being a little bit on my own particular island on this one. But it is something that I do feel very strongly. The man had a hard time staying healthy. Then the 1 year where he quote unquote broke out this year, still had a hard time staying healthy. Then he goes to the Senior Bowl where he rips it up supposedly. He's taken everyone to church when it comes to the one-on-ones and all that. And he ends up again injured after the Senior Bowl. So he really does look like a guy that's going to have a really hard time maintaining his health. And he's not exactly such a spectacular wonder of talent that that's enough to override that in the second round for me. I don't think he's going to be a particularly lethal yak guy. I don't think he's going to be a particularly good blocker. So I've got limited production. I've got injury concerns. I've got a game that is not well-rounded. I don't know if I want to be taking that in the second round. Tom Ford, now that we've gone to other things of life, all have B's back. There we go, brother. My people got my back. I know that. No doubt about that. Kick up, who do you think had the best draft? Great question. Wow. Delayed but significant injury news. 49ers safety Malik Mustafa, who was believed to be the replacement for free agent starting safety Talona Hufanga, who was lost in free agency to the Broncos, tore his ACL during San Francisco's regular season finale and is not expected to be ready for the start of the 2025 season. Interesting. I'm looking at the teams, by the way, to answer your question on that. I'm just looking through the teams that I like. So when it comes down to it, I think I like the Chargers draft a lot. They get Amari and Hampton, a pure fit for that Harbaugh offense, and Mark Roman, Trey Harris, starting wide receiver. Jamari Caldwell will be a starting nose tackle for them. Kyle Kennard will ascend and give them really good pass rush reps. Oronde Gadsden is a weapon that they can use there at the tight end position. Then you've got RJ Mickens, who eventually will probably become a starter for them at safety. I like their draft quite a bit in the direction that they went with it. LA had a pretty good draft as well. Ferguson's a little early for me in the second round. I would not have taken him there. But I do like Josiah Stewart in the third. Chris Paul in the fifth. Those two value picks are tremendous. And then the first rounder they got next year, you can't undersell that part of it, and that's pretty damn good. I think the Baltimore Ravens were another team that stood out to me as far as having overall a pretty strong draft, especially with the first 4 picks. Those are home runs. It gets a little bit lesser for some of the middle portions of the draft with Vincent, Cone, Loop, Lester. But then you come back with Peoples, Longer Beam, and Dellinger. That's strong finish to the draft for them. Those guys should be some kind of factor on their team at the very least for good depth. With longer being might be a guy that can ascend to becoming a starter eventually. Cleveland was solid. Mason Graham, Carson Schweisinger, Judkins, Fannin. You got a couple of quarterbacks. You got yourself out of the Deshaun Watson deal, and you, like the Rams, you have to add that first-round pick in next year's draft on the returns and go, boy, that's substantial. That's substantial. Those would be the main teams that stand out to me of having the best drafts, I think. Most of the rest, I think it's kind of, there's some mixed bag in there. There's some good, but there's some bad on most of the rest of these. Kansas City had a pretty strong draft. All of those players that they took, every one of those guys is going to contribute to Kansas City. Every one of those guys. Rashard Smith there in the 7th round. That's awesome value. Awesome value. But thank you again, Kevin, for the $5 donation. I do share where you stand on that, by the way. Absolutely do. Radu Turkin, thank you for the $2 donation. Who do you like in our UDFAs? I'm with Zy Alexander. I think Zy Alexander has a legitimate chance to start. I went back through my notes on him, and again, just remembering, like, yeah, I actually really like this guy a lot. He really stands out for what he was able to do. Pure outside corner, gets after it, big, strong press cover corner, can still do some of the off coverage stuff. Just mauls guys up the field with some of that physicality at 6'2", 194. Strong tackler, good effort, good job at rallying to the ball. He'll give you that kind of effort. A lot of corners will do the business decision stuff. He doesn't do that. Breaks down in space nicely, almost letter perfect tackling technique. Ball skills are just okay. He's going to be capable of giving a pick if it, throw it right to his hands, basically. And the guy that's has steadily improved over his college career. So really what stood out to me when you looked at some of the baseline analytical stats here was back in 2013, he gave up 445 yards. He gave up 29 receptions on 48 targets. This year, he only gave up 200 yards to the 445. So he more than halved the amount of yards he gave up in pass coverage this past season. And so he only gave up 20 receptions on 46 targets, so also less than 50% completion percentage in Zai's direction for only 200 yards. The guy's played 2,500 snaps over his career, steadily improved. For me, Radu, I think this guy probably should have been drafted in the draft. He should have gone higher. And a guy that's probably going to be a better player, Radu, than Nehemiah Pritchett. I would say that. I'd have a lot more faith this guy makes the roster than Pritchett at this point. Tiago Almada, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Tiago, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and I appreciate you doing that. Guys, if you can for me, make sure you do please hit that like button if you haven't already. This does help me grow as a channel tremendously by doing so. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan, thanks for the stream, B. Headed out to watch The Revenge of the Sith. Hopefully I didn't ruffle any feathers. Wasn't intended. No, you're all good, Jordan. I know you're one of the people that knows exactly what time it is. It's the folks that aren't in here hardly ever that come in as those Johnny-come-latelys, or they don't, they just kind of casually come on in, which is fine if you're casually coming in and you don't know what time it is. That's why I take the time to explain to these folks what it is I'm doing. That's why I take the time to try to kind of correct them a little bit of maybe what their outlook of me and where I'm coming from. Why are you mad? I'm not mad. I'm passionate. I haven't been angry once today. There's maybe some frustration yesterday, but never a point of anger. As my brother would say, you guys haven't seen me angry. If you saw me then you'd know there's a very large difference between my anger and my passion. But you didn't ruffle any feathers, Jordan. You're awesome as ever, man. I know you're one of the folks that absolutely knows what time it is here. You absolutely know what we're trying to get done here. No doubt about that. And enjoy watching Revenge of the Sith. That's awesome, but I think didn't they put that back out in theaters, I want to say? Isn't that what they're doing, Jordan? Is it like on IMAX or something? That's cool, though. Daddy Dennis has got 2 rookies starting on the O-line, I think. Seattle went out and drafted Roz Legends. Boy, did they ever. It was an upside draft, Daddy Dennis, to your point. Upside draft. Daddy Dennis is with the first pick in the Seahawkers streamer draft. I select for the University of YouTube, the Hawks Nest. Let's go, Daddy. Let's go. Love it, brother. Appreciate you, man. Daddy says Sanders' fall was nuts, dude. Led the nation in completion percentage and had 37 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone that far, Daddy. I think it is a representation that has nothing to do with the performance on the field, quite frankly. I think it has nothing to do with even his skill set. I think it really is that to be a quarterback, you've got to be a leader. You got to carry yourself a certain way. And I think Sanders goes as far as you possibly can go from deviating off that path. And I think it's kind of harmed him. I think it definitely was the big factor. And the NFL said no. It's got to be hopefully a learning lesson for him, Daddy Dennis, and hopefully a learning lesson for other quarterbacks that get into the sport. Like, put your ego aside. You want to have ego? You want to say it's about me, me, me? Go be a wide receiver. Go be a running back. Go be a tight end. Go be a cornerback. But if you want to be about being a true great quarterback, you gotta dump that to the side. And it sucks. It's no fun. It's much better to be bright and shiny and flashy and swaggy and all that. That's a lot funner, right? It's no fun being boring and simple. But boring and simple is how leaders are born from the quarterback position. Give me boring and simple every single day. Thrill House, Brando, and Steve said, you can please some people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. You can't please all the people all the time. It's very true, man. And it's where I've landed on this, where I'm gonna be right open with this, and this is no BS to anybody out there, and it's not meant to be negative, but just say, look, it's my style and my brand is not going to be for everybody. I understand that. I think that the best and the biggest kind of YouTube channels are going to probably be those ones that can really just lean fully into that always positive kind of place of things. And I get that. But I have faced a couple times of having to make that tangible decision where the fork is in the road. And you go, well, you can just be ultimately super positive and you can do away with any of this other stuff that's kind of a pain in the ass about the channel. And then it's just all easy peasy flowing. And you just speak to the goodness and people come in, they say it's bad. You just go, oh, I disagree. I just think everything's great and everything's wonderful. But I could never quite head down that road. I always just go, no, I don't want to do that. That doesn't sound fun. Quinn says the instant Mel Kiper said Sanders was good, his fate was sealed. The Mel Kiper kiss of death. Herbicide Bobby's still playing. By the time he retires, he will own every linebacker record. He might play for a couple more years. He might, man. He has found that honey spot where you lose the step, but you're still able to roll, and he keeps himself healthy, man. HAG Sanders did it to himself. People were posting legit quotes Sanders said. Yeah. You guys remember the moment even last year, like a small moment? I mean, the NFL pays attention to how you treat the little people. Remember the moment last year where one of his teammates got in for a touchdown and he's coming off the field and the ball boy's trying to kind of grab the ball as is his job. And Shedeur Sanders, who wasn't even the guy that scored the touchdown, starts getting up in the kid's face. Or you got the moment after the game where the kid's limping up to him and he's trying to shake his hand. And he's like, oh, you had all that noise you talked on Instagram. Where's that energy now? Like, dude, what are you doing? What is the point of that? And can you imagine how that attitude would sit in a locker room? So he's had a couple of these main big moments, throwing his offensive line under the bus. He's earned this. He's not been done dirty. He earned this. And I maintained his dad did him no favors by letting him kind of get away with this sort of, I'm going to be a chip off the old Deion Sanders block. Like I said a second ago, you can get away with this as a cornerback. You can get away with this as a wide receiver. You can't get away with this as a quarterback. It just don't work. It don't sync up. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation, Kevin. 9 offensive players and 2 defensive players. Thoughts? Love the content. Well, thank you for that, Kevin. I think it makes a lot of sense to me. You do have a need here at nose tackle, but then absent nose tackle, was there anything that was really a heavy drawn need at the end of the day? You got your two starting safeties. You have your two starting corners. You've got 4 edges. You've got about 7 3 techs. So you really, though nose tackle was a pretty heavy need, you were really pretty well set up with this draft with your defense, as opposed to your offense where you did lose a couple of receivers this offseason. You could grab another running back. You need a lot of help on the interior offensive line. You sure would like to move that Noah Fant contract if you could do so. So I think that it makes a lot of sense them going this direction. I do. And I'm good with it. I'm good with it. I'd like to come. I'm a little unhappy with not coming out with any nose tackles whatsoever, but I like to think that John's got some plan for this. And it's not Byron Murphy trotted out 65% of his snaps at the nose tackle position. Please don't let it be that. But thank you, Kevin. I'm with it. I'm good with it. I got no problem with that kind of disparity. And if you're letting the value of your board be drawn, or you're going for upside, at that point you're being driven away from making your draft balanced in who you take where and how you take this person there. So sometimes you're going to end up with a little bit of that disparity between the positional groups and how you selected it. Makes a lot of sense. Sports Talk Jose Rodriguez is in the house. What's up, Jose? Jose. Dropping the $2 donation. He says, B, I think I'm better than Pritchett. Yeah, boy. Whew, boy, Jose, those Auburn corners. A little rough last year. Not going to lie. I didn't love the guys. I did like the guys coming out, but whoa, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. It was a rough road. And then you get Pritchett all year, Jose, you're waiting for him to get some impact, and he comes out there and he finally gets the start at the end of the year. In a game where the Rams are sitting everybody, they're just thinking about the playoffs already. Getting smoke showed out there in coverage by Allen Robinson. And you kind of go, okay, what do we got here in Pritchett? You don't tackle very well, and now you can't cover. Namaya, you're not giving me a lot to work with here, bro. Give me something, man. Good to see you, Jose. Peter says Stephen A. represents everything that went wrong with ESPN. Everything's focused on the loud, dramatic, controversial hot take. It wasn't always like that. Agreed. They kind of got some success with a given direction on a certain type of show that they had on the channel, and they said, we're going to make this all that 24/7. And ESPN's lost a lot of its magic and its juice. And the younger generation doesn't understand how cool ESPN was back in the day. That before you had the internet and the way that they ran that channel, that was much watched television. And now it's definitely become quite a shell of itself. Rockman Drums. Oots is a beast. He's like another O-line player on run plays. I love it. You got me stoked, Rockman. Can't wait to check out his tape. And he says, as I said, I love the Martinez pick due to him sharing a name with my father. There we go. He's a hell of a player too, Megan. Dami Doodoo. Lang is Northwestern and Thomas is South Alabama. If you want to add it to the screen, I absolutely do. Top 100. Lang is tight end. Northwestern. And then Thomas Shelby. Thomas Shelby. Did I not have Thomas on here? Okay. Get a Tom. Yeah. If you can, give me that first name and position on that Thomas kid. Yeah, I didn't have another Thomas there, so. Let me know. Might have it here too. Nothing there yet. We got Thor Griffith as well on there, so I can add him as well. Let's get him put in. Boom. So we got our defensive players and UDFAs. That's where we're getting it. Quinn, it's always frustrating watching Mima Kynes try to have normal, sane takes, and then the co-host just fly off the handle. Yeah, well, it's a little bit of like who's the loudest rather than, who's the rightest. And it really is like the content of your argument should be what you're leaning on, and you shouldn't have to be loud in order to say it or in order to get it across. But it is the way it tends to go into just kind of turning into shouting matches or just kind of dramaed up. Daddy Dennis, Milroe with 20 rushing touchdowns last season. Tush push specialist? Could be. We'll see if he can run it as well as Hurts. Of course, a big part of Hurts being able to do it so good, not just how they run it, but Hurts squats like 500 pounds. So when you get the guy that's got an arm on him and he's grinding and he's churning those legs and fighting through, he can still push that 300-pound man backwards with that kind of power. And so does Milroe have it in that same way? He's kind of built like him in that way a little bit. You'd think he would maybe be able to do it. And maybe that's a big part of them taking him here is that they see him in those kind of third down and shorts, like he'll be a great guy to be able to pull it off. Peter says there's only a few NFL players with more all-pro selections than Bobby. Left tackle, Reggie White, Singletary, and I think one other guy. Singletary still got him beat, huh? Singletary got some all-pro reputational stuff at the end there with how injured he was at the end. He took Kenny Easley's spot as the fourth guy in Mount Rushmore a while ago. Yep. Agreed. Agreed. Amazing Mario Brothers B, I need help. I need some money. The cable due. Jordan, thank you for the $5, man, and you have a good one. He says, and I read that one, my bad. Quinn, I don't like Sanders. He's coarse. He's rough. He's irritating, and he gets everywhere. NFL general managers. I see what you did there, Quinn. A little Revenge of the Sith reference. I hate sand. God, one of the all-time worst lines ever, wasn't it? Ron Sausage says, just got back from episode 3 and 4DX. Pretty sick. I'm a little jelly, you guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little jelly. Yeah, a little bit. Sean says, I think there's a chance Barner makes a jump, which will let Arroyo be more of a good backup pass catcher. Yeah. He's going to be your inline guy in Barner, Sean. He's going to take off some of the blocking duties off the table for Arroyo to come out there and have to do. Maybe lessen some of the snaps from him on the field. That could be for the benefit, especially when you're trying to maybe mitigate some of the injury concerns that you have with him. More snaps, more potential for that injury to pop up. Patrick, I thought you were collaborating with Rob Staten on day 3. That was the plan, Patrick. I ended up running into some issues with StreamYard. That's the broadcasting source that I have to use in order to collaborate on stream. And I was right before I was going live, the thing was not going live for me. So I was hitting live and it wasn't pushing live and my show was still holding out on the other side. And so I just didn't have the time to really go in there and fix it. So the plan was to do that. I just couldn't quite pull that off, Patrick. I'm sorry about that, but something acted up with StreamYard today. I got to go and troubleshoot it. Amazing Mario Brothers B. So what the heck are we doing at nose tackle? God only knows, Thrill House. Probably there's going to be a trade that comes from somewhere. I don't think you're going to just trust in J.R. Singleton and Byron Murphy to be your dudes there. There'll be something else that comes down the line. Sminkle says Bubba Thomas is 305 pounds, it says. Not a nose maybe. Yeah, not at that size probably. Can be done, but... John, who was our main low nose tackle in the Legion of Boom years? You actually did something very interesting in the Legion of Boom years, Sean. which is that on early rundowns, you actually went with what I'd call a heavy lineup. So if it was an early rundown or there was a chance of there being a run play, what you would do is you'd bring out Brandon McBain and then you'd bring out Tony McDaniel. Tony McDaniel was basically kind of like a tweener nose tackle 3-tech. But what you did then essentially is bring out 2 1-techs on the field at one time. And then remember, in addition to that, you had Red Bryant, who was a former defensive tackle that you moved out to the 5-tech role. So you went real big on early downs, and then you went to the cheetah package on passing downs. So you flopped out Brandon McBain, in comes Michael Bennett, and then you flopped out Tony McDaniel, and then in came Clint McDonald. And that was your kind of way to where you could kind of have nice rotation, and then you could have the guys lined up in a cool way for whatever the down and distance might be. Quinn, it helps that we're not likely to be ripped off for some crazy number to get a nose tackle. Very different from needing O-line. Yeah. You can tend to find usually guys that are, guys that can plug that hole, be just run defenders. Okay, they don't give you much pass rush, but at least they can be that bare minimum kind of thing. 100%. Daddy Dennis, Flacco, and Shadur, could the contrast be any bigger? No. That's 2 different personality types on each end of the scale. Realize I could see Flacco having to come in midseason to take over the Browns. Then they tank and get Arch next year, and Sanders demands a trade. You think Arch is going to Cleveland? You think the Manning family is going to let him go to Cleveland? They didn't let Eli go to San Diego. I don't think they're letting Arch go out to Cleveland. But it's a possibility. Remember, too, Thrill House, Cleveland's got the extra first-round pick with the trade back with the Jaguars now. So they also, like the Rams, have the ammunition to make some moves. A mill here, a mill here. Riverside says, I'm telling you, we need to bring Big Al Woods back. That might be the answer, man. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation. No one had tight end Robbie Outs in the 5th, nor Cable Dew in the 6th. I might have put Cable Dew in the 6th, to be honest with you. I mean, that was a guy that I did have a chance to scout on my big board. Where did I put him? There we go. Yeah, there he is. So he's on my big board. I had him in the 5th round. Make me a little food here. Thank you. So I had him in the 5th round. I think that was a good pick there on that one. He's going to make the roster, Kevin. Cable do. But Robbie Outs, I don't know too much about him on that. They seem to like him a lot of that for that fullback role, so it might just work. Might just work. I'm laughing my ass off of the crazy names, and then we just got Thomas. Yeah, I was trying to see who the Thomas guy was. Somebody did mention it. Let me see here. Well, somebody mentioned the chat. I'll type out the full name. Mega Lucario, thank you for the $2 donation. Hey, B, we also signed nose tackle DeMarco Rowland. Boy, these names. These are Key and Peele names here. Thor Griffith. Federico Menages. D'Amico Rowland. It's like a bad guy name in a novel or something. Nose tackle. All right, so we got a couple noses. We got some big boys. Let's go. Third round for third down. There we go, Jeffrey. We got Jalen Milroe, 3rd round for 3rd down. Rockman says the Oates pick was a New England prospect. I'm sure the scouts knew that, and the Pats were picking 6 picks after us, so it might have been a reach, but F the Pats, laughing out loud. And you need a fullback, man. That's the part about this, too. I don't think that Elijah Araujo is going to be a fullback. I don't think A.J. Barner at 6'4", 6'5", should be a fullback. You needed this position in this offense. And they said yesterday that they didn't have an intention of making Jalen Milroe that guy. So this makes a lot of sense to go after him in that pick, even if it's a little bit of that reach, because this was going to be a vital need for this offense. You need a fullback. You got to have it. Got to have it, man. Dragon Flame, Ricky White III and Tet McMillan were the only 2 wide receivers with 2,500 yards receiving and 15 receiving touchdowns over the last 2 seasons. What a great stat. I love it. Ricky's got some fun tape out at UNLV, folks. You get a chance, go check out Ricky's tape. You're going to like this guy. Dragon Flame says, I saw non-Seahawks NFL fans accounts say he was the steal of the 3rd day. He might have been, man. To let you know, a lot of these picks on day 3, I had these guys a lot higher up than where they went off the board. So Ricky White, you got him in the 7th round. I had a high 4th round grade. He was the guy at the top of the 4th round for me was Ricky White. Torrey Horton was the final guy that I had in the 3rd round. So both of those 2 guys are real phenomenal value in this draft, in my opinion. You got a 3rd round player in Torrey Horton, an end of the 3rd round guy, right? So it depends. It's not top of the 3rd. It makes some difference on that, but end of the 3rd round. Smigmol. Brandon, Thor Griffin looks like the mean bastard. Says he was born in Portsmouth. Isn't that the name of the New England town? That's an H.P. Lovecraft story. I think it is. Yes. I think it is. I mean, there's a lot of kooky things that happen in New England. You got the witch trials. You got it. It's just got some vibes out there. You know, that's why Lovecraft probably touched on it. You know, it's probably fertile ground. Wycavius Thomas. Wycavius Bubba Thomas. It's kind of hard though to shorten what's your name? Wycavius. I'll just call you Y. Huh? Any offensive linemen? None. We took a tackle. Our Amari Knight of UCF, we got as a tackle, but other than that, nothing in UDFA territory. Megan agrees with me. She's like, D'Amico Rowland does sound like a bad Bond villain, B. It does. That's great. Holy, it makes him a hell of a football player. Yeah, F the Pats. Pats are definitely one of those organizations that if we have a chance to screw them over, even just a little bit, let's go ahead and do it. Daddy Dennis says the last guy I met named Thor said he was named after his family dog. Oh, is that like Indiana Jones? Indiana. Michael Lucario, we did give Nebraska Cam Stone a minicamp invite. Okay, there we go. House, Brandon out here with his last MRE and electrolyte pills, looking like the end of Rescue Dawn. We're at the end of the road. We are definitely at the end of the road, man. It's been 4 straight days of streaming, 3 straight days of streaming the draft, man. It's we're at that spot, Thrill House. We've hit the end of the line. End of the line. Dragon Flame, what do you think the line will be for the season? Cross Lucas on the outside, Zabel left guard. Do you think Haynes moves to center? And who do you think plays right guard? It's a general guess, Dragon Flame. I don't feel confident in saying it because I think it's a fluid situation. really fluid. I mean, you might even end up with Zabel at center when it's all said and done. I'm not sure on this one. But if I'm making the blind guess, Cross left tackle, Zabel left guard, Sundell as your center, Haynes is your right guard, Abraham Lucas is your right tackle. That would be my guess on it, I believe. HAG, I went to Salem last year when I visited my grandma. Did it have some creepy factor to it? Did it have some creepy factor? Okay, Dennis started streaming 11 hours ago, live from the nest. That's right, baby. That's right. Hey, Dennis, 1 to 10 scale of endurance, Brandon gets a 12. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. And we just did cross 11 hours. I think this is probably a pretty good time to put a button on it. We covered this draft end to end. Got all the picks in place. Got everything figured out. We know how this draft finally settled out. We got a good idea of the lay of the land, as it were. And I feel okay. I give this a B draft. I think that this team has a real high amount of variance about the type of team that we could see on the field next year. A big part of it is going to be the development of the youngsters, and if they can come along really fast, partly because you put the onus so much on needing this to be about the development, about what you have already in-house, about the coaching staff getting more out of certain positional groups than they've gotten in the past, about the returns from Mike McDonald in the second year as a defensive coach. So there's a heavy amount that you're leaning on that. And that doesn't mean that it's empty or fake or can't be real in the way that it does draw the returns to allowing this team to take its next step forward next year. So they are in a position to do so. It's hard to exactly predict it in a way of certainty and saying, I know this team gets to 11 or 12 wins. I'm not going to be at that place when it comes to us making these predictions about the upcoming season. If anything, I feel a little bit unsure overall. But the potential is there with this team. And no matter where you stand with this draft, A, B, C, wherever your grade may land, I think any person on where they find themselves on that grading scale will acknowledge, and I myself included on this, that the potential of this class goes beyond the grade. Wherever you have that grade at, certainly there is a potential to them that can be so far above that. A B, B plus can become to an A plus. I think the question on that part of it really comes down to just the confidence in those players hitting that upside. That exists, but that in some of the cases, they're a little bit far away from it. But that will be the part of this draft that's the funnest to track. Can these players, these so many guys that are so very talented, that might be a little bit farther away from reaching that culmination of their talent, get to that spot? Do you now have the coaches in place that can bring those guys along? Have you improved yourself in that way? And if you do, if you can, the talent is there to tap. But can you tap it? Or are you going to be like one of those 18-year-old kids trying to tap a keg for the first time? You know, I can't get it. I can't get it. You need one of those vets like we've now got, you know, our vet offensive line coach who comes in there and he's like, here, let me show you, son. There. It's on. Like, oh, okay. You know, kind of like that. Megan says Portsmouth is also in the UKB. Okay. There we go. We like to borrow the city names from other countries here in the U.S. It's kind of our thing. HAG, I did go on a tour, though, about the witch trials. Yeah, the voice is definitely on its way out. We've definitely hit that spot where it's... Duran J says, first round grade on the Hawks Nest. Haha. Thank you for that, Duran. Thank you. Quinn, I appreciate you hanging with me for, I think, all day. You've been here in lockstep with me. And whether it's Quinn, whether it's me, whether it's Megan, whether it's Mark Sanchez, a variety of others who've dropped big-time donations that I'm probably forgetting here over the past couple days. From the bottom of my heart, guys, it maybe gets lost at times when we're talking about these prospects and having our differences on this, and it really doesn't get the proper attention I should really give it on it. But your guys' support, not only on the donations, but your kindness and your encouragement, you know, you guys are the fuel to the fire. And it's the people on the good side of this, as much as I do moan and complain about some of the tough side of dealing with it on this channel. Some of that is just trying to find the answers that we can hopefully collectively find for these folks when they come in to try to figure out, how do we deal with this? How do we get to the place of getting these people on the same page we are all on? How can we not get them to the place where they're reacting in this weird, strange way at times? But you guys are on that same page. And the donations and the support to this channel are just simply amazing. We got so much over these last few days, I don't even know what the final count was, but it is beyond anything I could ever imagine. So, if you're those people putting, whether it's $2 in or $200 in, anybody that does anything this channel helps this channel go, helps this channel roll. And we're going to keep going throughout this off season. I'm going to try to be a little more upload based, I think, here as we do some live streams. We'll mix in the live streams as well, but try to get you guys out a little bit more of maybe some of the shorter content at times too, to kind of mix this up a little bit as I can, as I know I've been a little bit behind on that side of it. A great show with you guys today, though. I had a lot of fun. This was a great time. Another sensational draft. We've been doing this 6 years, I believe. This is the sixth one and covering it. And we're able, hopefully, every year to get a little bit better about it, a little bit better about the process, a little bit closer at understanding these players better walking into it, so that I can cover it that much better here when we actually get to these 3 days of the draft. Megan, I appreciate you too. You have a good one, sweetheart. I said you made the last 72 hours epically awesome. Well, you did as well for me, making this much, much easier on my side of it too, as well, and handling the mod duties in the chat as you are. I appreciate that. All of your support as well. It's been a great year. This is kind of the wrap up of the NFL season, kind of for me officially. We sort of turn into our new year kind of after this show for me. That's my new year kind of pull at that point, just kind of the way it works with the timing of this. So it's been one hell of a year here at the Hawks Nest. We've had as great a growth as ever. The memberships are going through the roof. We're about to join up on the Believe network here. I think I showed you guys this yesterday, but I'd love to just show this to you guys one more time as we're out, because I'm just so kind of proud of this thing. I think it looks so cool. Get this thing here, but this is going to be arriving hopefully in the mail here any day now. We got ourselves our little backdrop here. So this is going to be this is going to be taking the place of the flag behind us. We got a little neon light here we're going to be getting here. So I got it specially ordered, specially made. Looking forward to that. But that's a part of where your guys' donations and support goes. Back in the channel. We just got this nice, cool soundboard here.
You blew it!
And I'm digging the soundboard with all my little sound bites. Just starting to understand how to use this stupid thing. Loving it. So thank you guys. That kind of support goes right back in the channel here. Keeps trying to make this a little bit bigger, a little bit better. But we're really expanding. We got some sponsorship opportunities that we're on the precipice of taking advantage of too. We're growing in a great fashion here. So stay rolling with me. Keep on going. Keep on rolling. Keep on hanging in here with me step for step. I need you guys here. I need you to have my back in that way. But I appreciate you guys tremendously. You guys are just awesome. Sean McLeod, I just watched that Thor fella benching 500 pounds. That's what I like to see. I can get behind that. I can definitely get behind that. Dragon Flame, appreciate the coverage. No one else in the community is doing 11 hours. I do it because I love it, Dragon. I don't do it for the donos. Don't do it for that. I do it because I love you guys. I love where you guys are coming from. I love this discussion. I love football. And I love football for all of the discussion within it. The debates, the back and forth, the disagreements, the agreements, the aha moments where something just comes to you clearly because you're having a bit of this back and forth and really having things tested in a major way. That's what this does bring to me every time I get to go live. And it's a treasured place for me, really, just simply because of that alone. Regardless of anything else with this channel, that alone I love. It's like being able to go in a bar and talk with Hawk fans, but you got hundreds of them around you. Hundreds. And they're as connected as you are, and they're as locked in as you are, and they're following as closely as you are. It's a gift. It's a hell of a gift. And I really do appreciate it. No doubt about it. Any other questions, says Tom? There we go, man. There we go. And I am not a god, that is for sure, Tom. I'm not any smarter than anybody of you guys out there on this. I may be the guy with the microphone, but that doesn't put me in any better spot to have any greater opinion than anybody else. It's the collective here. It's not the singular that makes this channel go, Tom. That part is absolutely for sure. Steve says, I'm just here for the cat. Well, sadly, she's so busy today, I could hardly get her here on the stream, but she appreciates that. She absolutely does appreciate that. Grandizer, we got to get the Hawks Nest on the Roar of the Lions UK. We will get it over there. They reached out to me for a little bit of draft coverage, but with doing the 3 days constantly draft, I just couldn't bounce over to them on that. But I do have them reached out to me over on Twitter. I'll try to get synced up with them, and I'd be happy to do a podcast with them. So I'll try to get back over and get synced up on it. And Tom, Megan's gone to a game. Megan and me, Tom, have actually gone to a Hawks game in Seattle. So she's seen to a game. She did die just back in 2022. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, God bless you, Brandon. I love the neon light. I'm digging it, man. I wanted to clean up the backdrop a little bit, so we'll take down the flag, move off the program, take the Richard Sherman Madden deal and put it in a different place and get a little bit more clean. A little more clean on the backdrop. You know what I mean? More clean on the backdrop. All right. Well, you guys have a good one. Thank you for watching today. We will be back somewhat soon on that side of it. Might take a little bit of a break to catch up and recharge back up. But you guys were amazing today. I really appreciate it. Make sure I don't miss any donos here. Yep, we're all good on that. So, and Mega Lucario, thank you again for that $2 donation as well with the Miko Roland notes. We got some UDFAs going through. Love me some Zy Alexander. Got a couple of nose tackles we'll have to dive into. Take a look at what those guys are going to bring into play. I will be back soon. I thank you guys for a wonderful 11 hours and 14 minutes of draft coverage, for a wonderful 3 days of end-to-end draft coverage. We'll be back at it again, next year. The process now resets, and we start right back into the evaluation process on these new guys. I'll be right back at that within the next week. So here we go. On to a new league year, on to all of the possibility and all of the potential. We got a 2-month period of kind of some dearth of nothing going on, and then the action's going to come fast and furious, and we're going to know where this team does truly stand for 2025. A lot of questions. We'll finally get answers at that point. I really appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I thank you guys for all you do for this channel. If you can do me a favor on your way out the door, hit that like button, sub on up if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. But beyond all that, I really thank you guys for being so respectful and just so awesome throughout this stream from end to end. You guys keep me going. You make this such a fast process. It felt like to me 11 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Speaks to how engaged you guys keep me in the chat and how much fun I have doing this, quite frankly. I thank you. I love you guys. Be back soon. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget A, B, C. It don't matter what your grade. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.